Chu Yang found himself transported to a world of beast tamers, accompanied by a blind box system. Black stockings? Lace camisole? Bunny girl cat ears? What on earth are these things? With a furrowed brow, Chu Yang was plagued by doubts about the peculiarities of his system. Congratulations, host! You have obtained the holy beast spirit, Ming Huang, sacred dragon. Congratulations, host! You have acquired the god-level beast spirit evolution pill. Congratulations, host! You have received a 10th rank beast spirit cultivation pill. Alas, we are taking off. Chapter 1. The Blind Box System. In the southwestern region of Luotian City, at the site of a pauper's grave, disorderly tombstones stood in disarray, fragmented memorials leaning askew. Even in broad daylight, under the shining sun, this place exuded an eerie atmosphere, deterring ordinary folk from approaching. Only the ominous cawing of crows echoed through this desolate expanse that no one dared to enter. At the edge of the pauper's graveyard, a handsome youth, reminiscent of the legendary Pan, lay silently beside a slanted gravestone. Though clad in ordinary attire, it did little to obscure his striking features. However, at this moment, his complexion was ashen, devoid of blood. At his chest, a gaping wound, the size of a fist, gleamed ominously. Crimson and searing blood poured forth from the wound, staining the ground before him. Countless crows perched upon branches or circled above, their eyes fixated upon the youth by the grave. They awaited their chance. Suddenly, the youth's previously lifeless eyes snapped open. A look of confusion flickered within. What is happening? For a moment, Chu Yang was a loss, unsure of the events that had transpired. He had been binge reading novels for several nights, and just as he was about to succumb to exhaustion and rest, a sharp pain had pierced through his mind, causing him to faint. Now, awakening, the situation appeared decidedly amiss. This was certainly not his home. I must still be dreaming. Chu Yang pondered, convinced he was merely caught in a dream. Yet, the pain in his chest was all too real. This sensation cannot be a dream. Could something have transpired after I lost consciousness? Startled, Chu Yang felt a surge of memories flood into his mind, revealing the shocking truth. He had traversed to another realm. It turned out that the original owner of this body also bore the name Chu Yang and had met his demise at the hands of two assailants, in the final moments before his soul dissipated, it fused with that of the Chu Yang from Earth. Strangely, this planet was also called Earth, yet it bore little resemblance to the technologically advanced version of the 21st century. It seemed to belong to an ancient epoch. However, this world boasted a profession known as Beast Tamer, where one contracts spirit beasts and commands them in battle-possessing powers far beyond that of ordinary individuals. The grievous wound on his body was inflicted by a spirit beast that had pierced his heart with a single claw. Shocked and disheartened by the revelations of his predecessor's memories, Chu Yang grappled with despair. With such severe injuries, he felt utterly powerless. Was he destined to perish so soon after his arrival? Am I destined to be the shortest-lived traveler? With his heart pierced, even in the technologically advanced Earth, survival was uncertain. With a heavy sigh, Chu Yang closed his eyes once more, awaiting death. At that moment, a voice suddenly resonated within his mind. Life signs detected. The system is now officially activated. A system? My golden finger? In an instant, Chu Yang's eyes widened with joy. Who would choose death when life was still an option? System, please save me, he urgently called out in his mind. At that juncture, he could only rely on the system for salvation. Yet, the system appeared oblivious to his pleas, explaining instead, "This is the Beast Tamer blind box system. The host may open one blind box each day. As a welcome gift, the host may open 5 blind boxes this time thereafter. 5 boxes may be opened every month." Upon hearing this, Chu Yang was utterly bewildered. A Beast Tamer blind box system? Blind boxes? In other words, what he might acquire was entirely uncertain. Did he still have a chance at survival? Just then, 10 boxes materialized in his mind's eye. 10 black boxes arranged in a circle, all indistinguishable from one another. Chu Yang understood. He was to select 5 boxes from these 10. Well, here goes nothing. Resolutely, Chu Yang decided to take the plunge. Perhaps his luck would improve in this second life after his dismal fortune in the first. The appearance of the system was proof of that. The worst outcome, after all, was merely death. What was there to fear? With a determined thought, he chose one of the black boxes. Does the host confirm the opening of his blind box? The system inquired. Open it. Chu Yang hastily replied, aware that his consciousness was fading, fearing he could not hold on much longer. As he confirmed his choice, the selected box burst forth with a dazzling black light. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a set of black bikini triangle tops. Immediately, a sultry black bikini appeared in Chu Yang's mind. Even the attributes of this bikini materialized within his consciousness. Item name, Black Triangle Bikini. Item note, this is a seductive bikini. Well suited for mature women, it is recommended that the host gift it to someone they admire. What the heck? How alluring, I like it. Oh no. System, don't toy with me. Chu Yang was at a loss. Was this truly the time to discuss bikinis? Though it was indeed to his taste, the timing was utterly inappropriate. At this moment, his life was in jeopardy. How could he possibly focus on bikinis? Moreover, isn't this a Beast-Tamer blind box system? Why on earth would it yield such an item? Continue opening. Does the host confirm the opening of this blind box? Open it. Once again, a radiant light flashed, and amidst Chu Yang's anxious heart, a voice echoed. Congratulations, host. You have received a 5th rank Beast Spirit Cultivation Pill. A thumb-sized pill exuding a gentle azure glow appeared at the location of the blind box. A 5th rank Beast Spirit Cultivation Pill. Item name, 5th rank Beast Spirit Cultivation Pill. Item note, this can elevate any beast spirit below the 5th rank to the 5th rank. Although Chu Yang's predecessor had failed to become a beast tamer due to weak foundational soul power, he had learned through his studies at the academy that the profession of beast tamer had been revived a century ago, with ranks ranging from 1 to 10 for both beast spirits and beast tamers. The 10th rank was even referred to as imperial. However, it was said that such power had yet to manifest on Earth. As for a small city like Luotian, the strongest lord was merely at the 4th rank. Thus, it was evident that this 5th rank beast spirit cultivation pill would surely cause a stir in Luotian City if presented. However, though this item was remarkable, it held no allure for Chu Yang in his current predicament. What I need is a life-saving elixir. Open another. Congratulations, host. You have received a set of crystal wolf fangs. Huh? Chu Yang blinked in disbelief. Wolf fangs? What on earth is this? Upon reading the item's note, he nearly spat blood. He harbored profound doubts about the integrity of this system. Why did it incessantly yield such inexplicable items? Great system, I beseech you, please cease producing these utterly useless things. Chu Yang cried out in his heart. The tumultuous surge of emotions caused the blood to flow more rapidly from the wound on his chest. This only served to further cloud his consciousness. After all, prior to his transmigration, this body had already lost considerable blood, and it was solely through the strength of his soul that he had managed to endure for so long. Yet, he was merely an ordinary individual. The body and soul were intertwined, flourishing together or suffering in unison. Once more produce, a flash of light illuminated the space. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the life-reviving elixir. Item name, life-reviving elixir. Item note, capable of resurrecting the deceased, restoring flesh and bone. This supreme elixir can heal all injuries, as long as there is a breath remaining. Even 1 foot in the realm of the dead can be pulled back. It is strongly advised that the host consumes it. Chu Yang's eyes sparkled with renewed hope. Finally, something promising had appeared. He had always known the system possessed a means of saving him otherwise. Why would it choose a dying person? However, the process of opening this blind box is undeniably exhilarating. It almost made him feel as though he were on the brink of demise. Consume the life-reviving elixir, Chu Yang declared. In the next moment, the elixir, radiating a gentle glow, erupted into a multitude of vast life energies, surging into Chu Yang's body. A delightful, tingling sensation. It feels akin to ants climbing up a tree. The life-reviving elixir lived up to its reputation as a supreme healing remedy, its effects manifesting instantaneously. He felt an exquisite combination of numbness and itchiness at the site of his chest wound. Chu Yang opened his eyes and looked down, noticing that the wound on his chest emanated the same halo as the life-reviving elixir, astonishingly healing at a visible pace. What a miraculous sight! This was a phenomenon that transcended the capabilities of technological Earth, leaving him in awe. In less than a few minutes, Chu Yang rose to his feet. He pulled aside his blood-soaked garments, gazing at his body, which was now restored to its original, unblemished state. The previous wound had completely healed, leaving not even a scar behind. Chapter 2. The Sacred Dragon of the Abyss. Death and Rebirth. Chu Yang let out a sigh of relief, stretching his limbs and feeling an unprecedented sense of ease. The elixir had not only healed his mortal wound, but had also eradicated the latent ailments that had plagued his body. As for the ailments of a technologically advanced Earth, they were best left unmentioned. The tainted milk, the gutter oil, The smog. Under the relentless bombardment of various harmful substances, it was indeed a miracle to be well. It seemed there was still a blind box awaiting revelation. Chu Yang indulged in a leisurely stretch and casually pointed to one of the 6 blind boxes. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the sacred beast, the abyssal dragon. The system's prompt echoed once more. In the next heartbeat, a black true dragon, measuring about 10 feet in length, materialized at the spot where the blind box had been. Gasp! Chu Yang's eyes widened in astonishment. Was this truly the mythical creature known as a dragon from Earth? He was utterly flabbergasted. Its elongated form was adorned with glistening black scales, graceful whiskers, antler-like horns, and claws that shimmered with a cold light. A ring of pristine white mane encircled its neck, cascading down its spine to the tip of its tail. Was this not the very totem of the Huaxia nation on the technologically advanced Earth? To see it materialize before him was a thrill beyond compare. The dragon's majestic and imposing presence was beyond mere words, incomparable to any illustrations or sculptures he had previously encountered. Item name, Abyssal Dragon. Item description. This is a sacred-grade spiritual beast, possessing extraordinary growth potential. It is recommended that the host establish a contract with it. Sacred-grade spiritual beast? Chu Yang had never heard of such a thing. Based on his prior knowledge, spiritual beasts were categorized into bronze, silver, gold, diamond, and kingly grades. The differences in grade indicated varying upper limits of growth potential. Bronze-grade beasts could reach up to the 2nd tier, silver up to the 4th, gold up to the 6th, diamond up to the 8th, and kings to the 10th. However, the concept of sacred grade was entirely foreign to him. Can I still establish a contract? Chu Yang's heart surged with excitement. His previous incarnation had been unable to form a contract due to weak foundational spiritual power. Could the traversed version of himself achieve this? If he could become a spirit master, perhaps one day he might soar through the heavens upon a divine dragon. The mere thought sent shivers of exhilaration down his spine. As the abyssal dragon emerged from the system's space, Chu Yang felt the overwhelming presence of the mythical creature once more. He then drew blood from his chest and inscribed a complex contract symbol in his palm. Under normal circumstances, one would typically pierce a finger. Yet, he found no need for such measures now. There was no point in wasting the blood that flowed abundantly from his chest. With my blood, I merge with your soul. In this life and beyond, we shall be companions for eternity. As he uttered the incantation of the contract, the blood-red symbol fell upon the forehead of the abyssal dragon. And in a flash of crimson light, it merged into the dragon's brow, solidifying their bond. Success! Chu Yang's heart raced. The successful contract meant that he had officially become a true spirit master from this day forth. At that moment, the golden eyes of the abyssal dragon suddenly opened, gazing at Chu Yang with a magnificent and regal intensity. It then affectionately nudged him with its head. Haha, from this day forth, you shall be named Huang. Chu Yang exclaimed, stroking the dragon's sleek, iron-hard black scales, which, though cool to the touch, felt incredibly smooth. With a resounding roar, the dragon's voice reverberated across the land, startling the crows in the nearby graveyard, which took to the skies in a flurry. Spirit Beast, Huang, Abyssal Dragon. Quality, Sacred. Tier, Initial Stage 1. Attribute, Abyssal. Skills, Abyssal Power, Dragon Claw. Spirit Treasure, none. At the very moment the contract was established, all attributes concerning Huang materialized within his consciousness. This was a unique ability bestowed upon spirit masters by the contract relationship. Simultaneously, a fist-sized silver puddle appeared in his mind, representing the spirit master's soul power. The combat strength of a spirit master is determined by 2 factors, the spiritual beast and the strength of the spirit master's own soul power. The stronger the soul power, the higher the tier 1 can achieve, allowing for the potential to contract more spiritual beasts. Furthermore, when a spirit master wields formidable soul power to perform soul techniques, they may even possess the capability to slay spiritual beasts of higher realms. Thus, one should never underestimate the combat prowess of a spirit master. Consequently, any capable spirit master would equip their spiritual beasts with defensive soul treasures to avoid being ambushed. At this moment, however, Chu Yang was merely at the initial stage of the 1st tier. During this tier, he could only contract a single spiritual beast. With each breakthrough in tiers, he could contract an additional spiritual beast. Above the silver soul power, a phantasmal space, reminiscent of a chick, floated. This was the spirit master's unique spirit domain, a sanctuary for the spiritual beast's daily training and rest. The spirit domain is a wondrous place, brimming with the spiritual materials necessary for the spiritual beast's cultivation. Once a spirit master's cultivation reaches the 6th tier, this ethereal spirit domain will, with the aid of special items, transform into a tangible realm, becoming a true celestial sanctuary. With a mere thought, Huang transformed into a streak of black light, vanishing from sight. only to reappear within his spirit domain. What a marvel! Chu Yang mused in awe. Had this been on technologically advanced Earth, some scientists might have sought to dissect him for research. With matters settled here, it was time to address the affairs of his predecessor. Chu Yang gazed down at his bloodstained garments. As he recalled events in his mind, he struggled to discern the motive behind the assault by the two spirit masters. Given that his predecessor was an orphan, it was unlikely he had made numerous enemies. Yet, it was evident the assailants had targeted him, leaving him perplexed. Thus, his predecessor had died without ever understanding why spirit masters sought his life. With vengeance for vendetta and grievances for retribution, Chu Yang took strides towards Luotian City. Luotian City, an ancient urban expanse, was markedly different from the modern cities of technologically advanced Earth. Surrounded by towering ancient walls, the residents lived within its confines. Since the emergence of spirit masters, the wilderness had become inhospitable for human habitation. Many flora and fauna had mutated, becoming wise and powerful, exhibiting considerable aggression. They were termed feral beasts. The spiritual beasts contracted by spirit masters stemmed from these feral beast offspring. In essence, the only distinction between feral beasts and spiritual beasts lay in whether they had been contracted. Thus, even though Luotian City was merely a small town, it had grown remarkably lively. Chu Yang had washed his blood-soaked attire by the riverside to avoid drawing undue attention. Where could he possibly locate those two spirit masters? Upon entering the city, he surveyed the bustling streets, feeling somewhat lost. Although Luotian City was not extensive, searching for two individuals amidst the throngs of people remained a daunting task. Yet, there was no need to rush. As long as they remained within Luotian City, he would eventually uncover their whereabouts. As dusk descended, Chu Yang resolved to return home and devise his next course of action. His residence is located at the northernmost edge of Luotian City, a place where the impoverished congregate, akin to a slum. Ah, little Chu has returned. After a whole day of absence, where could he have been? Before Chu Yang could step inside his home, he was spotted by the neighborly aunt. Good day, Aunt Wang. I was merely strolling around the city. Chu Yang replied with a smile. Aunt Wang, who lived next door, had looked after him since childhood, making her one of his closest acquaintances. Oh, is that so? I thought you might have succumbed to some ill thoughts due to not becoming a spirit master. In truth, leading an ordinary life isn't so bad. Today, while I was buying vegetables, I heard that another spirit master met their demise at the jaws of a ferocious beast while gathering herbs outside the city. Such a tragedy. Aunt Wang lamented. The herbs she mentioned refer to soul herbs and spirit herbs. The former can enhance a spirit master's soul power, while the latter can elevate the prowess of spirit beasts, making them highly valuable, exclusively for the affluent. Consequently, some spirit masters venture into the wild, risking their lives for immense wealth. Yet, the wilderness is the domain of ferocious beasts, fraught with peril. A moment's lapse could lead to a tragic end, becoming merely sustenance for the predator. Thus, it is not uncommon for spirit masters to fall to such creatures. Aunt Wang asserted that while spirit masters possess their own nobility, ordinary people also harbor their own beauty. Chu Yang nodded in agreement. Although his former self did not ascend to the rank of a spirit master, he bore no excessive disappointment. By the way, little Chu, you are not so young anymore. It's time for you to marry and start a family. Observing Chu Yang's handsome visage, Aunt Wang was reminded of her niece. I'm still quite young, only 16 this year, Chu Yang exclaimed. Feeling overwhelmed by the persistent pressure of matrimony regardless of the world he found himself in. Oh, that's of no consequence. Just look at Ergo behind you. He just turned 16 and is already holding a child. Ultimately, under Aunt Wang's persistent persuasion, Chu Yang fled in haste. Chapter 3. The Sacred Spirit Tower of Soul Artifacts. Lying on his bed, Chu Yang pondered various methods. He ultimately decided to draw the snake out of its hole. By using himself as bait, he aimed to lure out the puppeteer behind the scenes. As long as he remained alive, the mastermind would undoubtedly not let matters rest. He was eager to uncover who harbored such deep-seated enmity towards him, wishing for his demise. The following day, just past midnight, 10 dark blind boxes reappeared in Chu Yang's mind. Open. A voice chimed. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Sacred Spirit Tower of Soul Artifacts. Holy moly. Chu Yang suddenly awakened, springing up from his bed. A sacred artifact? Soul artifacts are weapons wielded by spirit masters, powered by their soul energy. Their quality ranges from bronze to sovereign. And now, he had unexpectedly opened a sacred artifact? Although he was unaware of the precise nature of a sacred artifact, it was undoubtedly superior to that of a sovereign. At that moment, at the location of the open blind box, a 9-story pagoda radiated with a spectrum of colorful light, surrounded by countless ethereal images of spirit beasts seemingly dancing around the sacred spirit tower. This tower, with its 9 tiers and 9 sides, comprised 2 sections, the tower body and the tower base. all exhibiting a lustrous, glass-like hue. When he extracted this treasure from the System S space, the countless ethereal images of spirit beasts transformed into small spirit beast runes, imprinted upon the Tower-S body, leaving only the brilliant light to burst forth from the sacred spirit tower. Is this the soul artifact? Chu Yang grasped the sacred spirit tower. This was his first encounter with a soul artifact. Item name, Sacred Spirit Tower. Item note, this is a sacred quality soul artifact, possessing the capabilities of defense, suppression, and the refinement of all things. It is suggested that the host refine it into a personal soul artifact. Refinement. In but a moment, Chu Yang refined the Sacred Spirit Tower. Naturally, had it not been for the artifact's origin from the system, it would have been nearly impossible for him to refine a sacred quality soul artifact with his current cultivation level. Once he fully refined the artifact, the Sacred Spirit Tower floated above his fist-sized silver soul sea. He wondered when the blind box would open to reveal a cultivation technique, as he could not remain idle. And it was time to seek a soul power technique. This artifact was formidable, yet Chu Yang's cultivation was too weak to unleash its full potential. To enhance his soul power, he needed to cultivate a technique. On the next day, Chu Yang strode confidently down the street. On one hand, he sought the two individuals who had tried to kill him. On the other, he aimed to attract the attention of the mastermind behind it all. Frankly speaking, after administering that 5th-tier spirit beast cultivation pill to the wild beast, he could now walk through Luotian City with swagger. Meanwhile, in the largest private room of the most renowned tavern in Luotian City, the Fortune Tavern, a group of elegantly dressed young men were toasting and celebrating with great enthusiasm. Haha, congratulations, Brother Fu, on your upcoming engagement with the city Lord's daughter. Truly a cause for celebration. Indeed, we are envious. Who would have thought Brother Fu would have such fortune, capturing one of the twin sisters, especially the renowned beauty of the Qin family, Miss Qin Luoxue? Absolutely. It fills us with envy. I feel as if half the meaning of my existence has been shattered. I just wonder who might win the favor of the second sister. Miss Qin Luojiao? Haha, does that even need to be asked? It said that those who live near the water's edge will get the moon first? Their boisterous laughter echoed throughout the room. A gathering of privileged young elites raised their glasses in celebration towards a young man clad in purple brocade. This purple-clad youth possessed sharp brows and bright eyes, exhibiting elegance in his demeanor and striking handsomeness. Though not as stunning as Chu Yang, he had a commendable charm of his own. At that moment, he held a wine cup, a smile gracing his lips. Recently, he had been beset with joyous events, first becoming a spirit master, and now, through the matchmaking of his elders, he was engaged to the city lord's daughter, Qin Luoxue. Truly, joy begets vitality. Recalling the breathtaking beauty of the young lady, even someone as seasoned as he felt a surge of warmth in his abdomen. His hand trembled slightly as he held the wine cup. Please do not mock me. It was merely by coincidence that I gained the favor of the young lady. I am truly fortunate. The purple-clad youth stood, clinking glasses with the others. All present were affluent young scions of equivalent status, and while they secretly vied with one another, they still maintained a facade of cordiality. However, these individuals were not genuinely there to celebrate, but rather to probe for information. Naturally, given the Fu family's standing, there was little to conceal. The expressions of several others grew solemn. It seemed this matter was indeed true. It would be prudent to report back to their families and make preparations. The Fu family had unexpectedly allied with the power of the city lord's estate, which could spell trouble for several prominent families, just as everyone harbored their own thoughts. A young servant of the Fu family hurriedly entered and whispered a few words in the ear of the purple-clad youth. Fu Kuan's expression gradually darkened. That person was still alive? The two assassins had clearly assured him they had eliminated the target. He had not suspected anything, considering Chu Yang was merely an ordinary person. Yet now, that individual was brazenly striding through the streets. He growled darkly. Those two useless fools could not even handle this trivial matter. You are to inform them to make another attempt. This time, I want to see his head. Yes. The servant bowed and hurriedly departed. Brother Fu, what troubles have you encountered? Speak up. Perhaps we, your comrades, can offer you some strategies. A young man in white remarked. Fu Kuan silently scoffed to himself. Strategies from you? Surely, you wish to revel in my misfortune. Yet, he managed to maintain a smile on his face as he replied. It is merely a bothersome, ordinary individual. Not worth the trouble. Indeed, in his eyes, Chu Yang was hardly a source of significant trouble. He was merely a source of mild vexation. Given his stature, what consequence would arise from openly eliminating his adversary? Just then, the young man in white, Wang Yuan, wore a mysterious smile as he toyed with his wine glass and said, speaking of the two goddesses of the Qin family, I wonder if any of you have heard certain rumors? Oh, what rumors? The others perked up, setting their wine glasses aside. Fu Kuan furrowed his brow and interjected. If they are mere rumors, then there is no need to discuss them. However, Wang Yuan disregarded his remark, continuing, I wonder if you have heard of Chu Yang? I am aware of him, and I have encountered him a few times. His handsome visage is truly disheartening. Another chimed in. He is indeed the youth renowned as the most handsome in Luotian City. Precisely, Wang Yuan affirmed. It is said that the two goddesses of the Qin family share an inexplicable connection with him. He rambled on, weaving a vivid narrative that left the others in astonishment. Enough. Fu Kuan's ire surged, and in an instant, he rose from his seat, glaring furiously at Wang Yuan. This fellow was undoubtedly doing this on purpose. He was fully aware of Fu Kuan's engagement to the other party, and yet chose to utter such words in his presence. This was nothing short of provocation. Oh, Brother Fu, I have merely stated that these are rumors, their truth unverified. There is no need for you to be enraged. Wang Yuan hastily apologized, rising alongside the others, who offered him sympathetic smiles. Listening to the irritating words, Fu Kuan scoffed and turned to leave. In truth, he was well aware that these were nothing more than baseless rumors. This group of individuals had either heard tales or concocted stories to provoke him. Given the character of the two goddesses of the Qin family, they would never engage in such behavior. Yet, it was akin to hearing of one's beloved engaged in an affair with another man. Even if unfounded, it ignited his fury. Moreover, he had previously heard similar rumors. Although he had secretly investigated and confirmed their falsity, not a single one was true. In fact, Chu Yang and the two goddesses of the Qin family had almost no interaction whatsoever. One was the most handsome youth in Luotian City, while the other two were the city's renowned goddesses. Many whispered of their perfect match, and thus, the rumors flourished. Qin Luoxue was to become his fiancée. How could such rumors persist? And for families of their stature, what mattered most? Naturally, it was their reputation. The most effective resolution would be to eliminate one party. Thus, Chu Yang could not be allowed to continue existing. This would effectively sever the source of the rumors. However, he had not anticipated such complications arising mid-course. Two spirit masters had failed to eliminate an ordinary man? What a pair of wastrels. Fu Kuan cursed vehemently. Chapter 4, The Alleyway Confrontation. Strolling through the bustling streets, Chu Yang made no effort to conceal his whereabouts. He ventured wherever the crowds thrived, intentionally exposing his trail. Suddenly, he felt a shift in his senses, detecting that he was being followed. Since becoming a spirit master, his perceptive abilities had sharpened significantly. Indeed, it was those two. Chu Yang's peripheral vision caught sight of the familiar figures, those two spirit masters who had slain his previous incarnation. Brother, hasn't he perished? Wu Sheng exclaimed, astonished. When Fu Kuan had dispatched word to them, they had staunchly refused to believe it. After all, they had pierced his heart. It was impossible for him to be alive. Yet now, the other man, Wu Ming, furrowed his brow, his mind awash with confusion. After scrutinizing him repeatedly, he confirmed that this was indeed Chu Yang. Despite his curiosity regarding how he had returned to life, his face was etched with hostility as he declared, if that is the case, let us ensure he dies once more. With that, they continued their pursuit. Chu Yang, maintaining his composure, wandered aimlessly through the throngs of people, making his way toward a secluded area of Luotian City. Naturally, the Wu brothers noted his direction, but wouldn't this facilitate their actions even further? Suddenly, Chu Yang's pace quickened, and he veered into an alley. Wu Sheng's heart raced, and he said, Brother, could this fellow be setting a trap for us? First, he inexplicably returns to life, and now he leads us into this deserted alley. An uneasy feeling stirred within him. You are too suspicious. We have thoroughly investigated his background. He could not possibly have summoned spirit masters to assist him. Even if it is a trap, what of it? Wu Ming remarked dismissively. Long before, they had gathered all pertinent information about Chu Yang. It was only after confirming he had no backing that they had dared to act decisively against him. At his words, Wu Sheng nodded, dispelling his doubts. The two entered the side alley together. Upon stepping in, they immediately beheld Chu Yang standing there, arms crossed, casually poised, with an expression devoid of emotion as he regarded them. At last, you two have arrived. Wu Ming's face twisted with disdain. It seems you've realized we were tailing you? Of course. Otherwise, I would not have meticulously selected such a serene resting place for you. Chu Yang replied. Ha ha. Wu Ming erupted into laughter. A mere ant dares to speak so audaciously. If you could divulge the secret of your resurrection, perhaps I might afford you a quicker death. This was what he truly yearned to uncover. Having pierced the opponent's heart, how could he return to life? He must possess some monumental secret. Chu Yang smiled. How fortuitous. If you can reveal the identity of those who orchestrated this, I too can grant you a swifter demise. Seeking death, Wu Ming's eyes ignited with fury. How could an ordinary man dare to address him in such a manner? Without hesitation, He formed hand seals, summoning a blue glowing array in front of him, from which emerged the imposing silhouette of a giant wolf, over 10 feet in length. This was the summoning array utilized by spirit masters to call forth spirit beasts from their spiritual domain. The giant wolf was formidable and imposing, its fur an azure hue, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. Upon its appearance, the wolf let out a fierce howl that sent gusts of wind swirling, causing Chu Yang's long black hair to dance wildly. Concurrently, Wu Sheng summoned his own spirit beast, revealing yet another azure giant wolf, its size comparable to that of Wu Ming's beast. Once I slay you, I shall leisurely uncover the secret behind your resurrection, Wu Ming declared ominously. With that, the two azure wolves lunged towards the end of the alley, jaws agape. Chu Yang shook his head slightly. Had this been in the past, he might have been paralyzed with fear. But now, with a calm demeanor, he began to weave hand seals, and a black summoning array materialized before him. At the entrance of the alley, the expressions of the Wu brothers, Wu Ming and Wu Sheng, transformed dramatically as they exclaimed in unison, "A summoning array?" According to their investigations, Chu Yang was merely an ordinary individual, certainly not a spirit master. Why now? Elder brother? What is this? The unease within Wu Sheng intensified. No matter. Even if he has become a spirit master, he is still only at the initial stage of the first rank, while our spirit beasts are all at the mid-stage of the first rank. Wu Ming reassured him with a calm demeanor. However, in the next moment, a colossal claw, covered in black scales, emerged from the dark summoning array. Radiating an overwhelming aura, it lunged towards the two azure giant wolves. "This is bad," the brothers exclaimed in alarm. The power exuding from that claw was far too formidable, surpassing the strength of their two spirit beasts. Boom. Before they could even summon their beasts back, the massive claw came crashing down upon the two wolves. The Wu brothers screamed in agony, blood streaming from their 7 orifices. "Our spirit beasts are dead?" Wu Ming's gaze turned vacant. This was the backlash caused by the death of their spirit beasts. What on earth was that black claw? The two mid-stage first-rank spirit beasts had no capacity for resistance against it. Run. The brothers dared not linger any longer, their figures stumbling as they raced towards the alley's exit. "Do you think you can escape?" Chu Yang's cold voice echoed from behind. In the next instant, the enormous black beast claw descended once more, ensnaring the brothers within its grasp. No, spare us. We are merely pawns, obediently following orders." Wu Ming cried out in terror, feeling the immense power emanating from the black claw. This man was utterly despicable, feigning ordinariness while possessing such immense strength. It had led to their complete downfall. "Speak. Who sent you to kill me?" Chu Yang demanded coldly. "It was Fu Kuan," Wu Sheng hurriedly confessed, realizing that further concealment was futile at this point. "Nonsense. I have no grievances with Fu Kuan, nor has he with me. Why would he wish to kill me?" Chu Yang retorted angrily, as an immense force surged from the black dragon claw, causing the brothers to hear the sound of their bones cracking. Their wails echoed throughout the alley. "Hey, what is happening in there?" Someone outside the alley, curious, attempted to sneak a peek. However, a companion pulled him back, scolding. "Have you lost your mind? It's evident that the wealthy young master is engaged in something unspeakable. If you are seen, you will undoubtedly be silenced." Hearing this, the individual broke out in a cold sweat, relieved to have been warned, and hurriedly left with his head bowed. In this world, curiosity can indeed lead to one's demise, especially for ordinary folk like them, whose lives are as insignificant as weeds. If someone is killed, so be it. Within the alley, Chu Yang emerged, leaving only 2 lifeless bodies sprawled on the ground. He was perplexed, wondering why Fu Kuan would want him dead. The Wu brothers were similarly unaware of the underlying reasons, simply having acted on Fu Kuan's orders. It seemed he would need to pay Fu Kuan a visit. He was quite eager to understand why his life was targeted. In his memory, he had no interaction with the man and was entirely oblivious to his intentions. Exiting the alley, the sky had darkened. Chu Yang decided to return home, intending to seek out Fu Kuan the following day. Conversely, he found himself more curious about what treasures the blind box would yield tomorrow. Would there be any of those 7-day login rewards from games? As Chu Yang lay in bed, he reminisced about the numerous games from his technologically advanced Earth. If only the blind box contained such hidden rules. Finally, as the clock struck midnight, 10 pitch-black boxes materialized in his mind once more. As the light flickered, a hint of disappointment crossed Chu Yang's face. "Congratulations, host. You have received a brush. Item name, brush. Item note. This is an ordinary brush, devoid of any special abilities. The host may use it for practicing calligraphy. Just a brush. It seems there are no 7-day login rewards after all. Forget it. Time for sleep. At present, possessing a 5th-rank Nether Abyss Sacred Dragon was sufficient for him to establish a foothold in Luotian City. As for what the blind box might yield, He could only leave it to fate and let it unfold naturally. Bang! In the Fu family courtyard, a teacup on the table was shattered by Fu Kuen's slap. You mean to say the Wu brothers are dead? Fu Kuen inquired darkly. Indeed, they were killed in a secluded alley, a subordinate answered, bowing. Murdered by someone? The subordinate is unaware, but it was learned that these two had accumulated significant gambling debts at the casino and were being pursued by enemies. Fu Kuen snorted coldly. Utterly useless. What about Chu Yang? According to reports, Chu Yang is unharmed, having returned home in the evening. Fu Kuen's expression darkened further. Everything seems to be going awry. The undeserving live, while the deserving are dead. Ha! His laughter carried a chilling edge. Recalling the rumors surrounding Wang Yuan and others, he felt an uncontrollable tremor. His fiancée's name must not be tarnished by any rumors. Were it not for the statuses of Wang Yuan and the others, he would have eliminated them long ago. Fu Chun, gather some people and accompany me. Chapter 5. The former life ends in handsomeness. Night descended, enveloping the world in an eerie stillness. The once bustling Luotian city now seemed to be in deep slumber. Suddenly, Chu Yang awoke with a start from his sleep. The door to his home was violently shattered. The sound of destruction rang piercingly in the quiet night. Who is it? Chu Yang sprang to his feet, his gaze fixed on the entrance. Upon recognizing the visitor, his eyes narrowed, astonishment evident on his face. Fu Kuen. Indeed, it was Fu Kuen, who approached with a blank expression, flanked by several family spirit masters. As he beheld Chu Yang's impeccably handsome face, an intense flame of resentment ignited within him. I loathe that face of yours, Fu Kuen declared, his eyes fixed on Chu Yang. It was precisely this visage that had given rise to rumors involving his fiancée. The latter stood there, entirely bewildered. Were he not aware of his own lineage, he might have thought Fu Kuen was suggesting they were half-brothers vying for inheritance. Chu Yang chuckled coldly within, thinking, I hadn't even sought you out, yet you have come knocking first? A perfect opportunity to clarify matters. He spoke icily. You barge into my home at this hour. Could it be that you envy my extraordinary beauty? Fu Kuen retorted, you are not entirely wrong. It is indeed your cursed looks that have brought you to the brink of death. Chu Yang was even more perplexed. He was aware of his handsome appearance. But how could it lead to a death threat? Was this fellow truly so deranged as to put a hit on him out of jealousy for his exceptional looks? If that were the case, it would be rather twisted. At that moment, Fu Kuen spoke in a deep voice. It is solely due to your visage that baseless rumors have emerged about my fiancée. My family, the Fu clan, is one of the 3 prominent families in Luotian City, and Qin Luoxue is destined to become my wife, the future matriarch of the Fu family. How could such unclean slander even be entertained? Fu Kuen, the contemporary heir of the Fu family, naturally regarded his wife as the future matriarch. How could a person of such stature be the subject of scandal? Moreover, considering that she is the woman he holds dear, how could rumors of her association with another man arise? Upon hearing this, Chu Yang seemed to grasp the situation. Since Luotian City is not a large metropolis and only boasts a single academy, he had attended the same institution as the Qin sisters, Qin Luoxue and Qin Luojiao, along with Fu Kuen. However, they were in the noble class while he was relegated to the commoner class. Regarding the Qin sisters, he had only seen them from a distance, with no interaction whatsoever. As for the rumors, he had never taken them seriously, given the vast disparity in their statuses. It was utterly inconceivable. Nonetheless, it resembled the gossip often generated between the school beauty and the school heartthrob on Earth. What astonished him was that Fu Kuen was actually betrothed to Qin Luoxue. Despite having only glimpsed her a few times, he had been astounded by her beauty. He never anticipated that Fu Kuen would enjoy such fortune. So, was it to eradicate those rumors that you sought to eliminate me? Chu Yang inquired. Indeed. But you are fortunate to have drawn my personal attention. You can die without regrets. Fu Kuen replied with a smirk, for he would not allow any blemish on his woman. Chu Yang was at a loss for words. It seemed that his predecessor had indeed met a tragic end due to his looks. Was this a case of being killed by one's own handsomeness? Thus, Chu Yang, your demise brings me considerable comfort. Kill. This time, Fu Kuen opted to take matters into his own hands. He performed a hand seal, summoning a magical array before him, from which an enormous scorpion suddenly materialized. Chu Yang, to perish beneath my golden quality giant tail scorpion is indeed your fortune. Fu Kuen sneered. This spirit beast had been personally sought by the ancestors of the Fu family for him, boasting unparalleled quality in Luotian City. It was destined to grow into a formidable 6th-tier existence. You truly are deranged. You would resort to murder over some nonsensical rumors? Chu Yang muttered under his breath. Fully aware of the absurdity, Fu Kuen derided. Someone of your lowly stature could never comprehend the celestial beauty of the goddess. Any man who has laid eyes upon the 2 sisters would harbor thoughts akin to mine. As he spoke, the giant tail scorpion swung its tail. reminiscent of a steel whip, lunging toward Chu Yang. If that is the case, then you shall meet your end. Suddenly, Chu Yang's eyes ignited with murderous intent, and a black summoning array emerged, from which a colossal black dragon claw projected an unparalleled aura. Young master, be cautious. Fu Chun, who had been guarding Fu Kuan, turned pale with fear. The aura emanating from the mysterious claw sent chills down his spine. He hastily summoned his silver-quality spirit beast, the mountain python, to confront the massive claw. As the heir of the Fu family, Fu Kuan was designated by the ancestors to inherit the family's legacy. He simply could not afford to falter here. Boom. A thunderous explosion resonated as Fu Chun's second-tier mountain python was crushed under the immense dragon claw, akin to an ant being squashed. This outcome was inevitable. How could a mere second-tier beast withstand a fifth-tier one? It was already a courtesy that no dragon finger had been extended. Fu Chen's agonized scream jolted Fu Kuan from his stupor. Young master, flee. This person is incredibly strong. We are no match for him. Fu Chun, bleeding from all orifices, said with a pale countenance. Fu Kuan was now in a state of panic. This unforeseen development exceeded his expectations. As the heir of the Fu family, he had always been pampered and had never encountered such a scene. Young master, run. Fu Chun called out urgently again, joining forces with other spirit masters from the Fu family. He altered his hand seal, gathering soul power from the soul sea, and instantly formed a dagger aimed at Chu Yang's soul sea. Soul technique. Chu Yang recognized the opponent's method. However, he merely grinned coldly, showing no concern. Not only Fu Chun, but several other Fu spirit masters also unleashed their soul techniques toward Chu Yang. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Multiple silver daggers sliced through the air, swiftly approaching Chu Yang. Soul techniques, released through the spirit master's soul power, harm the soul rather than the body. However, at that moment, a small tower's phantom suddenly emerged from Chu Yang's forehead, radiating with a spectrum of colors. Upon contact with the daggers composed of soul power, they detonated violently, dissipating into nothingness. Soul artifact. Fu Qin felt as though he had plunged into an abyss of despair. Soul artifacts are divided into offensive and defensive types, and the one before them was clearly defensive. Originally, they had intended to rely on soul power to eliminate Chu Yang, but now, due to the existence of the soul artifact, their soul advantage had vanished. Damn it! How could he possess a soul artifact? Fu Kuan's face turned ashen. Such an item was a rarity even within the Fu family, with only one existing. How could someone with no background like Chu Yang possibly own a soul artifact? Just then, the dragon claw of the beast lunged down upon them once more. Young master, run. Let the ancestors avenge us. Fu Chun cried out sorrowfully. With that, he actually commanded his spirit beast to self-destruct. As a second-tier spirit master, Fu Chun could contract 2 spirit beasts. At this moment, his other spirit beast suddenly ballooned, as though it were being inflated from within. Boom! A tremendous explosion erupted, unleashing violent energy that swept through the surroundings. Boom! 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 Following that, one spirit beast after another charged at Chu Yang, ultimately self-destructing in succession. The self-destruction of spirit beasts is an extraordinary force. Moreover, there was not just one. In an instant, Chu Yang's dwelling was obliterated into dust. Clouds of smoke billowed, and flames erupted. When the dust settled, a deep pit remained where he once stood. Chu Yang emerged unscathed from the remnants of the dragon claw. Did you think that the self-destruction of spirit beasts could harm me in the slightest? Such wishful thinking. Chu Yang scoffed. As he scanned the area with his soul power, he discovered that Fu Kuan had already vanished. Presumably, he had returned home to summon reinforcements, right? Chu Yang chuckled, indifferent to the ruins of his residence, as he leisurely made his way toward the Fu family. Oh dear, what trouble has that boy Chu Yang stirred? Aunt Wang emerged from her room, alarmed and trembling. Gazing at the flattened residence, she couldn't help but sigh. She called out to Chu Yang softly, but received no response. Ultimately, Aunt Wang lamented, the era without spirit masters truly makes one envious. Ever since the emergence of spirit masters, the status of ordinary people like us has diminished even further. A mere misstep could cost us our lives at the hands of a spirit master. In her contemplation, Chu Yang must have offended some spirit master, and now he is facing retaliation from that individual. Chapter 6, A Night's Lodging. Ancestor, save me. Fu Kuan trembled uncontrollably, his body shaking with cold as he frantically fled back to the Fu family estate, racing towards the seclusion of the ancestor. In his mind, only the family elder possessed the power to vanquish his adversary. However, his frenzied demeanor caught the attention of other high-ranking members of the Fu family. Despite the late hour, many were roused, believing that another family had launched an assassination attempt on their young master, and they rose in indignation. As the young master of the Fu family, how could he be so flustered in a crisis? The family elder had yet to emerge, But the current head of the family, Fu Tianke, Fu Kuan's father, arrived promptly. His voice icy. "Father, save me. Someone is trying to kill me." Fu Kuan stammered, trembling all over. The memory of the earlier scene rendered him weak and filled with dread. Who dares to harm the son of Fu Tianke? Speak clearly. Fu Tianke's brows furrowed, his gaze radiating murderous intent. Who in Luotian City would dare to lay hands on the Fu family? Could it be the city lord's residents, displeased with the marriage arrangement, had sent assassins? At that moment, the senior members of the Fu family gathered before the door of the ancestors' seclusion, listening intently as Fu Kuan recounted the events. What? Fu Chen self-destructed? Fu Tianke's expression darkened, his anger flaring. Fu Chen was a talent he had personally groomed, a capable aide. Otherwise, he would not have entrusted him with the task of protecting Fu Kuan. Chu Yang? It seemed the Chu family had never existed in Luotian City. The gathered high-ranking members were somewhat bewildered and simultaneously enraged. How could an obscure individual, one they had never heard of, dare to bully the Fu family? Have they become overconfident, or has the Fu family lost its might? Fu Tianke sneered. It had been a long time since the Fu family had endured such humiliation. Even the mighty city lord's residents had to bow their heads and obediently marry off their daughter. Where's the ancestor? Why hasn't he come out? Fu Kuan asked anxiously, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. That Chu Yang seemed to have obtained some fortuitous opportunity, transforming from an ordinary person into a spirit master. What terrified him even more was that with merely a single claw of his spirit beast, he could slay a second-tier spirit beast. Thus, the beast must be at least tier 3 or even higher. If it were tier 4, then even his father and the others might not be their match. Silence. The ancestor is currently in seclusion, striving to break through to the late stage of tier 4. Once successful, our Fu family's strength will be on par with the city lord's residents. This is a critical moment. How dare you disturb it? Fu Tianke admonished in anger. This son of his was quite the disappointment tonight. It seemed he still required further tempering before he could be entrusted with the family legacy. Suddenly, Fu Kuan exclaimed, "Right. Father, that person possesses a soul artifact. You must be cautious when dealing with him." A soul artifact? Upon hearing this, the eyes of the assembly lit up. Realizing the value of such a treasure, the Fu family was indeed substantial, yet they currently possessed only one soul artifact, held by the ancestor. Is this true? The family elder, Fu Tianyan, inquired, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Fu Kuan sensed something was amiss. He had intended to warn them. Yet their expressions were filled with enthusiasm rather than caution. Nevertheless, he nodded in affirmation. It seems fortune has truly smiled upon my Fu family recently. First, Kuan is betrothed to Qin Luoxue of the city lord's residence. Then the ancestor is preparing to break through to the late stage of tier 4, and now, a young fellow comes bearing a soul artifact for us. It appears that heaven is aiding my Fu family in its rise. Fu Tianke's face flushed with joy. The other high-ranking members were all smiles, envisioning the Fu family surpassing the city lord's residence to become the most formidable power in Luotian City, if not the foremost. By then, Kuan, that second Miss Qin will also be one for you. Fu Tianke said with a grin. Father, can that really happen? Fu Kuan gasped, momentarily forgetting his previous fear as excitement surged within him. The Qin sisters, Qin Luoxue and Qin Luojiao, were both coveted by every man in Luotian City. He never imagined he would have the chance to embrace such beauty. Thank you, father. Fu Kuan immediately bowed, feeling rejuvenated. He could hardly wait for that day to arrive. Now, who will bring back that Chu Yang's head along with the soul artifact? Fu Tianke inquired. Patriarch, we are willing to go. Several voices responded in unison. This was a splendid opportunity to earn merit. Naturally, they were eager to take part. Just as their excitement peaked, a voice echoed in their ears. There's no need to go. I have already arrived. Who goes there? Fu Tianke bellowed, astonished that an outsider had infiltrated their estate. You Fu family truly possess audacity. A family of such stature, yet your defenses are so lax. Chu Yang strolled in leisurely. This truly exceeded his expectations. Despite being one of the largest families in Luotian City, apart from a few night watch guards at the entrance, there was hardly any patrol within the premises, allowing him to enter unimpeded. Chu Yang? Fu Kuan exclaimed in shock. He had actually followed him home. You are Chu Yang? Truly a newborn calf, not fearing the tiger. You dare to slay my Fu family's kin and even intrude into our domain, showing utter disregard for us. The family elder, Fu Tianyan, spoke in a low tone, though his eyes sparkled with interest. Not only him, but all the senior members present now regarded Chu Yang with keen eyes, as if he were a precious treasure. Your young master Fu Kuan destroyed my lodging, leaving me with nowhere to stay, so I had no choice but to come to your Fu family for a room to borrow for the night. Surely, you would not mind? Chu Yang smiled, standing outside the circular archway. Fu Tianke sneered. My Fu family is vast and prosperous, with plenty of rooms to spare. It just depends on whether the young friend has the life to occupy one. Moreover, I have heard that the young friend possesses a soul artifact, and I, Fu Tianke, would like to behold it. Oh, Chu Yang chuckled inwardly, realizing that Fu Kuan had recounted the events in full. It was clear that today's matter could not end amicably, since they had set their sights on his soul artifact. He might as well use it as bait to open up the entire situation. At that moment, a vibrant tower, radiating with 7-colored brilliance, materialized above his brow, casting its glow upon the members of the Fu family. It truly is a soul artifact. The high-ranking members of the Fu family gasped, each breathing heavily. The soul artifact is indeed in my possession, and I can see that you all are quite eager for it. Thus, let us see if you possess the strength to claim it, Chu Yang declared, and as soon as he finished speaking, Fu Tianke exchanged glances with the others. At this point, there was no need for pretense. The assault commenced without hesitation. In an instant, dozens of high-ranking members of the Fu family summoned their spirit beasts. A multitude of uniquely shaped spirit beasts materialized in the courtyard, causing the surrounding walls to tremble and collapse. The cacophony of their roars filled the air, an imposing aura enveloping the vicinity and creating waves in the night sky. Fu Tianke, fully aware that even the self-detonation of the second-tier spirit master Fu Chun had failed to inflict any harm, recognized that their adversary was at least a third-tier spirit master. Thus he dared not underestimate them. The onslaught was executed with a thunderous ferocity. At that moment, Qin Shufeng, the lord of the city of Luotian, suddenly opened his eyes. Rising from his bed to gaze in the direction of the Fu family estate, a frown creasing his brow. What are those people from the Fu family up to now? He pondered, growing increasingly exasperated with their recent unrest. They had even dared to threaten the Lord's mansion itself. Were it not for the special circumstances they currently faced, he would have annihilated the entire Fu family without a second thought. Meanwhile, the other 3 prominent family spirit masters in Luotian City also sensed the turmoil within the Fu family, each secretly observing the unfolding events. Chapter 7. The Power of Desolation. Is it merely a group of third-tier spirit masters? Chu Yang shook his head. They are utterly insufficient for my purposes. You insolent wretch, dare to belittle the Fu family, and you shall pay the price. Fu Tianke bellowed. As the nearby third-tier spirit beast, the mountain python, let out a fierce cry, its massive body coiling in a posture ready to strike. Chu Yang then noticed that many members of the Fu family had contracted mountain pythons. Among the 30 or so spirit beasts present, at least a third bore the yellow-brown hue of the mountain python. It dawned on him that this must be the family's symbolic spirit beast, a representative of their lineage, perhaps so iconic that anyone in Luotian City would associate the mountain python with the Fu family. Hardly worth my attention, Chu Yang remarked, turning to Fu Tianke. Summon your spirit beast as well. Very well, you have spirit, Fu Tianke retorted coldly. Instantly, a yellow-brown summoning array emerged, and a massive mountain python, measuring approximately 13 meters in length, appeared in the arena. A 4th-tier spirit beast. The clan leader has actually broken through to the 4th tier? The Fu family's upper echelons gasped, excitement radiating from them. Haha, truly, the heavens favor the Fu family, they exclaimed, their jubilation evident as they reveled in their newfound strength. Are you satisfied now, boy? Fu Tianke sneered. Initially, he had intended to conceal his true power, hoping to catch the other prominent families and the Lord's mansion off guard. But faced with a soul weapon, he wished for no errors. He now sought a swift resolution. It will suffice, I suppose. Chu Yang nodded, his expression suddenly turning icy. In that case, I can proceed to eliminate you without reservation. The Fu family coveted his soul weapon and his life. And if he wished to slay the Fu family's young master Fu Kuan, he would inevitably have to tread upon the corpses of those present. Thus, there was no room left for negotiation. At the moment the black summoning array appeared, Fu Kuan's face paled, as the terrifying memories of the past surged forth once more. A dragon's roar echoed through the air, followed by the emergence of a colossal being from the summoning array. What is this? Fu Tianke trembled involuntarily. The overwhelming presence of the 17-meter-long creature was suffocating. What kind of spirit beast is this? The senior members of the Fu family gazed in astonishment at the figure before them, clearly never having encountered such a beast before. At that moment, Chu Yang stood atop the creature's brow, grasping its black dragon horns. Kill. Without allowing the Fu family any time to react, he issued the command to the creature. The vendetta of blood must not go unavenged. In an instant, a surge of black luminescence erupted from the creature, illuminating the surroundings. This was its unique skill, the power of desolation. The attribute of desolation represented barrenness and decay, possessing the ability to annihilate all, a remarkably rare attribute. In a mere moment, many first and second-tier spirit beasts experienced their fur and scales wither, as if ravaged by the relentless passage of time. More terrifyingly, this black power of desolation spread forth, invading the spirit beasts and beginning to siphon away their vitality. Fourth-tier initial-level spirit beast? Chu Yang's expression quivered slightly. When did such a powerful being manifest in Luotian City? They had never heard of it before. Fourth-tier initial level? Fu Kuan was utterly bewildered. Have I attracted the ire of such a formidable opponent? But wasn't this Chu Yang supposed to be too weak to become a spirit master? Chu Yang smiled, knowing that while the aura radiating from the creature indeed suggested it was at the fourth-tier initial level, its true nature was that of a genuine fifth-tier pinnacle being. This was a deliberate choice on his part to have the creature restrain its own strength. Always leave a trump card was his guiding principle in this world. As Fu Tianke and the others stood in stunned silence, the creature's enormous claws descended upon the Fu family's elder, Fu Tianyan. How dare you? Fu Tianke snapped back to attention. A man of his domineering disposition would not allow anyone to slaughter his own elder before his eyes. Moreover, his opponent was merely at the fourth-tier initial level. How dare they act with such audacity within the Fu family? Kill! Fu Tianke roared, and the stout tail of the fourth-tier initial mountain python struck the ground with tremendous force. The earth quaked as a soil cone, composed of compressed soil, erupted from the ground, hurtling towards the creature's abdomen. This soil cone was infused with the mountain python's earth attribute spirit power, boasting extraordinary might. Even the solid, thick walls of Luotian City could be breached by such an attack. Bang! However, the creature remained unfazed, its black dragon claw deftly altering its trajectory and obliterating the soil cone. Seizing the opportunity, Fu Tianyan hastily retreated, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead. And even his clothing was soaked through. How could our Fu family have provoked a fifth-tier spirit warrior? He thought, despair evident in his eyes. Their strongest member was but a fourth tier. Defend with all our might. Once the ancestor emerges from seclusion, there shall be a turning point. Fu Tianke commanded, demonstrating his composure even in this dire crisis. The mountain python, being of the earth attribute, would gain various enhancements on the ground. It opened its massive maw, forming a spirit power soil cone within, amalgamated from yellow-brown spirit energy. Whoosh! The spirit power cone solidified further, finally shooting forth like a sharp arrow aimed at the creature's eyes. However, this attack, fully concentrated and unleashed by the mountain python, failed to even graze the creature, dissipating into nothingness before it could reach its target. At this moment, the others also came to their senses. Although astonished by the unprecedented spiritual beast, each commanded their respective spiritual beasts to unleash their skills. In an instant, a myriad of colorful attacks transformed into beams of light, all targeting the formidable figure of Huang. With a deep, resonant dragon's roar, Huang's entire form swayed and spiraled skyward. The attacks could hardly approach him, even if they did. They were rendered formless by his overwhelming power. Chu Yang bore witness to the immense might of the Huang attribute. Simultaneously, many first and second-tier spiritual beasts began to unleash their Huang power, vitality dissipating, their bodies growing emaciated. Fu Tianke felt a shudder in his heart as he gazed upon the grotesque sight of the spiritual beasts, drawing in a sharp breath. What manner of spiritual beast is this? How could it possess such peculiar attributes? Though deep in thought, his mountain python suddenly sprang forth from the ground, opening its gaping maw to bite down on Huang's dragon tail. Let us see you escape this. Fu Tiang's face beamed with a victorious smile. Once his mountain python closed in, few spiritual beasts could hope to evade its grasp. Among the tumult, only his primary spiritual beast, the mountain python, being at the early fourth tier, could inflict any damage on that beast. The attacks from other spiritual beasts were utterly futile. There existed a vast chasm between each major realm, an insurmountable divide. Unless a spiritual beast bore a spiritual treasure, it was exceedingly difficult to engage in battle across such great realms. At this moment, the mountain python, leveraging its massive size, managed to drag Huang down to the ground. In the distance, Fu Kuan, hiding behind the crowd, let out a heavy sigh of relief upon witnessing this scene. Once ensnared by their family's mountain python, within the same tier, there was little hope for survival. The other high-ranking members of the Fu family also exhaled in relief. The suffocating pressure exuded by this unknown spiritual beast was overwhelming. Between Huang's dragon horns, Chu Yang grinned. Ignorant fools. How could you overlook my spiritual beast's attributes? The Huang attribute possesses the power to annihilate all, thriving in close combat. The closer one got to Huang, the stronger its Huang power became. Indeed, once again, a surge of pitch-black Huang power erupted from Huang, coursing along its tail and infusing into the mountain python. This is dire. Seeing this scene, Fu Tian's expression shifted drastically as he hurriedly commanded the mountain python to release its grip on Huang's tail. He had witnessed the terrifying nature of that black mist, capable of turning spiritual beasts into desiccated corpses. As a clan leader, Fu Tianke undoubtedly possessed ample combat experience and awareness. However, the peculiarity and rarity of Huang's attributes left him unprepared for such an occurrence, leading to this grave miscalculation. Yet at that moment, Huang's body spun suddenly, its 4 dragon claws seizing the mountain python tightly and pinning it to the ground. At the same time, its sharp claws effortlessly pierced through the python's massive body, leaving several gory holes. A tumult of Huang power surged violently into the mountain python. Chapter 8. The Annihilation of the 4th-tier Mountain Python. Observing the torrential Huang power flooding into his spiritual beast, Fu Tian's expression changed dramatically. In an instant, he commanded his remaining 3 spiritual beasts to advance. Bang! 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 Huang's black dragon tail whipped through the air, and in a heartbeat, Fu Tian's 3 spiritual beasts were sent flying like ragdolls, crashing several yards away, lying motionless, uncertain of their fate. Kill! Roared the elder Fu Tianyan, his eyes reddened with fury. The situation was grim. The only hope lay in enduring until the ancestor emerged from seclusion, which might allow the Fu family to turn the tide. Chu Yang snorted coldly as Huang flung the mountain python aside, its surrounding Huang power radiating ominously. With a flick of its dragon tail, it plunged into the midst of the Fu family's spiritual beasts, prompting a cacophony of agonized screams, the intense scent of blood wafting through the air. How could a group of spiritual beasts below the 4th tier stand against Huang? Watching as the high-ranking members of the Fu family fell one by one, Fu Tianke let out a furious howl to the heavens. He began to weave hand seals, a silver soul power short sword materializing at his brow, aimed directly at Huang's head. Another soul technique? Chu Yang squinted. It was no surprise, being one of the 4 great families of Luotian City. They had a myriad of methods at their disposal. Fu Tianke understood that Chu Yang possessed a soul weapon, and thus his soul technique might not breach the opponent's defenses. Hence, he decisively targeted Huang. Generally, the soul power of a spiritual master was significantly stronger than that of a spiritual beast of the same realm. If he could eliminate this spiritual beast, Chu Yang himself would pose little threat. Clang! The sound of the sword echoed as the soul power short sword lunged towards Huang's head. Chu Yang frowned. This was his only current shortcoming. His own soul sea was protected by the sacred spirit tower, rendering most attacks inconsequential. Only Huang had yet to be equipped with a corresponding spiritual treasure to safeguard its soul sea. The soul power attacks from spiritual masters could easily injure it. However, he underestimated the capabilities of Huang's attributes. As Fu Tian's soul power short sword approached, a sudden eruption of black Huang power surged forth from Huang's dragon head. And in an instant, the incoming soul power short sword dissipated like wind. Chu Yang's eyes brightened. Huang power possessed such an extraordinary capability? He had never considered that Huang power could also affect the soul power of spiritual masters. He marveled once more at the formidable nature of the blind box system for having summoned such a powerful spiritual beast. Hiss! The mountain python was drenched in blood. Yet it remained resilient as a 4th-tier beast, with the inherent vitality of serpentine creatures. It let out an enraged hiss, raising its massive head, its entire form suddenly twisting and crashing into Huang. Furthermore, a colossal serpent head opened wide, lunging toward Chu Yang, perched atop Huang's dragon head. This fellow dares to attempt to eliminate me, the spiritual master? Standing atop Huang's dragon head, the Fu family's attacks were entirely out of reach. Should they manage to force him away from the spiritual beast, they had countless methods to ensure his demise. However, how could he be so forgetful? Chu Yang chuckled coldly. The mountain python's actions were akin to a desperate gamble. Suddenly, the black Huang power enveloped the mountain python entirely, surging with overwhelming force. Under such ferocious Huang power, even the robust 4th-tier mountain python could not withstand it. In mere breaths, its body began to wither, and after several more breaths, the once mighty mountain python was reduced to a pile of brittle bones. Astonishing. The Huang power was truly tyrannical. Fu Tian's complexion turned pale, and he spewed a mouthful of blood. His 4th-tier spiritual beast, the mountain python, was dead. Impossible. How could his 4th-tier spiritual beast be so powerful? Fu Tianke found it hard to believe. How could the opponent's spiritual beast be so formidable without the aid of a spiritual treasure? Fu Kuan leaned against the wall, trembling uncontrollably, realizing that his father had been defeated at Chu Yang's hands. However, the latter harbored no intentions of mercy, commanding the chaos to unleash a deadly assault upon the upper echelons. How audacious! Just as the fate of the Fu family teetered on the brink, a resonant voice imbued with formidable spiritual energy, emanated from a chamber behind the members of the Fu family. The ancestor has emerged from seclusion? Fu Tianke and the others were overwhelmed with joy. Ancestor, save us. Fu Kuan immediately took the lead, kneeling and prostrating himself upon the ground. We humbly welcome the ancestor's return from seclusion. All the high-ranking members of the Fu family knelt in unison. The ancestor of the Fu family? Chu Yang halted, standing atop the dragon head, gazing downward. His previous existence had been that of an ordinary person, utterly oblivious to the presence of an ancestor within the Fu family. What level of power does this individual possess? Chu Yang pondered, contemplating a strategic retreat should the foe prove too formidable. He would not be foolish enough to confront them head-on. Boom. In the next instant, the building erupted in a thunderous explosion. A cerulean spiritual beast burst forth from the wreckage, charging towards Chu Yang. It was the ancestor's four-eyed Xian eagle. Fu Kuan exclaimed in delight. Chu Yang observed as a massive eagle, adorned with vibrant blue plumage and possessing a wingspan of over 10 meters, emerged, its four eyes glistening with intensity. Its gaze was piercing, darting around as it fixated on Chu Yang and the chaos beneath him. A wind attribute spiritual beast. Chu Yang recalled having seen such creatures in literature, forming a vague impression. The four-eyed Xian eagle flapped its wings, slicing through the night sky with astonishing speed. Claws extended towards Chu Yang atop the dragon head. Roar! A dragon-s roar erupted as the chaos twisted its body, evading the attack of the four-eyed Xian eagle, countering with a sweeping tail strike. Yet, the eagle deftly evaded, soaring away. Below, the chamber housing the Fu ancestor erupted once more, two additional spiritual beasts emerging into view. A colossal mountain constrictor, measuring nearly 16 meters in length, and a serpent-like creature with a tiger's head appeared before the crowd. Haha. It is the ancestor's fourth-tier mountain constrictor and tiger snake. Our Fu family is saved. The remaining members rejoiced, their expressions reflecting a sense of survival against overwhelming odds. Even Fu Tianke breathed a sigh of relief. How did the Fu family become one of the most formidable forces in Luotian City? It was thanks to the ancestors' three fourth-tier spiritual beasts. Who dares to trespass upon the Fu family? A furious voice boomed. Following this, an elderly figure with hair as white as snow emerged from the shattered building. He was of diminutive stature, his visage weathered, yet his eyes were sharp and keen, resembling that of a hawk, fixated on Chu Yang in midair. Chu Yang regarded the Fu ancestor, and though it was said that the elderly were benevolent, he saw no trace of kindness on this man's face, only a sinister intensity. Particularly, a jagged scar running diagonally from his forehead to his left cheek accentuated his malevolence. However, it was evident, one who single-handedly established one of the four great families of Luotian City could hardly be considered a mere commoner. Old man, that grandson of yours, Fu Kuan, has harmed my life and destroyed my home. I have come to exact vengeance. Chu Yang declared defiantly. Boy, watch your words. The ancestor's appearance emboldened Fu Kuan, who no longer quivered in fear. He brazenly pointed at Chu Yang. Shortly after, he leaned close to the ancestor, whispering something in his ear. Oh, a soul weapon? Indeed. The Fu ancestor, Fu Dushu, brightened upon hearing Fu Kuan's account, and instead of reprimanding him, he laughed heartily. Kuan, you've done splendidly. This is a major contribution. This soul weapon is destined to belong to our Fu family, and with a glint of cold light in his gaze, he continued, I find myself particularly intrigued by that spiritual beast. Not only shall the soul weapon belong to us, but that spiritual beast shall also be our spoils. His avarice was laid bare, revealing that in his eyes, the losses sustained by the family could be replenished over time. But soul weapons and techniques constituted the enduring foundation of a lineage. Moreover, as a peak fourth-tier spiritual master, barring unforeseen circumstances, he could very well survive for around 400 years. Such a lengthy span would provide ample opportunity to establish a new family. Truly, Fu Dushu exemplified the essence of the Fu family. It was evident that the greedy traits of his descendants were inherited from him. Chu Yang could not help but mock. In truth, he underestimated the allure of the soul weapon. A powerful soul weapon could significantly enhance a spiritual master's prowess. It was akin to the disparity between wielding a weapon and being unarmed. Fu Dushu, relying on the soul weapon in his possession, had undoubtedly slain countless adversaries. If one were to say that the techniques cultivated Fu Dushu's current prowess, then it was undoubtedly the soul weapon that had repeatedly aided him in turning the tides of battle. Haha, little brat, not only shall your soul weapon become ours, but your spiritual beast shall also be claimed as a trophy by the Fu family. Fu Dushu waved his hand, summoning the three spiritual beasts to his side. Chu Yang frowned. From his tone, could it be that contracted spiritual beasts could be stripped away? Chapter 9. A family should stand united. However, at this moment, Fu Dushu's 3 spiritual beasts were already charging forth. Now, all the high-ranking members of the Fu family should be present, right? Chu Yang spoke coldly. And if they are? Fu Dushu's eyes glimmered with a chilling light. It is well that they are present. A family should stand united. Chu Yang replied with a smile. In the next moment, as 3 spiritual beasts descended from the heavens and the earth to attack, the aura of the chaos was unleashed without reservation. Simultaneously, a dark power enveloped its dragon claws, akin to a layer of armor. Chaos Dragon Claws, another skill of the chaos. Bang! With a single strike, the tiger-headed serpent skull, closest in proximity, was instantaneously pierced. A peak 5th-tier spiritual beast? Fu Dushu exclaimed in shock. This overwhelming aura can only belong to a 5th-tier beast. What? A peak 5th tier? The faces of Fu Tianke and the others turned pale in an instant. How could this be? This youth had actually held back when facing them. I said, a family should stand united. Otherwise, if someone is frightened enough to flee, it poses a potential threat to me. Chu Yang stated coldly. Fu Dushu's expression soured drastically. Had the opponent unleashed their 5th-tier might from the outset, he would have certainly fled without a sound. Better to preserve the green mountains than to fear the lack of firewood. But now, it was too late to flee. Furthermore, his tiger snake had already perished. A 4th-tier spiritual beast stood no chance against a 5th-tier adversary. It was slain in a single blow. Roar! The chaos let out a deafening roar, reverberating throughout Luotian City, overwhelming all spiritual masters with an unprecedented sense of oppression. A 5th-tier spiritual beast, the city lord, Qin Shufeng, was taken aback, his expression fluctuating. Is it a spiritual beast of the Fu family? Or could it be? He was uncertain, but as far as he knew, Fu Dushu should not have broken through to the 5th tier so swiftly. Moreover, he sensed that within the Fu family estate, several forces were clashing. It seemed as though a fierce battle was underway. Qin Shufeng furrowed his brow. What on earth was the Fu family up to? He is unable to step outside the Lord's manor even for a moment. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly venture forth to investigate personally. The elderly members of the other prominent families, particularly the Fu family, wore solemn expressions and remained silent. Father, what has transpired with the Fu family? Inquired Wang Yuan, the young master of the Wang family. To the man beside him, who was none other than Wang Jinshan, the head of the Wang family. It appears a fierce battle has erupted within the Fu family. Wang Jinshan furrowed his brow, his tone laced with uncertainty. He felt the oppressive aura of a 5th-tier spirit beast. What 5th-tier spirit beast could possibly exist in Luotian City? A battle within the Fu family? Wang Yuan exclaimed in astonishment, then quickly added, Father, if that is the case, why do we not take action covertly and strike the Fu family from the shadows? The rivalry among the 4 great families had been ongoing for quite some time. As the young master of the Wang family, Wang Yuan was acutely aware of the intricate relationships, especially considering Fu Kuan's engagement to one of his goddesses, Qin Luoxue, which made it all the more difficult for him to swallow his pride. Silence. Wang Jinshan glared fiercely at his son, disapproving of his impulsive nature. Who could say this wasn't a trap set by the Fu family? Perhaps it was designed to lure them, the lurking observers, into a carefully laid snare. A similar scenario unfolded in the Yang and Mo families. A resonating dragon roar shook the heavens. The terrifying bellow caused the 4-eyed Xian eagle in the sky to become disoriented, and its massive body plummeted from the air. Chu Yang's eyes gleamed with excitement. Was it the roar of the primal dragon? Through his bond with the spirit beast, he sensed that Huang had somehow comprehended a new skill. This filled him with joy. However, on the other side, Uncle Fu's expression shifted once more as he sensed an attack imbued with soul force through sound waves. His 4-eyed Xian eagle, lacking any spiritual treasures to protect its soul sea, was unexpectedly stunned by the opposing spirit beast's sonic assault. Huang's form soared through the air, intent on shredding the plummeting 4-eyed Xian eagle. Withdraw. But Uncle Fu acted swiftly, pulling it back into his spiritual domain. He suddenly clasped his fists and declared, Young friend, this is indeed the fault of my Fu family. I am willing to offer compensation. However, it is better to resolve grievances than to deepen them. I hope you will reconsider, as all can be negotiated. The 5th-tier spirit beast posed a genuine challenge to him. Among spirit masters, one's realm was the most reliable measure of strength. Here, it was rare to find any instances of defying the odds or engaging in battles across tiers. Unless the spirit beast possessed exceptional attributes and was equipped with spiritual treasures. Thus, Uncle Fu had lowered his head. Chu Yang was momentarily taken aback. This old man had previously been so greedy, demanding his soul artifact and spirit beast, yet now he had turned around and admitted defeat. Ancestor. Fu Kuan's expression was one of disbelief. Did the ancestor's concession imply that he would push Fu Kuan forward? Just as Chu Yang pondered this, Uncle Fu's demeanor suddenly turned cold and fierce, a glimmer of icy light shooting forth from between his brows, slicing through the void and hurtling towards Chu Yang. The latter's expression shifted as an ominous aura of death approached, his sole artifact. Chu Yang was alarmed. It resembled a silver needle, slender and elongated. Without using soul force to perceive it, it was nearly impossible to catch with the naked eye. Uncle Fu grinned maliciously. For this soul artifact had claimed countless spirit masters of the same tier in surprise attacks, even severely injuring those of higher cultivation. The soul artifact did not harm the physical body, but struck at the soul sea. For a spirit master in battle, once the soul sea was injured, it became exceedingly difficult to wield soul force again, equivalent to losing an arm. Yet, just as he believed he had succeeded, a small tower radiating seven-colored light materialized before Chu Yang's brow. The two soul artifacts collided with a crisp sound. Uncle Fu's silver needle soul artifact was instantly sent flying. A defensive soul artifact? Uncle Fu's eyes widened in disbelief. He couldn't help but mutter curses under his breath. What a stroke of misfortune to encounter a defensive soul artifact. Had it been an offensive soul artifact, perhaps his strike would have succeeded. However, he soon realized something else. This young man possessed only initial stage first-tier cultivation. He found it perplexing how someone of initial stage first-tier cultivation could command a fifth-tier spirit beast. Cursed be it. If it weren't for that defensive soul artifact, that little brat would have surely perished under his earlier attack. Uncle Fu was filled with resentment. Yet upon confirming that Chu Yang was merely at initial stage first-tier cultivation, he felt a sense of relief wash over him. If that were the case, he still had a chance to turn the tables. With that, his silver needle soul artifact lunged once more towards Huang's soul sea. Generally speaking, the soul force of spirit beasts would be lower than their cultivation. Just as Uncle Fu had surmised, even though Huang was at the pinnacle of fifth-tier cultivation, its soul force might only be at the initial or mid-stage of fifth tier. Thus, he still had an opportunity. Meanwhile, Chu Yang was also concerned that this old man would target Huang. So after the Holy Spirit Tower successfully defended against the opposing soul artifact, he commanded Huang to charge at Uncle Fu. Yet ultimately, the latter was a fraction quicker. As Huang lunged forward, his silver needle soul artifact also thrust towards Huang. Chu Yang's heart tightened, realizing the impending danger. Huang's primal force had a silencing effect on both spiritual and soul forces, but it did not affect soul artifacts. Or rather, its power had yet to reach the strength required to influence a soul artifact. Meanwhile, Chu Yang, possessing only initial stage first-tier soul force, could not forcibly activate the Holy Spirit Tower. It had always been in a passive defensive state. However, it could only safeguard his soul sea, not that of the spirit beast. Haha, brat, let's see how you die this time. Uncle Fu taunted mockingly. Without a spirit beast, Chu Yang, a mere initial stage first-tier spirit master, was not worth his concern. Yet in the next moment, his expression changed dramatically. For when his soul artifact struck the spirit beast before him, it failed to inflict any harm. How could this be? Uncle Fu involuntarily swallowed hard, filled with disbelief. Could it be that this spirit beast's soul force and cultivation were both at the pinnacle of fifth tier? Why? Why would such a spirit beast be contracted by a boy with no background? According to Fu Kuan's account, Chu Yang had no connections whatsoever. He was merely an orphan from Luotian City, which had emboldened Uncle Fu to act without concern for any backing Chu Yang might possess. Has your performance concluded? Now it is my turn. Uncle Fu heard Chu Yang's icy voice ringing in his ears. Young friend, wait. My Fu family is willing to submit. Uncle Fu's face paled as he shouted urgently, preparing to summon the four-eyed Xian Eagle. However, this time, Chu Yang showed no hesitation. The massive and pitch-black dragon claw descended directly. Chapter 10. The city of Luotan was in an uproar. As Huang's dragon claw fell, none from the Fu family could withstand it. Yet, Uncle Fu still managed to summon the four-eyed Xian Eagle at the last moment, evading Huang's onslaught. Ah, little brat, I will not let you off, echoed Uncle Fu's vengeful voice from the sky. Uncle Fu's mountain python perished beneath Huang's dragon claw, causing blood to flow from his 7 orifices. At that moment, his true nature was revealed, loathsome and detestable. You have no chance left. Chu Yang patted Huang's forehead, and in the next instant, a dragon's roar resounded once more. The thunderous sound waves surged forth like a torrent, sweeping towards the spirit beast suspended in the air. The four-eyed Xian Eagle trembled violently, its form resembling a small boat tossed amid a tempest, swaying precariously in the wind. Ah, kid, do you truly intend to eradicate us completely? The sorrowful voice of Uncle Fu resounded. With the Fu family annihilated, if he were to perish as well, they would vanish completely from the annals of Luotian City. Wildfires cannot be extinguished. They will sprout anew with the spring breeze. Chu Yang's voice bore no trace of emotion. This old fellow was nothing but a cunning rascal, one who could not be allowed to live. As his words fell, Huang soared into the air, pursuing the four-eyed Xian eagle. Amid Uncle Fu's resentful gaze, Huang's dragon claw lunged forward with ferocity. Boom! The fifth-tier spirit beast struck, and gods would be slain. Demons would be vanquished. Standing atop the dragon's head, Chu Yang looked down upon the corpses strewn across the ground. This was indeed a world where strength reigned supreme. Ultimately, he let out a sigh of reflection. At times, the powerful truly can act with impunity. He surmised that no one would delve deeply into the deaths of the Fu family members. At most, there would be some superficial inquiries. Perhaps there were those who had long wished for the Fu family's demise. Just as he had been ignored when he was slain, no one had come to his aid. Eventually, Chu Yang descended into the Fu family treasury. As one of the four great families, the reserves within the treasury were astonishing. Chu Yang was taken aback. The currency in this world resembled the silver notes of ancient Earth, yet the Fu family treasury held several chests of it. Additionally, there was an abundance of gold and silver. He had struck it rich. At last, he could purchase a lavish mansion. He had never beheld such a vast fortune, and he felt an exhilarating rush akin to a sudden windfall. Coincidentally, his residence had been obliterated by Fu Kuan and his men, and now he could replace it with a new one. Indeed, murder and arson pave the way to wealth. Robbery is the fastest means to riches. Chu Yang began to gather his spoils. Were these techniques and soul arts? In the depths of the treasury, within an iron box, he discovered 3 tomes, 2 on techniques and 1 on soul arts, which were urgently needed by Chu Yang at present. He felt that relying solely on the blind box system was rather precarious. Who knows when he would acquire a technique? He could not neglect his cultivation indefinitely. There were also numerous soul and spirit medicines. Chu Yang's eyes sparkled. Soul medicines could enhance the soul power of spirit masters, and when combined with techniques, would yield remarkable results in cultivation. As for spirit medicines, they could accelerate the training speed of spirit beasts. However, most of these spirit medicines were of the first tier, with only a few of the second tier, rendering them ineffective for Chu Yang at this stage. After all, Huang was already at the pinnacle of the 5th tier. Nevertheless, those soul medicines could be quite beneficial to him. Ultimately, Chu Yang took everything he could carry, making several trips back and forth until he had completely emptied the Fu family treasury. The following day, the entire Luotian city was in an uproar. Every high-ranking member of the Fu family had been exterminated, with none left alive. Inside the Fu family courtyard, blood flowed like rivers. The bodies of the Fu family's upper echelons and spirit beasts littered the entire courtyard. It did not take long for someone to discover the corpse of the Fu family's ancestor, Uncle Fu. In an instant, the entire Luotian city, from spirit masters to common folk, was abuzz with discussions about the event. Oh dear, I just went in to take a look and nearly vomited on the spot. The scene was simply ghastly. An elderly man lamented as he sat at a tea stall, his face pale, gesturing animatedly to those around him. The old gentleman is truly impressive. I didn't even dare to step inside. Just the stench of blood wafting out made me want to retch. Huh. But the Fu family truly had it coming. Their elevated status was built upon the wealth they extorted from us, wasn't it? They abused their power as spirit masters, committing heinous acts in the city, and they deserved to be eradicated. Who can argue with that? My neighbor, Old Wang, was merely unfortunate enough to bump into a Fu family member and ended up being extorted to the point of losing his entire house to them. He was ultimately driven to hang himself. Oh, but what of that? Old Zhang next door had his brother-in-law coerced into servitude for the Fu family, and even his wife and daughter were taken by a petty steward of the Fu family. In the end, the 3 of them could not endure the humiliation and committed suicide at the Fu family's doorstep. How pitiful. Tales of the Fu family's misdeeds circulated throughout the city. Some laughed heartily, paying tribute to the departed souls, while others cursed the heavens, lamenting that retribution had come too late. While the Fu family was in power, they suppressed all rumors with their formidable strength, but now, all the vile acts they had committed were laid bare. One by one, each shocking incident came to light. At this moment, many ordinary citizens, armed with cleavers and wearing fierce expressions, roamed the streets in search of any remnants of the Fu family. They sought to eradicate the root of this malignant tumor, to cleanse the Fu family once and for all, and to use their blood to honor those who had perished at the hands of the Fu family. However, after the Fu family's annihilation, the so-called tree had fallen and the monkeys scattered. The remaining members of the Fu family had hidden away, even retreating to the wilds teeming with ferocious beasts. Yet, many Fu family members were still discovered and faced the wrath of the people. This was the cycle of oppression and rebellion. The severity of the previous oppression was now met with a terrifying backlash. Nonetheless, this chaotic scene was swiftly brought under control by the guards of the city lord's mansion, significantly reducing the bloodshed. However, the topic surrounding the Fu family would linger for a long time. Curiously, following the demise of the Fu family, The other three great families fell into an eerie silence. Logically, they should have been the first to divide the Fu family's assets to enhance their own power. Yet now, all the families were astonishingly quiet, with everyone retreating back to their clans and refraining from venturing out. The low-key demeanor was unsettling. Within the Wang clan, Wang Yuan inquired, "Father, are you concerned that the powerful individual who annihilated the Fu family is still lingering in Luotian City? Is that why you have called everyone back to the clan?" Wang Zhinshan nodded. For now, let everyone remain calm and avoid provoking anyone. He feared that some foolhardy individual might draw the attention of the one who had eliminated the Fu family. If that were to happen, it would undoubtedly bring calamity upon the Wang family. A fifth-tier spirit master capable of eradicating the Fu family could just as easily wipe out the Wang family. From his understanding of Uncle Fu, that old man would never willingly provoke a formidable enemy for the Fu family. The only possibility lay with his wayward descendants. "Yes, father," Wang Yuan replied. However, he questioned, "Do you think it might have been the City Lord's mansion that intervened?" Wang Zhinshan shook his head. While the City Lord's mansion indeed possesses the capability to annihilate the Fu family, it would require a significant deployment of spirit masters. Relying solely on Qin Shufeng would not suffice. Based on his perception from the previous night, it seemed that there was only one individual involved, leading him to believe that the City Lord's manor was not behind the actions. Moreover, had not the City Lord's manor allied with the Fu family through marriage? How could they possibly act against them? Wang Zhinshan continued to elaborate. However, at that moment, a smile crept across Wang Yuan's lips. With Fu Kuan's demise, Qin Luoshua's fiancé was no more. As the most promising young talent among the three great families, his chances of winning Qin Luoshua's affection were significantly heightened. Perhaps I should take the initiative, Wang Yuan mused to himself. Not only the Wang family, but also the Yang and Mo families remained unusually quiet, as if they were reclusive clans, staying behind closed doors. They feared that a member of their family might provoke that fifth-tier powerhouse. They were acutely aware of the character of their own disciples, which was not much stronger than that of the Fu family. Should an unwise individual offend a fifth-tier spirit master, they would be unable to withstand the wrath that would ensue. Furthermore, judging by the nature of the other party's assault, it was evident that they were a ruthless individual, not to be trifled with. As the discussions regarding the Fu family unfolded, Chu Yang had already acquired a residence. While it could not be deemed luxurious, it was spacious, undoubtedly one of the largest estates in Luotian City. As a spirit master, prior to the spiritual domain's transition from illusion to reality, it was ideal to have a place for spirit beasts to rest. This courtyard was a deliberate choice. The layout of the house was commendable, featuring a small lake. Once he acquired a water attribute spirit beast, it could be directly placed in the pond. Chu Yang was quite pleased with this location. He also planned to construct a rockery in the adjacent vacant lot, ideally hollowing out a dragon's cave within it, where his spirit beast, Huang, could rest. Chu Yang nodded. After a long day of labor, it was time to venture out for a meal. He had exhausted himself in the pursuit of this satisfying abode. Upon arriving on the street, he overheard groups of people discussing matters concerning the Fu family. To his astonishment, the Fu family had indeed committed numerous heinous acts. As he listened to their accounts, he was taken aback. As a soul that had traversed from a technologically advanced Earth, some dark occurrences ignited a burning fury within him. He longed to obliterate the Fu family once again. Entering a tavern, Chu Yang ordered several exquisite dishes. Taking a seat on the second floor by the window, as he savored the food and sipped on wine, a wave of contentment washed over him. The wine in this world possessed a unique flavor. Chu Yang took a delicate sip. Suddenly, a man hurriedly approached a table on the second floor, his expression brimming with excitement. "Hey, I've got some significant news for you all." "What is it? Have you found remnants of the Fu family?" someone at the table inquired, rising to his feet while preparing to draw a knife from his person. "Not that," the man replied in a hushed tone. "I have a tip-off. The two goddesses from the City Lord's manor are going to the spirit beast market." "Really?" The eyes of those at the table lit up, breaths quickening. "I can assure you, I usually wouldn't share this with just anyone." With that, they dashed out of the tavern, evoking a sense of fervor akin to that of chasing after celebrities on Earth. The two goddesses from the City Lord's manor? Chu Yang set down his wine glass. Although their voices were faint, he caught every word. His curiosity about these two individuals was piqued. In his previous life, he had revered them as divine beings, indicating their extraordinary status. After all, with such striking looks, their standards were undoubtedly exceptional. Furthermore, he was quite interested in beautiful women. Subsequently, he quietly followed after them. The spirit beast trading market in Luotian City was a bustling hub. Most who lingered there were spirit masters, known for their lavish expenditures. This gave rise to a rather opulent commercial district nearby. However, being a spirit beast market, the primary attraction was, of course, the spirit beasts themselves. As Chu Yang wandered through, He was continually amazed. Most of the spirit beasts here were creatures that did not exist on technologically advanced Earth, broadening his horizons immensely. Boss, what kind of spirit beast is this? Chu Yang asked, pointing to one particular creature. This spirit beast resembled a human stone statue, had its eyes not blinked. Chu Yang would have thought it was merely a sculpture. This is a stone attribute statue beast, possessing formidable defensive and offensive capabilities. Many spirit masters choose it as their first spirit beast. Would you like to purchase one, young master? The boss explained with a smile, not forgetting to flatter the product. What quality? Chu Yang inquired. Naturally, it is of bronze quality. Silver quality and above spirit beasts are snatched up the moment they appear, typically only found at auctions. The diamond quality giant scorpion previously owned by Fu Kuan was an exceedingly rare high-quality spirit beast. Chu Yang lost interest. Just ordinary quality? In this world, spirit beasts did not have evolutionary paths, making the quality selection all the more crucial. Thus, the profession of beast evaluator emerged. In essence, it involved assessing the quality of spirit beasts based on their appearance. Even among spirit beasts of the same species, quality could vary significantly. This was akin to humans. While all may be human, their potential is not uniform. Some may become the wealthiest individuals in the world, while others might be reduced to beggars on the streets. Hence, the role of a beast evaluator became especially important. If one could select a high-quality spirit beast, their future prospects would be limitless. As Chu Yang traversed the spirit beast trading market, his eyes roamed, yet he failed to spot the two goddesses from the city lord's manor. Was that fellow's information false? This left him somewhat disheartened. Not only him, but many others who had rushed over upon hearing the rumor were equally disappointed. In the vast trading market, there was no sign of the two women. Had they truly appeared, they would have been swarmed. Let's leave. We might as well do something else. Everyone was filled with disappointment. What a waste of my time. The young master of the Wang family, Wang Yuan, also slipped out. However, he maintained a low profile, showing none of his usual arrogance. After failing to see the two goddesses from the city lord's manor, he swiftly returned to the Wang family. After a while, the spirit beast trading market became notably quieter. Those two had quite the allure. Chu Yang observed the stark contrast before and after with a hint of surprise. Oh well, since I can't see the two beauties, it wouldn't hurt to take a look at the spirit beasts. With that, he began to leisurely explore the spirit beast trading market. I'll take this spirit beast. Suddenly, a crisp voice rang out. Chu Yang turned to see two elegant youths with exquisite features, holding folding fans as they gazed at a tricolored deer. The previous words had escaped from the lips of one of the young men. Chu Yang was taken aback. When had Luotian City given rise to young men whose appearances rivaled his own? At that moment, they captured his attention. The two youths had lips as red as coral, teeth as white as jade, and skin that was as smooth as polished stone, with a delicate rosy hue. Particularly striking were the delicate hands that wielded a folding fan. Remarkably fair and elongated. Ear piercings? Chu Yang squinted his eyes, a sudden smile gracing his lips as he realized they were cross-dressing. Despite the other's appearance being somewhat masculine, the keen-eyed Chu Yang discerned the telltale signs. Further inspection revealed a pair of long boots, several sizes smaller than his own, confirming his suspicions. These were undoubtedly the feet of a woman. To possess a beauty that rivaled his own while masquerading as a man. Indeed, there were two of them. A slight smile curled at the corners of Chu Yang's mouth. He had heard tales of the inseparable twin sisters of the Qin family, and it seemed he had undoubtedly encountered the two goddesses of the Qin clan. He quietly observed the pair. Were the Qin sisters adept beast tamers as well? Chu Yang was taken aback. The two engaged in a knowledgeable critique of the spirit beasts, articulating their insights with precision. They even dared to caress the bones of these creatures to render their judgments. This astonished Chu Yang, for these spirit beasts, in that moment, were still fierce predators. Though merely cubs, their instinctual ferocity could incite them to attack humans. Yet, as Chu Yang trailed behind, he noted that regardless of how the sisters touched the ferocious cubs, they displayed no signs of resistance. This surely could not be the prowess of mere beast tamers, he mused with skepticism. Suddenly, the two turned to face the following Chu Yang, one of them exhibiting a flicker of surprise in her eyes. What is your purpose in trailing us, kind sir? The other inquired with a somewhat frosty tone. Please do not misunderstand. I am merely intrigued by your profound insights into the spirit beasts, and I wish to make your acquaintance, Chu Yang replied, bowing slightly. At that moment, the sister who had shown surprise transmitted a thought. Sister, it is that Chu Yang. Being former students of the same academy, the sisters were naturally aware of the man renowned as the most handsome in Luotian City. He is even more dashing than his portrait. Qin Luo Jiao continued telepathically. Do not be infatuated. Qin Luo Shui shot a glare at her younger sister. I am not swooning. He is genuinely striking. Qin Luo Jiao retorted. And yet you collect his portraits without restraint? Qin Luo Shui replied with exasperation. Though Chu Yang could not hear their telepathic exchange, their expressions confirmed his suspicions. In a private room of a restaurant, under Chu Yang's earnest invitation, the three gathered. As you are both beast tamers, I have a question I wish to pose, he began. Speak on, the younger sister, Qin Luo Jiao, responded eagerly. Her bright eyes fixed on him, causing a flush to rise in Chu Yang's cheeks. This left Qin Luo Shui somewhat speechless. Her sister had been utterly captivated by Chu Yang since first seeing his portrait. If not for their strict family, she might have ventured out to secretly observe him. Now, encountering him in the flesh, it felt as though her sister had completely succumbed. Qin Luo Shui sensed an ominous premonition. I understand that spirit beasts are classified into bronze, silver, gold, diamond, and king qualities, yet I wonder if there exists a sacred quality among them? He was deeply intrigued by the attributes of these beasts, yet had never heard of such a classification. There are indeed higher qualities beyond king, but I have never heard of a sacred quality, Qin Luo Jiao replied. Shaking her head, Chu Yang's heart stirred. It seemed his assumptions were correct. There were indeed qualities surpassing king. Perhaps the sacred quality was simply beyond their comprehension. However, Qin Luo Jiao appeared disinterested in spirit beasts at that moment and changed the subject with a smile, setting aside qualities. I wonder if you have faced any harassment from Fu Kuan? She had heard that Fu Kuan intended to harm Chu Yang due to some rumors. Upon learning this, she wished to intervene but was unable to do so. Yes, I have been killed by him once. Chu Yang nodded. He had not anticipated that Qin Luo Jiao was concerned about him. With a flick of her folding fan, she laughed. Brother, you certainly jest. You are sitting here in perfect health. How could you have been killed? Indeed, I was slain, but I have since returned to life. Chu Yang replied earnestly. If not for the system, he truly would have met his end. It could be considered a resurrection of sorts. At that moment, Qin Luo Shui's icy voice interjected. Did you hear that? You kindly inquired about him. Yet he responded with such flippancy. What nonsense. Unlike her infatuated sister, Qin Luo Shui exhibited no warmth towards Chu Yang. Rather, she maintained this stance towards all strangers. Hearing this, Qin Luo Jiao fell silent. She too felt that Chu Yang's words were mere evasions. If he did not wish to disclose, he could simply refuse rather than toy with her. Chu Yang smiled, choosing not to comment further. This matter was too complex to clarify. He then turned to Qin Luo Shui. Speaking of Fu Kuan, I believe I owe you an apology. Huh, we have never intersected. What could you possibly apologize for? Qin Luo Shui scoffed. Because your fiancé was foolish enough to try to kill me, and I inadvertently ended his life. The atmosphere instantly thickened. You know our identities? Qin Luo Jiao gasped in astonishment. They had disguised themselves so impeccably, yet they had been recognized? I recognized you long ago, Chu Yang replied with a smile. Though he was unaware of the source of the sisters' masterful disguises, he was well aware of their true identities. Otherwise, he would not have invited them. As a man, particularly one who had been subjected to the three major malevolent arts of earth, he was eager to behold the renowned beauties of this world. You claim to have killed Fu Kuan? After the initial shock, Qin Luo Shui scrutinized Chu Yang. He replied nonchalantly, what else could I do when your blind fiancé sought to take my life? I had no choice but to eliminate him. Of course, if you seek vengeance, feel free to come at me anytime. Wait, do you even comprehend who Fu Kuan is? How dare you assert that you killed him? Qin Luo Jiao exclaimed in disbelief. Based on her inquiries, she had learned that Chu Yang had failed to become a spirit master, which had troubled her for quite some time. How could an ordinary person possibly slay Fu Kuan, a spirit master, not to mention his formidable background? Regardless of the past, I know for certain that he is dead now. You are boasting. Even Qin Luo Jiao wrinkled her nose in skepticism. They too had heard of the Fu family's downfall, yet could not fathom how it could be linked to Chu Yang. Ultimately, the three parted ways after an unfruitful first meeting, and it was evident that the Qin sisters held a rather unfavorable impression of him. I merely sought to extend a simple apology. How is it that no one believes me? Chu Yang sighed. Yet he gleaned that there were deeper implications surrounding Qin Luo Shui's betrothal to Fu Kuan. It was merely a delaying tactic by the Qin family. Qin Luo Shui could not possibly marry Fu Kuan. Alas, he had not been able to behold their true forms. Despite their disguises, the two young women exuded an aura that was distinctly uncommon among ordinary individuals, which momentarily provoked a reaction from the chaotic realm of Chu Yang. Sister, did you see? Apart from his handsome exterior, Chu Yang is utterly lacking in merit, spouting nonsense. He claims to have slain Fu Kuan. Why not admit that he obliterated the Fu family instead? On their journey back to the city lord's mansion, Qin Luoxue sought to console her somewhat reticent sister, Qin Luojiao. However, I believe he has no need to lie. Qin Luojiao retorted. Oh, sister, your naivety is too pronounced. He is clearly attempting to attract our attention. How could an ordinary person possess the capability to kill Fukuin? Qin Luoxue admonished earnestly. In the future, keep your distance from such individuals. Do you understand? The city lord's mansion was notably tranquil. After concluding his meditation, Qin Shufeng rose from the meditation cushion and called out, "What are you sneaking around the door for? Hurry and come in." At that moment, two tall young women entered, one clad in a flowing azure gown and the other in a vibrant crimson dress. Their skin was as fair as alabaster, and their eyes sparkled like clear waters. The elegance of their figures was accentuated by the cinched waistlines of their garments. "Father." The two young women greeted in unison, bowing respectfully. "What's this? Off playing again. What spoils have you brought back this time?" Qin Shufeng gazed at his daughters with affection. Qin Luojiao stepped forward and linked her arm with his, saying, "This time, there weren't any significant gains. We merely discovered 2 silver-grade spirit beasts." 2 silver-grade spirit beasts? That is indeed quite remarkable. Qin Shufeng exclaimed, astonished. Silver-grade creatures are coveted treasures in the outside world. It seems you have inherited your mother's true legacy. He mused. Time truly flies. In the blink of an eye, my daughters have grown so much. Has your mother still not awakened? It has been nearly half a month now, hasn't it? Qin Luoxue asked with a hint of worry. Yes, she remains unresponsive. Qin Shufeng replied solemnly. Once she awakens, I will ensure she visits the sanctuary of all spirits. Perhaps only there can we find the soul medicine to heal her wounds. Indeed. Qin Luojiao nodded. We will accompany you, father. By the way, we encountered a man today who claimed he had slain Fukuin. Slain Fukuin? Qin Shufeng's eyes flickered with intrigue. Pray do tell me more. After parting ways with the Qin sisters, Chu Yang continued to roam the trading market for an extended period, discovering numerous spirit beasts of which he had previously been unaware. Subsequently, he set about renovating the Chu family estate. As the saying goes, money can make even the most reluctant of tasks occur. With the backing of considerable wealth, the entire estate underwent a remarkable transformation. In addition to a vast lake spanning dozens of yards in diameter within the courtyard, a grand artificial mountain was erected in the right-side vacant lot, designed to accommodate the daily living environment of the spirit beast, Huang. Huang emitted a low growl, burrowing into a cave within the artificial mountain. Chu Yang nodded in satisfaction. While spirit beasts could reside in the spiritual realm, that realm was merely a figment of imagination, far less comfortable than tangible surroundings. It was still too vast and lacked vitality. Chu Yang resolved to find a steward and a gatekeeper, along with some servants to maintain cleanliness. The expansive Chu family estate could not possibly be left to him alone. Moreover, spirit beasts required sustenance. Although Huang was already at the 5th level of cultivation and needed to eat only at regular intervals, its appetite was quite formidable, only satisfied by wild, ferocious beasts. Having finally settled into a tranquil state, Chu Yang began to peruse the cultivation techniques obtained from the Fu family. Only by increasing his soul power to break through to the 2nd level could he continue to contract spirit beasts. Soul refinement technique. Chu Yang gazed at the tome in his hand. This was a silver-grade cultivation method, sufficient to elevate one to the 4th level. The quality of the cultivation method paralleled that of spirit beasts, categorized as bronze, silver, gold, diamond, and sovereign. Its upper limit corresponded with that of spirit beasts, correlating to the 2nd, 4th, 6th, 8th, and 10th levels. This might also explain why Uncle Fu had failed to ascend to the 5th level. The limitations of the soul refinement technique prevented him from advancing. As Chu Yang activated the soul refinement technique, he immediately sensed a thin layer of silver, ethereal substance wafting through the surrounding space. Soul material. This was the foundational substance for spirit masters to cultivate their soul power. Similarly, the world also contained a type of spirit material, which served as the elemental energy for spirit beasts. However, given the harsh environment of Luotian City, both soul and spirit materials were exceedingly scarce, naturally hindering the speed of cultivation. Chapter 13. The 5th level Red-Eyed Fire Lion. The system activated the blind box. This was perhaps the most anticipated event for Chu Yang each day. If only he could obtain a spirit master cultivation pill or a spirit beast treasure. A flash of black light passed, and the system's notification chimed. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a spirit contract enhancement pill. A pill, shimmering with a gentle glow, materialized within the system space. A spirit contract enhancement pill? Chu Yang was taken aback, examining its effects. Item name, spirit contract enhancement pill. Item note, consuming it will allow for an additional contract, enabling the binding of one more spirit beast. It is recommended for the host to consume, 1 per person. The second will be ineffective. By the heavens, what a treasure! Chu Yang exclaimed with delight. To think it was a pill that could enhance his contracts. The system was indeed unfathomably powerful, capable of producing such an item. Ordinarily, a spirit master could only contract one spirit beast upon breaking through each major tier. Yet with this pill, he could contract another even at the first tier. Without hesitation, Chu Yang swallowed the spirit contract enhancement pill. Instantly, a peculiar energy unfurled within his soul sea, and Chu Yang realized he could now contract another spirit beast. With this, I can begin my search for my second spirit beast. He yearned to draw a sacred spirit beast from the blind box, but that, alas, was beyond his control. Thus, he could only rely on his own endeavors. He wondered if the system could produce a spirit beast evolution pill. If it could, he would not have to go to great lengths searching for high-quality spirit beasts. Yet, he dared not gamble. In this world, there was no method for spirit beasts to evolve. One could only judge by their quality. Therefore, the best and most prudent approach was to seek high-quality spirit beasts whenever possible. In the depths of the Wang family's secret chamber, Patriarch Wang Jinshan gazed at the disheveled man seated across from him and sighed after a long silence. I never imagined Brother Fu would meet such a fate. The man facing Wang Jinshan was Fu Tianxuan, the third elder of the Fu family, who appeared weary. He had narrowly escaped during the Fu family's destruction, being away on business at the time. However, upon returning to Luotian City, he found the Fu family had become pariahs, formerly oppressed by the Fu family. Spirit masters were now scouring the city for remnants of the Fu family, intent on rooting them out entirely. What infuriated Fu Tianxuan further was that even ordinary citizens had dared to wield cleavers and join in the hunt for the Fu family's disciples. However, it is evident from this that the Fu family has committed countless atrocities in the past, inciting the wrath of both man and deity. The relentless pursuit has left Fu Tianxuan utterly exhausted, teetering on the brink of death on several occasions, and in desperation, he has sought assistance from his former adversary, Wang Jinshan. Alas, it is lamentable that I remain unaware of the identity of the fiend who seeks to annihilate my Fu family. A sorrowful expression graced Fu Tianxuan's countenance. Wang Jinshan, harboring unspoken thoughts, pondered, even if you were to discover the truth, what would it matter? Would you then fight to the death? Brother Fu has claimed that a monumental secret must be exchanged for my Wang family's protection. Yet, I wonder, what exactly is this so-called monumental secret? Wang Jinshan inquired. As a former foe, now reduced to the state of pleading for my protection, he could not help but feel a sense of gratification. Indeed, had circumstances been different, he might have been inclined to eliminate his opponent. However, since there lies an opportunity for exploitation, matters take a different turn. I reiterate, as long as your Wang family can provide me with protection and security, I shall reveal this secret. Fu Tianxuan stated while gazing at Wang Jinshan. Very well. I vow by the future of my Wang family that should I betray this trust, my family shall inevitably follow in the footsteps of your Fu family. A twitch of Fu Tianxuan's lips betrayed his discomfort, while he accepted the vow. He couldn't help but feel exasperated at the mention of a Fu family that no longer existed. Nevertheless, he proceeded to divulge the matter at hand. Whoosh! Wang Jinshan sprang to his feet, his eyes glimmering with intensity. Is this truly the case? Fu Tianxuan nodded affirmatively. It is beyond doubt. And this is precisely why my Fu family is willing to go to great lengths to marry into the Qin family. Wang Jinshan began pacing the room, stating, I must report this matter to the elder. Brother Fu, please wait here. With that, he swiftly turned and departed. So that is it. No wonder that old rascal, Fu Dushu, resorted to coercive measures to ensure that Fu Kuan marries into the Qin family. The elder of the Wang family, Wang Qianyue, opened his weathered eyes. Though he had lived for centuries, he appeared as a middle-aged man in his prime, devoid of any sign of age. Given Wang Qianyue's understanding of Fu Dushu, he knew the man would not act recklessly, yet he had done so. It turns out the issue lies with the two daughters of the Qin family. Elder, how shall we proceed? At least one of those two daughters must enter the Wang family. Wang Jinshan exclaimed excitedly. He had not anticipated that the two girls possessed such remarkable talents. Elder, I wish to have both. Fu Dushu's methods seem somewhat lacking. If we desire them, we must do so thoroughly. Jinshan, summon you honor. I have matters to discuss. Outside Luotian City, Chu Yang brought Huang to hunt for sustenance. For Huang's energy requirements, only creatures of the 4th and 5th tiers would suffice. Boom. A vast inferno surged forth, incinerating a large expanse of flora. A 5th-tier crimson-eyed fire lion, engulfed in flames, engaged in battle with Huang. Having reached the 5th tier, this beast must possess at least golden quality, yet alas, it is already an adult. Chu Yang felt a pang of regret. Were it merely a juvenile, perhaps he could have forged a contract with it. Adult fierce beasts are notoriously difficult to tame. Even in death, they resist forming contracts. At this moment, the crimson-eyed fire lion's eyes, along with the mane on its neck and tail, blazed with fierce flames, exuding an air of majesty. Roar! The crimson-eyed fire lion let out a furious roar, unleashing a fiery beam from its mouth, aimed directly at the airborne Huang. This flame harbored potent fire attribute spiritual energy, causing devastating damage. Moreover, this fire is unlike ordinary flames. It is not easily extinguished. Yet, such an attack could not harm Huang. The latter's body emanated a black aura, which met the flames head-on. Astonishingly, those flames began to extinguish, ultimately dissipating into nothingness. Whoosh! As a fifth-tier fierce beast, the crimson-eyed fire lion possessed numerous abilities. Suddenly, its fiery eyes flared intensely, forming two crimson beams that shot skyward. The red beams emitted an overwhelming heat, distorting the very air they passed through. Huang, undeterred, raised its claw enveloped in the power of the wild, meeting the beams head-on with a strike of the wild dragon claw. Bang! The crimson beams collided with the wild dragon claw, producing a thunderous sound. A convergence of black and red energies erupted in the sky, unleashing a wave of formidable power. Following a brief clash, Huang's form descended from the sky, colliding fiercely with the crimson-eyed fire lion. As Huang's first fifth-tier opponent, this crimson-eyed fire lion was indeed formidable, reigning as a sovereign in the vicinity of Luotian City. At this moment, the lion's paw collided with the wild dragon claw, each strike resonating with a ferocious sound and releasing powerful energy. Surrounding trees had long been obliterated, and boulders turned to dust. While Huang's potential was immense, its combat experience was sorely lacking. Having reached the pinnacle of the fifth tier, it astonishingly possessed only 3 skills, which rendered it somewhat inadequate in this confrontation. Wild Power, Wild Dragon Claw, and Wild Dragon Roar. Even this wild crimson-eyed fire lion had mastered a couple more skills than Huang. Thus, Chu Yang had gone to great lengths to find such a suitable opponent for it. Combat serves as the finest crucible for honing spiritual beasts. Rumble. The two forces collided once more, creating a deep crater in the ground. Both entities were sent reeling backward. Suddenly, Huang's form shot into the sky, its inky dragon horns beginning to glow. A torrent of wild power coalesced atop the horns. Ultimately, a pitch-black orb of energy, formed from wild power, began to materialize before the horns. The orb grew larger, expanding from the size of a fist to nearly a yard. The black orb of wild power emanated an incredibly terrifying energy wave, causing the surrounding void to crackle ominously. Below, the crimson-eyed fire lion also sensed this terrifying aura and dared not underestimate it. It opened its mouth wide, inhaling countless spiritual substances from the surroundings. Its mouth expanded dramatically, as if an endless energy were gathering within. Upon reaching a critical limit, the crimson-eyed fire lion roared. A beam of energy, red as molten lava, surged skyward, hurtling toward Huang in the air. Chapter 14, Grandfather and Grandson. As the lava beam surged upward, the pitch-black energy orb coalesced from wild power, trembled violently, then plummeted downward like a meteor. It met the lava beam head-on. Boom! The black orb collided with the red beam, unleashing a terrifying energy that painted the nearby sky half black and half red. The spectacle was breathtakingly grand. Standing amidst the dragon horns, Chu Yang was utterly astounded. He was left speechless, his scalp tingling from the astonishing scene before him. This is simply too extravagant. However, this evenly matched scene did not persist for long. As the black chaotic orb swiftly shattered the crimson light beam, hurtling downwards like a meteor from the heavens, aimed directly at the red-eyed fire lion. Sensing the terrifying nature of this attack, the latter was naturally unwilling to concede defeat. It stood erect, raising its massive paw, ablaze with flames, to counter the chaotic orb. Boom! A more powerful explosion erupted, shaking the very heavens. The entire mountain where the red-eyed fire lion resided was instantly reduced to rubble. Astonishing, Chu Yang was taken aback, involuntarily patting the dragon head of chaos. The power of this strike was utterly extraordinary. Roar! A satisfied dragon's roar emanated from Chaos's mouth. Alas, the prey had been annihilated. The overwhelming force contained within this attack had rendered the red-eyed fire lion a mere desiccated corpse. It would not be long before, with the invasion of chaotic power, that lifeless body would be reduced to ashes. The might of this skill, the celestial silence chaotic dragon jade, was indeed formidable. Chu Yang gazed at the lifeless form of the red-eyed fire lion, acutely aware of the terror this move embodied. However, the sole flaw of this skill lay in its lengthy preparation time, requiring a certain duration of charge. According to the information relayed by Chaos, the longer the charge time for the celestial silence chaotic dragon jade, the greater its power. It was a trump card of sorts. Subsequently, Chu Yang, accompanied by Chaos, continued their search for sustenance within the jungle. Yet, as they delved deeper into the wilderness, Chu Yang sensed an oppressive aura. It seemed that something was about to transpire deep within the wilds. Even the ferocious beasts that typically roamed the woods were now trembling in their lairs, unwilling to show themselves. Even chaos exhibited signs of restlessness. Ultimately, to avoid unforeseen calamity, Chu Yang resolved not to venture further. By evening, he began his return to Luotian City. Today, chaos had devoured 2 fifth-tier ferocious beasts, providing ample sustenance for a considerable duration. Help! Help! A faint cry for help suddenly caught Chu Yang's attention from several miles outside the city gates. Upon returning home, he found 2 individuals lying unconscious on his bed. One was a girl of 15 or 16, her face grimy and clad in a coarse, patched garment. The other was an elderly man, his complexion pale, hair and beard white, with a long beard cascading down to his chest, reminiscent of a venerable warrior. "Doctor, how are they?" Chu Yang inquired of the physician who was examining the 2. "The girl is merely faint from hunger. As for this old gentleman, he bears no external injuries. If I am not mistaken, he is a spirit master. His unconsciousness is likely due to damage to his soul sea," the doctor explained to Chu Yang. "Over the years, I have encountered numerous cases like this, all resulting from injuries to the soul sea. However, as an ordinary person, I cannot investigate the soul sea of a spirit master." "I understand, thank you." Chu Yang sent the doctor on his way. Now that he was aware of the symptoms, he could treat them accordingly. After feeding the girl a small amount of food, it wasn't long before she regained consciousness. She regarded him with suspicion, curling up in the corner of the bed and wrapping herself in the blanket. "What? Are you afraid I might have ulterior motives?" Chu Yang's expression turned cold as he slammed the bowl of porridge onto the table, saying, "Is this how you treat your benefactor?" At that moment, the girl seemed to realize her predicament. "I'm sorry," she mumbled, lowering her head in fear. "Since you are awake, you may eat on your own." With that, Chu Yang exited the room. After all, they were merely strangers. Having rescued them was an act of kindness. Who could tell if they harbored any significant troubles? He certainly did not wish to invite unnecessary misfortune upon himself. Back in his room, Chu Yang consumed a soul herb, a trophy obtained from the Fu family. Instantly, a surge of soul power unfurled within him, which he hastily refined and absorbed into his soul, using the soul refinement technique. After several days of cultivation, Chu Yang distinctly felt that his soul sea had expanded somewhat, and the soul power stored within it had become even more vigorous. He formed a seal with his hands, and in the next moment, a soul power dagger coalesced at his brow. "Flash," he uttered in a low voice, and the soul power dagger vibrated with a hum, shooting forward like an arrow released from a bow. This was also a spoils of war acquired from the Fu family's gambling den, the soul technique dismantling blade. A silver quality soul technique, its power was remarkable. Additionally, there was that silver needle soul artifact. It was unclear how the Fu family's patriarch had acquired such a treasure, which surprisingly boasted a golden quality. No wonder Uncle Fu had been able to slay numerous formidable foes with it. Given his current cultivation, he could not refine this golden quality artifact in a short time. His cultivation was merely at the initial stage of the first tier, rendering him incapable of refining this soul artifact. At that time, he had only managed to refine the Sacred Spirit Tower thanks to the blind box system. Otherwise, it would have been an impossible feat. There was plenty of time ahead. He could afford to take it slow with this soul artifact. In due course, having both offense and defense at his disposal would indeed be splendid. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks echoed at the door. Old Master Su Jun and his granddaughter Suyu Ruo come to express their gratitude for the young master's life-saving grace. An elderly voice called from outside. The old man had awakened? Chu Yang opened the door, revealing the white-bearded elders standing with the girl at the threshold, both bowing respectfully. Chu Yang nodded. Having saved their lives, it was only proper for him to accept their gratitude. The girl, Suyu Ruo, had merely fainted from hunger and had already recovered considerably. However, the old man appeared even paler, his body swaying slightly as he stood. "Since you are awake, I shan't keep you any longer. You may leave as you came," Chu Yang said unceremoniously. Despite the old man Su Zhan's injuries and waning spirit, there was an air of nobility about him, marking him as someone not of ordinary lineage. The girl, though her complexion was sallow, possessed an elegance befitting a lady of high standing. It was evident that such individuals had suffered misfortune. Chu Yang had no desire to provoke trouble without reason. Surprisingly, Su Zhan was exceedingly resolute, pulling his granddaughter Suyu Ruo down to kneel before him. "Please, young master, take in my granddaughter and me. We shall serve you without complaint," Suyu Ruo echoed, kneeling as well. This was the conclusion they had reached together. Their vendetta may never find resolution in this lifetime, and currently, she had yet to become a spirit master, while Su Zhan remained grievously injured, often falling into unconsciousness and potentially placing them both in peril. Thus, the wisest course of action was to find a safe haven and first recuperate. Since Chu Yang had rescued them and did not take advantage of Suyu Ruo, despite his cold demeanor, It was apparent he was not a nefarious individual. Thus, the two ultimately resolved to remain in this place. Chu Yang was somewhat astonished. To take in the two of them? An ordinary woman and an injured old man. What benefit could they possibly bring to him? Moreover, if he were to shelter this old man, he might have to expend soul medicine to mend his injuries, which would be an utter loss. Most importantly, he sensed that these two might bring considerable trouble. Noticing that Chu Yang had not responded for a considerable time, Su Yuan knelt, her delicate hands clasped tightly, as if making a momentous decision. She raised her gaze to the heavens, held up 3 fingers, and spoke with a voice both resolute and earnest. May heaven and earth bear witness. I, Su Yuan, vow today to serve as the young master's servant, forever loyal in this life and the next. Should I betray this oath, may heaven and earth conspire against me. She was merely suffering from extreme hunger. Her body was not gravely harmed. Yet her grandfather truly could not endure any more tribulations. Several spirit beasts had perished, and the soul sea had suffered severe damage. Had it not been for her, he might have already succumbed. If they continued to wander aimlessly, his condition would only deteriorate further. Yuruo, Su Zhen's body trembled. Initially, he had only intended to stay for a short while before departing, but unexpectedly, his granddaughter had taken such a decisive action. Chu Yang was left dumbfounded by the series of events. He and T even suggested they stay. Yet she had sworn her loyalty. How could he then bear to send them away? Fine. You may find a place to stay. Chu Yang relented. It would be unreasonable to continue driving them away after such a display of commitment. Thank you, young master. The two knelt once more in gratitude. Thereafter, they became the servants of Chu Yang's household. Chu Yang observed in secret. Su Zhen spent a significant portion of each day in slumber, and the duration of his sleep was increasing. His condition was worsening. Despite his efforts to cultivate while awake, there was little improvement. As for Su Yuruo, she was still an ordinary girl. According to Su Zhen, she had yet to reach the age to bond with a spirit beast, being under 16 years old. Since deciding to stay, she had been diligently learning to wash clothes and cook, striving to handle all the household chores that Chu Yang required. Soon, half a month passed. The annual Lantern Festival arrived in Luotian City. Luotian City was a unique locale, bisected by the Grand Luo River, which lent it its name. On the day of the Lantern Festival, people of all ages would light river lanterns, each carrying their wishes as they floated away. At night, the sky was dotted with stars. The entire Luotian city was abuzz with excitement. The townsfolk seemed to have emerged from the shock of the Fu family's annihilation. The Wang, Yang, and Mo families began to make their appearances and commenced vying for the territory left behind by the Fu family. Notably, the Fu family's third elder, Fu Tianxuan, had been slain on the street by a strong member of the Wang family just days prior, causing quite a stir. Chu Yang strolled along the broad banks of the Luo River, watching as people cast their lit lanterns into the water. The lanterns, shaped like lotus flowers, appeared stunning under the glow of the candles within. He initially intended to bring Su Yuruo along, but she wished to remain behind to watch over the sleeping Su Zhen. Luotian City lacked high-grade soul medicine, which could aid Su Zhen's condition. The soul medicine Chu Yang had obtained from the Fu family was utterly ineffective. After all, Su Zhen had been a 7th-tier spirit master at his peak. What could 2nd-tier soul medicine possibly achieve? As Su Zhen's slumber grew longer, she desired to stay by his side more. Oh, unexpectedly, I encounter two again. Chu Yang smiled and approached to greet them. The two were indeed the goddesses of the Qin family. Ah, it's you, Chu Yang. Qin Luo Jiao exclaimed, her face lighting up with joy. This evening, they were still disguised as men. Otherwise, they would have been recognized immediately. Qin Luo Shui shot her sister an exasperated glance, questioning why she turned infatuated upon seeing Chu Yang. She regarded Chu Yang, pondering why her father had remarked that this individual was peculiar. The three strolled together along the riverbank. Chu Yang, you didn't truly kill Fu Kuan, did you? Qin Luo Jiao inquired, leaning closely to him, her voice low. Did I not tell you before? Fu Kuan was indeed slain by me. Chu Yang affirmed. Then, what about the annihilation of the Fu family? Is that related to you? Qin Luo Jiao pressed further. The Fu family was also destroyed by me. Chu Yang stated earnestly. Uft. Qin Luo Shui scoffed. If you say it was your doing, or that it was your backing that led to their demise, I might believe it. But if you claim you single-handedly destroyed them, I would never accept that. Believe it or not, it was I who annihilated them. Chu Yang retorted nonchalantly. Qin Luo Jiao's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Then tell me, how did you destroy the Fu family? Witnessing her sister's enthusiasm, Qin Luo Shui facepalmed. Why do you believe everything he says? Just because father mentioned that Chu Yang is peculiar? The Fu family was merely a collection of insignificant figures. They were not as formidable as people claimed. I dispatched them with ease. Chu Yang gestured with his hands for emphasis. Qin Luo Shui could no longer contain herself and asked directly. You are not even a spirit master. How could you possibly destroy the Fu family? Who says I am not a spirit master? The Qin sisters were taken aback, their expressions filled with disbelief. You are a spirit master? They had believed that Chu Yang, due to his weak foundational spirit energy, had failed to become a spirit master. To dispel their doubts, Chu Yang formed a seal, and a summoning array materialized before them. Ah, you really are a spirit master? Qin Luo Jiao exclaimed in astonishment. Her eyes brightened, and she grasped Chu Yang's arm, suggesting, why don't you come to the city lord's mansion? How about being my bodyguard? Sister, what are you doing? Qin Luo Shui rebuked sharply, astonished that her sister was holding a man's arm. This was the first time in her life, apart from her father, that Qin Luo Jiao had been so intimate with a male. Her face flushed, and she quickly released Chu Yang's arm. Just then, several figures approached. Both men and women, with the leader being none other than Wang Yuan, the young master of the Wang family. Ladies of the Qin family. Wang Yuan stepped forward and bowed respectfully to both of them. Clad in a resplendent white robe, adorned with a jade pendant at his waist, he presented a striking figure. The sisters turned their gazes towards Wang Yuan, surprised that he recognized them. Wang Yuan explained, I have been observing the two of you for quite some time. I never realized that such stunning young gentlemen had appeared in Luotian City. To think they are the daughters of the Qin family. In truth, he had already arranged for people to monitor the movements of the city lord's mansion, especially those who ventured out, knowing that the Qin sisters would always come to light a river lantern during the Lantern Festival. Unexpectedly, the young lady was absent, but two young gentlemen appeared instead. With Wang Yuan's intellect, he quickly deduced the circumstances. This gentleman must be Chu Yang. Wang Yuan's gaze fell upon Chu Yang, who stood beside Qin Luo Jiao, and a flicker of jealousy crossed his eyes. Just moments ago, he had witnessed Qin Luo Jiao affectionately grasping the arm of the other. This sight made him clench his fists. Remain calm. After tonight, the two daughters of the Qin family will be mine. Wang Yuan reassured himself internally. Chu Yang nodded indifferently, perceiving a hint of disdain in Wang Yuan's eyes. However, he had no desire to engage with this individual, choosing instead to ignore him. At that moment, Qin Luo Shui furrowed her brow and addressed Wang Yuan. Is there something you wish to discuss with us? If not, you may take your leave. Her tone was frigid, devoid of any subtlety. Had anyone else dared to speak to Wang Yuan in such a manner, he would have swiftly retaliated with a slap. Yet, faced with Qin Luo Shui's icy demeanor, he smiled as warmly as a spring breeze and replied, Indeed, today marks the Lantern Festival, and our three great families have joined forces with other esteemed families from Luotian City to host an exchange meeting at the Fulai restaurant. This gathering aims to share cultivation insights, discuss the current state of Luotian City and the world at large. As the hosts of this banquet, I can think of no one more suited than the two ladies from the Lord's mansion. I implore you to oblige us. With that, Wang Yuan looked at the Qin sisters with hopeful eyes. At that moment, other young men and women from various families echoed his sentiments, hoping the Qin sisters would agree to preside over the event. Qin Luo Shui frowned. Her character resisted involvement in such trivial matters. Nevertheless, as a member of the Lord's mansion, she felt a responsibility to set an example for the younger generation of Luotian City. Furthermore, her father, as the Lord, had always wished for the city to thrive and prosper. Besides, all the attendees were young talents from distinguished families. It would be unseemly for her to decline when invited in front of everyone, as it would reflect poorly on the Lord's mansion. After glancing at her sister and seeing her nod in agreement, she relented. Very well, in that case, we shall graciously accept. With that, the two sisters were escorted by the others towards the Fulai restaurant. Chu Yang, why not join us? The more acquaintances you make, the more opportunities you may have in the future. Wang Yuan extended an invitation to Chu Yang. Originally, he had intended to leverage the influence of other families. But having seen Qin Luo Jiao holding on to Chu Yang, he altered his strategy. He aimed to lead Chu Yang into a perilous situation. More opportunities? Chu Yang scoffed inwardly. What avenues could possibly present themselves amongst this crowd, akin to Fukuan? If such paths existed, they would surely be dead ends. Nevertheless, he did not decline, curious to witness just how capable the young talents of Luotian City truly were. Chapter 16. The Exchange Meeting? The Fulai restaurant is the largest establishment in Luotian City, thriving with business. Today, the entire second floor had been booked. As Chu Yang followed the crowd, he occasionally glanced back at Wang Yuan, noticing that he consistently lagged behind the Qin sisters, his gaze lingering on their graceful figures. As someone who had traversed from a technologically advanced Earth, Chu Yang was all too familiar with such stares. Moreover, Wang Yuan had proclaimed the Qin sisters the ideal hosts for this exchange meeting. Yet he had not informed them beforehand. His words were likely insincere. Upon entering the restaurant, the sisters finally shed their masks, revealing their true beauty. In that moment, Chu Yang understood why his predecessor had regarded them as divine beings. Even after perusing countless women online before his transmigration, he found himself unable to control the accelerated beating of his heart. He could almost hear the sound of every male present, their heart rates quickening and breaths hitching in awe. At that instant, all other women in attendance paled in comparison. Even the daughters of prominent families felt an unspoken inferiority, a palpable suppression. How could someone of your lowly status comprehend the visage of celestial maidens? Any man who had laid eyes on the two sisters would inevitably harbor thoughts akin to mine. Chu Yang recalled Fu Kuan's earlier words. Initially, he had thought them an exaggeration, but now it seemed his sentiments were genuine. Their statuesque figures and flawless features appeared as if sculpted by the heavens, utterly enchanting to men and inciting envy among women. Their arrival elevated the atmosphere of the exchange meeting to unprecedented heights. Chu Yang, come sit beside me. Qin Luo Jiao called as she took her seat, inviting Chu Yang to join her. This gesture left not only Chu Yang stunned, but also the others in attendance astonished. Who was this individual that could elicit such an invitation from Qin Luo Jiao? Gasps of disbelief filled the air. Allow me to introduce you all. This gentleman is none other than the most handsome man in Luotian City, Chu Yang. Wang Yuan proclaimed to the assembly. Most handsome? Indeed, he was quite dashing. Some women's eyes sparkled with admiration. Ah, but it is a pity that Brother Chu has not become a spirit master. Wang Yuan lamented. What? Not a spirit master? The expressions of everyone shifted from surprise to disdain. Even the many young women who had earlier shown interest in Chu Yang now lost their enthusiasm. Such is the reality of the world. When one loses value, all will swiftly cast you aside. Chu Yang smiled, preferring not to clarify his status. He walked directly to Qin Luo Jiao's side and took a seat, inciting anger among the other young men present. What right did an ordinary person have to sit beside Qin Luo Jiao? Especially the heirs of the three great families, Wang Yuan, Yang Fan, and Mo Bu Ping. Each wore expressions of indignation. They occupied the main table, a privilege not even second-tier family heirs could claim, yet now, an ordinary man had seated himself without a care. Nevertheless, it was Qin Luo Jiao who had extended the invitation, so they refrained from voicing their fury. What do you say? Why not come serve as my bodyguard at the Lord's mansion? Qin Luo Jiao inquired again. Chu Yang regarded her thoughtfully before responding. If it entails a lifetime of protection, I might consider it. Qin Luo Jiao's exquisite face flushed crimson. Rogue. Qin Luo Shui shot Chu Yang a glare. Turning to her sister, she cautioned, flattery reveals his true nature. He is clearly not a man of integrity. Sister, be wary of him. At that moment, Wang Yuan and the others took their seats. As several cups of wine were consumed, the atmosphere grew lively, and discussions turned to training spirit beasts and cultivation experiences. The conversation soon shifted to the annihilation of the Fu family, with others even mentioning the fall of the Xingyue dynasty at the hands of the Wanxing sacred land. Each person shared their perspectives, allowing Chu Yang to glean much about matters beyond Luotian City. Across the entirety of the earth, there existed 9 great spirit master sanctuaries. Every sacred ground reigns as the supreme sovereign over its realm, embodying the mightiest force upon the earth. Beneath these sanctuaries lies a multitude of dynasties, each compelled to offer tributes of precious treasures annually, seeking the protection of the holy lands. The city of Luotian, where Chu Yang resides, is governed by the Star Moon dynasty. However, it has been said that the Star Moon dynasty has recently been obliterated by the holy land of all spirits for reasons unknown. Just as the exchange conference was in full swing, the innkeeper, Sun Tian, personally brought forth a jug of exquisite wine and approached the 2 young ladies of the Qin family, stating, "Greetings, esteemed young lords. This is the ice fire wine freshly delivered from the Ice Snow City a few days ago, now the pride of our establishment. Upon hearing of your presence, this old servant took the liberty to present it for your enjoyment." The Fu Lion was established in collaboration with the City Lord's Mansion and several prominent families, with the City Lord's Mansion as the largest shareholder. Thus, it was not inappropriate for the innkeeper, Sun Tian, to refer to himself as an old servant. Qin Luoxuan nodded in acknowledgement. Upon receiving consent, Sun Tian filled their cups to the brim before pouring for the main table. Chu Yang glanced into his cup. The wine appeared blue, yet atop it, a layer of red flames seemed to flicker, creating an extraordinarily mystical sight. Even the Qin sisters displayed expressions of astonishment. Having never encountered such peculiar wine before, they could not help but lift their cups to taste. Meanwhile, unseen by all, Wang Yuan revealed a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. His plan had come to fruition. Is this the ice fire wine? Mo Ping exclaimed in surprise. Having only heard of it before, this was the first time he had seen it. This was indeed a marvel of a wine. Yang Fan also raised his cup, savoring the exquisite taste. Truly a fine wine, Wang Yuan exclaimed, and the Qin sisters nodded in agreement after tasting it. This scene caused the others to swallow hard. regretting their misfortune and not being able to partake. How infuriating. That lowly commoner is enjoying such a privilege. The crowd cast envious glances at Chu Yang. Humph. Merely a kept man. Some voiced their displeasure, feeling it unjust that he could easily sit at the main table simply by clinging to Qin Luojiao's long legs. As time passed, some began to bid farewell and depart. Eventually, the exchange conference dwindled to fewer than 10 attendees. The Qin sisters rose to leave, but Wang Yuan detained them under the pretext of discussing the lurking threats in Luotian City. The topic of discussion naturally revolved around the true culprit behind the destruction of the Fu family. At this moment, only a few members of the three prominent families remained present. Gradually, Chu Yang felt waves of dizziness assail his mind. He swiftly activated his cultivation technique to channel his soul energy, seeking clarity. To his astonishment, the soul energy was utterly ineffective. Chu Yang was taken aback. Alcohol merely numbs the nerves and induces intoxication, and under normal circumstances, activating soul energy should dispel the effects. But now, there was no reaction whatsoever. A sense of foreboding enveloped him. He raised his gaze, only to find the expressions of the Qin sisters were far from normal. Thud. Several sounds echoed as the remaining individuals collapsed to the ground. Ladies, are you well? Wang Yuan inquired, his voice slightly slurred. We are fine. We have matters to attend to and shall take our leave. Qin Luoxiue, sensing something amiss within her body, exerted great effort to maintain her composure, pulling the visibly unsettled Qin Luojiao towards the door. Not so fast. I cannot allow you to leave in such a state. Wang Yuan interjected, positioning himself in front of the door. Do you not wish to uncover the identity of the one who annihilated the Fu family? He desperately sought to retain them, for his plan's success hinged upon it. The wine is poisoned. Chu Yang's voice rang out from behind. What? The Qin sisters gasped in shock, and combined with the unusual sensations in their bodies, their faces paled. The next moment, they hastily formed seals with their hands, attempting to summon their spirit beasts. However, a scene of terror unfolded before them. They found themselves utterly disconnected from their spiritual realms, meaning they could not call upon their battle spirits. This realization intensified their dread, and they attempted to bypass Wang Yuan to flee. An inexplicable discomfort surged through their bodies. Yet, to their horror, the door had been locked from the outside. A sense of dread filled their hearts. Chu Yang, how dare you drug the two ladies of the Qin family? At that moment, Wang Yuan bellowed, glaring fiercely at Chu Yang, who remained seated at the table, unfazed. The Qin sisters turned their gazes towards Chu Yang, only to find him wholly unchanged. As if everything were perfectly normal. I refuse to believe it. It cannot be Chu Yang's doing. Qin Luojiao shook her head, resolutely rejecting the notion that he was responsible. Wang Yuan's expression twisted slightly in anger. Even at such a critical moment, she continued to defend Chu Yang. Among all present, he was the only one who had been in close proximity to them and was most likely to have tampered with the situation. Furthermore, he was the only one unharmed, which was damning evidence. Today, I shall slay him to avenge the two ladies, he declared, summoning a golden-quality silver-scaled bear to pounce upon Chu Yang. Meanwhile, Qin Luoxiue began searching for an escape route, regrettably discovering that there were no alternate exits. She too did not believe Chu Yang was the culprit. Someone capable of orchestrating such a grand scheme undoubtedly had powerful backing, and Chu Yang had merely been invited here. Otherwise, he would not have attended this exchange conference. As to who was behind it, the answer was all too clear. Chu Yang, be careful. Qin Luojiao cried out urgently, but her body was already beyond her control, leaning helplessly against the wall, feeling as if ants were crawling over her. Thankfully, she had previously obtained a clear spirit pill from a blind box. Otherwise, she would truly be in peril today. Chu Yang felt a surge of gratitude. The clear spirit pill possessed the power to eliminate all toxins. He had thought it of little use, yet here it was proving invaluable. Regrettably, he had not procured more clear spirit pills, otherwise. At that moment, the effects of the poison rapidly took hold within the two ladies, rendering them nearly incapacitated. Observing the silver-scaled bear charging towards Chu Yang, he felt a sense of calm. After all, how could an ordinary person contend with a spirit beast? Not to mention, his silver-scaled bear was already in the late stages of the first tier. Wang Yuan turned, a hint of a smile gracing his lips as he remarked, Ladies, you seem unwell. Why not accompany me to a room for a brief respite? As he spoke, he activated a hidden mechanism, causing a section of the wall to slowly part, revealing a beautifully adorned bedroom. The room was decorated with an air of newlywed bliss, complete with red candles, double happiness characters, and a red gauze canopy draped over the bed. The ambience was imbued with romance. The bedding was crafted from the most comfortable red fabric, filling the entire space with a festive spirit. For this occasion, Wang Yuan had even hired professionals from his clan to prepare, all in anticipation of a memorable night. With a charming smile, Wang Yuan stepped forward and said, "I kindly invite both young ladies to enter and rest." His heart raced uncontrollably, as if it were beyond his command, and he could even feel the blood coursing through his veins at an accelerated pace. "Ancestor, your descendant Wang Yuan shall never betray your benevolence." He licked his lips and approached Qin Luojiao. "No, please don't come closer." Qin Luojiao stammered, her hands trembling as they clung tightly to the wall, afraid to let him near. She was on the verge of succumbing to her body's urges, fully aware of what would transpire should he close the distance. "Rest assured, after a brief respite, Miss Qin shall no longer voice such sentiments," Wang Yuan said, extending his hand towards her, his excitement causing his hand to quiver. Suddenly, he felt a sweetness in his throat, and blood erupted from his mouth, splattering onto Qin Luojiao. "What is happening?" Wang Yuan exclaimed in shock, turning to witness a horrifying sight. His prized silver-scaled bear had been crushed in the claws of a spirit beast. "You." Wang Yuan's scalp went numb. "Are you a spirit master?" He gasped in astonishment, gazing at the enormous spirit beast hovering above Chu Yang. Its imposing presence made his legs weaken. "Did I ever claim I was not a spirit master?" Chu Yang replied, fixing his gaze upon Wang Yuan. "Then what is that?" The Qin sisters looked at the spirit beast hovering over Chu Yang, their bodies trembling in unison. They exchanged glances, both recognizing the shock in each other's eyes. "A dragon!" they exclaimed in unison. Chu Yang regarded the two women, recalling how during the extermination of the Fu family, none had recognized the beast. Yet these two had managed to do so. "Truly, as beast masters, your breadth of knowledge is remarkable," Chu Yang remarked with admiration, before turning to the trembling Wang Yuan. "Not only am I a spirit master, but I am also a third-level spirit master. I was fortunate enough to accidentally consume a spirit herb that enabled my spirit beast to break through to the third tier." His eyes turned cold as he said, "Now, tell me, I am most curious about your method of poisoning." As he spoke, the swirling beast descended before Wang Yuan, its massive dragon head looming over him, dragon eyes filled with an oppressive gaze directed downward. Bang! Wang Yuan instantly fell to his knees. The death of the silver-scaled bear had already inflicted severe damage to his soul, and now, faced with such pressure from the beast, how could he withstand it? It was the chief steward, Sun Tian, who tampered with the wine. Wang Yuan stammered. It turned out that during the time chief steward Sun Tian poured wine for them, he had already poisoned it. In simple terms, it was an intricate wine pot that contained the secrets of yin and yang. By touching the mechanism, different wines could be poured out. The Wang family had bribed Sun Tian, using him, a man who emerged from the city lord's manor, to lower the guard of the Qin sisters, who subsequently fell prey to the trap. Was it him? Qin Luoshue's face darkened. Observing the increasingly pained expressions of the two women, Chu Yang coldly inquired, "What poison have they been afflicted with, and how can it be cured?" "Hee. There is no cure." Wang Yuan seemed resigned, grinning vacantly. Their family's plot had utterly failed. "Why is it that we cannot communicate with the spirit domain?" Qin Luoshua asked, her body twisting in discomfort. "Huh. Have you ever heard of the spirit severance powder?" Qin Luojiao exclaimed in shock. "The ancient forbidden drug that can sever the connection between a spirit master and the spirit domain for a time?" It was evident she was familiar with this substance. Chu Yang's heart sank. Such a venomous drug existed in the world. It seemed he would need to be more vigilant during his travels, lest he fall victim to an unseen demise. He silently thanked his stars that Wang Yuan hadn't used this poison against him. Otherwise, he wasn't certain if the cleansing spirit pill could neutralize its effects. Rumor had it that the Wang family's ancestor had stumbled upon an ancient secret realm, and it seemed those tales were indeed true. Among the four great families, only the Wang family has risen from obscurity to prominence in a mere few decades. Qin Luoshua remarked. The speed of their ascent was nothing short of astonishing. Legends in Luotian City spoke of Wang Qianyue, the ancestor of the Wang family, who had discovered an ancient secret realm, allowing for such rapid growth. However, those tales had quickly faded, and few were aware of them. Now, it seemed highly likely that there was substantial truth to it. Otherwise, the spirit severance powder, an ancient forbidden drug, could not have fallen into his hands. As for the other poison, it was the yin-yang harmony powder. Haha, now you understand, don't you? Wang Yuan's laughter was filled with malice. From this moment forth, the pure and noble Qin sisters shall cease to exist. Chu Yang looked at him, perplexed. Are you not afraid of the city lord's wrath for employing such despicable means to obtain the two of them? The Wang family, though established for merely a few decades, had an ancestor who was certainly not a fool. He should be able to discern the gravity of the situation. It was inconceivable that he would permit Wang Yuan to act upon his selfish desires. Moreover, the extensive measures employed clearly indicated that it was beyond Wang Yuan's control alone. There must be high-ranking members of the Wang family involved. Compared to the potential gains, what is a little anger worth? Besides, once the deed is done, what can the city lord do to me? Chu Yang fell into silence. This world was far from the technologically advanced Earth, where moral codes and other aspects mirrored ancient China. Choosing a partner for life was the norm. If the deed were truly done, the city lord might not act too harshly after all. Seeing the perplexed expression on Chu Yang's face, perhaps seeking a glimmer of hope, Wang Yuan spoke up. You may not know, but the Qin sisters are rare spirit beast companions. The moment those words left his lips, the expressions of the Qin sisters changed dramatically. How do you know? Chapter 18, Soul Recovery Pill. Chu Yang observed the reactions of the two women, puzzled by what spirit beast companion meant. At that moment, Wang Yuan explained. They are born with their own spirit domain and spirit beast. Chu Yang's eyes widened in disbelief. Such a phenomenon existed? It was widely known that only by becoming a spirit master at the age of 16 could one possess a spirit domain. Yet the Qin sisters were born with one? This meant they had been cultivating since they could comprehend their surroundings? This was simply astonishing. Hee. Surprised, are you? Even more astonishing is that if one can engage in yin-yang union with a spirit beast companion, one can gain an additional contract position. Chu Yang stared in shock at the Qin sisters, who made no attempt to refute his claim, causing him to gasp in awe. Gaining an additional contract position was the ultimate dream of every spirit master. It was akin to the contract-enhancing spirit pill. Chu Yang's heart raced with astonishment. In battles of equal rank, possessing an extra spirit beast would significantly enhance one's fighting capacity. If they encountered combat, they could easily dominate their opponents. Now you understand why I employed such means, right? Not only can I acquire 2 beautiful women, but I can also gain 2 additional contract positions without cost. Why would I not seize such an opportunity? Wang Yuan chuckled, revealing everything. The Fu family once coerced the city lord's manor into a marriage engagement with Miss Qin Luoxue through similar tactics. All of this originates from elder Fu Tianxuan of the Fu family. Otherwise, the Wang family could never have been privy to this matter. Regrettably, in their quest for secrecy, the Wang family silenced Fu Tianxuan. Chu Yang, given my earnest confession, please spare my life. Wang Yuan pleaded, trembling. Now that the scheme had unraveled, losing his life would indeed be akin to losing both his wife and his troops. Chu Yang. Qin Luojiao's voice was frail. With a wave of his hand, Chu Yang sent Wang Yuan crashing to the ground, rendered unconscious by the overwhelming aura. Are you all right? Chu Yang hurriedly supported the near-limp Qin Luojiao. It's fine if you don't touch me, but once you do, it feels like pouring oil on a fire. It spirals out of control. I won't hold it against you. Qin Luoxue whispered softly in Chu Yang's ear, the implications unmistakable. The delicate fragrance emanating from her enveloped Chu Yang, igniting a fervor within him. At that moment, Qin Luoxue drew closer, and under the influence of the medicinal properties, all psychological barriers crumbled. Witnessing the 2 enchanting women in such a state, Chu Yang muttered, form is emptiness, emptiness is form. To hell with form is emptiness. Chu Yang roared, unable to endure any longer. He scooped up both women and strode into the newlywed chamber prepared by Wang Yuan. Wang Yuan, I truly thank you. In the Chu family courtyard, Chu Yang slept soundly for an entire day. After 2 hours of arduous effort the previous night, he had finally purged the toxins from both women. Subsequently, he returned to his own home. In such a state, the 2 women were remarkably formidable. Chu Yang had nearly succumbed to their advances. It wasn't until evening that he lazily stretched and rose from his bed. At the table, Chu Yang and the 2 women dined on the food he had procured. According to Su Zhan, it was meant to replenish him. Had Su Yu Ruo prepared it, the restorative effect would have been negligible. Su Zhan stroked his white beard, a mysterious smile illuminating his face as he observed Chu Yang. What is that look in your eyes? Chu Yang inquired. Hee. Su Zhan chuckled softly, young master. I happen to possess several ancient prescriptions that are exceptionally potent in matters of intimacy. Do you require any? Uffed. Chu Yang nearly spat out his turtle soup. What did this old man mean? Did he look down on him? If it weren't for the unusual state of the 2 women and their overwhelming combat prowess, how could he have returned with weak legs, needing to lean against the wall? Is it truly potent? Surely, there are no side effects? Absolutely safe. I have personally experimented with it. All right, do provide it to me later. Su Yu Ruo, who was also dining, curiously asked, is there something good? I would like a portion too. Su Zhan hastily waved his hands. You should not involve yourself in this matter. After finishing their meal, Chu Yang tossed a medicinal pill to Su Zhan. Young master, at my age, using such things is rather inappropriate, don't you think? Su Zhan looked at the pill in his hand. In his youth, he had occasionally taken such things, but as he aged, his interest in that aspect had waned. Chu Yang rolled his eyes at him. What are you thinking, you old man? This is a pill that can heal your soul-sea injuries, not what you imagined. Su Zhan's face turned crimson, yet he had never heard of such a pill. In this world, Spirit masters only needed to consume soul medicine if their soul C was injured. He had never heard of a medicinal pill before. However, he was not concerned that Chu Yang would harm him. After spending some time together, he had discerned that Chu Yang was a person of warmth beneath a cold exterior. Although he sometimes spoke rather brusquely, he genuinely cared for those around him. Soon after, Su Jun swallowed the entire pill in one gulp. Instantly, a surge of soul power erupted within his soul sea. Chu Yang observed Su Jun. Had he refused or declined, there would have been no need for their continued association. However, Su Jun's decisiveness exceeded his expectations. Throughout the process, he hadn't even furrowed his brow. After a long while, Su Jun opened his eyes, which sparkled with brilliance. He felt an incredible sensation. His soul sea had indeed regained a portion of its vitality. He was acutely aware of the severity of his injuries. Without high-grade soul medicine, there would have been no hope of recovery. Yet, this medicinal pill had managed to mend a portion of his soul sea. "Grandfather, how do you feel?" Suyu Ruo asked anxiously from the side. As he spoke, Su Jun suddenly knelt before Chu Yang with a thud. "I am eternally grateful for your life-saving grace, my lord." His forehead struck the ground forcefully. Even the manner of address had transformed to old servant and my lord. Given his current circumstances, he had been helplessly watching himself slip into unconsciousness, destined for the complete collapse of his soul sea and demise in the abyss. But now, Chu Yang's medicinal pill had allowed his soul sea to heal significantly. Furthermore, from this point onward, his soul sea injury would no longer deteriorate, and he would not frequently succumb to slumber. Such a favor was undoubtedly a life-saving boon for him. Thus, he willingly bowed in gratitude, completely devoted. Chu Yang nodded. This was the silver-quality soul-healing pill he had drawn from the blind box. The function of this pill was straightforward, to heal the soul sea. However, due to its quality, this pill could only heal a 4th-tier spirit master's soul sea. In other words, Su Jun's current realm was capped at the pinnacle of the 4th tier. If he wished to recover to the 7th tier, he would need to continue seeking high-grade soul medicine or for Chu Yang to produce a diamond-quality soul-healing pill. Suyu Ruo was overwhelmed with joy, tears streaming down as her grandfather was no longer in mortal peril, easing the worry that had weighed on her heart. She too followed Su Jun in bowing. "Enough. No need to kneel so often. Quickly rise. My vast Chu family courtyard must have a 4th-tier spirit master in residence. We cannot fall behind the 3 great families, or it would be quite the embarrassment." Chu Yang helped both of them to their feet. It was evident that Su Jun's complexion had lost its previous pallor, now appearing much more vibrant. Chu Yang nodded. With this, he had gained an ally and would no longer have to fight alone. "Since you were previously a 7th-tier spirit master, can you now open your spirit domain? I have always been curious about the spirit domains of spirit masters above the 6th tier. Chu Yang inquired. It was said that the spirit domains of 6th tier and above spirit masters transformed into real realms, almost indistinguishable from the outside world. This piqued his curiosity. How could a person's mind conceive a tangible world? Hence, he wished to see what a real spirit domain was like. Though the old servant currently possesses only the pinnacle of 4th-tier soul power, the spirit domain remains unaffected. Su Jun replied. "It won't exacerbate your injuries, will it? Rest assured, my lord, it will have no adverse effects." "Very well, let us venture into your spiritual realm. I am eager to witness what a 6th-tier spirit master's domain truly resembles." Chapter 19. The authentic spiritual domain, a soul recovery pill, has completely subdued Su Jun, who proactively opened his spiritual domain for Chu Yang to enter. Chu Yang had long anticipated this moment, and today he could finally behold its true visage. With a series of hand seals, Su Jun illuminated a white summoning array. Such an array can only manifest when invoked by the spirit master themselves. This summoning array serves as a conduit between the celestial domain and the outside world. Any life form lacking a contract can only enter through this passage. Su Jun elucidated. Chu Yang nodded and stepped forward. A peculiar sensation washed over him, and after a brief bout of dizziness, when he opened his eyes once more, he found himself amidst an entirely different scene. Before him lay a world where the sky appeared somewhat dim, with mountains and rivers all around. He released his soul force and, in an instant, perceived the flowers, trees, fish, insects, and beasts in his vicinity. At that moment, ripples of energy manifested beside him, as Su Jun and Suyu Ruo emerged at his side. The latter bore no expression of surprise, indicating she had likely been here before. "This is indeed my spiritual domain," Su Jun proclaimed. "You can enter here as well?" Chu Yang asked in astonishment. "Is this your true form or some other manifestation?" He speculated that perhaps this was a projection of Su Jun's soul. After all, spirit masters are the sovereigns of their domains and should be capable of conjuring a soul manifestation. "This is my true essence. We spirit masters can indeed enter our spiritual domains," Su Jun clarified. Chu Yang was taken aback. If that is the case, when a spirit master faces a life-threatening crisis, can they not seek refuge within their domain? Ah, but there is something you may not comprehend, Chu Yang replied. While this tactic is effective against ferocious beasts, it is futile against spirit masters of the 6th tier or higher. Those of 6th tier and above possess their own spiritual domains, and should a battle ensue, their awareness of the domain's location poses an even greater danger. Chu Yang's explanation was somewhat esoteric, leaving Chu Yang feeling a bit perplexed. Nevertheless, he grasped that entering a spiritual domain was not a trivial matter. He stood upon the earth and grasped a handful of soil. Indeed, it was a tangible substance. You even have a sun here? He gazed at a celestial body, emitting a faint red glow in the sky. That is the carcass of a 7th tier fire attribute beast I once vanquished, which I have hung in the sky to serve as the sun, Chu Yang remarked. Wow! Chu Yang exclaimed in astonishment. You truly are a remarkable individual to have accomplished such a feat at that moment, Chu Yang inquired. I have heard that the purpose of a spiritual domain is to provide a training ground for spirit beasts. Indeed, Chu Yang nodded. That is but one of its functions. Or rather, the only function when the spirit beasts are of lower cultivation. However, I have seen in ancient texts that for high-tier spirit beasts, the benefits of a spiritual domain extend far beyond this, and are indeed substantial. Thus, many esteemed spirit masters devote themselves to nurturing their domains. Chu Yang nodded, marveling at the wonders of this world inhabited by spirit masters, where a genuine realm could be formed within one's mind. Suddenly, an epiphany struck Chu Yang as he asked, is this world situated within the spirit master's body? Indeed, ancient scholars have explored this and concluded that this world is indeed contained within the spirit master. Chu Yang was struck by this revelation. With his scientific understanding of Earth, he found it utterly unfathomable. Perhaps the cosmic laws of this world dictated such phenomena. As he wandered through the spiritual domain, he discovered it was not vast, spanning a few kilometers in circumference. He observed numerous creatures, ranging from ordinary life forms to some low-tier, ferocious beasts. He even stumbled upon a precious spiritual spring. This spring had been acquired by Chu Yang in his youth, from which a plethora of spiritual materials gushed forth, enhancing the concentration of spiritual essence within the domain. What is that? Suddenly, Chu Yang noticed countless fissures appearing at the edge of the spiritual domain. These were caused when I, in a bid to evade my enemies, sought refuge in my domain, only to be found by a 9th-tier spirit master, who struck me down in a single blow, leaving it in this state. Chu Yang sighed. At that time, he was merely a 7th-tier spirit master and was no match for a 9th-tier spirit master. Had he not exited quickly, his entire spiritual domain might have been obliterated, resulting in the severance of his foundation as a spirit master, rendering him a mere shell of his former self. Furthermore, there is something you must understand. My lord, you must never allow beasts or spirit masters of higher cultivation than yourself to enter your spiritual domain. Chu Yang said earnestly. Why is that? The reason is simple. Should they possess a higher cultivation, they can easily wreak havoc from within the spiritual domain, posing a lethal threat to any spirit master. Understood. Chu Yang nodded. He was still far from the 6th tier, having entered purely out of curiosity about the spiritual domain. In the future, he would delve deeper into its mysteries once he attained that level. Of course, the timeline for this was uncertain. Perhaps tomorrow he might unexpectedly uncover a 6th tier cultivation pill from a blind box, propelling him into the 6th tier. But he must not overly rely on blind boxes. If he were to fail to obtain one, would he then remain stagnant at the 5th tier? Upon exiting, Chu Yang presented an item, a silver wolf with wings. This is a king-grade flying wolf. Our downfall and pursuit stemmed from this creature. The wolf was small and still in its juvenile stage, making it an opportune time for a contract. King-grade? Chu Yang gasped in amazement. A king-grade spirit beast can eventually reach the 10th tier emperor level. In today's world, any spirit master would go mad over such a creature. It was astonishing that they had arrived at this point due to a king-grade spirit beast. And Chu Yang was in need of a contracted spirit beast. Upon tallying, he had 3 available contract slots. The contracting spirit pill, combined with his interactions with the 2 sisters of the Qin family, had granted him 2 additional contracts. However, Chu Yang shook his head. How can I take something that you have risked your lives to protect? It is better to reserve it for you, Ruo, in the future. Given the plight of Chu Yang and his granddaughter, one could only imagine the fate of the rest of their family. Though he yearned to contract this spirit beast, it weighed heavily on him. Without his lord, Chu Yang believed he could scarcely survive, let alone possess a spirit beast. I implore you to accept it. Suyu Ruo chimed in. Yes, young master, please contract it. I have some time before I can become a spirit master. I can always choose another later. In this world, one must reach the age of 16 to contract a spirit beast, as that is when one's foundational soul force stabilizes. making it the most opportune age for such contracts. Chu Yang shook his head, gazing at the two individuals before him. Do you not desire vengeance? The two were taken aback, then helplessly shook their heads. Their foes were far too formidable, overwhelming to the point of inducing a sense of suffocation. With their current strength, even the thought of revenge was a distant dream. Chu Yang's expression turned grave as he declared, Remember, my principle is to repay enmity with enmity and grievances with grievances. Your enemies may be powerful, yet you possess ample means to pursue them. As long as you breathe, there remains a chance. Otherwise, how can you face those who have perished? Can they rest in peace beneath the 9 springs upon witnessing your current state? The grievances and hatred they harbored can only be articulated by you, and yet you wish to forget your hatred? His voice was steady, laced with an icy undertone. Su Zhan's hands hung limply, trembling not with ferocity, but with restraint. Suyu Rua's delicate hands clenched tightly until they turned pale. They had fallen from their once lofty heights to their current plight, their family obliterated, their kin enslaved. How could they not have contemplated revenge? However, their enemies loomed like an insurmountable mountain, casting shadows that rendered them mere spectators, too fearful to ascend. Chu Yang fixed his gaze upon the two, asserting, Though you may lack the strength now, opportunities will arise in the future. Since you have chosen to follow me, I will ensure that vengeance is sought and grievances addressed. I permit you to harbor your hatred in silence, but I will not tolerate any thought of relinquishing or forgetting your quest for revenge. If that is your intention, then you would be better off departing from my side. With that, Chu Yang turned on his heel. If they lacked the courage to seek vengeance, the last vestige of their spirit extinguished, they might as well retire to the countryside and await death. Thud! Suyu Rua knelt upon the ground, her voice hoarse as she proclaimed, Young master, I yearn for revenge. I shall avenge my fallen kin, and make them pay in blood for their debts. They too are descendants of the old slaves. If there exists even a sliver of opportunity, I shall gnash my teeth and tear from them a piece of flesh. Su Zhan, his hair as white as snow, surged with fury akin to a raging lion. Chu Yang turned to assist Suyu Rua, gently wiping away her tears. Rest assured, opportunities shall present themselves. This flying wolf bears the hope of your vengeance. In time, you shall forge a bond with it to aid you in your battles. Thus, it symbolizes your hope, a hope that must be grasped firmly in your own hands. Do you understand? Suyu Rua nodded resolutely, a faint smile gracing her lips. Yes, young master, I comprehend. Chapter 20, The Thief Chu Yang. To live is to possess a goal, or perhaps. Su Zhan hoped that Suyu Rua could find tranquility in her new environment. Yet having witnessed the slaughter of her kin, any individual with a shred of valor could not remain indifferent. Su Zhan's naive aspirations would only suffocate Suyu Rua. During this time, Chu Yang sensed the inner turmoil hidden beneath Suyu Rua's calm facade. She likely yearned for a chance to fight back, yet, due to Su Zhan's influence, had to suppress such thoughts deep within her heart. At this moment, inspired by Chu Yang's words, she found the courage to voice her innermost feelings. And what of Su Zhan? Did he truly not wish for revenge? If he harbored no desire for retribution, why then did he keep the flying wolf? Perhaps what he retained was not merely a beast of royal quality, but rather a flicker of hope within his heart. Yet upon witnessing the might of their enemies, he may have felt lost and cowardly. Or perhaps he wished for the bloodline of Suyu Rua to endure safely. But now, the embers of his fighting spirit reignited, transforming into a blazing flame. In the following days, Suyu Rua's spirits markedly improved, yet Chu Yang found himself in a quandary. He wrestled with the decision of whether to visit the city lord's mansion to seek out the Qin sisters. However, considering the recent events, it was likely that the two young women would be reluctant to see him. Old Su, what do you think I should do? Chu Yang inquired of Su Zhan, whose years had granted him a wealth of experience. Though his earlier fervor had dimmed, it did not diminish his wisdom. Yet, he refrained from mentioning the matter of the sisters' poisoning. Such knowledge was best kept from others, aside from himself and the two women. As for Wang Yuan, why had the Qin sisters spared him after their encounter? This puzzled him greatly. He realized he must meet them. A man must bear some responsibility. Allowing this matter to linger would only lead the sisters to believe he did not care for them. Once such thoughts took root, a greater rift would emerge between them. Su Zhan stroked his beard thoughtfully. Chu Yang nodded in agreement. Indeed, if the sisters felt neglected, it could lead to their sorrow. Thus, he resolved to approach them proactively, though he would need a reason to do so. Boom. At that moment, the massive gates of the Chu estate were suddenly flung open. Su Zhan frowned, wondering who dared to act so presumptuously. Master, allow this old servant to handle the matter. He rose and strode toward the exit. Chu Yang, from a distance, speculated on the identity of the intruder. Given the animosity currently directed at him throughout Luotian City, it could only be the Wang family, their ire palpable. After all, He had not only thwarted their plans, but had also emerged as the ultimate beneficiary. Thief Chu Yang, come forth and face your demise. A voice laced with formidable soul power echoed from the entrance, causing passers-by to halt in their tracks. Was that not Wang Tianshan, the esteemed elder of the Wang family, who had provoked such wrath from him? Those with even a modicum of discernment recognized the voice, as Wang Tianshan was renowned throughout Luotian City as the elder of the now diminished Wang family. At this moment, Wang Tianshan stood at the entrance, his imposing figure radiating fury. His fists were clenched tightly, the veins on his forehead bulging. Beside him, a silver-quality ironback bear loomed like a small mountain, its overwhelming presence causing onlookers to retreat in fear. Following Wang Tianshan were several members of the Wang family, their spirit beasts unleashed, exuding an air of aggression. Wang Tianshan's heart surged with murderous intent. The meticulous schemes of the Wang family had been utterly disrupted by this insignificant brat. More alarmingly, the ancient forbidden drug, the spirit-destroying powder, had been recognized by the Qin sisters. This revelation placed the Wang family in a precarious position. They feared that the events surrounding their ancestors' acquisition of the ancient secret realm would be brought to light once more. Thief Chu Yang, come forth at once, or I shall raze this place to the ground. Wang Tianshan's furious shout rang out again. In truth, upon learning of their plan's failure, the higher-ups of the Wang family had resolved to impose severe punishment on Chu Yang, the instigator. However, Wang Qianyue, the family patriarch, was cautious and insisted on thorough investigations into Chu Yang's background. Especially in the wake of the recent annihilation of the Fu family, he could not afford to be careless, fearing a similar fate. Thus, the Wang family had delayed their approach for several days. Just as Wang Tianshan prepared to command an assault on the gates, a voice filled with authority resounded. Who dares to make such a ruckus here? Who possesses the audacity to act so presumptuously? As Su Jin's figure emerged slowly, Wang Tianshan's pupils constricted. He felt an overwhelming aura of authority. It is the old servant by Chu Yang's side, Wang Tianshan whispered, instantly sensing the unusual nature of this individual. Having occupied a high position for some time, he found himself instinctively oppressed by this man's formidable presence. However, according to their discreet investigations, this person was merely a wounded soul rescued by Chu Yang, spending most of his days in a deep slumber. Referring to Chu Yang as young master, the Wang family speculated that this man might have suffered severe damage to his soul sea, thus not garnering their respect. As for the other, a mere ordinary girl, she was even less worthy of their consideration. Bring Chu Yang out. The grievances between the Wang family and him do not require a mere servant to voice, Wang Tianshan declared, standing tall. The master is engrossed in his training. He has no time to meet an insignificant nobody like you. Su Jin scoffed at Wang Tianshan's audacity. What? You dare to label me as insignificant? I, the esteemed grand elder of the Wang family, reduced to a mere nobody by another. Wang Tianshan trembled with rage. Who in the entirety of Luotian City would dare to slight him? Even the heads of families would show him deference. The Wang family was unworthy of even carrying the master's shoes. Su Jin's voice was icy. Ha ha. Wang Tianshan laughed in fury, his face contorting into a grimace. His chest heaved violently. He had never encountered such arrogance before. If that is the case, I shall slay you, and then your so-called master. Wang Tianshan sneered, as the ironback bear behind him let out a roar that echoed through the mountains. The other members of the Wang family stood on high alert. Hold on. At that critical moment, Chu Yang stepped forward, a smile gracing his lips. Elder Wang, is it? I must express my apologies regarding this matter. However, since it has transpired, I can offer no recompense, but would appreciate it if you could extend my thanks to Brother Wang Yuan. Just tell him that I, Chu Yang, owe him a favor. With a smile playing at the corners of his mouth, Chu Yang reflected on how truly grateful he was to the Wang family. Otherwise, how could he have suddenly acquired 2 additional spirit beast contract slots? Moreover, and most critically, it had allowed him to engage in close proximity with the 2 sisters of the Qin family. Yet, this facade only fueled Wang Tianshan's ire. He seethed, wishing to slay this insolent fellow on the spot. You thief, stealing the fruits of my Wang family's victory, and yet you speak of favors? Those 2 contract slots are invaluable. Any spirit master who possesses them would experience a significant boost in strength. Can such a favor be compared to that? Wang Yuan had already been confined by Wang Qian for bungling this matter, forbidden to step outside the Wang family doors. If you truly possess any skill, then join my Wang family today and become one of us. Wang Tianshan coldly asserted. Join the Wang family, take on the Wang surname, and from this day forth, you shall be one of us. Previous transgressions can be overlooked. However, Chu Yang had no intention of changing his name. This infuriated Wang Tianshan. Since you cannot be of use to my Wang family, I shall slay you. He commanded the ironback bear to strike at Chu Yang with its massive paw. Are you disrespecting me? But just as the ironback bear made its move, Su Jun's chilling voice rang out. In the next moment, a colossal tail swung forth. Thud! The tail collided with the bear's paw, producing a thunderous sound. The ironback bear was forced back several steps. Inshui Nyopong, Wang Tianshan uttered, his voice tense. A massive spirit beast with the head of an ox and the body of a python appeared beside Su Jun, its menacing horns exuding an intimidating aura. Though I am gravely injured, I will not allow anyone to harm my master. Otherwise, I will risk my life to protect him. Su Lao, can you manage? Chu Yang inquired with concern, for the Inshui Nyopong bore significant wounds. A gash across its abdomen revealed glimpses of its innards, and a long, scaled tail was partially severed. Among countless other injuries, it was not difficult to imagine the brutal battle this spirit beast had previously endured. Rest easy, master. It is but a barking puppy. Su Jun dismissed nonchalantly. Though this spirit beast was indeed injured, it was not something a mere flea like Wang Tianshan could provoke. A puppy? Chu Yang's lips twitched. This old man truly had a sharp tongue. Had he not noticed that Wang Tianshan was already seething with rage? A wounded spirit beast dares to put on airs before me. Die! Wang Tianshan roared, his fury palpable. He had never encountered such arrogance. How could one dare to refer to themselves as a puppy? Now consumed by wrath, he felt compelled to eliminate this old man to quell his anger. With another command, the ironback bear launched its attack. Despite its massive size, it moved with astonishing rapidity. Its claws shimmered with golden light as they descended toward the Inshui Nyopong's head. Humph! Let us take this to the street. We wouldn't want to damage the Master's grand entrance. You wouldn't be able to afford the repair. Su Jun scoffed. The ironback bear towered like a mountain. If its claw struck down, the Chu family's grand gate would surely be reduced to dust. Wang Tianshan nearly choked with rage. Am I not capable of affording a single grand gate as the esteemed grand elder of the Wang family? I shall tear your mouth apart. At that moment, the Inshui Nyopong was suddenly enveloped in layers of mist, its speed dramatically increasing. Before the ironback bear's massive paw could land, its mangled tail coiled around the creature. And with a fierce tug, the ironback bear was sent sprawling onto the cobblestone road. Bang! Simultaneously, its golden-clawed paw struck the ground, creating a massive crater. Witnessing this, many ordinary citizens turned pale and fled in terror, fearing that any engagement in such a battle would either result in death or injury. Experienced in combat, Su Jun, though dismissive of his opponent, remained vigilant. Seizing the opportunity as the ironback bear fell, the Inshui Nyopong summoned the mist around it once more, forming 3 razor-sharp blades aimed at the bear's throat, the weakest point in its defenses. As a spirit master, Wang Tianshan maintained control of the battlefield. Upon seeing the Inshui Nyopong conjure 3 blades of energy, he sensed the immense power within them and quickly commanded the ironback bear to defend itself. While typically, gold element spirit beasts possess strong offensive capabilities but weaker defenses, the ironback bear was an exception. Its back was armored with thick scales, providing formidable protection, and its claws also boasted significant defensive strength. At this moment, the ironback bear swiftly twisted its massive body, instantly transforming into a position with its face buried in the earth and its back turned skyward. Observing this, Chu Yang nearly burst into laughter. Just then, 3 water blades lunged forward. The crisp sound resonated, akin to steel clashing. The ironback bear's colossal frame shuddered violently, struck by a fierce impact. Wang Tianshan was taken aback, as he noticed droplets of blood seeping from the scales on the back of his spirit beast. The ironback bear had failed to completely defend against this assault. However, what astonished him even more lay ahead. The spectral water python possessed the attribute of spectral water, a force imbued with powerful, chilling energy capable of infiltrating its opponent's body. Consequently, this caused the ironback bear's movements to become slightly rigid. Chu Yang exhaled in relief as he observed the fierce battle between the two. Indeed, as Su Jun had remarked, despite suffering severe injuries, this spirit beast was not something Wang Tianshan could easily contend with. Just a single skill had managed to wound the 3rd-tier ironback bear. Wang Tianshan, no longer daring to underestimate his adversary, summoned 2 more 3rd-tier spirit beasts with a wave of his hand, the muddy water crocodile of the water attribute and the blazing firebird of the fire attribute. Both being 3rd-tier creatures, water attribute spirit beasts? Quite a splendid supplement. Su Jun smiled broadly upon seeing the 2 spirit beasts summoned by Wang Tianshan. Being of the same water attribute, if he could consume the muddy water crocodile, it would slightly mend the injuries of his spectral water python. Without hesitation, the spectral water python unleashed its full might, its massive form nearly 20 meters long enveloped in swirling mist once more. It was preparing to strike again. Chu Yang thought to himself. Previously, when the azure mist cloaked the spectral water python, Its speed had surged dramatically, presenting an opportune moment for attack. In the next instant, the spectral water python's gaze locked onto the muddy water crocodile lying on the ground. This was a crocodile several meters long, shrouded in mist, with its tail thrashing, causing nearby structures to collapse with a resounding crash. The destructive power of spirit tamers was indeed formidable. Wang Tianshan discerned the opponent's intention and immediately commanded the ironback bear and the firebird to attack the python. As for the former, it was not even worth mentioning. Its speed could not compare to that of the spectral water python at this moment, especially since it was further slowed by the infiltration of spectral water energy. However, the firebird soaring in the sky was extraordinarily swift. It unfurled its wings ablaze with crimson flames, its body approaching 10 meters, creating significant hindrance for the spectral water python's advance. Whoosh! A fireball erupted from the firebird's beak, hurtling towards the ground where the spectral water python lay, resembling a miniature sun. Boom! Yet, the latter moved quickly, evading the fireball, which detonated upon impact, sending stone tiles flying in all directions and creating a fiery pit several meters wide on the ground. The firebird, undeterred, unleashed several more fiery assaults. Sizzle! As the flames made contact with the blue mist enveloping the spectral water python, an abundance of vapor erupted, shrouding the battlefield in a haze. The firebird's onslaught had rendered the spectral water python somewhat uncomfortable, as the flames posed a certain constraint upon it. Subsequently, disregarding the firebird's attacks, it charged directly at the muddy water crocodile. Meanwhile, the muddy water crocodile also initiated an assault against the spectral water python, launching successive water arrows at it, followed by water blades imbued with spirit energy, striking mercilessly. Yet, all were deftly evaded by the python. As the spectral water python drew near the muddy water crocodile, Wang Tianshan promptly commanded the firebird to swoop down, its sharp, flaming claws aiming for the python's vulnerable spot. Haha, still too young. Su Zhen grinned, a look of cunning triumph upon his face. In the next moment, the spectral water python abruptly lifted its head, its sharp gaze fixed upon the firebird in the sky. Wang Tianshan's heart sank as he realized he had fallen into a trap, immediately ordering the firebird to ascend into the air. Yet it was too late. The spectral water python opened its mouth wide, launching a colossal water sphere into the sky, enveloping the oncoming firebird. Screech! The firebird emitted a terrified cry, its body now ensnared by the water sphere, unable to break free for the time being. Being a fire attribute creature, its fate was all but sealed within the confines of the water sphere. Nevertheless, it was unwilling to surrender easily. Its flames surged violently, striving to evaporate the blue water sphere that encased it. Despicable! Wang Tianshan shouted furiously. The opponent had deliberately lured the firebird into the spectral water python's attack range. Haha, this is one of my spectral water python's most potent skills. You can stay trapped in there for a while. Su Zhen sneered coldly. The spectral water python did not pause, darting swiftly towards the muddy water crocodile, opening its massive jaws to bite down. No, Wang Tianshan, still preoccupied with the firebird, reacted too late, his expression turning ashen. He formed a hand seal, preparing to summon the muddy water crocodile back to the spirit domain. Chu Yang, observing from the sidelines, understood this well. Spirit tamers could summon their spirit beasts back to the spirit domain within a certain range, provided they were not captured by the opponent's spirit beasts. Humph. I won't let you have your way. Su Zhen had long anticipated Wang Tianshan's move. As the latter prepared to summon the muddy water crocodile back, Su Zhen unleashed a surge of soul energy, interrupting the summoning process. You! Wang Tianshan glared with fury at Su Zhen, but could only command the ironback bear to assist the muddy water crocodile. At this moment, despite being of the same water attribute, the muddy water crocodile was no match for the spectral water python, nor could it outrun its opponent. As for its attacks, they were effortlessly dodged. The spectral water python struck mercilessly, its massive body swiftly coiling around the muddy water crocodile, the sound of bones cracking echoing ominously. The ironback bear rushed to provide aid, golden energy coalescing upon its claws as it slashed at the spectral water python's body. This time, Wang Tianshan aimed for the already wounded spots on the opponent, believing that only then could he inflict a fatal blow. With a sharp sound, the wound on the spectral water python's body widened significantly. Yet it ignored this, its body compressing and constricting further. Chapter 22. The blind box unveils a motorcycle. Suddenly, Wang Tianshan spat out a mouthful of blood, crimson seeping from his 7 orifices. This was the backlash inflicted upon a spirit tamer upon the death of their spirit beast. It also signified the demise of his muddy water crocodile. Wang Tianshan's complexion turned pale, his body trembling, as several members of the Wang family hurried to support him. In the midst of the chaos, these family members found no need to intervene. Among spirit tamers, realm was the most crucial measure of power. What could a group of second-tier tamers do? They would merely serve as fodder. In truth, the moment the spectral water python ensnared the muddy water crocodile, Wang Tianshan had commanded it to self-destruct, a last resort born of desperation. Yet, the infernal spectral water python offered no opportunity for such an act. Thus, he could only watch helplessly as his spirit beast's corpse was consumed by the adversary. Let us go. Quickly, Wang Tianshan whispered to the surrounding Wang family members, his face ashen. He has come to the realization that he is no match for this old man. Continuing to linger might even lead to his own demise. Thus, he hastily retreats with his companions. Su Zhan intends to press the attack, yet he is halted by Chu Yang. My lord, why not eradicate them entirely? Su Zhan inquires. Perplexed, should we not eliminate the root of the problem? Chu Yang, with a hint of exasperation, gestures towards the surroundings. It is only then that Su Zhan notices the devastation wrought upon the buildings. The destructive force of the spirit masters is immense, leaving the nearby streets and structures in ruins. If they were to pursue further and force Wang Tianshan's spirit beast to self-destruct, the resulting devastation would be unfathomable. Moreover, slaying a single Wang Tianshan would yield little benefit. He recalls the words of the Qin sisters who mentioned that the Wang clan's ancestor might possess knowledge of an ancient secret realm. Since they have proactively provoked him, he is now contemplating how to leverage this opportunity to demand access to the ancient secret realm from the Wang clan's ancestor. Su Zhan awkwardly admits, it is my fault. Chu Yang shakes his head, clarifying that this matter does not rest on Su Zhan's shoulders. Any spirit master's actions would inevitably lead to significant destruction. Let us first compensate them. We shall reclaim every penny, plus interest, from the Wang clan later. Chu Yang asserts. Understood. Wang Qianyue observes the pale countenance of Wang Tianshan with furrowed brows. He had not anticipated the emergence of a new force within Luotian City, beyond the three prominent families and the city lord's residence. Patriarch Wang Zhinshan, what should we do? Wang Qianyue turns to Wang Zhinshan. The latter responds, I believe it is unwise for us to act rashly at this juncture. His words draw frowns from the other high-ranking members of the Wang clan. An elder immediately retorts, Ancestor, Patriarch, are we to silently endure while the Grand Elder suffers such grievous wounds? Several elders nod in agreement, recalling how the Wang clan has never before faced such humiliation. Short-sighted fools, Wang Qianyue scolds, urging Wang Zhinshan to elucidate the situation. Have you forgotten the fate of the Fu family? Wang Zhinshan speaks in a low tone. His words leave the others stunned. Does the Patriarch imply that the annihilation of the Fu family's mysterious force is somehow linked to Chu Yang? It is not beyond the realm of possibility. Gasp. The elders awaken to this realization. It has been over half a month since the Fu family's demise, yet this mysterious force has remained elusive, leading to their complacency. According to Tianshan, that old man was able to easily overpower him even in the midst of his spirit beast's injury. One can deduce that the opponent is at least of the fourth tier. Wang Qianyue states, such power could undoubtedly obliterate the Fu family, hence they must not be complacent. Yes, the assembly responds in unison. But ancestor, shall we merely allow them to trample upon us? Wang Zhinshan queries. Wang Qianyue waves his hand dismissively for now. Let it be. Our plans have been thoroughly thwarted. Even if we were to kill Chu Yang now, it would be of no avail. Furthermore, he is accompanied by a fourth-tier spirit master, hence it must be I who intervenes. But such action would expose my strength and attract the attention of the Yang and Mo families, jeopardizing our grand scheme. As for Chu Yang, although he may possess 2 additional contract slots compared to an ordinary spirit master, he will not grow formidable overnight. We have ample time to eliminate him. What we need now is an opportunity, one that will allow us to dominate Luotian City. At that time, the Yang family, the Mo family, and the city lord's residence shall all bow before us. Wang Qianyue states, his eyes gleaming with intellect. The ambitions of merely one of the 3 families cannot satiate him. His aim is to astound the world with a single, resounding strike. Yes, we shall faithfully adhere to the ancestors' directives. The elders of the Wang family are filled with fervor, eagerly anticipating the arrival of that day. Within the Chu family's courtyard, the system announces, initiating blind box. A flash of black light reveals an item within the blind box. Congratulations, host, you have received a motorcycle. Chu Yang's eyes widen in disbelief. Such a technological marvel has manifested in this world. The moment the motorcycle appears before him, he is momentarily transported back to a world of technology. The system has even thoughtfully ensured that the tank is filled to the brim. Virum. The roar of the motorcycle startles Su Zhan and his granddaughter. What is this? Su Yurua gazes in astonishment at the peculiar object. Is it a spirit beast? Su Zhan inquires, puzzled, yet he senses no life force emanating from it. This is not a spirit beast, it is a motorcycle. Chu Yang clarifies for them. Motorcycle? The pair shakes their heads, indicating they have never heard of such a thing. Subsequently, Chu Yang mounts the vehicle and begins to cruise around the courtyard. Yu Ruo, come join me for a ride. He beckons to Su Yu Ruo. Su Zhan observes the two on the motorcycle, muttering to himself. The speed is not particularly swift, comparable to a second-tier spirit beast. However, it appears to be limited to ground travel and cannot fly. Its functionality pales in comparison to a spirit beast, rendering it of little use to spirit masters. He then witnesses Chu Yang teaching Su Yu Ruo how to ride. Can an ordinary person truly operate this? Su Zhan is left in astonishment. If so, it may indeed hold some utility. Who exactly is his master, to possess such an array of strange items? He recalls a few days prior during a meal when Chu Yang produced a delectable condiment with an unusual name. What was it called again? Laoganma. The flavor was unlike anything he had ever encountered, lingering in his memory to this day. Regrettably, the quantity was limited. They consumed the entire bottle in one meal. Perhaps that was the only bottle of Laoganma in the entire world. Observing Su Yu Ruo joyfully riding the motorcycle, Chu Yang reclines in a lounge chair, bemused as he reflects on the eclectic items he has received from the blind box recently. Flashlights, ethereal ice stones, soul veins, spirit veins, the Yanwang recipe, spirit beast egg identification papers, and even a foxtail. The items drawn from the blind box are truly bizarre and varied, even including a roll of toilet paper. Chu Yang cannot help but concede that the blind box is indeed all-encompassing. It has yielded items from both the technological realm and this world. Tomorrow marks the monthly 5 consecutive draws. He hopes to procure something extraordinary. During his first set of 5 draws, he acquired a sacred dragon of the underworld and a creation pill among other precious items. What wonders will this time unveil? What he currently needs most is a cultivation pill. His progress in cultivation is painfully slow. After a month, he has only reached the mid-stage of the first tier. This advancement has only been possible due to the numerous soul medicines provided by the Fu family. Relying solely on himself, he cannot fathom how much longer it would take. In the fervent thoughts of Chu Yang, the moment for the quintuple opening finally arrived. The system activated the blind boxes. Chu Yang selected one from the 10 blind boxes. A flash of inky light enveloped him. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a 6th-tier cultivation elixir. Chapter 23, Unveiling the Blind Box. A 6th-tier cultivation elixir? Chu Yang was momentarily taken aback, but soon elation coursed through him. He had previously daydreamed about when he might unveil a cultivation elixir, soaring to new heights. And now, it had materialized. Furthermore, it was of the 6th tier. Achieving the 6th tier through personal cultivation would ordinarily require several years. This was truly worth it. Chu Yang's fingers trembled with excitement. Yet, he needed to remain composed and hasten to open the other blind boxes. Based on his past experiences with gaming on Earth, if a moment yielded a favorable attribute, it likely indicated a golden opportunity. Seizing this moment to unveil other items could also yield splendid results. This was the mystique of gaming. Regardless of others' beliefs, Chu Yang was a firm believer. System, I implore you, open another blind box. The black light flickered once more, followed by an announcement. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a 4th-tier beast cultivation elixir. Chu Yang clenched his trembling fist. Indeed, this moment was the golden opportunity. Although a 4th-tier beast cultivation elixir could not compare to a 6th-tier one, it was still quite commendable. He was just about to contract a new spirit beast, awaiting the perfect candidate. In an instant, another 4th-tier spirit beast emerged. Taking a deep breath, Chu Yang hesitantly opened one of the 8 remaining blind boxes. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a king-grade shadow attribute spirit beast, Nightshade. Upon hearing this announcement, Chu Yang couldn't help but let out a hearty laugh. Why had he refrained from contracting spirit beasts? Simply due to the lack of high-quality ones. His own sacred dragon of the abyss was of divine quality, and it was evident that its quality was exceptionally high. Thus, he insisted that the quality of his other spirit beasts must not fall below the king grade. This was his personal standard, otherwise, they might hinder his future progress. He had initially planned to use this opportunity to invite the Qin sisters out, both to alleviate any awkwardness and because they were beast masters whom he hoped would assist him in finding a high-quality spirit beast. Little did he expect the system to be so generous. It had directly unveiled a king-grade spirit beast. Chu Yang continuously tried to calm his racing heart, urging himself to maintain composure. Alas, tranquility eluded him. Moreover, he still had 2 chances left. At that moment, he shouted in his mind, System Father, I adore you. Open this blind box. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a king-grade evolution elixir. Chu Yang erupted into ecstatic roars. Outside, Su Yura, who had been riding her motorcycle, halted and looked curiously towards Chu Yang's room. Grandfather, what's wrong with the young master? She inquired, puzzled. Why is he laughing so heartily all alone in his room? Su Jin stroked his beard and remarked, from the sound of that laughter, it seems he has encountered something joyous. Noticing his granddaughter's curious gaze fixed on Chu Yang's room, Su Jin reiterated, Yorua, you must understand and align yourself with your current status. There are matters that involve secrets. If the master does not speak of them, we must not pry, do you understand? He was concerned that his granddaughter might inadvertently upset Chu Yang. After all, she had been cherished in their family. But here she needed to learn to serve others. Such a disparity was difficult for most to accept, although she had grown accustomed to Chu Yang's approachable nature, who seldom reprimanded those around him. There were some matters that he, as an elder, needed to clarify to prevent her from making any grievous errors. Grandfather, I understand. The past is but a fleeting memory. If even you can call the young master, what do I have to hold on to? Su Yorua smiled. Her greatest hope now was to swiftly contract and become a spirit master, for only then could she take a significant step closer to her aspirations. Su Jun affectionately patted Su Yorua's head and said, serve the young master well. The heights he may reach in the future will undoubtedly surpass our wildest imaginations. In comparison to his future, our former status may truly be insignificant. Perhaps a century from now, we will be grateful for our decisions back then. Su Jin spoke earnestly, gazing towards the rockery in the courtyard. That was where the spirit of the abyss often rested. He had previously inquired about what lay within, for it stirred an inexplicable sense of trepidation within him. After receiving Chu Yang's consent, he ventured into the rockery and beheld the spirit beast lying dormant on the ground. He realized he had not mistaken his call of master. He had once read in ancient texts that this spirit beast was an ancient being of remarkable strength. Unlike other spirit beasts, this one, upon manifestation, would inherently exceed king-grade quality. Thus, he was convinced that the heights Chu Yang could reach might truly exceed their imaginations. Meanwhile, the laughter from the room grew louder, leaving Su Jun bewildered. There were no beauties in the room. Why was the master laughing so joyfully? Suddenly, the laughter ceased, and Chu Yang's voice resonated. What the hell? Is this the end of my good fortune? I've opened a pile of dog feces. Su Jun and Su Yorua exchanged glances, perplexed. Is the young master playing with dog feces? Silence. Inside the room, Chu Yang stared in disbelief at the contents of the last blind box. Indeed, his streak of good fortune had come to an end. The final blind box contained a pile of dark, unsightly dog feces. He never imagined such a thing could be unveiled from a blind box. Nevertheless, even so, the items he had unearthed in the first 4 openings had surpassed his wildest expectations. Chu Yang felt a surge of joy and was not at all disheartened by the presence of dog feces. He resolved to diligently study the techniques of opening blind boxes in the future, exploring their potential mystique. With that, he opened the door and stepped outside. Casting a glance at Su Yorua with a smile curling at the corners of his mouth, this young master would never be so bored as to play with dog feces. He then strode directly towards the rockery, leaving Su Yorua to playfully stick out her tongue in jest. Within the cave of the rockery, Chu Yang sat cross-legged beside the spirit of the abyss. He casually retrieved the 6th-tier cultivation elixir from the blind box space. The silvery pill emanated an ethereal glow, radiating an aura that made one's soul feel as if it were soaring. Chu Yang swallowed it whole. Instantly, a torrent of pure, primordial soul power erupted within him, continuously surging towards his soul sea. Visibly, his soul sea began to expand, akin to rising river waters, spreading outward and claiming the surrounding dark expanse. As his soul sea transformed from a mere puddle into a substantial pool, Chu Yang quietly contemplated this transformation, witnessing the gradual expansion of his soul sea until it ultimately evolved into a magnificent lake. The surface of the lake was vast, stretching endlessly before him, shimmering with pure and surging silver soul power, reminiscent of sunlight dancing upon the water. A powerful sensation enveloped him. Feeling this sudden surge of soul power, Chu Yang's confidence soared to unprecedented heights. In that moment, he believed he could effortlessly tear apart the soul sea of a 6th-tier spirit beast. And this was no mere illusion. He truly possessed that capability, such as the mastery of a spirit master over soul power. Hovering above his soul sea was the Holy Spirit Tower, radiating with resplendent hues, dominating the 4 corners of his soul sea. Beside the Holy Spirit Tower floated a diminutive, inconspicuous silver needle, the golden quality offensive soul weapon acquired from Uncle Fu. Following the surge of Chu Yang's soul power, this silver needle was swiftly refined. The soul sea continued to expand, as the potent effects of the 6th-tier cultivation pill had yet to dissipate. Judging by the case of Huang, the utilization of the 6th-tier cultivation pill should elevate his cultivation to the pinnacle of the 6th tier. After breaking through, Huang had reached the peak of the 5th tier, leading him to speculate that his own cultivation would ultimately stabilize at the peak of the 6th tier. At this moment, he abruptly felt that the arduous training of the past month had been in vain. It seemed to have yielded no results. Just as Chu Yang's soul power broke through to the 6th tier, the spiritual domain above his soul seed began to flicker erratically. When a spirit master reaches the 6th tier, the spiritual domain transitions from illusion to reality. However, to attain a truly tangible spiritual domain, corresponding materials are required to establish the foundational structure of the world. Typically, spirit masters employ the 5 elemental energies of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, complemented by the yin-yang energies of soul stones as the fundamental materials for a genuine spiritual domain. The yin-yang and 5 elemental energies represent the elemental forces of the universe. Naturally, the more abundant the materials, the more exquisite the foundational spiritual domain constructed. Yet, Chu Yang paid this little heed. With a flick of his hand, an item manifested from the blind box space. This was a supreme treasure he had recently uncovered from the blind box, and he could not have anticipated its immediate utility. Chapter 24. The Power of the Sovereign. Item name, World Stone. Item node. A type of soul stone, the pinnacle material for constructing spiritual domains, unparalleled in its excellence. It is advised that the host utilize it at the moment the spiritual domain transitions from illusion to reality. The note accompanying the item elucidated the remarkable value of this world stone. Chu Yang gazed at the world stone in his hand. A dark and pockmarked mass lacking any distinguishing features. Were it to lie by the roadside, he might not spare it a second glance. Yet, who could have foreseen that this was the most superior material for constructing a genuine spiritual domain? Without further hesitation, he allowed the surging silver soul power within his soul seed to envelop the world stone entirely. As a soul stone, the world stone could also be refined into a soul weapon. However, possessing the Holy Spirit Tower, Chu Yang had no need for additional soul weapons. The soul power enveloped the world stone, flowing through its pores. Whoosh! As the world stone was fully invaded by the silver soul power, it transformed into a beam of black light that merged into the spiritual domain above Chu Yang's soul sea, accompanied by a thunderous roar. It resonated like the first thunderclap at the dawn of creation, deafening in its intensity. Chu Yang felt a profound vibration in his mind, nearly toppling him into dizziness. In that moment of contact, following the thunderous sound, the world stone began to integrate with the spiritual domain. The most immediate manifestation being the transformation of his spiritual domain from its previous illusory transparency into a tangible reality. Concurrently, the spiritual domain began to expand, its boundaries extending outward just as his soul sea had. An endless void of darkness was dispelled, giving way to solid ground. Chu Yang closed his eyes, quietly observing the transformations occurring within the spiritual domain. This was a process every spirit master experienced upon breaking through to the 6th tier. Regrettably, far too many individuals failed to reach this milestone. Chu Yang remained in this meditative state for an entire day, only opening his eyes the following morning. His gaze sparkled with vitality. The spiritual domain above his soul sea had fully materialized into a genuine celestial realm. Gazing within, he found it shrouded in dimness, devoid of sun and moon, flora and fauna. Only a barren expanse of brown earth greeted him. However, thanks to the world stone, his initial spiritual domain was vast, stretching out of sight. As a spirit master, Chu Yang was acutely aware of the dimensions of his spiritual domain, which measured an astonishing 12,960 meters. Chu Yang was momentarily astounded. His initial spiritual domain exceeded that of a 7th-tier spirit master by a considerable margin. He had recently observed Su Jun's spiritual domain, which was significantly smaller in comparison. Although the full potential of the spiritual domain had yet to manifest, it would undoubtedly prove its worth in the days to come. With the spiritual domain having taken form, Chu Yang's figure appeared instantaneously within it. He felt an exhilarating surge of boundless power. A glimmer of fascination danced in his eyes. This was the power of the sovereign. Every spirit master entering this realm would experience such sensations. As the architect and master of the spiritual domain, he could command all the forces within it. With a grand sweep of his hand, the energies of the domain began to shift, the ground quaking as the terrain transformed. It was indeed a remarkable feat, akin to turning the sea into land with a mere thought. Ultimately, at the very center of the spiritual domain, a colossal peak rose majestically, piercing the heavens, destined to be a sanctuary for cultivation. Once more, he summoned the energies, and the water attributes within the domain responded, manifesting a gentle stream that wound around the base of the main peak like a jade ribbon. Shortly thereafter, a slightly shorter mountain appeared not far from the main peak. This was the dragon lair Chu Yang constructed for Huang. Chu Yang formed a hand seal, and Huang instantly materialized within the spiritual domain. Its imposing figure, nearly 18 meters in length, soared through the air, reveling in this tangible world. Roar! It released a triumphant roar, imbued with excitement. As Chu Yang's spirit beast, Huang also possessed a share of authority. Presently, it was reshaping the terrain and constructing its own lair according to its desires. Subsequently, Chu Yang exercised the authority of the sovereign, gathering the wood attributes, causing sparse flora to emerge upon the ground. At this juncture, the true power of the world stone began to reveal itself. It possessed an array of elemental forces, comprehensive and formidable. For instance, with a mere gesture from Chu Yang, the fire attributes coalesced, forming a crimson sun in the sky. There is no necessity to slay a fire attribute ferocious beast to create a sun, as Su Jin did. The fire attribute power within Su Jin's spiritual domain is far too sparse to sustain the formation of a miniature sun. Observing the transformed spiritual domain, Chu Yang nodded in satisfaction. This is merely a preliminary alteration, and it can be refined gradually in the future. The next step involves contracting the king-grade dark attribute spirit beast, Nightshade. Chu Yang rubbed his hands together. As he summoned it, the Nightshade, previously residing in the blind box space, materialized within his spiritual domain. Upon its arrival, this spirit beast transformed into a swirling mass of black mist, drifting before him. Subsequently, the mist condensed, taking the form of a humanoid spirit beast. It resembled a hunter clad in a black stealth suit, enshrouded in thick black mist that enveloped its entire being. Through the mist, one could occasionally glimpse a pair of cold eyes emitting a dark luminescence. The dark attribute spirit beast, Nightshade. Item name, Nightshade. Item note, this is a king-grade dark attribute spirit beast, adept in stealth and assassination. With my blood, I shall meld your soul. In this life and the next, we shall be bound for eternity. Contract. As Chu Yang's oath concluded, the contract symbol inscribed with his blood was instantly imprinted upon Nightshade's forehead. At the moment the contract succeeded, information regarding Nightshade naturally appeared in Chu Yang's mind. Spirit Beast, Nightshade. Quality, King Grade. Rank, Initial Stage of First Order. Attribute, Dark Attribute. Skills, Shadowing Mist Form. Spirit Treasure, None. Chu Yang gazed excitedly at his second Spirit Beast. A King-Grade Spirit Beast is a formidable entity that can evolve to the Emperor level of the 10th rank. The Dark Attribute Spirit Beasts are notoriously elusive, often catching opponents off guard in battles, making them a source of considerable vexation for many spirit tamers. From now on, I shall call you Knight. Chu Yang regarded the Spirit Beast before him, its form concealed within the dense mist, rendering it indistinct. This Spirit Beast exuded an air of aloofness, revealing little emotional fluctuation. All that could be discerned was what seemed to be a nod of acknowledgement. Shortly thereafter, he presented Knight with a 4th-rank cultivation pill that he had acquired from the blind box yesterday, instantly elevating its rank to the pinnacle of the 4th order. At that moment, Knight's figure abruptly vanished from sight, camouflaging itself within the shadows of Chu Yang. Is this the skill shadowing? Chu Yang was astonished. The King-Grade Knight possessed 2 skills, one of which was indeed shadowing. No matter how he moved, Knight's silhouette remained ensconced within his shadow, yet his eyes perceived no anomaly. Next, Chu Yang meticulously examined Knight's other skill and ultimately introduced Knight to Huang. To Chu Yang's surprise, perhaps due to the disparity in quality or cultivation level, as soon as Knight laid eyes on Huang, the surrounding black mist quivered violently. However, under the binding influence of Chu Yang, the spirit tamer, the 2 spirit beasts managed to coexist harmoniously. With a resounding rumble, the earth heaved as Chu Yang constructed a mountain for Knight. However, Knight took the initiative to excavate a profound underground passage within the mountain, creating a space for habitation and training. Chu Yang contemplated the spiritual domain, and with a wave of his hand, he retrieved a spiritual vein from the blind box space. Item name, Spiritual Vein. Item note, this spiritual vein emanates rich spiritual essence. Aiding in the cultivation of spirit beasts, it can be deeply buried beneath the earth to unleash its potential. This was something he had recently acquired from the blind box, and he had been pondering the most suitable application for it. Now, he decided to simply place it directly within the spiritual domain. The ground split open as Chu Yang casually tossed the spiritual vein inside. Upon entering the earth, it seemed to awaken like a colossal dragon, causing the ground to tremble slightly, transforming the entire spiritual domain into something remarkably different. Huang and Knight perceived this change most acutely, for to break through, they must absorb the abundant spiritual essence, just as spirit tamers require soul essence to elevate their ranks. Previously, the spiritual essence within the domain was exceedingly sparse, even inferior to that of Luotian City. Yet now, they felt an overwhelming surge of spiritual essence wafting up from the depths of the earth, filling them with elation. Chapter 25, An Appointment with 2 Ladies. Upon returning to the real world, The overwhelming sense of power that allowed for boundless possibility vanished instantly, leaving him with a sense of melancholy. The next day, the system activated the blind box. Chu Yang expressed his excitement, recalling that it was at this very moment he had previously unlocked high-value items such as cultivation pills. A flash of black light emerged, and congratulations to the host for obtaining a pair of black stockings. Chu Yang fell silent, holding the smooth, black stockings in his hand. Could it be that metaphysics no longer held sway? Or perhaps there was simply no discernible pattern. He found himself at a loss. In the following days, he remained at home opening blind boxes, yet to no avail. Moreover, he found it peculiar that the Wang family had fallen utterly silent, as if nothing had transpired at all. Such abnormality often signals something amiss. Perhaps they were plotting something grand, preparing to strike with a formidable blow. Yet Chu Yang remained unperturbed. The Wang family plotting against him? Let us see whose scheme proves mightier. Euro, prepare yourself. I am heading to the City Lord's Mansion. The City Lord's Mansion is situated at the heart of Luotian City and is the largest edifice in the entire city. Kind sir, please inform them that Chu Yang is here to visit the two young ladies. Chu Yang addressed the gatekeeper of the City Lord's Mansion. On any ordinary occasion, the gatekeeper would have undoubtedly dismissed him, as many had attempted to intrude upon the two young ladies under various pretenses. According to the gatekeeper, it was akin to a toad aspiring to eat swan meat. However, Chu Yang's extraordinary appearance, clad in exquisite white silk garments, accentuated his noble demeanor, making it evident that he was either affluent or of high status. This attire had been meticulously chosen by Su Euro, harmonizing beautifully with his aura. Do you know my two young ladies? The gatekeeper inquired. Chu Yang nodded. Not only do I know them, but we share a profound understanding. Such a statement was hardly an exaggeration given their relationship. The gatekeeper was taken aback. This man was indeed acquainted with the two young ladies. He promptly replied, "Please wait a moment while I go and inform them." The gatekeeper dared not delay, sensing that Chu Yang did not appear to be lying. If true, he was not someone to be trifled with. Before long, the gatekeeper hurried back, stating, "The two young ladies have requested that you wait here for a moment. They will be out shortly." The gatekeeper's expression revealed a hint of surprise, for upon mentioning Chu Yang's name, the two ladies had reacted noticeably, particularly the second young lady, whose face flushed a deep crimson. As for the eldest young lady, upon hearing his name, her jade-like hand involuntarily trembled. Upon hearing the response, Chu Yang nodded. As long as the other party did not refuse to meet him, that sufficed. However, this wait stretched on for more than 2 hours. Perhaps the other party intended to test his patience, yet Chu Yang maintained a serene demeanor throughout. The two young women were unaware that, in the technologically advanced Earth, such a casual wait of a few hours was hardly excessive. Soon, the two ladies emerged gracefully. Upon their reunion, an air of awkwardness enveloped them. The two women naturally recalled the events of that fateful night, their cheeks flushing crimson. It was Chu Yang who eventually broached the subject of shopping and dining together. After all, wasn't it a common practice on technologically advanced Earth to foster relationships in such a manner? Regrettably, this world lacked cinemas. A few days prior, I heard that the elder of the Wang family sought trouble with you. Are you all right? On the road, Qin Luojiao inquired. Upon hearing this news, they understood the motive behind the Wang family's actions. However, at that moment, Qin Shufeng had been present, and they dared not show any signs of concern. It's nothing. The Wang family is merely a bunch of insignificant clods, Chu Yang replied indifferently. With his cultivation at the 6th tier, he was entirely confident in his assertion. Still, exercise caution. The means of the Wang family's ancestors are no trifling matter. Qin Luoshua cautioned. The matter concerning the Wang family's ancestor, Wang Qianhua, obtaining an ancient secret realm was practically substantiated. They had informed their father, Qin Shufeng, about it, yet he remained remarkably composed, as if he had already known. Thank you for your concern, Miss Luoshua. I shall remain vigilant, Chu Yang assured. He was surprised to detect no hint of previous reluctance in her tone. Qin Luoshua's face reddened. Who is concerned about you? Observing her sister's flustered expression, Qin Luojiao stifled a giggle from the side. Within the city lord's residence, Qin Shufeng abruptly rose. Are you saying that a man has invited the two young ladies to go shopping, and they agreed? Indeed, Qin Shufeng felt somewhat unsettled. His robust and upright figure paced restlessly within the hall. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of crisis, as if his little cotton-padded jacket was slipping away from him. Alas, my dear wife, when will you awaken? Even as a father and the lord of the city, having weathered many storms, he found himself at a loss regarding such matters. Meanwhile, Chu Yang strolled through Luotian City with the two young women, the man strikingly handsome and the women breathtakingly beautiful. Such a picturesque scene inevitably drew the attention of passers-by. Shortly thereafter, the trio sat down for a meal. Chu Yang broached the topic of having the two young women select spirit beasts for him. The moment the discussion turned to matters concerning the future, the two women's expressions turned bashful. For Chu Yang, the two contracts were derived from their sisterhood. Qin Luoxue remarked, "If I am not mistaken, your first spirit beast is from the ancient dragon lineage. Such spirit beasts are exceedingly rare, and when they do appear, their quality is certain to surpass that of kings. Am I correct?" Chu Yang nodded. The quality of his beast was indeed of a sacred grade, undeniably exceeding that of a king. Thus, in this context, your other spirit beasts must not possess inferior quality, lest they hinder your future endeavors. Qin Luoxue stated earnestly. The potential of spirit beasts varies according to their quality, and thus during selection, one must strive to choose the highest quality beasts available. Chu Yang expressed, in truth, my minimum quality requirement for any other spirit beast is that of a king, yet this is exceedingly challenging, not to mention kings. Even finding those of golden or diamond quality is a formidable task, with his cultivation reaching the 6th tier. Combined with the previous contract enhancement elixirs and the 2 positions granted by the young women, it meant that Chu Yang could contract a total of 7 spirit beasts. Excluding the 1 position currently occupied by the night beast, he still needed to find 6 more spirit beasts of king quality. This daunting task left him feeling overwhelmed. The 2 women nodded in agreement, with Qin Luoxue stating, "Your perspective is sound. Spirit beasts can be selected gradually, but one must never err in their choices, lest they be left with regrets." Chu Yang nodded, already possessing 2 spirit beasts, one at the peak of the 5th tier and another at the pinnacle of the 4th. Such strength would likely render him unmatched within Luotian City. Hence, he could only do his utmost. The ability to find them would largely depend on fate. At that moment, Chu Yang inquired, "Can the quality of our spirit beasts evolve? For instance, from bronze quality to silver quality?" To his knowledge, spirit beast quality could not evolve. However, the evolution elixirs obtained from blind boxes hinted that spirit beasts might indeed evolve, piquing his curiosity about whether evolution was possible in this world. To his surprise, both young women shook their heads in unison, with Qin Luojiao asserting, "Spirit beasts cannot evolve. Their quality is determined at birth." At that moment, Chu Yang's curiosity was ignited. If he could decipher the reasons and conditions that facilitated spirit beast evolution from the elixirs obtained from blind boxes, might he be able to reverse engineer an evolution elixir? A sudden thought struck him like a thunderclap, prompting a strong desire to return home and conduct research forthwith. Yet he understood that the time was not right, or rather, he lacked the foundational knowledge to accomplish such a feat. Unbeknownst to him, this seemingly casual thought would profoundly alter the fate of spirit beasts in this world, potentially overturning the established path of spirit masters. "Hey, what are you thinking about?" Noticing Chu Yang lost in thought, Qin Luojiao asked. "Oh, it's nothing. I was pondering the matters concerning your spirit beast companions." He had seemingly caught a glimpse that night. "Oh dear, please don't say any more." Before Chu Yang could finish, he noticed both sisters' faces flush with embarrassment. Chu Yang offered an awkward smile, realizing the two were undoubtedly overthinking the situation. It was only at the moment of breaking that delicate barrier that one could witness the spirit beasts of the 2 young women. Surely, they were recalling that intimate moment. However, he was genuinely curious about their spirit beasts, for he seemed to recall 2 mythical creatures from the technologically advanced Earth. Chapter 26, Fire Dragon and Ice Phoenix. He vaguely remembered the moment when the ethereal forms of spirit beasts emerged from the 2 women. They were unmistakably the 2 mythical creatures from the technologically advanced Earth. Yet, at the time, he had been too preoccupied with the fleeting moment to consider such things. In retrospect, it was likely that the spirit companions of the 2 young women were quite extraordinary. Their relationship had already evolved, and the 2 women had not concealed anything. Qin Luojiao declared, "As you can see, my spirit companion is the Xiantian Fire Dragon, while my sister's is the Xianyu Ice Phoenix." With that, the 2 of them formed summoning seals, and a blazing red fire dragon and an ice-blue phoenix emanating a chilling aura suddenly appeared within the private room. Their ability to summon such magnificent beings indicated that they had laid aside their reservations toward the man who had claimed their first night. Otherwise, they would not have been able to achieve such a level of trust. Chu Yang inhaled sharply, for he stood before a legendary creature of the technological earth, the Xiantian Fire Dragon and the Xianyu Ice Phoenix. He murmured to himself, astonished that the sisters' accompanying spirit beasts were indeed a dragon and a phoenix. He was certain that his fleeting glimpse that night had not misled him. In the next moment, he too invoked the summoning incantation, and the imposing figure of his spirit beast manifested within the private room. "My spirit beast is the Minghuang Sacred Dragon, which I have named Huang," he announced. The sisters' eyes widened in astonishment. This time, they perceived with greater clarity the majestic black scales adorned with a lustrous white mane, imbuing Huang with a formidable presence. What transpired next left both women utterly astonished. The Xiantian Fire Dragon and the Xianyu Ice Phoenix, instead of awaiting their command, soared towards each other, gracefully circling around Huang as if to honor and protect one another. They exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with shock. For they sensed an emotional resonance from their spirit beasts, an act of veneration towards one another. Such a phenomenon was unprecedented. Even when facing their mother-s spirit beasts, the Fire Dragon and Ice Phoenix had never exhibited such deference. In that moment, the sisters were overwhelmed with disbelief. However, they were puzzled as to why their spirit beasts would display such behavior. Subsequently, the trio retracted their spirit beasts, and the sisters' countenances reflected a newfound joy, as if Chu Yang's excellence had further satisfied them. Thus, if your first spirit beast is so exceptional, the others cannot be lacking, Qin Luo Jiao remarked. Nonetheless, seeking a spirit beast of royal quality in Luotian City is akin to chasing a mirage. Even golden quality beasts are exceedingly rare here. Chu Yang nodded, well aware of the challenges that lay ahead. The Qin sisters, as spirit beast tamers, often frequented the spirit beast trading market in search of potential companions. Over the years, they had indeed discovered several silver quality beasts and a few golden ones, but those above gold remained elusive. At this juncture, the sisters exchanged knowing glances, seemingly having reached a consensus. If you insist on forming a contract with a spirit beast now, we happen to possess one of royal quality, Qin Luo Shui declared. Chu Yang's eyes sparkled with intrigue. What spirit beast is it? He inquired. It is a turtle, Qin Luo Shui replied, pursing her lips. However, this spirit beast is rather unique and requires you to go to the city lord's mansion for the contract. Chu Yang, of course, would not refuse. He trusted that the two sisters would not lead him astray. Thus, under their guidance, the trio stealthily entered the city lord's mansion through a back entrance. Why aren't we using the front door? Chu Yang inquired, amused yet curious. At that moment, they slipped in through the rear, with Qin Luo Jiao clearing the way ahead, while Qin Luo Shui led Chu Yang closely behind her. We fear my father may give you trouble, Qin Luo Shui said, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. This spirit beast is rather extraordinary, and if Qin Shufeng discovers that his daughters intend to bestow it upon another, he would undoubtedly intervene. Chu Yang nodded, whispering, so you are concerned about my future father-in-law discovering this. Qin Luo Shui's fair complexion blushed a deep crimson, and she shot Chu Yang a glare, yet said nothing further. Chu Yang smiled faintly, since the sisters had yielded themselves to him. It seemed they had also come to accept him in their hearts. This world bore a resemblance to ancient China, where women placed great value on chastity. Unlike the more liberated attitudes of the technological earth, Wang Yuan, I am grateful to you 100 times over in my heart. Had it not been for your intervention, perhaps I and the Qin sisters would not have reached this juncture, or at least not so swiftly. Meanwhile, Wang Yuan, currently sequestered for reflection, suddenly felt a chill and sneezed. Am I truly in such a state that someone is missing me? He lamented, feeling abandoned by his ancestors. On the other hand, Qin Shufeng could hardly fathom that his two daughters would bring a man into their home. Under the sisters' guidance, Chu Yang smoothly entered a concealed chamber within the mansion. Goodness, you aren't taking me to your family's treasure vault, are you? He exclaimed, gazing in astonishment at the myriad treasures surrounding him. An array of spirit herbs, soul medicines, and shimmering jewels dazzled his eyes. Had he not seen the Fu family's vault, he might have found it difficult to maintain his composure. Qin Luo Shui shook her head. Indeed, this is a treasure vault, but it is our family's private collection, not that of the city lord's mansion. Chu Yang understood now. This was a personal trove. No wonder there were no guards upon entry. The sisters must have sent them away, or perhaps there were none at all. However, he was somewhat taken aback by the sisters' swift change in demeanor towards him. Yet he felt a sense of relief that it was he who had formed this bond with them. Had Wang Yuan succeeded, the circumstances might have been vastly different. Let us make the contract quickly, urged Qin Luo Shui, glancing anxiously towards the chamber entrance. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? Chu Yang voiced. For it felt improper to clandestinely contract a royal quality spirit beast behind their parents' backs. Hurry and form the contract. You will understand later. My parents will not act against you, Qin Luo Shui insisted. With both sisters urging him, Chu Yang felt he could no longer refuse their heartfelt intentions. He shattered the icy blue crystal encasing the turtle and pricked his finger, forming a contract with the creature. Instantly, information flooded his mind. Spirit beast, celestial turtle. Quality, royal quality. Rank, mid-stage first rank. Attributes, water ice. Skills, fated child, mist enveloping, icebound expanse. Spirit treasure, none. Chu Yang was mildly astonished. He had unexpectedly acquired a rare dual attribute spirit beast. Moreover, this spirit beast possessed 3 skills even at the mid-stage of the first rank, far exceeding his expectations. However, What does the term child of destiny signify? Chu Yang found himself somewhat perplexed. At that moment, Qin Luoxua inhaled deeply and said, Chu Yang, should you ever betray us in the future, my sister and I will not easily let you off. Beside her, Qin Luojiao made a show of shaking her delicate fist in a gesture of intimidation. Chu Yang was taken aback, but then felt a surge of joy within. Did this imply that the two sisters were entrusting themselves to him? Unbeknownst to him, this fabled tortoise of destiny was a portion of the dowry prepared by their mother for the two sisters. Now that they had handed it over to Chu Yang, the meaning was self-evident. Without uttering any unnecessary words, Chu Yang swiftly took action, planting a kiss on the tender, jade-like cheeks of both sisters before they could react. Chapter 27. The addition of a royal spirit beast in a state of serene contentment. Chu Yang returned home, only to encounter Suzhan, who was just returning after capturing prey for the spirit beasts. Young master, it seems that the city of Luotian will soon face a beast tide. Suzhan's expression was grave. A beast tide? Chu Yang's countenance shifted slightly. Previously, while hunting with spirit beasts, he had sensed the oppressive aura emanating from the wild, ferocious beasts, yet he had not anticipated the occurrence of a beast tide. Is it severe? He inquired. The number of spirit masters in Luotian is limited. If the beast tide becomes too severe, we may struggle to withstand it. It is quite serious. I have sensed the presence of 7th-tier ferocious beasts deep in the wilderness. Chu Yang paused. 7th tier? Can Luotian withstand this? How could a beast tide possibly arise out of nowhere? He questioned, recalling that in his memory, Luotian experienced a beast tide every few years, though the reasons remained elusive. Suzhan replied, this is uncertain, but deep in the wilderness, it is certain that powerful ferocious beasts have gone into a frenzy, causing other beasts to flee from danger, thereby triggering this beast tide. As for the underlying cause, it may stem from a fierce battle among powerful beasts, or perhaps someone is orchestrating it. But in a small place like Luotian, who would be so bored as to drive ferocious beasts to attack the city? We shall observe how this unfolds. Chu Yang remarked. If we are truly cornered, we will have no choice but to abandon the city. Of course, that would be the last resort. Days later, the tortoise of destiny that Chu Yang had contracted gradually awakened. Within his spirit domain, he concentrated his thoughts, conjuring a serene pond. Without needing instruction, the tortoise of destiny crawled into the pond and floated within its waters. Perhaps having slumbered for far too long, it surveyed its spirit master with curious eyes. From now on, I shall call you little tortoise, Chu Yang declared, gazing at the creature. Simultaneously, he held a royal-grade spirit beast evolution pill in his hand. Beside him stood another spirit beast, half his height, adorned with a pair of horns and black wings on its back. This peculiar spirit beast wielded 2 bronze-long swords. It was the bronze-grade spirit beast, sword servant. The long swords were not its treasures, but rather integral parts of its being. This was another spirit beast he had contracted. Since he possessed a royal-grade evolution pill, Chu Yang did not concern himself with selection. From this day forth, you shall no longer be called sword servant. I shall have you become Wushuang. Chu Yang bent down to stroke the head of this spirit beast. He then administered the evolution pill to Wushuang. Boom. An endless golden radiance emanated from within Wushuang, enveloping it in a golden cocoon. Is this the process of spirit beast evolution? Perhaps this is the first occurrence of spirit beast evolution in this world. Thus, he observed intently, unwilling to miss a single detail. After what felt like an eternity, the golden cocoon burst apart, transforming into countless golden particles that fused into Wushuang's form. Simultaneously, Wushuang's appearance began to shift, in addition to the dual swords it held. 3 long swords now hovered behind it, exuding a sharp aura. Moreover, the long swords in its grasp had transformed from bronze to a resplendent gold. Spirit Beast, Sword King. Quality, Royal Grade. Tier, Initial phase of 1st tier. Attribute, Gold. Skills, none. Treasures, none. Thus, Wushuang's attribute panel underwent a transformation. It had evolved from Sword Servant to Sword King. This could very well be the essence of Spirit Beast racial evolution. Previously, Wushuang was of bronze quality, with a growth potential capped at the peak of the 2nd tier. But now, having evolved into Sword King, its potential had surged to the imperial level of the 10th tier, a staggering leap. At that moment, the 3 golden long swords behind Wushuang emitted a melodious ringing sound, a jubilant manifestation of its successful evolution. If only I had a spirit beast cultivation pill, my combat strength would certainly see a significant increase. As if in response, the little tortoise suddenly emitted a wave of energy, subsequently breaking through to the late phase of the 1st tier. However, within my spirit domain, with the assistance of a spirit vein and the rich concentration of spiritual matter, it was not a daunting task for spirit beasts to achieve breakthroughs. The denser the spiritual matter, the more conducive it was for spirit beasts to cultivate. Compared to Luotian, my spirit domain was akin to paradise. During these past few days, Huang had also been diligently training within the spirit domain. Much like how spirit masters required to construct a spirit domain to break through to the 6th tier, spirit beasts needed to comprehend the laws to ascend to the 6th tier. Thus, the chasm between the 5th and 6th tiers loomed vast and insurmountable for spirit beasts, stemming from their understanding of the laws. However, Huang held a significant advantage in grasping these laws, a benefit derived from the spirit domain. Chu Yang's spirit domain, constructed from world stones, possessed a complete set of spirit domain laws, rivaling even those of the external world. Hence, Chu Yang could fully facilitate Huang's comprehension of the laws of the wilderness. Were it another spirit master whose spirit domain lacked the laws of the wilderness, they would be unable to achieve such a feat. Even though the laws of the wilderness within Chu Yang's spirit domain were not yet abundantly rich, he could still focus and channel them toward Huang. The external world might boast more potent laws, but they remained beyond Chu Yang's control. Thus, a notable disparity persisted between the two realms. System, activate the blind box. Congratulations, host, for acquiring a luxury villa. Chu Yang quietly gazed at the villa within the blind box space, a product of technological earth, undeniably lavish. It was equipped with all manner of amenities. This is quite a splendid acquisition. Chu Yang relocated it to the summit of his spirit domain, adding a vibrant touch to the landscape. Just then, Su Jin approached Chu Yang. Master, I have learned that the elder of the Wang family, Wang Qianyue, has been gravely injured in the wilderness. Wang Qianyue has been injured? According to Su Jun's inquiries, Wang Qianyue had sustained severe injuries while foraging for food for spirit beasts, nearly losing his primary spirit beast in the process. Is this news credible? Chu Yang questioned. It is indeed true that the ancestors of the other two prominent families personally visited Wang Qianyue, and this has been substantiated. Moreover, the ancestors of the other two families intended to take action against him, only to be thwarted by the intervention of officials from the City Lord's mansion. With the imminent threat of a beast tide, the City Lord's mansion sought to prevent any such disturbances during this critical time. A conflict among the three great families would undoubtedly result in catastrophic losses, leaving them ill-equipped to confront the beast tide. What is your perspective on this, old Su? Inquired Chu Yang. Su Jin smiled and stroked his beard, saying, I fear it may have been premeditated. Pray tell? Su Jin continued. The uprising of savage beasts is not a sudden occurrence. It is often heralded by signs. Given this, Wang Qianyue's reckless venture into the wilderness seems akin to courting death. However, he furrowed his brow. His injuries are genuine. What, then, could be the purpose of such actions? This remains a perplexing enigma. At a time when savage beasts are in upheaval, to place oneself in such peril is unfathomable. It is unlikely that his intentions are merely to evade the savage beasts. Suddenly, Chu Yang recalled the words of the Qin sisters, who mentioned that Wang Qianyue possessed knowledge of an ancient secret realm. Could this be related? Yet, there seemed no justification for injuring his primary spirit beast to the brink of death. The so-called primary spirit beast is the one most rigorously nurtured by spirit masters, typically the most powerful among them. Regardless, one must keep a vigilant eye on that old rascal to prevent any underhanded schemes from unfolding. Chu Yang remarked. The fact that they refrained from seeking revenge even after I disrupted their significant plans and Wang Tianshan was struck down by a spirit beast indicates that they are not to be underestimated. They have undoubtedly marked my name in their ledger, and at an opportune moment, they will seek retribution. Hence, Chu Yang sensed that he was dealing with an old schemer. The occurrence of such events at this juncture compelled him to contemplate further. Yet, this could very well be an opportunity to seize the ancient secret realm. Ever since I reached the pinnacle of the 6th tier in my cultivation, I have not regarded the Wang family with much concern. Even if Wang Qianyue governs an ancient secret realm, under absolute strength, all must yield. My inaction is not born of fear of the Wang family, nor is it due to any benevolent inclinations. Their audacity to drug my two women has already placed them on my blacklist. Su Jin once imparted to me that the code of conduct in this world is as follows. If one covets something, one should voice their desires. Should the other party refuse, then one must resort to theft. This is known as courtesy before conflict. This led Chu Yang to believe that Su Jin had perhaps misinterpreted the meaning of this phrase. Presently, my reason for not practicing courtesy before conflict with the Wang family is purely to observe what means they possess to contend with me. I wish to discern the true depth of the ancient secret realm. Otherwise, the daily grind of cultivation would become excessively tedious. On this day, the three families, including Chu Yang, received invitations from the City Lord's mansion. Furthermore, all spirit masters of the 2nd tier and above within Luotian City were summoned. The content of the invitation was a call to aid Luotian City in overcoming this dire crisis and to unite against the beast tide. If the city falls, where will the families stand? While the other two families deliberated, the head of the Wang family, Wang Zhinshan, personally led the family's senior members directly to the city wall. Their swiftness left the other two families in astonishment. When did the Wang family become so proactive? The two families were somewhat perplexed. Could it be that they sought the city lord's mansion's protection due to Wang Qinyue's injuries? Nevertheless, Wang family's words rang true. They certainly could not stand idly by as Luotian City faced annihilation by the beast tide. Even the ancestors of the other two families personally led their teams to the city wall. The origin of this beast tide lay to the west of the city. Thus, the main force of spirit masters would need to concentrate on the western city wall. Chu Yang chose not to go to the city wall, but instead opted for a strategic location within the city. Once the beast tide commenced, the western side of the city would undoubtedly bear the brunt of the assault. However, this did not imply that other areas would be exempt. The city still required the protection of spirit masters. Otherwise, should any spirit beasts infiltrate the city, ordinary citizens would be in grave jeopardy. Of course, Su Zhan represented the Chu family at the city wall. The Wang family's elder. It has been quite some time. Have your injuries healed? Su Zhan remarked upon seeing Wang Tianshan. The latter glared fiercely, yet his fury was quelled by Wang Zhinshan's intervention. Is this the new force that has recently emerged in Luotian City? Elder Yang Hongkuan of the Yang family observed from afar. Indeed, elder. The other party is at least a fourth-tier spirit master. They once drove Wang Tianshan into retreat. A Wang family elder chimed in. On the other side, the Mo family was also closely monitoring Su Zhan. Regardless, a fourth-tier spirit master is not to be overlooked. Subsequently, officials from the city lord's mansion finally arrived. Yet the leader's identity astonished everyone present. Moments later, someone exclaimed in anger, "What is Qin Shufeng up to?" In such a critical moment, he fails to appear and instead sends two young girls to fight. Many were incensed. The city lord's mansion fervently invited everyone to unite in defense of the city. Yet they adopted such an attitude? Indeed, aside from the guard team, the representatives of the city lord's mansion were none other than the Qin sisters, Qin Luoxue and Qin Luojiao. Their arrival sparked a great deal of unrest. Some were furious, others astonished, and a few young spirit masters wished to showcase their valor. Everyone, please remain calm. Since the Lord has permitted these two ladies to engage in battle, he must have his reasons. I hope all of you can join forces to overcome this crisis. A middle-aged man clad in black, who was the captain of the guard team, Chu Yang, spoke up. With a square face and a resolute demeanor, his sharp gaze commanded attention. Few in attendance had ever met Qin Shufeng, but they were quite familiar with this captain of the guard. Captain Qin, with the beast tide approaching, it seems rather unreasonable for the Lord not to make an appearance. A spirit master voiced, sensing an apparent lack of responsibility from the city lord's mansion. Only Wang Zhinshan pondered. It is said that Qin Shufeng remains at the city lord's mansion to guard some treasure. Could it be true? He had known Qin Shufeng for many years and rarely witnessed him stray from the confines of the city lord's mansion, prompting speculation among many concerning the reasons behind this. I trust that the Lord's plans will unfold smoothly. Henceforth, the fate of Luotian City shall rest in our hands. At this moment, some even speculated whether the Lord had sustained injuries, rendering him unable to venture outside. Rest assured, should the Lord truly disregard Luotian City, he would not allow the two ladies to appear. Qin Yang reassured the crowd. Meanwhile, the Qin sisters remained fixated on the distant wilderness, seemingly indifferent to the opinions of those around them. Are these two truly the individuals favored by our Lord? They are indeed strikingly beautiful, unparalleled in their grace. Truly befitting of our Lord. Su Zhan marveled. Despite having once possessed countless beauties, he had never encountered two women of such breathtaking allure. Just as someone was about to speak, a slight tremor suddenly resonated through the ground. They have arrived. The Qin sisters exclaimed in unison. The crowd's expressions stiffened as they turned their gaze towards the desolate wilderness. Within the city, Chu Yang also felt the subtle vibrations beneath his feet. He recognized it as a precursor to the impending beast tide, triggered by the stampede of ferocious beasts. His presence in the city was deliberate, having even informed the two sisters beforehand. Firstly, the city was fortified with spirit masters, and secondly, he was eager to discern the true capabilities of Wang Qianhua. Perhaps he could trace him to uncover the location of the secret realm. Meanwhile, within the Wang family, Wang Qianhua suddenly opened his sharp, hawk-like eyes. A slight smile gracing his lips. They have come. At this moment, he bore no semblance of injury. Nor did the spirit beast standing behind him show any signs of harm. If this scene were to be witnessed by the elders of the other two families, they would undoubtedly be astonished. At the western city wall, an endless cloud of dust rose from the ground, casting a gray shroud over the western wilderness. All the ancient, Sturdy trees were obliterated in the wake of the beast tide, and amidst the tense atmosphere, the formidable horde of beasts surged into view, akin to a relentless tide, sending shivers even down the spines of those accustomed to grand spectacles. The Qin sisters gazed ahead with unwavering focus, their target unmistakably set on the most powerful of the ferocious beasts. In synchrony, the two women formed intricate seals, summoning their magical arrays to materialize. Immediately, two colossal figures emerged into the sight of the onlookers. What is this? The three prominent families gasped in shock, their voices trembling. Fifth-tier spirit beasts? Before them stood two nine-tailed fox spirit beasts, one with a fiery crimson coat, its claws and tails ablaze with fierce flames, while the other was as pure as snow, emanating an aura of chilling frost. Indeed, they were two nine-tailed foxes, one embodying fire and the other ice. In that moment, all the spirit masters present were left dumbfounded, soon followed by a wave of reassurance. Truly befitting of the Lord's estate. Even the two sisters possess such formidable prowess. Elder Yang Hongkuan of the Yang family sighed in admiration. To summon two fifth-tier spirit beasts at once. It was no wonder the Lord's estate could maintain dominance over Luotian City. However, unlike the others who felt a sense of relief, the higher-ups of the Wang family wore grim expressions, having overlooked the two sisters. Furthermore, they were fifth-tier. Wang Zhinshan suddenly sensed an ominous turn of events. If the two sisters wielded such strength, then what of the Lord Qin Shufeng? He felt that his family's patriarch might have underestimated the power of the Lord's estate. Should he return to inform the patriarch? Wang Tianshan whispered. In their assumptions, given the richness of spiritual material in Luotian City, it was nearly impossible for fifth-tier spirit beasts to emerge. Yet, the current reality seemed to defy their expectations. Nevertheless, with the Wang family positioned at the forefront, retreating at this juncture could provoke the ire of those with ill intentions. With the battle yet to commence, the Wang family displayed signs of cowardice. A justification ample enough for the other two families and the Lord's estate to strike fear into them. Once the battle erupted and chaos ensued, the elder could quietly withdraw and inform the patriarch of the situation. Wang Zhinshan commanded. It was imperative to relay the intelligence. Otherwise, the patriarch might never return. Chapter 29. The Fiery Nine-Tailed Fox. As the two sisters summoned their spirit beasts, the other spirit masters simultaneously formed seals to call forth their own beasts. When Su Zhen summoned his phantom water bull python, Wang Tianshan was instantly reminded of the moment when his own murky crocodile was devoured by it. Patriarch, it is this spirit beast. Wang Tianshan quietly expressed his resentment to Wang Zhinshan. The latter nodded. Rest assured, I shall ensure it meets its end on the battlefield. Under normal circumstances, he might not have been a match for the opponent. But amidst the chaos of the beast tide, he had his methods. Wang Tianshan nodded. He could not rest easy until that creature was vanquished. The ferocious beasts finally entered the line of sight, ranging from small cats to gigantic mountain-like creatures. A myriad of beasts, seemingly frightened, dashed from the western wilderness towards the east. At this moment, the battle was finally ignited. The two sisters' fifth-tier spirit beasts advanced, their four limbs striding forth to occupy the open ground outside the city walls. Then, they unleashed their formidable aura without reservation. In an instant, the approaching horde of beasts emitted terrified cries. The fifth-tier aura instilled panic among many of the ferocious beasts. The once direct charge of the beast tide began to split as they were compelled to veer away. However, a portion of the more powerful beasts continued to surge forward. In contrast to the two fifth-tier spirit beasts before them, the true terror lay with the two colossal beings lurking behind. Just as these ferocious beasts lunged forward, Chu Yang immediately signaled the three prominent families to deploy their fourth-tier spirit beasts to engage. Naturally, Su Zhen's phantom water bull python charged into battle as well. The fifth-tier spirit beasts of the Qin sisters primarily served to exert pressure and counter any potential fifth-tier ferocious beasts. In an instant, the two sides collided violently. Elder, hurry back and inform the patriarch. As the battle commenced, the crowd became disordered, and no one paid attention to them any longer. It was the perfect opportunity to retreat. Take care, patriarch, Wang Tianshan whispered. He then quietly turned to leave. He had not anticipated that his parting words would be a final farewell. Outside the city walls, the clash of ferocious beasts and spirit beasts echoed with a deep thud, causing countless fissures and craters to form on the ground. Waves of energy erupted, with ferocious beasts unleashing fireballs and frost. Spirit beasts retaliated with water blades and golden blades, rendering the scene extraordinarily vibrant. The intensity of the battle raged not only on the ground but also in the skies, where flying spirit beasts clashed. Their massive wings obscured the sun, their claws collided, occasionally producing the sound of steel clashing. In the depths of the wilderness, Two powerful auras intertwined and clashed. It seemed that these two 7th-tier ferocious beasts were the source of this beast tide. Standing atop the city walls, Qin Luo Shui spoke up. What? 7th-tier ferocious beasts? Chu Yang's expression changed. Could it be that 7th-tier ferocious beasts would emerge this time? That would likely spell doom for Luotian City, even if the Lord intervened. At that moment, Qin Luo Jiao smiled and said, Uncle Chu Yang, did you not mention that spirit masters must maintain their composure during battle? Chu Yang's expression faltered, and he quickly redirected his focus to the battle situation of his spirit beast. A spirit master plays a crucial role in controlling the overall situation during combat. One cannot afford to be distracted. Qin Luo Shui remarked. We need not worry. Those two 7th-tier ferocious beasts are unlikely to concern themselves with us. Roar. A colossal roar suddenly reverberated, sending tremors through everyone's hearts. A 5th-tier ferocious beast? The crowd beheld a massive black figure, as large as a mountain, charging from the rear, hurtling directly towards Luotian City. Perhaps in the eyes of this ferocious beast, Luotian City is merely an obstacle hindering its escape, easily toppled. Qin Luojiao scoffed. The beasts behind are formidable. Does that mean this young lady is easily bullied? She promptly commanded her spirit beast, the flame-hued nine-tailed fox, to charge forward. The combat range of a 5th-tier spirit beast is extensive. If it approaches the city wall, it could easily lay waste to the area. The opponent was a powerful Han mountain ape, its massive form towering over a dozen meters, exuding an aura of sheer strength. However, the flame-hued nine-tailed fox showed no sign of fear. As it moved with its 4 paws, the flames surrounding it grew ever more intense, spreading from its limbs to engulf its entire body. In an instant, the two engaged in battle. The Han mountain ape swung its fist, the size of a grinding wheel, towards the flame-hued nine-tailed fox. Yet the latter boldly countered, its fiery claws reaching out in retaliation. Boom! A tremendous explosion of red flame energy erupted, scattering like crimson fireworks in all directions. Despite the flame-hued nine-tailed fox's slender and delicate form, it matched the Han mountain ape in power during their clash. Soon, the flame-hued nine-tailed fox opened its mouth wide, a red fireball coalescing within, a manifestation of fire attribute spiritual power capable of immense destruction. Had Chu Yang witnessed this, he would have noted its similarity to the heaven-quiet dragon jade of Huang, though one was unleashed from the mouth, while the other from the horn. The Han mountain ape sensed the formidable energy contained within and dared not underestimate it. At that moment, it slammed its fists into the ground, a yellowish light barrier appearing before it. Truly, a beast relies solely on instinct in battle. After conjuring the barrier, the Han mountain ape waited for a considerable time. Yet the opponent showed no sign of movement. With a furious roar, it dispelled the defensive barrier and charged at the still-powering flame-hued nine-tailed fox. It seemed the aura of the two 7th-tier beasts behind it had instilled a deep-seated fear. Otherwise, it would not have made such an unwise decision, as Qin Luoshua commented. Just as the Han mountain ape surged forward, the massive fireball in the flame-hued nine-tailed fox's mouth was fully charged. It unleashed the fireball, which shot forth at lightning speed towards its adversary. It was too fast, so rapid that the Han mountain ape failed to react. Moreover, it had lunged forward, intending to collide with its robust body, only to have the fireball strike directly at its face. Boom! In an instant, the gigantic form of the Han mountain ape was blasted away, crashing to the ground like a massive stone, killing two nearby 3rd-tier beasts upon impact. Despite Qin Luojiao's sweet and charming appearance, her actions were utterly merciless. In that fleeting moment, the flame-hued nine-tailed fox advanced, its 9 fiery tails extending like chains, ultimately piercing towards the vital points of the Han mountain ape. Crimson blood sprayed forth, only to be evaporated by the flames, leaving behind the anguished cries of the Han mountain ape. One of the fox's tails had pierced its throat, delivering a fatal blow. This foolish monkey charged directly into danger. Qin Luojiao remarked, somewhat speechless. She had never encountered a beast so intent on its own demise. In truth, as Qin Luoshua had noted, had the Han mountain ape not felt the overwhelming pressure from the two 7th-tier beasts behind it, it would not have so decisively lowered its defenses. Nevertheless, for Qin Luojiao, regardless of the opponent's actions, the outcome would remain unchanged. The power of the flame-hued nine-tailed fox's attack could not be withstood by any defensive barrier. On the city walls, many spirit masters involuntarily swallowed hard. How formidable! This seemingly delicate woman struck with such expertise and ruthlessness, effortlessly dispatching a 5th-tier beast. Such a woman was undoubtedly beyond their grasp. Chapter 30, Unmatched. Nearby, Su Jun observed Qin Luojiao slay the Han mountain ape in astonishment. Throughout the battle, especially at the moment of the beast's demise, she exhibited no hesitation. Her casual demeanor was akin to a mundane task, revealing that these two future mistresses were far from mere delicate flowers. Meanwhile, Wang Jinshan, directing the spirit beasts not far away, felt an increasingly ominous sensation. These seemingly fragile girls were far more powerful than he had imagined. Furthermore, judging by their expressions, it was evident they had undergone extensive training, undoubtedly having slain numerous beasts prior. Yet, they had gathered no intelligence about this. Alas, I hope the Grand Elder can swiftly inform the ancestor. Otherwise, the Wang family may indeed be in grave peril. However, the beast tide was merely beginning. The death of a single fifth-tier beast could only intimidate lower-tier beasts. But for others of the same tier, such an effect was overshadowed by the terrifying presence behind them. Thus, the battle not only did not cease, but instead intensified. Within the city, Chu Yang extended his soul power as a sixth-tier being. His strength allowed him to envelop the entirety of Luotian city and many surrounding areas in mere thought. Therefore, although he did not venture out, he continuously monitored the situation in the West City. Should the two women find themselves in peril, he would undoubtedly rush to their aid at the first opportunity. Screech. Above. A flying beast broke through the defenses of the spirit masters atop the city wall, initially seeking to escape, but upon spotting the pedestrians meandering through the streets, it dove down, aiming to seize them. To it, these individuals represented a fine meal. Cries of terror erupted as the crowd panicked, faces filled with fear, scrambling in all directions. Chu Yang watched quietly, refraining from immediate action, for the city lord's residents had previously notified the entire city, instructing them to seek refuge in underground shelters and avoid going outside due to potential danger. Yet, some individuals always chose to ignore such warnings. Unless they shed a bit of blood themselves, how could they comprehend pain? Chu Yang murmured. The beast tide in Luotian city was not a novel occurrence. Many innocent civilians had perished in past waves. Yet, some people were perpetually forgetful, the scars of the past fading with time. It was akin to the Huang nation on Earth during its technological era, despite having been ruthlessly oppressed by smaller nations. Many eventually forgot the bloodshed and humiliation of those days. Thus, Chu Yang chose to stand by, believing it necessary to awaken the latent fears within these newcomers. Just earlier, he had personally warned these individuals against venturing outside. Standing in the street, they were merely bait for the beasts. However, they remained resolute in their defiance, heedless of the impending danger. Where are the spirit masters? Were we not promised their vigilant presence within the city? A voice echoed amidst the chaos, a desperate cry of dread as someone fled. The ferocious beast unfurled its enormous wings, its razor-sharp claws snatching a man from the ground, vanishing without a trace. The remaining survivors, drenched in cold sweat, hastened towards the underground refuge. At that moment, another beast swooped down, but before it could strike, its massive form plummeted to the earth. Chu Yang had intervened, utilizing his formidable soul power to pierce through the beast's soul sea, causing its consciousness to dissipate. The intended display of power had achieved its purpose. He could not simply stand by and watch as these monsters wreaked havoc within the city. Quickly, make your way to the underground refuge. I must patrol elsewhere. Chu Yang urged the onlookers. His declaration to patrol elsewhere spurred everyone into a frantic dash towards safety. In mere moments, the once bustling streets fell silent, devoid of life. He discarded the beast's corpse into the spirit domain. It would serve as a decent meal. Suddenly, his soul power detected a figure approaching. Wasn't that old fellow stationed at the city wall? What brings him back at this hour? He discerned that Wang Tianshan was riding his flame bird towards the Wang residence. Given the urgency in his demeanor, it seemed he was up to something nefarious. A smile crept upon Chu Yang's lips as he advanced forward. Wang Tianshan's flame bird soared swiftly toward the Wang family estate. I must inform the ancestor about the situation with the two ladies. Wang Tianshan thought to himself. This was a matter of utmost significance for the Wang family's survival. Ancestor, you must not go to the city lord's manor. It is a den of danger. Even my two daughters are fifth-tier spirit masters. How could their father, Qin Shufeng, possibly be weak? Reflecting on the years of the other's indulgence towards Luotian city, he feared it was all intentional. Suddenly, Wang Tianshan's soul sense detected a battle ahead involving a spirit master. Yet he paid it no mind, guiding his flame bird straight onward. At that moment, Wushuang was engaged in combat with a mid-tier first-grade beast, a blue wind shadow cat. It had infiltrated the city with astonishing speed, only to be detected by Chu Yang, providing an excellent opportunity for Wushuang to hone her skills. Armed with two golden longswords, Wushuang fought like a seasoned dual-wielding swordsman against the agile wind shadow cat. The wind shadow cat, being of the wind attribute, was extraordinarily swift, and combined with its nimble physique, it posed a formidable challenge. Should it evade into the refuge, it would undoubtedly spell disaster. However, at that moment, The three golden swords hovering behind Wushuang emitted a series of resonant chimes before launching themselves to encircle the elusive wind shadow cat. Wushuang's swords can be utilized in such a manner? Chu Yang observed with curiosity. Wushuang was the most extraordinary spirit beast he had encountered, not due to a unique attribute, but rather because of the 5 long swords she bore, which resembled spirit treasures that could detach from her body to slay foes. He felt compelled to find an opportunity to inquire about their origin from the Qin sisters. The wind shadow cat, moving at breakneck speed, left behind fleeting afterimages as it attempted to counterattack while evading Wushuang's strikes. However, once the 3 swords surrounded it from 3 angles, the cat's speed was effectively curtailed. In that moment of restriction, Wushuang spun her dual swords like a horizontal top, and with a final flash of golden light, she struck with the swiftness of lightning. When she reappeared, Wushuang stood on the opposite side of the wind shadow cat, which now lay lifeless on the ground. This was the spiral sword strike skill Wushuang had recently mastered, characterized by its rapidity and formidable piercing power, a highly practical technique. Just then, Chu Yang exclaimed, "Wang Tianshan?" Wang Tianshan, who had intended to rush onward, paused, taken aback by the direct mention of his name. The next moment, his expression shifted dramatically. "Thieving scoundrel, Chu Yang?" Wang Tianshan seethed through gritted teeth. He had not anticipated encountering the very individual he had long sought to eliminate. A sinister smile crept across his face. Chapter 31. An accidental demise for Wang Tianshan. "Boy, encountering me means your life ends here." Wang Tianshan sneered coldly. The flame bird soaring in the sky suddenly dove down. Talons aimed at Chu Yang's head. "Without that old coot by your side, let us see who comes to your rescue this time," Wang Tianshan declared ominously. Previously, he had intended to kill Chu Yang, but had instead been thwarted by Su Zhan, who had slain a spirit beast. Today, he was determined to eradicate the one who had disrupted the Wang family's plans. Under his command, the flame bird's enormous claws descended. For Wang Tianshan, eliminating Chu Yang was a mere triviality, one that would not consume much time. However, as he closed in, Chu Yang revealed a sinister grin. He aimed to draw his attention, placing him within the range of his own attack. Just as the flame bird was about to succeed, a claw enveloped in black mist shot forth from the shadows behind Chu Yang, piercing effortlessly through the flame bird's body. What? Wang Tianshan's expression changed drastically. A spirit beast had been concealed there all along. This was, of course, the peak 4th-tier knight, which had been hiding in Chu Yang's shadow, providing him with protection. It had struck unexpectedly. Yet even before he could react, a torrent of overwhelming soul power bore down upon him like an unyielding mountain. Thud! Wang Tianshan, struck by a bolt from the blue, felt his soul seize suffer catastrophic damage, and in an instant, his body plummeted from the flame bird. "Ancestor, you absolutely must not go to the city lord's manor," Wang Tianshan thought, uttering his final words in his mind before falling silent. However, the regret in his still open eyes spoke volumes. He lamented that he should never have entertained thoughts of eliminating Chu Yang here, which prevented him from delivering crucial intelligence to the ancestor. "Oh no, my first attempt at using soul power against another has spiraled out of control." Observing Wang Tianshan slipping into unconsciousness, Chu Yang felt a pang of regret. He had hoped to extract certain information about the Wang family from him. Yet now, nothing was gained. However, he could surmise that Wang Tianshan was undoubtedly intent on returning to the Wang family. "In that case, I shall pay the Wang residents a visit." With that, he set off towards the Wang estate, eager to uncover what they were up to. The battle at Xiqing has intensified, yet the spirit masters of Luotian City remain remarkably resilient, successfully fending off the relentless invasion of ferocious beasts. Presently, aside from the Qin sisters' 5th-tier spirit fox, Su Zhan has also joined their ranks. His recent recuperation has allowed his spectral water bull python to regain considerable strength, enabling him to contend with 5th-tier beasts without succumbing to defeat. This revelation has left everyone astounded. How is it possible that Luotian City harbors another 5th-tier powerhouse? Wang Zhenshan's countenance darkened as he pondered how the Wang family had either offended or was about to offend such formidable adversaries. The fact that Su Zhan could stand toe-to-toe with 5th-tier feral creatures filled him with foreboding about the Wang family's future. Esteemed young ladies, this individual's spirit beast can withstand 5th-tier opponents even in a wounded state. One can only imagine its prowess at full strength, undoubtedly surpassing 5th-tier. Moreover, his origins are shrouded in mystery, and his allegiance is uncertain. "We must exercise caution," remarked Chu Yang, the captain of the guard, with a grave expression. The existence of such a figure in Luotian City raises questions about his intentions. "Fear not, he will stand with us," Qin Luoxue reassured. Indeed, Qin Yang was taken aback at her unwavering confidence. "Uncle Yang, rest assured, he poses no threat to us," Qin Luojiao added. After all, he is an old servant of our household, thus considered one of our own. Chu Yang was momentarily bewildered. Why did both young ladies express such assurance? Did they know him personally? To his knowledge, his two nieces seldom entangled themselves with other men, so why this newfound confidence in this elder? However, a sudden realization struck him, causing his jaw to drop in astonishment. Observing the faint smiles gracing the faces of both women, Chu Yang sighed inwardly. Indeed, a daughter grows up and cannot be retained. Should the lord of the estate discover this, I wonder if he would weep in the dead of night? Beyond the city walls, the land lay ravaged, with fissures several meters wide and numerous craters dotting the terrain. Small icebergs formed from frost and raging infernos coexisted, as powerful and chaotic energies saturated the battlefield. The ground was strewn with the remains of ferocious beasts, some reduced to mere fragments, interspersed with a few spirit beast carcasses. Blood flowed, coalescing into small streams, saturating the atmosphere with a nauseating stench. Yet, the tide of beasts continued unabated, showing no signs of waning. The two 7th-tier feral beasts remained locked in combat. Qin Luoxiu stated solemnly. 6th-tier spirit beasts begin to grasp the principles of combat, and the same applies to feral creatures. Not to mention 7th-tier ones. Such beasts not only possess immense strength, but also exhibit endurance that cannot be easily tested. Particularly, the two feral beasts in the depths of the wilderness may very well be fighting to the death. Who knows how long this struggle will endure? Nevertheless, upon witnessing the expressions of the Qin sisters and Su Zhan, everyone felt a wave of relief wash over them. As long as these few could withstand the 5th-tier feral beasts, they had nothing to fear. Within the city, Chu Yang traversed the streets, dispatching every feral beast he encountered. Why must there always be those who disregard warnings and march toward their demise? He mused, frowning. The streets bore witness to the gruesome fate of those slain by the feral beasts. Their corpses lay scattered, grotesquely disfigured. Surely, it would be wiser to seek refuge underground? Have they truly exhausted their will to live? He found their behavior incomprehensible. Did they genuinely believe the feral beasts would spare them? The majority had been conscripted, leaving the Wang family with only a handful of defenders to guard the home. As Chu Yang expanded his soul energy, he detected a powerful surge of soul energy emanating from the Wang family towards the city lordess mansion. Has the Wang family ancestor gone to the city lordess mansion? He wondered in perplexity. Isn't that old codger injured? What business could he have at the city lordess mansion? However, this might work to his advantage, allowing him to uncover the hidden treasures. His purpose for being here was naturally linked to the ancient secret realm, and he surmised that anything related to it would likely be concealed by Wang Qianhua. With his formidable soul energy enveloping the Wang family, nearly everything was laid bare before him under his peak 6th-tier soul power. The areas shielded by Wang Qianhua's soul-blocking formations were utterly incapable of obstructing his gaze. Moments later, a slight smile graced Chu Yang's lips. He had sensed something unusual. In one specific location, two distinct life energy signatures pulsated. One of these energies was remarkably potent, rivaling that of the wilderness itself. A 5th-tier peak spirit beast? Chu Yang's expression grew serious. He had not anticipated encountering such a powerful spirit beast in Luodian City, a place known for its scarcity of spiritual essence. Previously, he had witnessed the Qin sisters' spirit beast and understood that their 5th-tier fox had reached such heights due to the discovery of a small spiritual vein, which allowed the essence to permeate and elevate its cultivation. Truly fitting for one who grasps the ancient secret realm. The power they wield is indeed extraordinary. Chu Yang marveled. The Fu family, once on par with the Wang family, lacked such depth. Even their patriarch, Fu Dushu, barely reached the peak of the 4th tier. Yet, Wang Qianhua stood at the pinnacle of the 5th tier. The disparity was glaringly evident. Such formidable strength, coupled with an air of low-key restraint, surely hinted at some grand scheme brewing. Chu Yang's lips curled into a cold smile as he made his way toward the destination. Chapter 32. The Frustrated Wang Qianhua. Meanwhile, within Luotian City, Wang Qianhua was seated atop his spirit beast, his soul sea swirling with energy as he surged toward the city lord's mansion. Qin Shufeng, who had remained within the mansion, opened his eyes and gazed toward the direction from which Wang Qianhua approached. Although he was already in his advanced years, his visage remained strikingly handsome, his eyes sparkling like stars, and his brows sharp as blades. Isn't this old fellow injured? What brings him here? He pondered. Or is he unable to contain himself, seeking to seize the opportunity to overshadow me? Qin Shufeng chuckled coldly and rose to step outside. In the sky, Wang Qianhua exuded an imposing aura, his golden feathered bird radiating tremendous power. This 4th-tier spirit beast boasted expansive wings of golden hue, exuding a fierce sense of steel. Qin Shufeng. It has been a while. Wang Qianhua called out from atop the golden feathered bird, surveying the city lord's mansion below with a domineering presence. His voice resonated with soul power as it reached the ground. Qin Shufeng furrowed his brow, a surge of soul energy erupting from his center, forming a silver barrier to deflect Wang Qianyue's sonic waves. At that moment, he focused on Wang Qianyue. Wasn't he injured? Why did he appear to be perfectly unscathed now? Qin Shufeng, are you surprised to see me in such fine condition? Wang Qianyue smiled, his gaze locking onto the area shielded by Qin Shufeng's soul barrier. Clearly, there was something of great significance concealed within, or perhaps it harbored the core secrets of the city lord's mansion. I am indeed curious as to how you managed to recover from your injuries. As the master of the domain, Qin Shufeng had certainly dispatched individuals to investigate the matter discreetly. The adversary's injury was indeed genuine. Wang Qianyue rose to his feet, hands clasped behind his back atop the expansive back of the golden feathered bird. Rest assured, when you find yourself as my vanquished foe, I shall reveal the truth to you. Qin Shufeng narrowed his eyes, a glint of cold light flashing within them as he inquired, so, what is the purpose of your visit? Isn't it obvious? Wang Qianyue proclaimed with an air of arrogance. Tonight, this lord intends to seize control of the city lord's mansion. From this moment forth, the entirety of Luotian City shall belong to my Wang family. The audacity of his declaration was palpable. The city lord's mansion had previously been under the jurisdiction of the Xingyue dynasty, but with its demise, the remnants of its power had been absorbed by other factions. This shift in power had plunged the territory once governed by the Xingyue dynasty into utter chaos, with many ambitious and capable individuals vying for a foothold, even aspiring to establish their own dominions. Wang Qianyue, however, aimed to incorporate Luotian City into the Wang family's sphere of influence. Qin Shufeng could hardly suppress a smile at the insolence of this man. What qualifications did he possess to utter such brazen words? Presumptuous. Are you mocking me? Wang Qianyue's expression turned cold as he retorted, First, I shall capture you, and then your two precious daughters shall be mine. Despite having once been made a pawn for another's gain, he knew both women to be unparalleled beauties. Although he was aging, he remained robust. Claiming those two women would hardly be an imposition. In an instant, an icy aura of murderous intent enveloped the air, causing Wang Qianyue to shudder atop the golden feathered bird. Looking downward, he beheld Qin Shufeng, whose eyes blazed with fury. To dare speak such words before a father was an affront, and Qin Shufeng was already contemplating the demise of Wang Qianyue. Has this provoked your ire? Fear not. You shall witness this scene unfold, but prior to that, I am quite curious about the secrets harbored within the city lord's mansion. With that, Wang Qianyue directed the golden feathered bird to dive downward, simultaneously forming a summoning seal in his hand. An array manifested, and suddenly, a fiery-eyed beast materialized before the city lord's mansion. The tremendous pressure it exerted was that of a pinnacle fifth-tier spirit beast. You dare! Qin Shufeng bellowed. Enraged by the chaos wrought upon the city lord's mansion, such audacity was tantamount to courting death. Just as he prepared to summon his own spirit beast, Wang Qianyue and his two spirit beasts abruptly halted. His countenance darkened as he coldly addressed Qin Shufeng. Well, Qin Shufeng, you hypocritical charlatan. You took advantage of my visit to the city lord's mansion to send someone to raid my stronghold. His spirit beast had conveyed a message that someone had invaded his secret chamber, leaving him infuriated. In his estimation, only the city lord's mansion would dare to act in such a manner, especially since the two daughters of the Qin family had confirmed that he possessed knowledge of an ancient secret realm. An attack was simply a matter of time. However, he had not anticipated that the opponent would seize this precise moment. The treasures of his lifetime, along with items relating to the ancient secret realm, lay within that secret chamber, and he could not afford any mishaps. Qin Shufeng, this matter is far from over. Wang Qianyue spat, hastily making his way back to the Wang family estate. Qin Shufeng, momentarily bewildered, halted his summoning. What have I done to earn the title of a hypocritical charlatan? But Wang Qianyue, you are as good as dead. He replied coldly. Were it not for certain constraints preventing him from leaving the city lord's mansion, he would have little to fear from the so-called four great families. Yet, this scoundrel had touched upon his sensitive spot, and he deemed it unnecessary to spare him any further. With a furrowed brow, he hastily rushed toward his chamber. Meanwhile, Chu Yang, who had been watching Wang Qianyue head toward the city lord's mansion, entered the bedroom of the Wang family's elder. It was not that he was reluctant to provide assistance at the city lord's mansion, but rather that the two sisters had informed him that it was the safest location in Luotian City. As for why they had spared Wang Yuan previously, they had candidly stated that it was not the right time to eliminate the Wang family. Thus, Chu Yang did not follow Wang Qianyue. Upon entering the room, he found it was no ordinary bedroom, but a place of seclusion. The furnishings were sparse, with only a mat placed atop a raised platform in the center. Chu Yang's gaze fell beneath the platform. Hidden underground? He exclaimed in surprise. Then, from the shadows emerged a figure, whose claws tore through the mat with ease, revealing a tunnel roughly the width of a water barrel. At the uppermost part of the tunnel's entrance, a silver barrier obstructed the way. Is this a soul power array constructed with soul energy and soul stones? Chu Yang gasped. He had only encountered such a concept in ancient texts from the Fu family, never expecting the Wang family's elder to have arranged it himself. The ancient secret realm obtained by Wang Qianyue was no simple matter, possessing even such legacy. The soul power array involved intricate processes, first requiring the collection of corresponding soul stones, then inscribing soul power inscriptions upon them using soul energy, and ultimately constructing the soul power array. However, such knowledge had long been lost in the present world. To think that Wang Qianyue was a talent in array formation, Chu Yang felt a twinge of admiration for him. To self-learn the arrangement of such an array was no trivial feat. This only fueled Chu Yang's interest in the secret realm he sought to possess. Gazing at the array woven from soul power, he muttered to himself, I fear that no one below the 6th tier can forcibly breach this array. As a pinnacle 6th tier spirit master, he could distinctly sense the formidable energy contained within. Yet that would not deter him in the slightest. Chapter 33, A Visit to the Secret Chamber. Blade of Extinction. Chu Yang's soul surged with energy, forming a blade radiating powerful soul fluctuations at his brow. Flash! He shouted. With a swift motion, the silver blade sliced through the void, arriving instantly to strike against the soul power array. Rent. It was as if slicing through tofu. The soul power array was utterly incapable of withstanding the advance of a pinnacle 6th tier spirit master. The array shattered, revealing a dark entrance barely wide enough for one to pass through. It was a slanted passage descending into darkness, obscuring the depths from view. Chu Yang did not hesitate and stepped forward into the abyss. The passage was deep and pitch black, rendering his vision useless. However, for a spirit master, darkness was no hindrance. Constructing such a secret chamber must have cost Wang Qianyue a considerable fortune. As he traversed the silent passage, Chu Yang dispersed his soul energy, acutely sensing the presence of the 5th tier spirit beast lurking at the cave's depths. This spirit beast was likely stationed there by Wang Qianyue to guard the treasures within the secret chamber. The cave was profound, and Chu Yang continued his descent. After a prolonged journey, a glimmer of light appeared ahead. His heart stirred as he quickened his pace. Yet, just as he had barely stepped outside the cave, a gaping maw, as large as a bloodied basin, opened wide to devour him. It seemed to have awaited his return with eager anticipation. Chu Yang's spirit faltered, and in an instant, he was drenched in cold sweat. The passage was narrow, rendering him incapable of summoning Huang to aid him in battle. However, at that moment, Ye's silhouette abruptly emerged from his shadow, propelling Chu Yang to the side and away from the rancid maw. Avoiding the deadly strike, Chu Yang swiftly formed hand seals, the soul force of a peak 6th tier spirit master surging within his soul sea. With a flash, a blade of annihilation sliced through the air, aimed directly at the adversary's soul sea. Merely a 5th tier spirit beast, it could not possibly withstand the might of his formidable soul force attack. Yet, to his astonishment, a resplendent white lotus, radiating brilliant light, emerged from the opponent's soul sea. His blade of annihilation struck the pristine blossoming lotus, creating ripples, yet failed to inflict any damage whatsoever. A spiritual treasure? Chu Yang was taken aback. The only artifacts a spirit beast could wield were indeed spiritual treasures. Typically, capable spirit masters would equip their spirit beasts with spiritual treasures to safeguard their soul seas from surprise attacks, for otherwise, that strike would have undoubtedly cost the creature its life. At this moment, Chu Yang finally discerned the true form of this spirit beast, causing him to gasp in astonishment. Was this a dragon python? Chu Yang exclaimed in disbelief. The creature was entirely gray, possessing the head of a dragon and the body of a python. What else could it be but a dragon python? Nevertheless, Chu Yang could not afford to ponder its identity. He hastily formed seals, and Huang's figure materialized before him. Simultaneously, an attack-type soul artifact, the Night Shadow Needle, bestowed by the ancestral guardian Fu Dushu of the Fu family, soared from his soul sea, darting like a silver streak toward the dragon python's soul sea. This Night Shadow Needle was a golden quality soul artifact, perfectly capable of unleashing its full potential in Chu Yang's hands. Being a 6th tier spirit master, upon collision, the soul artifact and the spiritual treasure clashed with a resonant clang, akin to steel meeting steel, producing a melodious sound. Yet, the Night Shadow Needle was immediately rebuffed, returning to Chu Yang's soul sea, while the dragon python's body trembled violently, though it remained unscathed. The quality of that white lotus spiritual treasure undoubtedly surpassed that of the Night Shadow Needle. The dragon python was a peak 5th tier spirit beast. Under circumstances of equal artifact quality, it could not possibly withstand the might of a peak 6th tier Chu Yang. Therefore, only one conclusion could be drawn. The quality of that White Lotus spiritual treasure exceeded that of golden quality. Much like his Holy Spirit Tower, which, despite its lower tier, remained impervious to any disruption of his soul sea. Conversely, had the Holy Spirit Tower been a mere bronze quality soul artifact, it would have been utterly ineffectual. Hence, it was clear that the quality of the Lotus Soul artifact was indeed superior to that of the golden quality Night Shadow Needle. Wang Qianyue, oh Wang Qianyue, just how many treasures have you procured from the ancient secret realm? Chu Yang could not help but marvel. First, a soul force array, then a defensive spiritual treasure. Each item was a coveted gem in itself. Unbeknownst to Chu Yang, even the dragon python spirit beast before him hailed from the same ancient secret realm. Huang's figure appeared, locking eyes with the dragon python across the void. Both colossal beings were at the peak of the 5th tier, and as they confronted one another, they instantly engaged in combat. A smile graced Chu Yang's face. With Huang delaying the dragon python, he could confidently gather the treasures within the secret chamber. Oh, a spirit beast egg? Chu Yang's eyes gleamed. It was a blood-red spirit beast egg, approximately a yard in diameter, resting upon a fixed pedestal. Its vivid crimson hue made it conspicuous, allowing him to spot it at a glance. Haha, I shall collect it. Chu Yang grinned widely, advancing toward the spirit beast egg. Roar! The dragon python emitted a low growl, attempting to deter Chu Yang from approaching. Yet, with Huang present, how could it hope to move an inch? Huang stood resolutely before the dragon python, its dragon-like eyes fixed upon the opponent. Subsequently, the two peak 5th-tier spirit beasts engaged in a fierce entanglement, their massive forms rolling within the secret chamber. The sheer force of their struggle caused the entire chamber to tremble, with clumps of earth cascading from above. I must hasten to collect the treasures. Otherwise, this chamber may not withstand much longer. Chu Yang quickly stowed the blood-red spirit beast egg within his spiritual domain. Compared to his previous trips back and forth hauling the Fu family's wealth, this time, the convenience of the spiritual domain was unparalleled. The two spirit beasts clashed. While Chu Yang busily sifted through Wang Qianyue's collection, the dragon python watched in anxious desperation, hastily relaying a message to Wang Qianyue through their bond. This led to the scene of Wang Qianyue in the city lord's residence. At this moment, Chu Yang could be described as blissfully content. The items entrusted to Wang Qianyue in this place were nearly all of exceptional quality, far beyond mere gold and silver trinkets. Although the soul artifacts and spiritual treasures were not numerous, their quality was commendable. With so many remaining spiritual treasures displayed here, Wang Qianyue had undoubtedly equipped every spirit beast with a spiritual treasure. Contemplating this left Chu Yang immensely envious. Even with his blind box system, the treasures he unearthed paled in comparison to this bounty. With so many spiritual treasures at his disposal, it was likely the very foundation of Wang Qianyue's audacity to venture into the city lord's residence. Of course, there was no comparison in terms of quality. However, the celestial desolate holy dragon, the Holy Spirit Tower, and the World Stone were all priceless treasures in their own right. Beyond soul artifacts and spiritual treasures, there were also numerous spiritual and soul medicines. Regrettably, due to the passage of time, their efficacy had diminished. Now they were barely 2nd or 3rd tier at best, perfect for the likes of the little turtle and Wu Shuang to consume. Both spirit beasts were at the 1st tier, making it an ideal time for them to ingest these spiritual medicines. Additionally, there were many books, which were truly what Chu Yang valued most. Tomes on the compendium of all medicines, comprehensive treatises on soul force formations, methods for crafting spiritual treasures and soul artifacts. Indeed, books are the ladders of human advancement. Chu Yang excitedly gathered all the books into his spiritual domain. Even if civilization had fractured and the era of spirit masters had faded into oblivion, as long as these tomes existed, civilization would inevitably rekindle like a spark igniting a prairie fire. It is said that the era of spirit masters, which flourished over 500 years ago, originated from the ancient civilization of spirit masters. These books, inscribed on ancient beast-hide paper, felt remarkably resilient to the touch. He surmised that in the distant past, these volumes were crafted from the hides of high-tier ferocious beasts, allowing them to endure to this day without disintegrating into dust. Cursed be Wang Qianyue, that old rascal, for placing items related to the secret realm's entrance right here. Chapter 34. Encountering Wang Qianyue. He had once inquired of Su Zhan, who candidly stated that such items might be maps indicating locations or perhaps keys capable of unlocking the secret realm. However, at this moment, the secret chamber was nearly emptied, and yet he had not discovered anything amiss. Could it be that he had concealed it on his person? Chu Yang found this notion somewhat implausible, for given the plethora of treasures within the chamber, The opponent's cultivation level clearly did not reach the 6th tier. Otherwise, they could have simply stored it in the spiritual realm. Moreover, carrying it on one's person posed the risk of loss. In comparison, placing it in the treasure vault guarded by the dragon python was far more secure. Boom. The energy surged within the chamber. As Huang and the dragon python continued their relentless battle, the terrain here was far from expansive, forcing both parties into close-quarters combat. This granted Huang a significant advantage, as he possessed 4 additional claws compared to the dragon python. Leveraging this advantage, the dragon python's body bore numerous grievous wounds, blood oozing from the gaping holes. Above the caverns, large clumps of earth and stone were continuously collapsing, and it was clear that this place would soon be reduced to rubble. Chu Yang's gaze darted around anxiously. If the chamber truly collapsed, the prospect of searching for anything thereafter would be exceedingly difficult. It was only after a desk was pulverized into dust by the combat energy of the 2 spirit beasts that he uttered a startled exclamation. Wang Qianyue, that old schemer, has hidden something so well. For this object was indeed concealed within the recesses of the desk. Given that there were several such desks in the chamber, who would have noticed? Chu Yang stepped forward to retrieve it. It was a piece of parchment made from beast hide, adorned with various maps. Wrapped within the parchment was a palm-sized, ancient gray stone mirror. This mirror had a handle, and intricate flame-like patterns were etched into various parts, lending it an air of mystique. Elated, Chu Yang hastily stored both items in his spiritual realm. Gazing at the imminent collapse of the chamber, he quickly entered the passageway and summoned Huang back, swiftly ascending towards the cave's opening under the cover of night. Boom. Below, the dragon python relentlessly battered the entrance, but its massive form could not escape. Yet, the more it struggled, the faster the chamber crumbled. Here, the distance to the surface was at least several dozen feet, and the might of a 5th-tier ferocious beast was insufficient to break free. As Chu Yang felt the cave collapsing rapidly behind him, he dared not pause, using both hands and feet to scramble upward. Just as he was about to emerge from the opening, a powerful surge of energy cascaded down from above. Chu Yang's expression hardened. He sensed danger. Wang Qianyue was returning. Damn, why isn't my old master holding him back? Chu Yang muttered in frustration, thinking that if only he had a little more time, he could slip away. Undeterred, he continued his ascent, and just a few meters from the opening, he activated the summoning array. Huang's dragon claw emerged from the array, ready to meet the incoming assault from above. The ground erupted as earth and debris were violently displaced. Huang's obsidian claw shot forth from the earth, seizing a fiery red fireball descending from the sky. And with a tremendous force, the fireball exploded. Roar! Simultaneously, Huang's form materialized in the air, while Chu Yang was shielded within another of Huang's claws. At last, he had emerged. Chu Yang felt as though he had narrowly escaped death. He found himself positioned between Huang's dragon horns, locking eyes with the elder standing upon the back of the golden-feathered bird. Wang Qianyue, thief! Wang Qianyue seethed with rage. His secret chamber had been destroyed, and undoubtedly, its treasures were lost as well. However, upon scrutinizing Chu Yang, he found no trace of soul artifacts or spirit treasures on him. Where could he have hidden my treasures? Wang Qianyue's mind raced. Such a plethora of riches could not possibly be concealed within his pockets. Suddenly, he noticed Huang beneath Chu Yang. His eyes narrowed in astonishment. A supreme spirit beast? Chu Yang naturally heard the surprise in Wang Qianyue's voice, yet he had never heard of a supreme spirit beast. At that moment, however, Wang Qianyue had little time to ponder Huang, as he swiftly formed hand seals. The dragon python, previously buried in the secret chamber, was instantaneously summoned back to the spiritual realm and then reappeared on the scene. You again, thieving Chu Yang. Upon seeing the dragon python unharmed, Wang Qianyue's gaze turned venomous. Chu Yang stroked his chin and remarked, "Why does your Wang family insist on calling me a thief?" Ha ha ha. Wang Qianyue sneered, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. "Twice you've pilfered the fruits of my family's victories. What else could you be but a thief?" Previously, their scheme against the 2 Qin sisters had been intercepted by Chu Yang, resulting not only in his acquisition of 2 contract positions, but also in winning over 2 beautiful women. This time, his own secret chamber had been raided, and in his rage, Wang Qianyue yearned to devour him whole. Chu Yang remained silent. The last incident had been a mere coincidence, instigated by Wang Yuan inviting him over. As for this occasion, it was his own ambition to seize control of the ancient secret realm that drove him. But so what? They dared to drug his 2 wives. Could he not covet their ancient secret realm? Besides, even if he resorted to forceful seizure, what of it? In this world, the law of the jungle prevails. If he did not take it, someone else surely would. It was better to seize it for himself. Chu Yang assessed his opponent. 2 peak 5th-tier spirit beasts, the dragon python and the fire-eyed beast. The golden-feathered bird beneath Wang Qianyue was also 4th tier. given Wang Qianyue's 5th-tier cultivation. It was evident that he had 2 additional spirit beasts yet to reveal themselves. Meanwhile, Chu Yang possessed only Huang at the peak of the 5th tier and Yi at the peak of the 4th tier. While the Little Turtle and Wu Shuang were still at the 1st tier, their combat prowess virtually negligible. However, in terms of spirit beast numbers, Chu Yang was undeniably at a disadvantage. "You little thief. Today, I shall tear you to shreds," Wang Qianyue bellowed. The ancient secret realm was the foundation of his rise since childhood. It must not fall into the hands of others. "Kill." With a command, the dragon python coiled into the air, and the fire-eyed beast flapped its wings, charging towards Chu Yang. "Then let it be so," Chu Yang replied softly. Huang had yet to unleash its full power in battle. Today, he would witness its utmost combat capabilities. Roar! Huang raised its head, sensing the fighting spirit within its master, and released a resounding dragon roar. Following Chu Yang's signal, it suddenly lunged toward the ascending dragon python. Since the dragon python had already sustained injuries in their previous skirmish, it was only logical to target the weaker opponent first. Chu Yang was astonished to see the dragon python take flight. He had assumed it could only battle on the ground like a typical python. At this moment, the dark power of the abyss emanated from the creature known as the abyss, coalescing upon its dragon claws as it descended upon the head of the dragon python below. Abyssal dragon claw. Unyielding in the face of this oncoming strike, the dragon python opened its massive maw, gathering an immense amount of energy, previously confined by the narrow terrain. Both combatants were now fully unleashed in their ferocious confrontation. As Chu Yang beheld the colossal gray energy converging within the python's mouth, his pupils constricted, signaling the abyss to exercise caution, for he sensed that this energy was extraordinary. Chapter 35. The Lunar Attribute Dragon Python. What astonished him further was that the blood from the python's wounds began to congeal, ceasing to flow outward. How could it be that mere moments had passed since the battle in the secret chamber, yet the blood from its injuries had already solidified? Such remarkable self-healing capabilities were almost unfathomable. Could it be a wood attribute spirit beast? Chu Yang was taken aback, for only wood attribute spirit beasts possessed such formidable healing powers. Observing the astonished expression on Chu Yang's face, Wang Qianyue could not help but display a smug smile. While it was common knowledge that the fire-eyed beast was his primary spirit beast, in truth, this dragon python was his true companion, for it was an exceedingly rare and powerful lunar attribute creature. The coagulated wounds upon its body were a direct consequence of the lunar power freezing its injuries. He could not help but worry about the blood attribute spirit beast egg in the secret chamber. From his understanding, blood attribute was the most suitable for close combat, capable of converting any blood energy into its own. It was practically invincible on the battlefield. Regrettably, when he acquired that spirit beast egg, his spirit beast slots were already filled to capacity. He had contemplated abandoning one of his previously contracted beasts, but doing so would inflict significant damage to his soul C, requiring a prolonged period for recovery. Thus, he ultimately chose to retain it. He was reluctant to part with such a valuable spirit beast egg to his descendants, so he opted to wait until he could break through to the 6th tier before contracting it. He couldn't help but fear that it might be destroyed in the secret chamber. Given that the spirit beast egg was over a foot in size, it would be impossible for Chu Yang to conceal it. With these thoughts in mind, Wang Qianyue's murderous intent towards Chu Yang intensified. Boom! The powerful lunar energy erupted from the python's mouth, transforming into a towering pillar of energy that surged towards the abyss. The black power of the abyss enveloped its claws, the formidable energy nearly taking on a tangible form, manifesting into a colossal, pitch-black energy claw. Boom! It was as if a thunderclap had resonated in the sky, and at that moment, everyone in Luotian City heard this tremendous sound. On the western city wall, all the spirit masters turned their gazes toward the source of the commotion, astonished. Who was engaged in battle? The sheer strength of these two energies rivaled that of the previous clash between the flame-haired nine-tailed fox and the mountain-defying ape. Could it be that a 5th-tier ferocious beast had invaded the city? Panic surged among the onlookers. Were they being encircled by ferocious beasts? Just then, a vast wave of soul power resonated. Fear not. Focus solely on repelling the ferocious beasts. It was Father. Qin Luojiao exclaimed in delight. The Lord? Everyone gasped, realizing that the Lord had been watching over them all along. Meanwhile, Wang Jinshan's expression shifted dramatically, a sense of dread creeping in. He pondered uneasily. Could it be that the ancestor was launching an attack on the city lord's manor? However, the Grand Elder should have informed the ancestor. So why would the ancestor insist on engaging? Moments later, Wang Jinshan's countenance grew even graver, for he could sense that it was indeed the ancestor battling. While others had not encountered the dragon python, he, Wang Jinshan, was certain that it was the ancestor. He as the head of the Wang family, had been fortunate enough to see it several times. Thus, he was well aware of that energy's distinct nature. Should they still proceed according to the original plan? Wang Zhinshan hesitated. The presence of the Qin sisters' fifth-tier spirit beasts had already exceeded their prior expectations, not to mention the formidable Su Zhan, who could contend with fifth-tier ferocious beasts without succumbing. Alas, what was the ancestor thinking? Wang Zhinshan felt overwhelmed. In the sky, the abyssal dragon claw clashed against the lunar breath converging within the python's mouth, resulting in a deafening explosion. The tremendous energy erupted in the sky like a dazzling firework display. The terrifying shockwave surged downward, obliterating numerous structures in its path. After the single strike, the two combatants became entangled once more. At that moment, the fire-eyed beast also charged forward, its fearsome claws enveloped in flames as it lunged towards the abyss's tail. Chu Yang had already sensed everything. Before the opponent's attack could land, the abyss had deftly evaded. Following closely, a colossal fireball was shot forth from the fire-eyed beast's mouth, unleashing a torrent of scorching heat. The very air shimmered as it was set ablaze. As a fifth-tier peak spirit beast, the fire-eyed beast's strength was formidable. Chu Yang extended his soul power, surveying the entire battlefield. Without even glancing back, the abyss extended its massive rear claw, entwined with the abyssal power, and lunged towards the immense fireball resembling a miniature sun. Bang! In an instant, flames erupted. The gigantic fireball was swiftly crushed, unleashing a tempest of chaotic energy. Countless houses below fell victim to the ensuing devastation. Chu Yang furrowed his brow, recognizing the immense destruction wrought by the fifth-tier spirit beast. If they remained here, the losses would only escalate. With this thought, he began to retreat towards the outskirts of the city. Wang Qianyuan naturally perceived Chu Yang's intentions and sneered. How naive. A dignified spirit master is still concerned about the dwellings of mere ants. Let them be destroyed. As long as lives are not extinguished, they can be rebuilt. He then urged his spirit beast to pursue relentlessly. At that moment, the onlookers on the western city wall gaped in astonishment, witnessing three colossal beings engage in battle as they emerged from within the city. The western area was the point of eruption for the ferocious beasts, prompting Chu Yang to select this location for the battle. It would serve to intimidate some of the ferocious beasts with the clash of the two opponents. Moreover, their skirmish amidst the horde of beasts would alleviate some of the burden on the crowd. Upon reaching the designated area, the two forces clashed once more, with the abyss radiating its inky power, causing the surrounding flora to wither into lifelessness. Many lower-tier ferocious beasts lost their vitality, transforming into desiccated corpses. Meanwhile, the lunar power of the dragon python was equally tyrannical, capable of freezing the very essence of all things. Any creature or plant affected by its lunar energy would become everlasting statues, easily reduced to dust at the slightest brush of energy. The terror was boundless. Both were of rare attributes and stood at the pinnacle of the fifth tier, making them evenly matched in their fierce combat. Alas, the strength of spirit beasts is not solely determined by their quality. If it were, the abyss would undoubtedly dominate all. Quality merely represents potential, not the current strength of their realm. Otherwise, few ferocious beasts could ever rival the abyss. Yet, at this moment, the abyss was facing two opponents. How infuriating. That spirit beast had already touched upon the laws. Wang Qianyuan's countenance darkened. There exists an insurmountable chasm between fifth and sixth tier spirit beasts, rooted in the comprehension and mastery of the laws. This is precisely the reason why his two spirit beasts were unable to overpower the opponent. In truth, his dragon python had lingered at the pinnacle of the fifth tier for quite some time, hindered by the elusive nature of the laws. The more formidable the attribute of a spirit beast, the more challenging it becomes to comprehend the laws. After all, he lacked the ability to summon the laws of the spiritual domain to assist his spirit beast in its understanding, unlike Chu Yang. Thus, the dragon python's cultivation remained stagnant at the fifth-tier peak, showing no signs of breakthrough. Wang Qianyue observed the rare spirit beast before him, deducing that it too belonged to a unique attribute, yet it had managed to comprehend the laws. Could it be that this thief possesses a law stone? Wang Qianyue's breath quickened as he felt a revelation dawn upon him. He recalled a passage from an ancient tome he had acquired from the secret realm, the Law Stone. A wondrous gem born of the world, emanating a potent energy of the laws, capable of assisting spirit beasts or ferocious beasts in their comprehension of the laws. For a spirit master, it is a treasure that is both serendipitous and elusive. Chapter 36. The Battle Against Wang Qianyue. At this moment, all spirit masters atop the western city wall were left in a state of astonishment. They could hardly fathom that such formidable figures were concealed within the modest confines of Luotian City. Wang Qianyue, a fifth-tier spirit master? The elders of the Yang and Mo clans, Yang Hongquan and Mo Chun looked on in disbelief. How could this adversary, who once stood against them, possess such strength? Why had he chosen to feign weakness? Moreover, had he not sustained injuries prior? Why was he now unscathed and battling? As these thoughts raced through their minds, they exchanged glances, beads of cold sweat forming on their brows. This old man is undoubtedly plotting against them. Chu Yang is truly formidable. Qin Luoshue's beautiful eyes brimmed with astonishment. Indeed, his spirit beast has begun to grasp a sliver of the law's power. Qin Luoshue remarked, her gaze tinged with surprise. Is this to be her future husband? He is undoubtedly exceptional, truly worthy of his title. The old servant has not misjudged his choice. Su Zhen's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of vengeful hope. In the sky, the battle among the three spirit beasts intensified. Their powerful assaults felled many ferocious beasts, simultaneously repelling numerous high-tier beasts, thereby alleviating a significant portion of the pressure on the crowd atop the city wall. The massive form of the dragon python surged forward, while the fire-eyed beast assailed from behind. The rare spirit beast, Arrogance, found itself besieged. Yet, Chu Yang surveyed the battlefield, and each time the fire-eyed beast approached from behind, Arrogance managed to evade with remarkable agility. As the fire-eyed beast lunged to bite Arrogance's dragon tail amidst its clash with the dragon python, it was met with a resounding tail swipe that sent it tumbling through the air. Chu Yang's eyes narrowed. He sensed that with each passing moment, Arrogance's grasp of the laws was growing stronger. From the once pitch-black power of Arrogance, flickers of dark light began to shimmer. This was an outward manifestation of the law's power. At that instant, he began to channel the laws of Arrogance within the spiritual domain to accelerate its comprehension. Wang Qianyue sensed something amiss. He too felt Arrogance's control over the laws becoming increasingly formidable. No matter what means you employ, I shall not allow you to succeed, Wang Qianyue declared in a low voice. He formed a seal with his hands, and a palm-sized stone seal suddenly materialized from his brow, descending to suppress Arrogance. A soul artifact. Chu Yang, be cautious. The Qin sisters cried out, fearful for Chu Yang's safety. They even contemplated summoning the Xiantian fire dragon and the Xianling ice phoenix to assist. However, at that moment, Chu Yang formed a seal with his hands, and the night shadow needle shot forth, colliding with the stone seal soul artifact. Clang! The crisp sound resonated. Under Wang Qianyue's horrified gaze, his stone seal soul artifact was sent flying, while the silver needle continued its relentless advance toward his soul sea. Wang Qianyue's expression changed dramatically as he felt the chilling breath of death approach. Defend! A silvery, ancient bronze light flickered from his brow, summoning a bronze ancient palace to shield his soul sea. Ding! The night shadow needle collided with the bronze ancient palace, producing a melodious chime. This was, without a doubt, another defensive soul artifact. Yet, under its protection, the night shadow needle was swiftly repelled. Chu Yang felt a tinge of regret. The fundamental difference between offensive and defensive soul artifacts was evident. For defensive soul artifacts, as long as they were completely refined, their inherent power could be unleashed, while the potency of offensive soul artifacts was contingent upon the strength of the Spirit Master's soul force. This was why Chu Yang could send the Stone Seal soul artifact flying, yet could not breach the defenses of the Bronze Ancient Palace. Wang Qianyue's forehead glistened with cold sweat. The previous events had left him trembling with fear, and he now felt his back dampened. To think, you are actually a 6th-tier Spirit Master, Wang Qianyue exclaimed, astonished. According to their investigations, this youth was scarcely over 16. How could he have cultivated so rapidly? Even he, having gained access to the ancient secret realm, had not managed to ascend to the 6th tier after all these years. What means does he possess? What? The crowd atop the city wall was utterly stunned. That youth is actually a 6th-tier Spirit Master? A 6th-tier Spirit Master so young. Could he be a product of a sacred land's cultivation? Even Su Zhen and the Qin sisters were left in shock. However, Wang Qianyue let out a sigh of relief. Despite the opponent's 6th-tier cultivation, he was unable to breach the defenses of his bronze ancient palace. Thus, the opponent's advantage was not as significant as it seemed. From his earlier reaction, it was clear that his spirit beast was not equipped with a defensive treasure for the Soul Sea. Consequently, as long as he seized the opportunity, he could deal a fatal blow. Chu Yang disregarded him, focusing solely on channeling the laws of arrogance within the spiritual domain to assist in its comprehension. Is that the Night Shadow Needle, the soul artifact of Uncle Fu? Someone atop the city wall recognized the soul artifact Chu Yang wielded and exclaimed in astonishment. At that moment, everyone understood. It was this youth who had annihilated the Fu clan. Sister, look. Chu Yang truly did not lie. Qin Luojiao exclaimed joyfully to Qin Luoxue. The latter could only nod in acknowledgement, realizing that the previous events were indeed too surreal to believe. At this juncture, the dragon python surged forward once more. its body enveloped in a grayish lunar power. Arrogance's form suddenly twisted, breaking free from the fire-eyed beast's clutches. It then swiftly lunged towards the dragon python. Among the two spirit beasts, the most formidable was undoubtedly this dragon python. In that moment, Arrogance's momentum was unstoppable, its speed heightened beyond its previous limits. Simultaneously, Chu Yang maneuvered the Night Shadow Needle once more to launch a surprise attack on Wang Qianyue, knowing full well that he could not breach the opponent's defenses. This was merely a tactic to divert the opponent's attention. Indeed, feeling the oppressive force emanating from the sixth-tier powerhouse, Wang Qianyue exerted every effort to activate his defensive soul artifact. At that very moment, as the opponent's attention was diverted, the figure of Huang had already lunged towards the dragon python. As he surged forward, his body coiled around it, and 4 dragon claws viciously pierced into the body of the dragon python, producing a chilling sound. In an instant, the dragon python let out a piercing cry. "This is bad." A feint. Wang Qianyue's countenance darkened. By the time Huang disengaged from the opponent, the dragon python bore numerous horrific wounds, each several meters long. Huang Long Wrap. This was a skill recently comprehended by Huang. Utilizing the speed of his rapid rotations, he inflicted terrifying injuries with his dragon claws. The dragon python shrieked. The agony from its grievous wounds caused its body to writhe incessantly. A torrent of blood cascaded down, and even the power of the tame could not freeze the wounds in that moment. At this juncture, the fire-eyed beast's eyes blazed with fire, emitting 2 brilliant beams that illuminated the sky, darting towards Huang with the swiftness of light. Having just executed Huang Long Wrap, Huang's body had yet to come to a halt. Despite Chu Yang's timely warning, his reaction was still a fraction too slow. One of the beams pierced through his tail, eliciting a deep growl from Huang. Meanwhile, the dragon python, suppressing its pain, turned its majestic and imposing head under Wang Qianyue's command. Its pupils emanating 2 beams of gray tine light that instantaneously sliced through the void, aimed directly at Huang's dragon head. It was the dragon python's skill, Tine Eye Light. At that moment, however, Huang had already reacted. Opening his mouth wide, energy surged within, and a pitch-black column of energy, infused with the essence of the wasteland, surged forth to confront the opponent's Tine Eye Light. Chu Yang's eyes sparkled. Huang had actually mastered the Nether Wasteland Dragon Breath. Indeed, combat is the finest method for training spirit beasts. Although the Tine Eye Light was only as thick as an arm, its power should not be underestimated. Chapter 37, Space Attribute Spirit Beast. Boom. The Nether Wasteland Dragon Breath and Tine Eye Light collided instantly, unleashing a deafening explosion. Powerful energy clashed in the sky, painting the horizon in shades of black and gray. Below, the city walls were filled with astonished spirit masters. This was the terrifying might of a 5th-tier spirit beast. It was indeed so formidable that they felt utterly powerless to resist. Just as the 2 forces engaged, the fire-eyed beast charged in, but at that very moment, within the black energy column of the Nether Wasteland Dragon Breath, an energy pulsating with a dark glow surged forth. The law of the wasteland. In that instant, Huang employed the law of the wasteland for the first time within a skill. Wang Qianyue sensed danger. The power of the law was something the dragon python could not withstand. Immediately, he commanded the fire-eyed beast to attack while attempting to summon the dragon python into his illusory spirit domain through a summoning array. "You shall not succeed," Chu Yang coldly remarked. How could he allow Huang's attack to go to waste? In response, a colossal surge of soul power coalesced into a silver annihilation blade, striking towards Wang Qianyue, who was in the midst of forming the seal. Damnable! Wang Qianyue cursed under his breath. While forming the summoning array, it must not be disturbed. Otherwise, the formation would collapse. At that moment, having been imbued with the law of the wasteland, the Tine Eye Light could no longer compete with the Nether Wasteland Dragon Breath. In an instant, the Nether Wasteland Dragon Breath broke through the obstruction of the Tine Eye Light, charging forth like a relentless tide towards the already severely wounded body of the dragon python. Bang! The dragon python's body was instantly hurled several dozen feet into the air, crashing to the ground. "Ah!" Wang Qianyue roared, his heart aflame with fury. This blow nearly severed the dragon python in half. This was his primary spirit beast, his most formidable combat force. Suddenly, Wang Qianyue shouted at Yang Hongquan and Mo Chun on the city walls. "Gentlemen, the marauders from the Fu family are right before us. It seems my Wang family may also struggle to escape misfortune today. Do you wish to follow in our 2 families' footsteps?" Wang Qianyue was truly anxious. His primary spirit beast was on the brink of collapse. He called out to the ancestral elders of the Wang family and the Mo family. He recognized that both were 4th-tier spirit masters, yet if he could provoke them into self-destructing their spirit beasts, even 5th-tier spirit beasts would sustain injuries. The 2 hesitated. Yang Hongkuan shook his head, saying, "Both of you are fifth-tier powerhouses. What can we fourth-tier masters do to alter the tide of battle?" He was not very familiar with Chu Yang, but he knew somewhat about Wang Qianyue's character. If he trusted him, he feared they would be left with nothing but bones. Just as Wang Qianyue was about to say more, in the skies, the colossal figure of the fire-eyed beast was suddenly swatted down by Huang's dragon claw, imbued with the power of the law. At that moment, Qin Luoxue interjected, "You two need not worry. My city lord's mansion can guarantee that as long as you do not provoke Chu Yang, he will not lay a hand on you." Beside her, Qin Xinyang's expression changed as he whispered, "Miss, this may not be wise. We have no ties to Chu Yang. Why involve ourselves in their conflict?" To which Qin Luoxue replied, "Uncle Xinyang, rest assured, we will exercise discretion." Qin Xinyang shot a disapproving glance at the two women, muttering about their supposed discretion. If Chu Yang refused to honor his word and insisted on attacking the two families, would that not implicate the city lord's mansion? Sixth-tier powerhouses are not to be trifled with. Mo Chun, following the two women's lead, said, "Very well, since the city lord's mansion offers its guarantee, we will certainly not intervene." In truth, they were also reluctant to act. The self-detonation of spirit beasts was something no one wished to resort to unless absolutely necessary. Meanwhile, Chu Yang, while assisting Huang in comprehending the law of the wasteland, kept a vigilant eye on the Wang and Mo families. Should either family dare to extend a hand to Wang Qianyue, he would not hesitate to make them vanish. At that moment, a crescent-shaped light erupted from the ground, like thunder cleaving the sky, instantly appearing beneath Huang. Both Chu Yang and Huang's expressions shifted. It was the severely wounded dragon python launching another attack. Haha. Wang Qianyue suddenly laughed. This dragon python had actually comprehended the skill tying moon slash at such a critical juncture. It was truly unexpected. Although Chu Yang focused on the city wall, his soul power had not dissipated. As the dragon python's attack approached, he promptly alerted Huang. It still arrived a moment too late. The tying moon slash emanated formidable tying energy, brushing past Huang. A few strands of mane floated down, having severed a portion of the mane on Huang's dragon tail. Chu Yang exhaled in relief. This technique possessed immense power, and had it struck directly, even Huang would have sustained injuries. Fortunately, the dragon python was already heavily injured, and thus its speed was somewhat diminished. The ability to comprehend a skill under such circumstances also demonstrated the dragon python's remarkable talent. As Wang Qianyue's laughter ceased, he regarded Yang Hongkuan and Mo Chun, who shook their heads in refusal, as well as the city lord's mansion standing alongside Chu Yang. His gaze instantly turned frigid. "Go. Eliminate him," Wang Qianyue uttered in a low voice. In the next moment, a prickling sensation coursed through Chu Yang's scalp, and the hairs on his body stood on end. A profound sense of imminent peril surged within him. What is happening? Chu Yang expanded his soul power, yet found nothing amiss. This revelation filled him with dread. Just as he was scanning for potential threats, a ripple materialized in the void behind him, and a lethal claw shot forth, targeting his heart with deadly precision. It was at that very moment that Chu Yang finally sensed the danger, but his body was already too late to react. What kind of spiritual beast is this? He marveled in horror, realizing that the opponent had silently appeared at his back without his awareness. "Be cautious, that is the rare space attribute spirit beast, the ethereal bat," cried Qin Luojiao from atop the city wall, her voice laced with urgency. The two sisters' faces paled slightly. They never anticipated that Wang Qianyue possessed such a rare spiritual beast. A space attribute. Chu Yang inhaled sharply. Though he had never encountered such an attribute, there was a saying on Earth that stated, "Time is revered, but space reigns supreme." This underscored the terrifying nature of space attributes. The ethereal bat melded into the void, evading Chu Yang's soul power perception. It was only upon Wang Qianyue's command to strike that the ethereal bat lunged forward, aiming to deliver a fatal blow to Chu Yang's back. The hearts of the Qin sisters raced, but they found themselves powerless to intervene. "Hee, I doubt you can escape death," Wang Qianyue sneered. This little thief had thwarted his plans time and again, meriting 1,000 cuts and a descent into the abyss. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed through the air, akin to two spiritual beasts clashing. Wang Qianyue squinted, his expression filled with shock. "What is that?" Behind Chu Yang, a spirit beast enveloped in black mist had inexplicably appeared, its claw-like appendage formed from the dark fog instantaneously blocking the ethereal bat strike. An explosion of energy erupted from the clash of their claws, resonating with a deep thrum. A dark attribute spirit beast? Wang Qianyue gritted his teeth in frustration. Such a meticulously planned assassination had failed once again. Anger coursed through him, wishing he could smash his head against the ground. This ethereal bat was his hidden trump card. Yet it fell short of the 5th tier. Otherwise, even with a dark attribute spirit beast as protection, the opponent would surely meet their demise. Below, the Qin sisters, along with Su Zhan and others, breathed a sigh of relief. The danger had been extraordinarily grave. The ethereal bat's stealthy approach made it nearly undetectable. That strike had come perilously close to Chu Yang's back. Had it not been for the timely intervention of Yi, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Chapter 38, Journey to the Wilderness. Chu Yang turned around to behold the so-called ethereal bat. It was a small silver spirit beast, its wings spanning no more than 10 feet. Yet, half of its body remained invisible to the naked eye, concealed within the void. After its claw engaged with Yi, it swiftly retreated back into the void, vanishing from sight. The power of space attributes. What a terrifying ability. That moment had truly instilled a sense of dread within him. Were it not for Ye's presence, he would have been nearly certain to meet his end. The key was the suddenness of the attack. As the opponent had appeared behind him without any warning, rendering him defenseless, Wang Qianyue must die. A chilling resolve coursed through Chu Yang. This old wretch had amassed far too many treasures from the ancient secret realm, not to mention the soul artifacts and spiritual treasures. Even the tame attribute dragon python and the space attribute ethereal bat were already formidable enough. Once fully developed, he would undoubtedly become a significant threat. Allowing such an enemy to remain alive was indeed a source of unease. Eradicating the root of the problem was not Chu Yang's style. Roar. The roar of the wild dragon echoed as its form soared swiftly into the sky. Then, the power of desolation began to coalesce between its horns, swiftly forming a pitch-black sphere of desolation measuring 10 feet in diameter. The heavenly, silent desolation dragon sphere. However, compared to the last time, this heavenly, silent desolation dragon sphere contained an additional layer of law power, greatly enhancing its might. Below, Wang Qianyue recalled his injured dragon python, gazing at the terrifying strike prepared for him in the sky. Yet he coldly laughed and shouted, "Thieving rogue! The mountains may not turn, but the waters will. We shall meet again, and I will make you pay 1,000-fold for this." Wang Qianyue's murderous intent was palpable. At that moment, he noticed the Qin sisters' 5th-tier spirit beast, causing his pupils to constrict as he finally realized his misjudgment. He had severely underestimated the strength of the city lord's mansion. Casting a frigid glance at the Wang family's people atop the city wall, he muttered darkly, "You fools. Knowing the city lord's mansion possessed such power, you failed to inform me. Had he been aware of all this sooner, he might not have ventured to the city lord's mansion, and his hidden chamber would not have been looted. Had that been the case, even if he could not defeat Chu Yang, he could have retreated with the precious items from his chamber. Now, everything had been taken away. A group of useless ingrates." Wang Qianyue cursed inwardly. He could no longer afford to linger here. If the two sisters, currently on guard against the ferocious beasts, managed to free themselves, they might even turn their attention to him. At that point, escaping would be a challenge. Just then, the ethereal bat, which had vanished from behind Chu Yang, reappeared, its claws gripping his shoulders, before it vanished without a trace. "We cannot let him escape," Chu Yang exclaimed urgently. Whoosh! In an instant, the heavenly silent desolation dragon sphere plummeted from the sky like a meteor, hurtling toward Wang Qianyue's location. The sphere, imbued with the power of laws, moved with astonishing speed, almost instantaneously reaching its target. Boom! The earth trembled. The heavenly silent desolation dragon sphere, containing terrifying energy, exploded completely, sending a massive mushroom cloud soaring into the sky. When the dust settled, a vast pit measuring dozens of feet emerged at the sight. Chu Yang's expression turned icy. Apart from the numerous ferocious beasts that had been slain and the dead trees left in desolation, everything was desolate. Had Wang Qianyue been killed, his soul artifacts and the treasures carried by his spirit beasts would have materialized. Yet now, there was nothing. Wang Qianyue had escaped. The ethereal bat's space attribute enabled it to flee or pursue with a swiftness that even wind attributes could scarcely match. Chu Yang stood amidst the dragon's horns, his powerful soul power extending outward, searching for any sign of the foe. Found it. A smile crept onto Chu Yang's face as he sensed Wang Qianyue's figure emerging from a great distance. However, by the time he rushed over, the opponent had already vanished without a trace. Truly, the power of space attributes is formidable. Chu Yang furrowed his brow. The opponent had vanished into the void, rendering him utterly incapable of detecting their whereabouts. After several futile attempts, he reluctantly decided to retreat. The beast tide showed no sign of abating. Everyone was strenuously defending themselves, particularly the other high-ranking members of the Wang family, led by Wang Zhinshan, who fought valiantly against the ferocious beasts, fearful of drawing Chu Yang's ire, and thus exerted themselves to the utmost. According to their ancestor Wang Qianyue's original plan, when the beast tide arrived, the city lord's mansion would undoubtedly dispatch a significant number of guards to defend the walls. At that moment, He could seize the opportunity to take control of the city lord's mansion and successfully usurp power. As for Wang Qianyue's spirit beast being on the brink of death, that was merely a ruse to deceive the city lord's mansion. Subsequently, the healing potion obtained from the ancient secret realm had swiftly restored the spirit beast to its peak condition. Unfortunately, the Wang family underestimated the strength of the city lord's mansion and never anticipated that someone would dare to intrude into their ancestors' private chamber. Chu Yang cast a glance at them, but ultimately chose not to annihilate them. He had already acquired what he sought, and his sole concern was Wang Qianyue. The others were of no consequence to him. Chu Yang's involvement inspired the other spirit masters in Luotian City with renewed hope, igniting their fighting spirits. However, this stalemate persisted for a day and a night, while two terrifying auras continued to clash in the depths of the wilderness. What treasure could possibly be the object of contention between these two ferocious beasts? Chu Yang pondered. The ferocity of their battle was astonishing, even for two seventh-tier beasts. The two Qin sisters shook their heads in ignorance. Observing the fatigue etched on the faces of the assembled crowd, Chu Yang addressed the sisters. I intend to venture into the depths of the wilderness to investigate. Absolutely not. They exclaimed in unison, their disapproval evident. That location was the epicenter of chaos and the most perilous place. Chu Yang's expedition would undoubtedly place him in grave danger. Qin Yang, watching the vehement reaction of his two nieces, suddenly felt a shock in his heart. Could it be that the two girls had developed feelings for each other? If the mansion lord were to discover this, the repercussions would be unimaginable. Chu Yang smiled reassuringly. Fear not. I shall exercise caution. I merely wish to ascertain the source of this turmoil. I would not dare engage in combat with seventh-tier beasts. He then added somberly. If the beast tide continues for too long, I fear that everyone may not be able to hold out. The spirit beasts were exhausting their stamina and internal spiritual energy, while the spirit masters, overseeing the situation, were also depleting their soul power. Over time, it would become increasingly difficult to endure. Although the two sisters understood Chu Yang's reasoning, they remained reluctant to see him take such risks. Noticing the worried expressions on their faces, Chu Yang leaned closer to whisper in their ears, when I return, you must keep my bed warm. Their faces flushed with embarrassment. Subsequently, Chu Yang instructed Su Zhen and, perched atop his spirit beast, soared into the depths of the wilderness. With the spirit of freedom, he galloped through the expanse. His solitary figure riding the spirit beast left an indelible impression on the hearts of the spirit masters in Luotian City. Perhaps this was the very reason many sought to attain higher realms. Hey, Chu Yang, I never agreed to this. Qin Luoxue stamped her foot, embodying the petulance of a young lady. Oh no, the mansion lord's little darling is drifting away from him. Qin Shenyang felt a pang of sympathy for Qin Shufeng as he witnessed this scene. Chapter 39, The Golden Giant Tiger and the Giant Panda. Chu Yang traveled westward, deliberately avoiding the beast tide. As he advanced, he increasingly sensed an overwhelmingly powerful energy fluctuation, far surpassing that of fifth-tier spirit beasts. Exercising utmost caution, he aimed to avoid attracting the attention of other ferocious beasts. Consequently, as he neared the battleground, he allowed Huang to enter the spiritual domain and simultaneously directed a portion of his consciousness to manipulate the laws of the spiritual domain to assist Huang in his cultivation. The recent battle against the dragon python had further enhanced Huang's mastery of the laws, and it wouldn't be long before he could break through to the sixth tier. On another note, he contemplated the situation of the battle. Perhaps he could also bide her time like the ethereal bat. However, this required specific conditions. Ye's dark attribute could only manifest its power in certain scenarios. Yet, from the moment he entered Wang Qianyue's chamber until the enemy's escape, Ye had saved his life on 2 occasions. When the ethereal bat had launched a surprise attack, had it not been for Yi, he would have likely met his demise. Furthermore, at the entrance of the Fu family's chamber, the moment he stepped into the underground lair, had Yi not led him away from the dragon python's assault, he might have already been digested by the foe. Cumulatively, Ye's contributions were nothing short of monumental. Boom. A tremendous explosion echoed from ahead, accompanied by tremors that shook the ground. Golden energy clashed with black and white light on the earth, the released energy wreaking havoc on the landscape. Roar. A deafening tiger's roar reverberated through the mountains. But another deep growl refused to be outdone, and the next moment, another colossal explosion erupted. Chu Yang climbed to the summit of a mountain, gazing towards the site of the battle, his pupils involuntarily contracting. He beheld 2 colossal creatures engaged in close combat. One, resplendent in golden fur, measured nearly 20 meters in length, exuding a formidable aura. It was none other than an enormous tiger. As it attacked, its powerful and sharp golden claws could cleave through anything. Trees and rocks alike shattered upon contact. Suddenly, Chu Yang's gaze quivered as the golden tiger unleashed a thunderous roar. its sound materializing and crashing towards its adversary like a tidal wave. Where the roar passed, a mountain peak was severed in half. This bore a resemblance to Huang's dragon's roar. Chu Yang marveled. However, while Huang's dragon's roar contained soul power attacks, the golden tiger's assault was purely a manifestation of spiritual energy. As for the other creature, was that not an enlarged version of a giant panda? Chu Yang exclaimed in astonishment. A massive being, black and white-furred, round and plump, resembled the national treasure of Earth. The difference was that its size was significantly larger than that of the national treasure panda, standing over 20 meters tall. Its stature was not much smaller than that of the golden tiger. At this moment, the panda exuded a dual aura of black and white. Each strike it delivered was immensely powerful. The destructive force of the black and white energy was formidable, laying waste to everything in its path. In this moment, the giant panda was stalemating against the golden giant tiger, which held a slight advantage in tier, battling for a day and a night without yielding. Yet, both ferocious beasts were now covered in wounds, their bodies battered and bruised. Especially the giant panda, which had begun to show signs of weariness. Boom. A terrifying attack blasted a massive gap into the mountainside. The scene was nothing short of breathtaking. Chu Yang exclaimed, "Truly, this is a 7th-tier ferocious beast. Having fully mastered the laws, its destructive power is simply astounding. The clash between Huang and the dragon python pales in comparison before these two beasts. No wonder the other ferocious beasts have fled in unison. This unbearable sense of oppression renders even 6th-tier beasts incapable of confronting it head-on. The golden giant tiger, covered in wounds, bore terrifying gashes that exposed its bones, blood gushing forth. At this moment, it swung its massive claws, unleashing 5 dazzling beams of golden light infused with law. The golden radiance was immense. Each beam extended over 10 meters, resembling colossal blades, their sharpness seemingly capable of severing all. The giant panda was even more grievously injured, its abdomen marred by a significant wound that was shocking to behold, and countless other injuries scattered across its body. Blood stained its white fur a deep crimson, as if it were drenched in blood, yet it refused to yield. The black and white energies swirling around it as it unleashed a punch, colliding with the opponent's golden slash. Chu Yang watched in astonishment. The power of a 7th-tier beast was indeed formidable, not to mention its ability to shatter mountains and rivers. What treasure could they be fighting so fiercely over? Chu Yang's gaze swept around, yet he found no trace of the coveted item. Though ferocious beasts often clashed over territory, they would never fight to the death over it. If worst came to worst, they could simply seek new territory. However, it was evident that these two beasts were engaged in a life-or-death struggle. The giant panda was inherently weaker, yet what compelled it to risk its life so recklessly? Was the treasure truly that enticing? As Chu Yang's spiritual energy scanned the nearby mountains, he discovered nothing but a few feeble life forms. Alas, it seemed the giant panda could not hold on much longer. Chu Yang observed as the immense wounds and excessive blood loss caused its body to falter, staggering unsteadily. Seeing this, the golden giant tiger's attacks grew increasingly ferocious. Perhaps I should contract a wood element spirit beast. Witnessing this scene, Chu Yang felt a surge of insight. Who could guarantee that their spirit beast would not suffer injuries in battle? Take Wang Qianyue's dragon python, for instance. Its Yin attribute is exceedingly formidable, rivaling the ferocity of the Desolation attribute. Yet, judging by its performance in combat, although Wang Qianyue regarded it as his main spirit beast, it possessed limited battle skills due to Wang Qianyue's concealment of its true nature, depriving it of opportunities to fight. Otherwise, if its secrets were revealed, Wang Qianyue's efforts would be in vain. While the Desolation's combat experience may also be limited, it had at least accompanied Chu Yang on several outings, slaying dozens of ferocious beasts of the same realm, thus establishing a tangible gap in combat experience. Of course, the most significant difference lay in the Desolation's comprehension of a fragment of the law's power, enabling it to maintain a competitive edge. However, Wang Qianyue's acquisition of the ancient secret realm surely came with great fortune. He would surely not resign himself to obscurity after leaving Luodian City and would inevitably rise again. Moreover, besides the Yin attribute dragon python and the space attribute void bat, as well as that fire-eyed beast, Wang Qianyue had 2 other spirit beasts that had yet to make an appearance. Perhaps because they had not achieved the 5th tier and were thus deemed ineffective in combat against Chu Yang, leading to their continuous absence from summoning. But who could say what formidable attribute spirit beasts he might have obtained from the secret realm? Therefore, should they encounter an equally matched adversary, the spirit beasts would undoubtedly engage in a bloody battle, just as the golden giant tiger and the giant panda were doing now. Thus, Chu Yang resolved to prioritize the cultivation of a wood element spirit beast. Chapter 40. The Finishing Blow. Just as the fierce battle intensified, The golden giant tiger suddenly leaped to the side of the giant panda. A colossal golden blade composed of energy swiftly coalesced before it, and with a mighty roar, it unleashed the enormous golden blade, which sliced through the air like a streak of golden lightning, accompanied by thunderous winds, aiming for a valley behind the giant panda. Although the golden blade appeared diminutive in comparison to the valley, the force behind this strike was certainly capable of annihilating the entire valley. Chu Yang's expression shifted slightly. Was the tiger engaging in yet another ploy? He noted that amidst the vast mountains surrounding them, only that valley remained unscathed. However, Chu Yang had also checked, finding no treasures within, only a faint life form. Just then, the giant panda, which had been teetering on the brink of collapse, suddenly roared, as if awakening some latent potential within itself. Its massive body sprang upward like a bouncing ball, moving with astonishing speed. To Chu Yang's astonishment, the giant panda used its rotund form as a shield to withstand the golden blade. The chilling sound of the slash sent shivers down the spine. A torrent of crimson blood erupted from the giant panda's abdomen, gushing forth like a dam breached, as the golden blade struck precisely at its previous wound. In an instant, its abdomen was pierced through. Witnessing this scene, Chu Yang was engulfed in shock. The giant panda was sacrificing its life to protect the valley behind it. What was it guarding? Whether human or beast, they would only lay down their lives to protect their offspring when threatened. In this regard, ferocious beasts exhibited an even more profound dedication. The impact of this blow was undoubtedly fatal for the giant panda, and after enduring such an attack, the already grievously injured panda could no longer hold on, its massive form crashing to the ground at the valley's entrance, creating a deep crater, with blood flowing from its wounds, saturating the surrounding earth in a striking red hue. Was there a giant panda cub in that valley? Chu Yang couldn't help but clench his fists. In that moment, he felt an overwhelming impulse to rush forward. The giant panda, known as the iron-eating beast on Earth, was a creature of great renown, and its worth would undoubtedly be exceptional. Although this tiger was a 7th-tier late-stage ferocious beast, it was now severely injured. With his own peak 6th-tier soul power combined with the strength of Desolation, defeating it would surely be within reach. Just as he prepared to summon Desolation, the golden giant tiger was already slowly advancing toward the valley. With each step, blood dripped from its wounds down its massive tiger legs. The golden giant tiger cast a cold, emotionless gaze upon its fallen opponent. As it drew nearer, its speed suddenly surged, its powerful hind legs propelling it forward in a predatory leap towards the giant panda. The panda's round eyes flickered with despair. It was too gravely injured to rise, awaiting only death. Yet, in that instant, a flash of silver light appeared, and the golden giant tiger let out a pained cry. Its mighty head tilted, crashing into the deep pit created by the battle before the giant panda. Chu Yang exhaled a sigh of relief. Although the golden giant tiger possessed a cultivation level at the peak of the 7th rank, its soul power had not reached the same stage. In fact, judging by its performance, its soul power was at best that of the early 7th rank. However, prolonged combat had led to a decline in its soul power intensity. With his peak 6th rank soul power combined with the Night Shadow Needle, Chu Yang was able to inflict a devastating blow upon it. Roar! The golden giant tiger let out a furious roar, its terrifying voice instilling fear in the hearts of all. Chu Yang formed a hand seal, preparing to deliver a finishing strike. Yet, this brief moment had afforded the giant panda a sliver of time. Though it could not rise, an abundance of black and white energies swirled around it, converging in front to form a colossal pattern. The black and white design spun, the two distinctly opposing energies roiling atop it, seemingly on the verge of manifesting something formidable. A chilling wave of energy emanated from within. Chu Yang's expression turned grave. The giant panda was indeed extraordinary, and just this one move demonstrated immense power. The giant tiger, sensing the impending danger, shook its massive head and hurriedly rose to its feet. However, as it stood, it was unaware that it was already within the line of fire of the giant panda's attack. The black and white pattern continued to revolve, the two energies clashing and vibrating. Ultimately, each energy coalesced into a miniature version of a panda, which transformed into two beams of light, launching towards the giant tiger. The two pandas, one black and one white, intertwined like a tempest, colliding with each other in an instant. Boom! Caught off guard, the giant tiger was struck squarely in its massive body. Despite its size, akin to a small mountain, it was sent flying several dozen meters, crashing to the ground and sending a cloud of debris into the air. Following this strike, the giant panda lay completely motionless on the ground, its gaze fixed upon the valley. On the other side, the giant tiger was in dire straits. Its hind legs had been utterly shattered, and it was uncertain how many bones in its body had been broken. Streams of blood flowed from its head, rendering its once majestic visage ghastly. That the giant panda could inflict such grievous wounds in its severely weakened state attested to the formidable power of that previous move. It was undoubtedly the perfect moment to deliver the finishing blow. Without hesitation, Chu Yang concentrated his soul power into his silver blade, launching a soul technique that cleaved through the air towards the giant tiger. Roar! The giant tiger emitted a deep growl, its eyes blazing with ferocity. Chu Yang promptly summoned the Desolation, its form ascending into the air, the pitch-black heavenly Desolation dragon jade shimmering with faint light between its horns, gradually enlarging. Roar! The giant tiger let out a roar. Despite its shattered legs and countless fractured bones, it still staggered to its feet, its massive body still imposing. Golden energy coalesced before it, forming 3 golden blades that radiated a piercing aura. Especially when combined with its golden laws, the destructive potential of this attack became even more terrifying. Truly, as a 7th-rank ferocious beast, even in such a state, the power it unleashed remained formidable. However, did it think that I, as a spirit master, could be disregarded? Chu Yang sneered coldly, manipulating his hands to cast another cleaving technique aimed at the giant tiger's soul sea. Roar! The deep sound resonated. The giant tiger's colossal body swayed violently. After enduring 2 successive soul attacks from Chu Yang, its soul power began to dissipate, and its consciousness started to fade, leading to its eventual collapse onto the ground. At this moment, the heavenly Desolation dragon jade was also ready, radiating a faint black glow with a diameter exceeding 10 feet. Exuding a terrifying energy fluctuation mingled with the heart-stopping essence of desolation. The giant tiger unleashed a reluctant roar. Its attack had been interrupted by Chu Yang's soul technique, and there was no time left to defend. Chapter 41, The Azure Blood Jiao Dragon. Boom! The heavenly Desolation dragon jade plummeted like a meteor, crashing down upon the giant tiger with tremendous force. The explosion was cataclysmic, black energy radiating outward from the giant tiger's center, uprooting layers of earth. Enormous tree roots were torn from the ground, wilting into ashes under the power of desolation, scattering with the wind. In a single strike, the area within several dozen meters was reduced to ruins. Even the massive form of the giant panda was hurled several meters away by this energy. Chu Yang's soul power swept across the scene, confirming that the giant tiger had completely lost its life force. After enduring 2 consecutive attacks from Chu Yang's peak 6th-rank soul power, being struck head-on by the black and white dual pandas, and then receiving a blow from the heavenly Desolation dragon jade, it would indeed be a mystery if it had survived such grievous injuries. Chu Yang stored the giant tiger's corpse within his spirit domain. The remains of a 7th-rank ferocious beast would serve as an excellent source of sustenance for his spirit beasts. Observing the faint trace of life still present in the giant panda, Chu Yang sighed. This once mighty iron-eating beast had ultimately reached the end of its life. Alas, if only I had a wood attribute spirit beast, I could have offered you some healing. With that, Chu Yang circumvented the giant panda and ventured deeper into the valley. Behind him, the giant panda emitted hurried breaths, its body trembling violently. Chu Yang paused and reassured, "Do not worry, I shall not harm it." The valley, tranquil and secluded, was the last remaining sanctuary within a radius of several miles. Even the grass and trees within had not been marred. One could only imagine the immense effort the giant panda had expended to safeguard this place from the clutches of the giant tiger. Following the faint trace of life, Chu Yang discovered a massive cave, marked by distinct claw marks that had been carved into it. It was evident that the giant panda had excavated this den itself. Chu Yang's eyes lit up as he indeed found a panda cub within the cave. Ah, this is the national treasure I've only seen in the technologically advanced Earth. The one outside is far too enormous, lacking any semblance of cuteness. Meanwhile, this little one, barely a foot long, is fluffy and round. It was peacefully slumbering atop a bed of grass. Little one, your mother fought valiantly against the enemy to protect you, and here you are, blissfully sleeping. Chu Yang shook his head and gently picked up the panda cub. Its texture was delightful. He had finally fulfilled the regret of never having held a giant panda in his past life. Chu Yang chuckled. He realized that this cub had likely just been born, still with its eyes closed. Therefore, the giant tiger had seized the moment when the giant panda was weakened from giving birth to launch its attack. Ferocious beasts often contended for territory, as territory represented resources, and thus, they had their own enemies. Both the giant tiger and the giant panda were among the few 7th-rank ferocious beasts in the vicinity, naturally clashing frequently over resources. On this occasion, the formidable tiger seized the opportunity while the giant panda was weakened after giving birth, launching a direct assault in an attempt to eliminate this rival. Naturally, the panda would not retreat in order to protect its young, leading to an intense battle between the two. At that moment, Chu Yang suddenly recalled the oppressive atmosphere he had sensed while foraging for food in the wilderness not long ago. It was likely the impending birth of the panda that had instilled a sense of panic in the surrounding ferocious beasts. Remembering the gaze of the panda at the valley's entrance, he decided to carry the cub out, allowing the mother to see her child for one last time. Outside the valley, Chu Yang placed the panda cub atop its mother, who immediately began to lick her offspring tenderly. Suddenly, to Chu Yang's shock, the panda swallowed its cub whole. What on earth? Was it really going to consume its own young? Chu Yang was taken aback by this unexpected act. This was a spirit beast he had set his sights on, and he couldn't allow it to vanish so easily. Just as he prepared to summon the creature Huang, he realized that things were not as he had imagined. He observed black and white energy emanating from the panda, swirling towards its mouth. What was happening? Chu Yang was puzzled by the scene before him, yet he could faintly sense a peculiar energy flowing from the panda to its cub. However, he could not comprehend the nature of this power. In light of this, he decided to wait patiently, settling down nearby to examine the items he had acquired from Wang Qianyue's secret chamber. He was curious about the crimson spirit beast egg, wondering what kind of spirit beast it contained. Gazing at the blood-red egg, approximately a yard in size, Chu Yang felt a slight unease, suspecting that whatever lay within might not be particularly pleasant. Suddenly, he recalled that he possessed an identification paper for spirit beast eggs. He remembered having obtained this item long ago while opening a mystery box. Hastening to search within the box's space, he finally found it. Chu Yang held a palm-sized silver sheet covered in peculiar runes, as if countless spirit beast designs had been condensed onto this paper. Item name: Spirit Beast Egg Identification Paper. Item note: affix it to the spirit beast egg to determine the quality and species of the spirit beast. Without hesitation, Chu Yang placed the paper on the blood-red spirit beast egg. In the next instant, a silver light flashed, revealing the silhouette of a blood-red dragon below, accompanied by a line of small text: Spirit Beast, Song Shui Jiao Long Attribute, Blood Attribute. Quality: King Quality. To his astonishment, it was of king quality. Chu Yang exclaimed, never expecting this spirit beast egg from the Wang family ancestor to possess such a high quality, filling him with exhilaration. With his current 6th-tier cultivation, combined with the contract enhancement pill and the feedback from the Qin sisters, he could now contract a total of 9 spirit beasts. Apart from the already contracted Huang, Yi, the little turtle, and Wu Shuang, as well as the panda he had just encountered, he realized he still had room for 4 more contracts. You will be next. Chu Yang rubbed his hands together in excitement. He couldn't believe he had stumbled upon a king-quality spirit beast egg. It was no wonder it came from an ancient secret realm. He firmly believed that this spirit beast egg was undoubtedly obtained by Wang Qianyue from the ancient secret realm. Otherwise, how could he have acquired such a treasure? Surely, the dragon python and the ethereal bat also originated from that ancient realm. Moreover, the qualities of those 2 spirit beasts were undoubtedly high as well. Not only high, but there was a significant possibility that they, like the Tsang Shui Jiao Long, were also of king quality. As for the dragon, if it had been in the past, he might have been astonished, but with Huang, the sacred dragon, present, the significance of a dragon seemed trivial. However, the blood attribute caught his attention. It was a rare attribute he had never encountered before. Nonetheless, this was of little concern to Chu Yang. Regardless of the spirit beast's attribute, the laws of power contained within his spirit domain would assist in their cultivation. Without a moment's hesitation, Chu Yang signed a contract with the spirit beast egg, ensuring that it would become his spirit beast upon its birth. Just then, as he successfully established the contract, a message was transmitted from the spirit beast egg. Chapter 42, Yin Yang Wujib Beast. The more blood absorbed, the higher the cultivation upon birth. This revelation from the spirit beast egg left Chu Yang somewhat astonished. This meant that the Tsang Shui Jiao Long would not be born at the initial stage of the 1st tier, but at a higher realm. Absorbing blood? Chu Yang glanced at the corpse of the giant tiger in his spirit domain. Wasn't this the perfect material? The blood of a 7th-tier ferocious beast should suffice for its needs, right? With that, Chu Yang placed the Tsang Shui Jiao Long spirit beast egg within the body of the golden giant tiger, allowing it to absorb at its leisure. The moment he did so, he felt a trickle of blood from the tiger begin to converge towards the spirit beast egg, enveloping it entirely. Simultaneously, spiritual matter within the spirit domain began to gather around the egg. Chu Yang observed quietly, knowing that nothing within his spirit domain could escape his notice. This indicated that not only was spiritual matter beneficial for its cultivation, but even blood could aid in its development. With a thought, Chu Yang moved both the egg and the giant tiger's corpse next to the spiritual vein, where the concentration of spiritual matter was exceedingly rich, conducive to the growth of the Tsang Shui Jiao Long. Subsequently, he resumed browsing through Wang Qianyue's collection. He bestowed a golden lotus defensive spirit treasure upon Huang. As most of its skills pertained to spiritual energy attacks, with only Huang Longyin being a soul energy attack. Therefore, no soul energy attack treasures were necessary. As for Yi, she received a golden small bell spirit treasure, which could serve both offensive and defensive purposes, embodying a balance of both. Regarding the other spirit beasts, Chu Yang had not yet equipped them with spirit treasures. Their cultivation levels were too low, and even if they were given treasures, they would be unable to refine them. Opening his eyes, he saw that the panda cub was still held within the mother's mouth, and he could not determine how long this process would last. So he decided to commence his own cultivation. The deaths of the two 7th-tier ferocious beasts finally brought the beast tide to a halt, and the people of Luotian City collectively exhaled in relief, gradually returning to the city. Only the two Qin sisters remained on the city wall, gazing into the distance. Oh no, I almost forgot to open today's mystery box. With the moon shining high in the sky, casting a silvery veil over the world, Chu Yang slapped his thigh, realizing how busy he had been throughout the day. It was already approaching midnight, and the mystery box did not accumulate opening attempts. Missing this chance would mean losing a valuable opportunity, perhaps even resulting in a good reward. System, open the mystery box. A dazzling radiance flashed by. And congratulations to the host for acquiring a bronze-quality soul healing pill. As Chu Yang gazed at the elixir within the blind box system, his heart stirred not a single beat. Another soul healing pill? He had previously obtained a silver-quality one, which he gifted to Su Jun for healing purposes in the Soul Sea. Now, he had drawn yet another, albeit of a lower bronze quality. It was utterly useless. Su Jun had consumed a silver-quality soul healing pill, and taking a bronze one would yield no benefits whatsoever. Well, he thought, he might as well keep it. Perhaps one day it would come in handy. After all, it was quite common for spirit masters to sustain injuries in their soul seas. Half an hour later, Chu Yang opened another new blind box. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a comprehensive Sichuan cuisine recipe collection. Sichuan cuisine? Chu Yang's interest was piqued. It had been his favorite food in his previous life. While this world had its merits, the culinary offerings were rather unrefined compared to his past experiences, even appearing somewhat coarse in his eyes. Immediately, he began perusing the recipes under the moonlight, and as he did so, he felt his throat involuntarily quiver, saliva beginning to pool in his mouth. Goodness, there's even a hot pot seasoning recipe? Chu Yang's eyes lit up. He felt as if his throat were about to ignite. No, upon returning, he must have someone prepare a hot pot for him. Reluctantly, he closed the cookbook. In his previous life, he had always believed that one should never forsake beauty and gourmet food. Now that he had found beauty, he could not neglect the culinary delights. As dawn broke, Chu Yang opened his eyes. He had spent the latter half of the night channeling the laws of the wild domain to assist Huang in his training. The sooner Huang could break through to the 6th tier, the more his own strength would increase. Was it finally over? Chu Yang glanced at the now motionless corpse of the giant panda, and his expression suddenly shifted. It had completely lost its vital signs, yet its mouth remained firmly shut. Wait, the panda cub was still in its mouth? Chu Yang grew anxious and quickly summoned Huang, prying open the giant panda's jaws. If the cub suffocated, it would indeed become a laughingstock. Fortunately, that disaster did not occur. The cub was cocooned within a black and white aura, seemingly undergoing some form of metamorphosis. Chu Yang dared not move it carelessly. Any misstep could lead to complications. By noon, the black and white aura was entirely absorbed by the cub. It was time for the contract. A smile spread across Chu Yang's face. With my blood, I merge your soul. In this life and beyond, we shall be companions for eternity. As he recited the sacred contract oath, the blood-red contract symbol descended upon the cub's forehead, solidifying their bond. The panda cub emitted a soft, bleeding sound. Chu Yang's excitement bubbled over. A divine quality. This giant panda cub was of divine quality. Spirit beast, Yin-Yang limitless beast. Quality, divine. Tier, early stage 1. Attribute, Yin-Yang. Skills, Yin-Yang diagram, Yin-Yang dual swords. Spirit treasure, none. Feeling the exhilarating feedback from the contract, Chu Yang trembled with joy. Divine quality was undoubtedly above kingly quality. Besides Huang, he now possessed another spirit beast exceeding kingly quality. With elation, Chu Yang cradled the panda cub in his arms. Indeed, the sensation of petting it was delightful. Yin-Yang limitless beast. Shouldn't you be an iron-eating beast? Chu Yang found it odd that the name differed from those in the technologically advanced Earth he once knew. Yet, that was of little consequence. Regardless, from now on, I shall call you Giant Panda. Gently stroking the giant panda, Chu Yang then directed Huang to dig a deep pit in the ground to bury the deceased giant panda. He was uncertain what the lifeless panda had transferred to his spirit beast, but he could see that the panda's fur had completely lost its luster, resembling a frail, elderly figure nearing the end of its life. Logically, a 7-tiered ferocious beast that had died less than a day ago should not exhibit such a transformation. The best comparison being the still lustrous fur of the golden giant tiger's corpse within his wild domain. The only explanation was that it had transferred certain energies into his spirit beast, energies that Chu Yang could not perceive with the naked eye. Once Huang had buried the corpse, Chu Yang carried the giant panda toward the cave where it had been born. Previously, he had noticed some intriguing items there, but had not had the chance to explore due to guarding the cub. Now, he could investigate with peace of mind. Chapter 43, The Stone of Laws. The cave was expansive, and as Chu Yang entered, he made his way directly to the deepest part of the cavern. There, he discovered a small, verdant tree rooted in the ground, bearing 7 fruits that emanated a faint azure glow. Though Chu Yang did not recognize the plant, he understood it to be undoubtedly a spirit herb. It was likely the giant panda had prepared this growth-enhancing herb for its cub. Medicinal plants are divided into 2 categories, spirit herbs and soul herbs. The former accelerates the training of spirit beasts, while the latter enhances the cultivation of spirit master's soul power. Both would significantly aid in the enhancement of a spirit master's strength. Once he returned, he would research how to administer it to his spirit beast. Carefully, Chu Yang transported the spirit herb along with the surrounding soil into his wild domain. Planting it near the spirit vein, the spiritual essence of the vein would greatly benefit the herb's growth. Subsequently, his gaze fell upon a nearby black stone. This stone was about the size of a basin, dark and unremarkable. Yet, Chu Yang felt a peculiar sensation, as though he could sense a hint of the essence of a world stone emanating from it, albeit not entirely. It was faint and enigmatic. Could it be a stone of laws? Chu Yang was astonished. The stone of laws is birthed from the powers of the laws of heaven and earth after a protracted period. Containing rich law energy that aids spirit beasts in comprehending the laws, it is a rare treasure. To validate his hypothesis, Chu Yang directly transported it into his wild domain and entrusted it to Huang. Huang was currently on the path to the 6th tier and was particularly sensitive to the power of the laws. As the stone entered the wild domain, the law energy it emitted became dazzling, akin to the sun in the sky, standing out remarkably within the domain. Huang's voice brimmed with excitement as he lunged towards the stone, grasping it in his dragon claws and earnestly beginning to comprehend it. Indeed, it was a stone of laws. Chu Yang's heart soared with delight. Although his wild domain was replete with laws, their density was sparse. Despite his efforts in channeling the laws of the wild domain to aid spirit beast training, the pace remained sluggish. At this moment, the stone of laws significantly increased the concentration of laws, facilitating the comprehension for spirit beasts. It was likely that the golden giant tiger's aggression toward the giant panda was not solely due to the cub. This stone of laws was undoubtedly enough to provoke envy in any ferocious beast, including spirit masters. The cultivation of spirit beasts and ferocious beasts above the 6th rank necessitates not only abundant spiritual matter, but also a continual comprehension of the laws. Thus, the significance of this stone of laws is self-evident. With the assistance of the mother panda, it is conceivable that this panda cub may swiftly transcend to the 6th rank in the future, which would undoubtedly pose a formidable threat to the golden giant tiger. Hence, whenever the opportunity arises, that golden giant tiger will launch an attack, intent on killing and seizing treasures. One wonders, does the lair of the golden giant tiger harbor any treasures? Chu Yang deemed it necessary to explore the lair. As it is a 7th rank ferocious beast that has survived for countless years, it would be unreasonable to assume it lacks a collection of valuables. After thoroughly inspecting the cave once more to ensure there were no overlooked items, Chu Yang set forth toward the lair of the golden giant tiger. The enormous size of the golden giant tiger would undoubtedly leave traces upon the ground, and Chu Yang followed the path marked by its presence. Frowning, he mused. This tigeress lair is likely nearing the Kunlun Sea. He flew for several hours atop the desolate expanse before arriving in the vicinity of the golden giant tiger's lair. In his memory, westward from Luotian City lay the vast Kunlun Sea. The terminus of the Kunlun Sea connects to the Earth's most revered mountain, Kunlun Mountain. It is said that Kunlun Mountain is a paradise for ferocious beasts and a blessed land for spirit masters, teeming with countless opportunities and boundless fortunes. Alas, the prerequisite is that only 7th rank spirit masters may enter. Those below the 7th rank have no chance of survival. Boom. The sounds of battle echoed nearby. Chu Yang frowned, pondering the incessant skirmishes over the past couple of days. Instantly, his soul power spread forth, and he felt a surge of amusement. It turned out several 5th rank ferocious beasts were contending for the golden giant tiger's lair. The golden giant tiger had perished at the hands of my spirit beast's mother. Naturally, its legacy should be inherited by my spirit beast. In his eyes, these 5th rank ferocious beasts were simply opportunists. The great panda had fought valiantly to slay the golden giant tiger. How could they be allowed to profit from its demise? With a roar, the desolate creature under Chu Yang's command, unleashed a primal dragon's howl, its body lunging towards the battlefield. The sudden appearance of an unexpected combatant momentarily stunned the ferocious beasts. They foolishly charged forward. Chu Yang snorted coldly. Ferocious beasts are indeed ferocious, their wild instincts unquenchable, their intelligence lacking. They could only heed their primal responses. Upon sensing a more formidable adversary, they recklessly lunged forth. Chu Yang's formidable soul power surged forth like an ancient divine mountain, crashing down upon the soul seas of the ferocious beasts. Roar! In an instant, the several fifth-rank ferocious beasts were left prostrate on the ground, their heads throbbing in agony. Such mere fifth-rank beasts dared to act so brazenly before me, utterly disregarding my presence. Back then, Wang Qianyue's spirit beast had a spiritual treasure to guard its soul sea, rendering me powerless against it. Yet these ferocious beasts had nothing. They were completely at his mercy. Just as Chu Yang prepared to enter the valley where the golden giant tiger's lair resided, his expression suddenly turned icy as he gazed into the distance. Who dares to spy upon me? Initially, his attention had been focused on the fifth-rank ferocious beasts, neglecting the fact that there were individuals concealed in the shadows. Hearing the chill in Chu Yang's voice, the three hidden figures trembled and quickly emerged. They had witnessed the scene of a mere thought from him subduing several fifth-rank ferocious beasts. This was undoubtedly a formidable individual. Chu Yang's gaze fell upon them. The leader was an elderly man clad in gray garments, sporting a tuft of goat-like beard. Behind him trailed a young man and woman, both around 20 years of age. The man was handsome, while the woman was strikingly beautiful. However, judging by their attire, the old man appeared to be more like a servant to the two. Please do not take offense, esteemed elder, we did not intend to pry. We merely sought to investigate due to the beast tide. The elderly man responded first, his body trembling, fearful that Chu Yang might act against them. Beast tide? Which city do you spirit masters hail from? Chu Yang inquired. Luotian City, dominated by the Qin family's two sisters, should have had no one out, indicating that these three were not spirit masters from Luotian City. Esteemed elder, we come from Linhai City. The old man replied respectfully. Linhai City? I did not anticipate the beast tide would extend there. Chu Yang mused. He knew Linhai City to be the closest city to Luotian City, flourishing due to its proximity to the Kunlun Sea. It was vastly more prosperous than Luotian City. Additionally, being near the Kunlun Sea, it frequently hosted 7th rank and above spirit masters en route to Kunlun Mountain. The cause of the beast tide was the battle between two 7th rank ferocious beasts, which I have already slain. Therefore, you should return and not linger here any longer. Chu Yang spoke coldly. What a pretext to investigate the beast tide. The two youngsters behind the old man were merely 3rd rank spirit masters. Did they possess the audacity to seek out the beast tide? Were they courting death? They were likely just hoping to pick up the spoils. Chu Yang scoffed inwardly. Chapter 44. The Lair of the Giant Tiger. The eruption of such a massive beast tide must have a special cause. The most probable reason was that the ferocious beasts were competing for some treasure. After all, Chu Yang had initially thought the same. It was likely that the individuals from Linhai City were not just the three of them. Chu Yang fully unleashed his soul power, enveloping the surrounding mountains. Sure enough, many people were approaching. Chu Yang smirked inwardly. In this mountainous region, he detected numerous spirit masters steadily making their way toward this location. At that moment, the old man observed Chu Yang's youth and perceived he didn't seem particularly seasoned, likely a wealthy young master seeking treasures in the mountains, relying solely on his forebears' spirit beasts. The old man speculated. After all, Chu Yang appeared so young that it was impossible for him to possess the soul power to subdue several 5th rank ferocious beasts in an instant. That would be nothing short of miraculous. It must have been the handiwork of his clan's elders. Dear young brother, since we are all here to seek treasures, why must you be so resolute as to drive us away? Would it not be delightful for us to traverse this journey together? The old man spoke coldly. Yes, young brother, let us seek treasures together. I can take care of you, you know. The young woman behind the old man chimed in sweetly, casting flirtatious glances toward Chu Yang. Having grown up, she had never encountered such a handsome young man before. Meanwhile, the young man beside her coldly snorted, turning his head aside but showing no intention of departing. Chu Yang shot a glance at the old man and coldly replied, "Scram." His voice, laced with soul power, surged toward the old man's soul sea. The latter's expression shifted. He had not anticipated Chu Yang would act so decisively. Hastily, he activated his soul power for defense. Yet how could a 5th rank spirit master contend with Chu Yang? In an instant, his soul sea was grievously injured. Uffed. The old man spat out a mouthful of blood, his complexion paling instantly, blood streaming from all 7 orifices on his face. The two individuals behind changed their expressions upon witnessing the scene. simultaneously forming hand seals to summon their spiritual beasts. Stop! The elder trembled as he raised his hand to halt them. In a shaky voice, he addressed Chu Yang. My apologies for the disturbance. We shall take our leave at once. With the assistance of a man and a woman, they hurriedly departed. Chu Yang let out a disdainful snort, but refrained from taking lethal action. Humph! The spoils of war belonging to me, Chu, cannot be sullied by others. The golden giant tiger was slain through the combined efforts of my spirit beast's ancestors and myself. It rightfully belongs to me. As he watched the trio retreat, Chu Yang soared towards the valley where the golden giant tiger's lair resided. Outside the valley, the three individuals, having been forced back by Chu Yang, were now riding on the back of a spiritual beast, soaring through the skies. The elder produced a soul herb and consumed it, subsequently channeling his energy to refine the soul materials contained within. After a moment, he slowly opened his eyes. Chenbo, how do you feel? The young girl inquired. The elder exhaled deeply. It's nothing serious. They did not truly intend to kill. Otherwise, I would surely have perished on the spot. Unlike Wang Qianyue, I am not affluent enough to guard my soul seat with soul artifacts. Thus, injury was inevitable. The youth expressed his astonishment. Chenbo, is that person truly so formidable? You are a mid-level 5th-tier spirit master, and yet you could not withstand a single blow? The elder shook his head, grimacing. I was utterly incapable of withstanding it. That person is a peak 6th-tier spirit master. Young master, I trust you now believe in the vastness and wonders of this world. The youth nodded, having previously considered himself exceptional. Yet that young man appeared even younger and had reached an unattainable height. Not only he and the girl beside him, but even Chenbo himself felt astonished. How could such cultivation be achieved? Chenbo, do you suppose he could be the holy son of the myriad spirits' sacred ground? I have heard that the holy son is a rare beast companioner. In that light, it does not seem impossible. The girl's eye sparkled. The holy son is quite renowned, nearly an invincible presence among his contemporaries. Given his status as a beast companioner combined with the vast resources of the myriad spirits' sacred ground, it is entirely plausible for him to attain 6th-tier cultivation at such a young age. Chenbo, with his greater experience, shook his head. I cannot be certain. The world is vast, and there are always extraordinary individuals and events. He may not be that holy son after all. What shall we do now? The youth asked. Regardless of who he is, he cannot simply escape unscathed after injuring this old man. If, as he claimed, the beast tide was instigated by a clash between two 7th-tier ferocious beasts, there must be a reason behind it. In that case, we should spread the word. The elder's gaze turned profound. Their expedition into the mountains was to uncover the cause of the beast tide, yet thus far, they had yielded no findings. Instead, stumbling upon a lair of 7th-tier ferocious beasts. The cultivation of ferocious beasts is far more arduous than that of spiritual beasts, requiring significantly more time. Hence, it is certain that the lair of the 7th-tier ferocious beasts holds treasures amassed during their lifetimes, which could serve as immense cultivation resources for them. However, they never anticipated being so ruthlessly expelled, with not even a drop of spoils left for them. How could the trio possibly swallow this indignation? Through their machinations, news swiftly spread among the spirit masters treasure hunting in the mountains, even reaching the nearby Linghai city. It was said that the beast tide was triggered by a clash between two 7th-tier ferocious beasts over a rule stone. Indeed, I also heard that the two 7th-tier ferocious beasts ultimately perished together, and that rule stone was taken by a young boy. It was rumored that this rule stone was the size of a fist. I have just become a spirit master. May I ask, esteemed seniors, what is a rule stone? A rule stone, you say? You do not even know what a rule stone is. Well, I must confess, I do not know much either. It is merely a great treasure. The elder's scheme proved effective, as shortly thereafter, two 7th-tier spirit masters from Linghai City rushed towards the golden giant tiger's lair. For spirit masters above the 6th tier, cultivation requires not only soul materials, but also comprehension of the rules. Thus, items like rule stones are exceedingly rare treasures for them, especially a rule stone the size of a fist. In truth, Chu Yang had indeed acquired a rule stone, though not the size of a fist, but rather the size of a basin. If the true news were to leak, it would undoubtedly summon the hidden titans of Linghai City. Yet, when the two 7th-tier spirit masters arrived at the golden giant tiger's lair, Chu Yang had long since vanished without a trace. Within the expansive valley, signs of excavation were evident everywhere, alongside a large pit, as if the earth had been dug 3 feet deep. What is this? The two 7th-tier spirit masters exchanged alarmed glances as they analyzed the residual traces on the ground. Pursue. Chu Yang did not return directly to Luotian City. Rather, he continued towards the Kunlun Sea, wary of others discovering his trail. He felt quite satisfied with the gains from the golden giant tiger's lair. Although there were no rule stones, The valley was abundant with low-tier soul herbs and spiritual herbs, which revitalized his spiritual domain. However, his greatest treasure was a patch of soil obtained from the valley. Chapter 45, The End of the Beast Tide. This soil exhibited an eerie pitch-black hue, emanating a surge of vibrant life energy. The abundance of spiritual herbs and soul herbs in the valley was undoubtedly due to this black soil. If his guess was correct, this should be the legendary Black Earth. Such soil is immensely beneficial for the growth of all medicinal plants. Many spirit masters, not to mention numerous families and sects, actively seek this Black Earth to cultivate spiritual and soul herbs. It can be said that this substance is the foundation of a power. An hour later, Chu Yang gazed at the boundless ocean, where towering waves crashed against the reefs, producing a deafening roar. This was the Kunlun Sea. Standing at the shore, Chu Yang felt insignificantly small. Like a grain of sand, he could be submerged by the oncoming waves. Alas, the deep-sea phobia from my previous life has followed me here. Gazing at the magnificent ocean, a shiver ran down Chu Yang's spine. In his past life, he harbored an inexplicable fear of the sea, and it remained unchanged in this life. No, how could I be daunted by the mere ocean? One day, I shall conquer the entire sea. Chu Yang shouted towards the vast expanse. However, as his voice echoed, a tremendous roar erupted from the depths of the ocean. Suddenly, a colossal blue tail surged from the water's surface, crashing down heavily. Boom! The ocean seemed to tremble, instantly unleashing towering waves that rushed towards the shore. For Chu Yang, a patient of deep-sea phobia, this sight rendered him completely numb. The ocean is indeed terrifying. Others may not recognize what that tail was, but Chu Yang knew it well. It was undoubtedly the tail of a dragon. The ocean appeared to boil over, with boundless waves surging towards the coast. Chu Yang observed with clarity. It was a magnificent azure dragon, engaged in the hunt, its colossal form dwarfing that of the wilderness by several magnitudes. Its body was adorned with large, resplendent blue scales that shimmered under the sun's rays. Alarmed, Chu Yang turned on his heel and departed. For he had no inkling of the dragon's rank among the ferocious beasts, and its sheer size struck him with trepidation. It appeared that the conquest of the sea remained a distant aspiration. He would have to wait for his destined tortoise to mature before daring to venture into the depths. Lest he entertained thoughts of diving into the ocean, Chu Yang circumvented the tumultuous domain of the ferocious beast and stealthily returned to Luotian City. Following the demise of the two seventh-tier beasts, the beast tide had ceased its tumult, and those creatures that had been driven from their homes began to return in succession. Consequently, numerous ferocious beasts still roamed near Luotian City. The spirit masters, represented by the two Qin sisters, remained steadfast atop the city walls, guarding their home. Rest assured, he will be unharmed. Qin Luoxue comforted her sister, though the tension etched upon her face betrayed her inner concerns. Chu Yang had been away in the wilderness for nearly a day and a night, and with the beast tide nearing its conclusion, his absence only deepened the sisters' anxiety. Humph, that scoundrel thinks he can stay away and still expect me to warm his bed. Qin Luojiao fumed, pacing restlessly. Who could fathom what might transpire in the wilderness? What if an unforeseen calamity befell him? Beside her, Qin Xinyang shook his head, realizing that his two nieces had truly developed feelings for him. Under normal circumstances, such expressions would never have graced their faces. Look, it seems someone is approaching. A battling spirit master called out. Where? Qin Luojiao inquired eagerly, following the direction of his gaze. A wave of relief washed over her. He has returned. Chu Yang stood amidst the dragon horns, clearly perceiving the worried expressions of the Qin sisters. A warm sensation blossomed within him. Since arriving in this world, he had found little to care for beyond the spirit beasts, until now. Alighting upon the city wall, Chu Yang cast a tender glance at the sisters, resolving that he must reward them for their unwavering wait tonight. For how could he ever repay their steadfast vigil? However, for the moment, more pressing matters took precedence. With Chu Yang's presence, several fifth-tier spirit beasts emanated an unparalleled aura, rendering the returning ferocious beasts trembling in fear, unwilling to approach. In their eyes, Luotian City had become a territory claimed by ferocious beasts. By evening, the vicinity of Luotian City was largely devoid of any other ferocious beasts, signaling the conclusion of the beast tide. People emerged from their underground shelters, inhaling the fresh air, though it was tinged with the stench of blood. Especially outside the western gates, the corpses of ferocious beasts lay piled in layers, thick and numerous. The overwhelming odor of blood was enough to induce nausea. Chu Yang unabashedly selected several fifth-tier beast corpses from the fray. Firstly, the spirit beasts required sustenance, and secondly, the azure blood dragon needed to absorb blood. Although the blood of seventh-tier beasts might suffice, it was always prudent to gather more. Other spirit masters also selected valuable corpses, assisting in the battlefield cleanup. A jubilant atmosphere began to enliven the city. To commemorate their successful defense against the beast tide and express gratitude for the contributions of the spirit masters. Nearly all the taverns in Luotian City opened their doors to the spirit masters for free. The atmosphere reached a peak of merriment. Chu Yang had initially invited the sisters to his home, but upon witnessing the aggressive glint in his eyes, they shook their heads vehemently. They were unaware of his true intentions. Indeed, haste makes waste. Chu Yang chuckled to himself. Yet, it mattered little. Could they truly escape him? One day, he would pursue them relentlessly. Upon returning home, Chu Yang began sketching designs. Young master, what are you drawing? Su Yoroa inquired curiously upon seeing him sketching peculiar images. Hee. You will know soon enough. Chu Yang replied with a smile, as he illustrated a hot pot reminiscent of his past life. Subsequently, he handed Su Yoroa a comprehensive Sichuan cuisine recipe. You can learn from this when you have the time. Finally, he made a trip to the blacksmith shop. At this moment, Su Zhen approached him, saying, Lord, many spirit masters have come today seeking to join the residents, stating that they would be content even as guards. Chu Yang had anticipated this. Setting aside other factors, his status as a 6th-tier spirit master alone was enough to attract many to seek his favor. You handle it as you see fit. Just select a few reliable individuals. The Chu family estate was substantial, and having only the 3 of them made it seem rather desolate. After attending to various matters, Chu Yang finally had the time to sort through his recent acquisitions. That old coot, Wang Qianyue, had acquired numerous treasures from the ancient secret realm. He felt that after today, his strength would see considerable enhancement. Chapter 46. The First Hot Pot in Another World. Regarding soul weapons, I am not in a hurry. The Night Shadow Needle is sufficient for my needs. The Night Shadow Needle, obtained from the ancient ancestor Fu Dushu of the Fu family, is of golden quality. Perfectly suited for Chu Yang at the peak of the 6th tier to unleash its full potential. Higher quality would be of little use to him at this moment. Moreover, for soul weapons, possessing one for offense and one for defense is quite adequate. Refining too many is counterproductive. However, in contrast to soul weapons, he placed greater emphasis on soul techniques. The few soul techniques he currently possessed were insufficient. He only had a silver quality annihilation blade, which corresponded to a maximum of 4th-tier capabilities, rendering it somewhat inadequate for a 6th-tier individual like Chu Yang. Ultimately, he selected the golden quality spirit transformation technique and dual blade slash from a collection of soul technique scrolls. The former allows one to condense a spirit beast's soul form in the Sea of Souls, possessing formidable lethality. The latter enables the manifestation of dual swords from soul power, exhibiting tremendous explosive potential. With the soul techniques chosen, Chu Yang commenced his practice. To fully master a soul technique, one must condense a seed of the technique within the Sea of Souls, facilitating rapid invocation during combat to seize the opportune moment and unleash the technique's potential. Much like the Annihilation Blade he had learned previously, there existed a seed of the Annihilation Blade within his Sea of Souls. However, this seed existed in a formless state, lacking true physicality. Only those who study soul techniques can perceive its existence. Subsequently, Chu Yang began to channel his soul power, condensing the seed of the soul technique. Within the realm of the spirit, Huang lay quietly beside a stone of law the size of a basin, deeply contemplating the essence of the law of desolation. With this stone in his possession, there was no need for Chu Yang to exert his influence over the laws of the realm to assist him. In the spirit domain, Yi, the little turtle, and Wu Shuang were diligently cultivating, striving to reach a higher level of mastery. As for the giant panda, it was best to let it slumber for a while longer. After all, it was still quite young, having just been born. Chu Yang did not expect it to possess any combat prowess at this stage. For now, it was sufficient to care for it like a son, and perhaps in due time, he would take it out for a bit of playful interaction. Meanwhile, Su Zhen had already selected 7 loyal and dependable guards as per Chu Yang's instructions. Their strength was not particularly formidable, 1 at the 3rd level, 4 at the 2nd, and 2 merely at the 1st level of cultivation. Such prowess would hardly attract the attention of the 3 major families. However, Su Zhen had delved deeply into their character before accepting them. According to Chu Yang, he did not place any importance on their cultivation levels. What mattered most to him was their integrity. Days later, Luotian City finally transitioned from its festive atmosphere back to its usual tranquility. Chu Yang, still in seclusion, was roused by Su Zhen. Is there something amiss? Chu Yang furrowed his brow, as he was at a critical juncture in his soul technique cultivation. The spirit form of the transformation technique was on the verge of being solidified. Once completed, he would master this golden quality soul technique. Master, the City Lord's mansion has sent an invitation for you to attend a banquet. Su Zhen conveyed. It is said that the mansion's lord is hosting this gathering to express gratitude to the spirit masters for their contributions during the recent beast tide. Upon hearing this, Chu Yang's interest waned significantly. He had initially thought it was an invitation from his two wives, only to find it was from his father-in-law. Despite his lack of enthusiasm for such a thank-you banquet, he recognized it as his first meeting with his father-in-law and felt the need to make a good impression. Additionally, he learned that not only he, but also the three major families and other spirit masters would be in attendance. Su Yan added, moreover, the Wang family and others have completely withdrawn from Luotian City. Chu Yang was slightly taken aback, but soon smiled. That is only to be expected. They must be anxious about whether I will eliminate them in the future. In truth, Wang Jinshan and others were overthinking things. Chu Yang could hardly be bothered with them. Otherwise, he would have acted against them during the beast tide. By the way, is the mandarin duck pot I ordered ready? Chu Yang inquired. It has been completed and was delivered yesterday. Su Yan replied. However, the pot's design is quite peculiar, as it splits into two. Take me to see it. Chu Yang exclaimed excitedly. Perhaps he would finally indulge in the hot pot he had been dreaming of that very night. Soon, the two arrived at the kitchen, where Su Yan was meticulously studying a comprehensive Sichuan cuisine recipe. Upon seeing them, she exclaimed with delight, Young master, I have prepared the hot pot ingredients you requested. Please have a look. She presented the concoction she had painstakingly crafted, which required an array of materials and intricate processes. Chu Yang leaned in to take a sniff, and to his surprise, it was quite fragrant. After tasting a bit, he nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. This is the flavor I was looking for. Though it differed slightly from the hot pot ingredients he had enjoyed in his past life, it was nonetheless highly satisfactory. Su Lao, please inform those 7 guards to join us for hot pot tonight. A larger gathering makes for a livelier atmosphere, and besides, I have some delightful items from the blind box that we can all enjoy together. With that, Chu Yang began preparing various ingredients. The food in this world was undoubtedly far healthier than what he had encountered in his previous life. As night fell, 10 individuals gathered around a stone table. Observing the reserved demeanor of the 7 guards, Chu Yang said, as the saying goes, not a family, not entering the same door. Since we are gathered here today, it must be fate. We are not a grand family here, and there are no excessive formalities, so please feel free to enjoy the meal. He primarily addressed the 7 guards. As for Su Yan and his granddaughter, they often dined with him and thus felt less restrained. Yes, we shall heed the young master's command. The 7 responded in unison. Seeing their serious expressions, Chu Yang inwardly shook his head. One might mistake it for a gathering before a trial. However, familiarity breeds comfort, and with time, they would grow accustomed to it. Then, amidst the astonished gazes of the others, Chu Yang embarked on his first hot pot experience in this world. Observing his familiar movements, the 9 individuals were taken aback. Is there such a way to enjoy a meal? Indeed, the beef rolls made from first-level fierce beasts were simply exquisite. This was a treatment he could never have imagined in his past life. Everyone, let us begin to eat. After demonstrating the method, Chu Yang encouraged them. The guards exchanged glances, finding this method of dining quite strange. It was their first time encountering such a practice. Nevertheless, they soon followed suit, picking up their chopsticks. Moments later, their hands were in constant motion, utterly captivated. This is marvelous. I have savored numerous mountain delicacies, yet never have I experienced anything like this. Su Yan exclaimed. While enjoying the clear broth of the mandarin duck pot, the 7 guards remained silent, yet their actions spoke volumes as they continued to eat enthusiastically. Hee, there's more delightful fare to come. Chu Yang smiled, retrieving a box of chilled beer from the spirit realm. This was something he had opened from a blind box some time ago. While it wasn't particularly valuable, it was undeniably refreshing. Today, he had also utilized the little turtle's ice attributes to prepare chilled beer. Su Yan and the others were thoroughly astonished by Chu Yang's array of peculiar items. Master, may I be so bold as to inquire, are you from Luotian City? How come you possess so many strange items? Su Yan asked after taking a swig of the chilled beer and burping contentedly. Such items had never appeared in Luotian City before. Indeed, he had never seen or heard of them anywhere else. Chu Yang chuckled. I am indeed a local of Luotian City. However, these items were acquired from an ancient relic. He attributed the peculiar treasures from the blind box to the ancient ruins, knowing full well that no one could contest his claim. Ah, I see. Su Yan nodded. Considering Chu Yang's 6th-level cultivation at such a young age, it was clear he had encountered unimaginable opportunities. This perspective made sense in light of the circumstances. Did people in ancient times already indulge in beer and hot pot? Alas, how much heritage have we lost? Su Yan lamented. The legacy of spirit masters had only emerged in the last 500 years, and it seemed that much remained undiscovered from ancient times. How could such a splendid tradition as beer and hot pot have only now been uncovered by the master? The others drank cautiously, cherishing every moment. Due to its ancient origins, this treasure is confined to but a single box. One cannot dare to squander it, as Chu Yang did in his previous life. After all, He had not unlocked the beer recipe. The culinary landscape of this world pales in comparison to that of his former existence. While one may find their thirst unquenched, the abundance of food is undeniable. The delicacies of various beast meats are a source of great delight for all. At the dining table, Chu Yang discovered that the 7 individuals led by the third-tier spirit master, Su Shang, were all local residents of Luotian City, making them true compatriots. In fact, Su Shang had even participated in the beast tide battle upon the western city wall. A third-tier initial stage spirit master like Su Shang holds considerable stature in Luotian City. Apart from the 3 prominent families and the Lord's Manor, his prowess ranks among the highest. It was precisely because he had witnessed the battle between Chu Yang and Wang Qian that he had come to the Chu family estate. As the meal progressed, the atmosphere among the guests became notably more lively, shedding the initial formality. On the following day, Chu Yang accompanied Su Zhen to the Lord's Manor. Chu brothers. On their way, they encountered Yang Hongquan, the elder of the Yang family, who was also heading to the Lord's Manor. He greeted them warmly. Chu Yang returned the salutation. I have visited the Lord's Manor once before, and there are certain taboos I hope the younger brother is aware of. Taboos. Chu Yang was taken aback. What taboos could there be? Please, enlighten me. Given Yang Hongquan's age, it was only fitting for Chu Yang to address him with respect, despite his own superior abilities. Yang Hongquan felt relieved. The younger man seemed amiable and did not exhibit an air of superiority. Otherwise, it would be difficult for the Yang family to maintain their position. Yang Hongquan continued. Loud noises and commotion are prohibited within the Lord's Manor. Chu Yang was perplexed. What kind of taboo was that? Why is that? Yang Hongquan shook his head. I do not know. It is simply forbidden to make loud noises. This rule applies not just to outsiders, but even the staff within the manor must refrain from causing too much disturbance. Otherwise, the Lord may become angered. Chu Yang stroked his chin thoughtfully. It seemed his prospective father-in-law had some peculiarities. Did he perhaps suffer from social anxiety? How would he approach the topic of his 2 wives with him? Before long, they arrived at the Lord's Manor, where a considerable number of individuals were already waiting. Upon seeing Chu Yang's arrival, nearly everyone approached to greet him. After all, he was a 6th-tier powerhouse. Even if they could not establish a rapport, they certainly did not wish to leave a negative impression. Chu Yang responded to each greeting. Though he felt a twinge of surprise, such a gathering in Luotian City was typically of the highest caliber, yet it was held in a modest courtyard. Moreover, he noted that everyone spoke in hushed tones, even during regular conversation. Despite being a banquet, the atmosphere felt somewhat stifling. Shortly thereafter, Qin Shufeng appeared. To Chu Yang's disappointment, he did not see either of his wives among the attendees. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to express my gratitude for your efforts in resisting the beast tide. On behalf of all the citizens of Luotian City, I raise my glass to you. Qin Shufeng's tone was calm, lacking the subdued quality of others. Of course, it is our duty. The crowd responded, raising their glasses. Luotian City was their home as well. Under no circumstances would they wish to abandon it. Among the ordinary folk, many had friends and family. Chu Yang observed his future father-in-law, who, despite being in middle age, bore no signs of the passage of time. With his prominent brows and handsome demeanor, he bore a striking resemblance to Chu Yang. Indeed, he was worthy of being the father of his 2 wives. For such genes were undoubtedly powerful. Chu Yang marveled at this. Qin Shufeng downed his drink in one go, gesturing for all to raise their glasses. His gaze lingered momentarily on Chu Yang before he visibly trembled upon seeing Su Zhen. The latter smiled slightly and also finished his drink. Then, the guests began to mingle, exchanging cups and pleasantries. Aside from the Lord's Manor, it was rare for such a congregation of powerful spirit masters from across Luotian City to occur. Consequently, everyone engaged in conversation to strengthen their bonds, discussing family businesses, spirit beast training, or what spirit beasts they had contracted. At that moment, one individual leaned in and whispered to his companion, I recently returned from Mabe City, where the fire region has erupted once more. The heat there is unbearable. Strangely, the flames are capable of burning a spirit master's soul power, which is quite eerie. Even without using soul power, I can feel my soul power evaporating in the soul sea. Is that true? Such a bizarre occurrence? Someone interjected, filled with disbelief. Flames that can burn a person's soul power? Their very temperature can evaporate a spirit master's soul sea? How utterly strange. Nearby, Su Zhen noticed Chu Yang's rapt attention and remarked, although I have never been to Mabe City, I have heard tales of it. It is said that due to its proximity to the endless fire region, the surrounding land has been scorched into a barren wasteland. With Mabe City, situated at the edge of the endless fire region. The endless fire region? Chu Yang had never heard of such a place. But its name clearly suggested a connection to fire. Could it be that fire attribute spirit beasts abound there? He inquired. Su Zhen nodded. Only fire attribute spirit beasts can survive there. which is why many spirit masters venture to Mabe City. It is akin to the way water attribute spirit beasts are prevalent in Linhai City, not far from Luotian City. Fire attributes spirit beasts? Chu Yang's eyes lit up. He realized he did not possess a single fire attribute spirit beast. Excluding the likes of Huang, Yi, the little turtle, Wu Shuang, the unhatched Sangshua Jiaolong, and the giant panda, he could still contract 3 more spirit beasts. Apart from the wood attribute spirit beast he had planned, he still had 2 slots available. It was high time to consider what attributes of spirit beasts he should arrange for. At that moment, Su Jin added, moreover, the endless fire region is exceedingly peculiar. Its flames possess the terrifying ability to burn a spirit master's soul power. Is it truly capable of burning soul power? Chu Yang asked curiously. He had thought the previous speaker was merely exaggerating. It was surprising to hear even Su Jin affirm this. Indeed, it possesses such a dreadful capability. Su Jin confirmed, nodding. I have previously sent individuals to explore that area, and it is indeed an exceptionally dangerous place. Even deep within, a spirit master's soul power may ignite. However, the fire attribute spirit beasts found their boast remarkable quality, which draws many spirit masters. Chu Yang remained silent, listening intently. All those present had lower cultivation levels than he. Yet their experiences were broader, allowing him to learn of many things he had never encountered before. Tales of the resurgence of the demon lairs in sacred lands and the call for gathering forces to suppress the chaos were among the myriad stories shared. Rumor has it that deep within the Kunlun Mountains, one can often hear the mournful cries of humans, a lament so heartrending that it chills the soul. Furthermore, there are tales of a divine dragon soaring above the eastern sea, its tail thrashing about, stirring up boundless waves. The veracity of these accounts remains elusive, as they are largely based on hearsay rather than first-hand witness. Regardless, they serve as a source of amusement. Qin Shufeng casually seated himself beside Chu Yang, attentively listening to the various legends being recounted by the others. He frequently raised his glass and toast, seemingly unperturbed by the taboos that Yang Hongquan had mentioned. Occasionally, his gaze would drift towards Chu Yang, who perplexed him greatly. How could this unremarkable youth have cultivated to such an extraordinary level? It appeared as if he had risen to prominence overnight, without any prior indication. His emergence was beyond all expectations. Moreover, Qin Shufeng had never encountered a 16-year-old 6th-tier peak spirit master. Could it be that he was a beast master? Qin Shufeng found himself intrigued by this possibility. Beyond that, he could not fathom how Chu Yang had achieved such a feat. Noticing Qin Shufeng's gaze, Chu Yang smiled and raised his glass in a toast. After all, this was the first meeting between a son-in-law and his future father-in-law, and he did not wish to appear overly rude. However, upon seeing Chu Yang smile, Qin Shufeng's mood soured. He recalled how close his 2 daughters were to this man, which stirred discomfort within him, akin to a cherished treasure being snatched away. At that moment, Chu Yang's sincere smile struck Qin Shufeng as akin to a weasel wishing a hen a happy new year, harboring ill intentions. Yet, with so many witnesses present, he refrained from voicing his displeasure and simply downed his drink. The banquet continued for an extended duration, the atmosphere evolving from initial restraint to lively revelry, until the evening when the guests gradually dispersed. Please, Elder Su, stay a moment. I have something to discuss with you. As Chu Yang and Su Jun prepared to leave, Qin Shufeng suddenly approached them. Chu Yang regarded the two with some surprise. Had they met before? However, such details were of little consequence. They had their own matters to attend to. Greetings, uncle. Might I inquire if your esteemed daughters are present? I have some matters to discuss with them. Chu Yang respectfully inquired, having initially intended to approach them directly, but reconsidered, deeming it inappropriate to do so in front of his future father-in-law. Call me the lord of the house. Qin Shufeng's eyes bore into Chu Yang with an intense glare, emanating a sharp light. This little rascal clearly harbored ulterior motives regarding his daughters. What business do you have with my daughters? Qin Shufeng's tone was frigid. With the guests now departed, he felt no obligation to spare Chu Yang's feelings. Despite the latter's formidable strength, it mattered not. Anyone daring to court his daughters would first have to contend with him. Unfazed by Qin Shufeng's demeanor, Chu Yang replied, I have acquired certain items from Wang Qianyue and wish to invite your esteemed daughters to explore them together. Qin Shufeng narrowed his eyes, having already surmised the nature of what Chu Yang referred to. Such treasures ought to be kept private, yet he was proposing to share them with his daughters. Clearly, this was not a straightforward situation. With a cold snort, Qin Shufeng's disdain for Chu Yang deepened. What you say is true. I did contemplate keeping them for myself, but I lack the breadth of experience that your daughters possess. Their involvement would undoubtedly yield superior results. Moreover, there may be something within that could be of use to you. Uncle, I could arrange for your daughters to have the first choice. Initially, Qin Shufeng had regarded Chu Yang with skepticism, but upon hearing the latter mention items that might be beneficial to him, His icy demeanor began to thaw. He indeed sought certain rare items, though not for himself, but for others. He had traversed many lands in search of useful goods, yet found nothing. Perhaps this ancient secret realm would present an excellent opportunity. After scrutinizing Chu Yang for a prolonged moment and casting a glance at Su Zhan, he ultimately decided to send someone to summon his daughters. Chu Yang. Shortly thereafter, the voices of the two young women echoed at the entrance. As they entered, their faces lit up with delight as they approached Chu Yang. Qin Shufeng's mouth twitched, his heart bleeding. Well then, even before any significant events had unfolded, they had seemingly forgotten their father. Ahem ahem. Qin Shufeng coughed awkwardly, attempting to draw his daughter's attention. Oh, father, what troubles you? Have you caught a cold? Shall I fetch a doctor? Qin Luojiao peered at Qin Shufeng, her hands gripping Chu Yang's arm. It's nothing, merely a slight internal injury. No need for concern. Qin Shufeng felt a mix of disappointment and sadness, before quietly chiding, You three, vanish from my sight at once. Now, immediately. What has gotten into you, father? Why such a tantrum? Qin Luojiao inquired, puzzled. I do not know. Perhaps we should step outside. Qin Luoshua suggested. Chu Yang smiled gently, leading the two young women away. Their delicate hands entwined in his as they briskly exited. Qin Shufeng staggered slightly, nearly losing his balance. Ha ha. Laughter erupted from Su Zhan's direction. He stroked his snowy beard with a grin, observing the disheartened Qin Shufeng. Eventually, they all must marry. Why so agitated? Besides, is there a match more suitable than that young man for your daughters? Su Zhan patted Qin Shufeng's shoulder in a comforting manner. As a father himself, he could empathize with Qin Shufeng's current feelings, as if his daughters, whom he had nurtured for over a decade, were suddenly slipping away from him. Qin Shufeng, regaining his composure, turned to Su Zhan and said, Forgive my outburst, old monarch. Chapter 49, Yin Li Hui. Following this, Qin Shufeng invited Su Zhan into the hall, preparing tea as he remarked, I never imagined the old monarch would truly be here. I had assumed it was merely a namesake. Qin Shufeng spoke with a hint of embarrassment. In truth, he had been aware of Su Zhan's existence since the latter's confrontation with Wang Tianshan, yet as he had stated, there were countless individuals with the same name in the world, so he had not pursued a detailed inquiry. It was only upon witnessing Su Zhan at the banquet that he recognized the man as the former monarch of the Xingyue dynasty, its very founder. However, in the presence of so many, he dared not show any overt acknowledgement, fearing it might attract unwanted attention for the old monarch. Su Zhan shook his head, Old monarch. I am merely a servant by the side of the Lord now. What worth does that young man have to command your servitude? I shall ensure he receives his due punishment. Qin Shufeng was exceedingly displeased with Chu Yang, feeling that not only had he misled his daughters, but he had also made a servant of his benefactor. Did this rascal truly wish to provoke him? Su Zhan shook his head, seeking to pacify him. Had it not been for Chu Yang back then, he feared that the current situation would not merely be one of confusion. The very survival of the grandfather and granddaughter duo would have been in grave jeopardy. Thus, he had never harbored any regrets. Who could possibly commit such ruthless acts? Qin Shufeng inquired with a menacing tone. The royal family of the Xingyue dynasty comprises no fewer than several hundred members, yet now only 2 remain. This stark reality underscores the mercilessness of their adversaries. Su Zhan sighed, shaking his head, choosing silence on the matter. Could it be those from the sacred land? Qin Shufeng asked, recalling having heard of this before, lamenting his own inability to assist during their hour of need. Others might be concerned about the sacred land, but he, Qin Shufeng, was not. Had it not been for the old emperor's benevolent gift, he would likely not have the family he has today. I shall personally exact revenge, otherwise, the turmoil within me shall remain unresolved. You need not involve yourself. Su Zhan stated with a heavy tone. His cultivation had now restored to the 5th level, and it would not be long before he fully recovered. Of course, avenging himself alone would be impossible, for his foes were too formidable. Only once Suyu Ruo became a spirit master and contracted that royal quality spirit beast, the Sky Wolf, would they stand a chance against their adversaries. Although the wait might be long, he had all the time in the world to bide. As Chu Yang had said, one could plant the seeds of vengeance deep within their heart, yet never forget the hatred. He had once contemplated contracting that Sky Wolf himself, but ultimately relinquished the idea. He had grown old, and such a rare royal quality spirit beast was better left for the youth. Thus, they would possess a broader horizon for the future. Qin Shufeng nodded, recognizing that since the other party had already formed their thoughts, he would refrain from further comment. At that moment, Su Zhan furrowed his brow and asked, Where is your wife, Yin Lifi? In his recollection, the two had always been inseparable. Why was one now absent? Qin Shufeng frowned, his expression growing grave. Could her injuries have worsened? Su Zhan queried. All Qin Shufeng could do was sigh. Years ago, the soul jade provided by the old emperor did stabilize Lifi's condition. But subsequently, Later, Liffey bore me 2 children, which further depleted her vitality, and since then, she has succumbed to slumber at intervals. From a few hours initially to now several months at a stretch, her condition has deteriorated significantly, and she remains in a deep sleep. Facing the old emperor, Qin Shufeng spoke candidly. Back then, Yun Liffey had already suffered injuries to her soul sea, falling into a state of unconsciousness, and no soul medicine could remedy her plight. It was only after they encountered Su Zhan, who gifted her an ancient soul jade, that she awakened. The soul jade, a culmination of countless years of essence from the soul veins, is a true treasure for spirit masters, nurturing soul power and tempering the soul sea. It was this very soul jade that allowed the frequently unconscious Yun Liffey to live as an ordinary person. However, later, Yun Liffey insisted on giving birth to his offspring, which is inherently exhausting for women. After the birth of their 2 daughters, her injuries recurred, and with each passing day, they worsened. Subsequently, under Qin Shufeng's guidance, they entered a modestly adorned room. Inside, a woman lay quietly on a bed carved from silver jade. Her figure was slender, her beauty exquisite, exuding an innate nobility. Upon closer inspection, she bore a resemblance to the 2 sisters, Qin Luoxiue and Qin Luojiao. It was hard to fathom that she was their mother, Yun Liffey. Yet, at this moment, her delicate visage was pallid, her brows furrowed, and even the sound of Qin Shufeng and Su Zhan's steps seemed to inflict pain upon her. Upon witnessing this, Su Zhan sighed. Her condition was far more severe than his own had ever been. While he merely experienced intermittent fainting, Yun Liffey had been in slumber for months. Beneath her, the silver jade bed emitted a faint glow, nurturing the woman above. Any spirit master who beheld this bed would undoubtedly be astounded, for it was carved from an entire block of soul jade. Even lying upon it would gradually enhance one's soul power. Su Zhan was taken aback. Where had they procured such a sizable piece of soul jade? Even those from the sacred land might not possess such resources. This woman was truly extraordinary. As early as their first meeting over a decade ago, Su Zhan had sensed the noble aura emanating from Yun Liffey, a presence more commanding than his own as the old emperor, a rarity he had ever encountered. Thus, he had resolved to gift her that precious soul jade to foster goodwill. Around Yun Liffey's neck hung an irregularly shaped pendant, reminiscent of a silver jade stone, from which brilliant silver soul material drifted like snowflakes, enveloping her being. This small jade stone emanated an exceptionally rich soul material, far more potent than that of the bed beneath her. Compared to the faintly glowing soul jade below her, it shone like a miniature sun. This small piece of jade was the soul jade that Su Zhan had gifted to Yun Liffey. According to her words, its value could easily forge several sacred land-level powers. Yet, under the combined influence of the soul jade and the jade bed, Yun Liffey remained unawakened, her expression one of agony. This was also why the city lord's mansion prohibited any noise. Qin Shufeng feared that disturbances would impact his wife's recovery. During Yun Liffey's slumber, he had never left the city lord's mansion, ever vigilant in his guardianship of her. Chapter 50. Let us stand together. It was also due to Yun Liffey's condition that when the 2 sisters, Qin Luoxiue and Qin Luojiao, were threatened by the Fu family to marry Fu Kuan as spirit beast companions, Qin Luoxiue temporarily acquiesced. If the Fu family were to disseminate this information, not only would the sisters' futures be perilous, but the entire city lord's mansion would also be thrown into turmoil, which would be detrimental to Yun Liffey's condition. Neither Qin Shufeng, as a husband, nor Qin Luoxiue and Qin Luojiao, as daughters, could allow anyone to disturb her recovery. For no one could predict what unforeseen circumstances might arise in the next moment. Thus, Qin Luoxiue reluctantly consented to the Fu family's coercion. Once Yun Liffey awakened, it would spell the end for the Fu family. Alas, Chu Yang had preempted them. Her situation was indeed dire. Su Zhan murmured. Who could have inflicted such harm upon this woman? The injuries are so severe that she falls into such a prolonged slumber each time. Qin Shufeng trembled violently. His jaw clenched and fists tightly balled. This was the most dreaded revelation he could hear. Yet, it was the stark truth. He was acutely aware of the grave wounds his beloved wife had suffered, but he felt utterly powerless. They had traversed the corners of the earth, yet found no soul medicine capable of healing her. Alas, if only the Lord possessed such a miraculous elixir, perhaps it could save her life. Su Zhan suddenly interjected. He recalled the soul restoration pill that Chu Yang had once administered to him. Its effects had surpassed his wildest expectations. One single pill had enabled him to fully regain his 4th-tier cultivation. However, he was uncertain whether Chu Yang still possessed such a treasure. Having experienced its potency, he understood all too well that the soul restoration pill was exceedingly rare and precious. He truly could not ascertain if Chu Yang still had any in his possession. Upon hearing Su Zhan's words, Qin Shufeng's body quivered, and in a hoarse voice, he implored, if the former emperor possesses a method of salvation, I beseech you to reveal it. I would willingly sacrifice my very life." He then attempted to kneel. They say a man's knees are made of gold. But when love is at stake, one can easily forget such notions. What harm is there in kneeling for the sake of his wife? Chu Yang hurriedly assisted Qin Shufeng to his feet, offering a wry smile. This remedy, perhaps only the former emperor possesses. We must inquire directly with him. Subsequently, he recounted the incident regarding the soul restoration pill, which sparked a glimmer of hope in Qin Shufeng's heart. At this moment, he had no interest in what that so-called pill entailed. All he desired was a means to save her life. Just as they were engaged in this conversation, the two women arrived with Chu Yang at a tranquil courtyard. Their gazes were fixated on the map and the stone mirror laid upon the table. This was something Chu Yang had crafted within the concealed compartment of Wang Qianyue's secret chamber. It was evident that it must relate to the ancient secret realm. This map presumably recorded the location of that secret realm. As for the stone mirror, it likely served as the key to unlock the realm. Qin Luoxue remarked as she held the stone mirror. Chu Yang, taken aback, asked, "Are you certain this stone mirror is the key?" He found it peculiar that a mirror could also be a key. He had previously studied it, and, aside from emitting faint soul energy fluctuations, it appeared rather unremarkable. If he was not mistaken, it indeed represented a key, but its precise usage remained unclear and would depend on the circumstances of the secret realm. Qin Luoxue explained. This was their first encounter with the secret realm, and they were not well versed in its practicalities. "However, sister, why do I feel that the location marked on this map seems somewhat familiar?" Qin Luojiao furrowed her brow as she scrutinized the map. She felt as though she had visited this place before, yet the discrepancies between the map and the real environment left her momentarily at a loss. An ancient secret realm. Perhaps it harbors the medicine capable of healing our mother's soul sea. Qin Luoxue stated solemnly as she grasped the stone mirror. Originally, Yun Lihui's soul sea had suffered a severe blow, but with the assistance of the soul jade essence, she could at least live like an ordinary person. However, in her effort to bear them, her vital essence had been further depleted, leading to an uncontrollable deterioration of her condition. Chu Yang observed the expressions of the two women and inquired, "What is it? Has my esteemed mother-in-law's soul sea been injured?" The two women merely shot him a disapproving glance at his choice of address. Nevertheless, they proceeded to recount the situation regarding Yun Lihui. Chu Yang chuckled. "So that's the case. You should have mentioned it earlier. If it were any other matter, I might not be able to assist, but this one is straightforward." The sisters regarded him with curiosity. Qin Luojiao hurriedly questioned, "Chu Yang, what do you mean by this matter being straightforward? Do you have some sort of solution?" Meanwhile, Qin Luoxue slightly shook her head. Once, before their births, Yun Lihui and Qin Shufeng had traversed the earth in search of a soul medicine to heal her soul sea. Yet they had come up empty-handed. Although Chu Yang possessed an air of mystery, what could he possibly do regarding such a matter? Chu Yang, noticing the skepticism in Qin Luoxue's expression, flashed a charming smile. "My dear wife, are you doubting your husband's capabilities?" "Chu Yang, please do not jest. This is a serious matter," Qin Luojiao retorted, her tone laced with indignation. This concerned their mother, and it could not be treated lightly. Chu Yang cleared his throat and stated earnestly, "If I truly can awaken my esteemed mother-in-law completely, what would you do?" "Humph, I shall leave it to your discretion." Qin Luoxue turned her head away, huffing lightly. Chu Yang then turned to Qin Luojiao and inquired, "And you, little wife?" The latter raised her delicate neck, stating, "If you can truly awaken mother completely, then I shall." Her voice trailed off as her face flushed with embarrassment. "Haha, I understand, but no backing out." Chu Yang's expression took on a mischievous demeanor. "Since you both have consented, if I indeed manage to awaken my esteemed mother-in-law, then the three of us shall partake together." "What? Together? Scoundrel!" the sisters exclaimed in unison. Meanwhile, as Qin Shufeng and Su Jun exited the room, they fortuitously encountered their two hurriedly returning daughters. The sisters gazed at Su Jun with astonishment. They were well aware that no one was ever permitted to enter this room apart from their father and themselves. Now, their father had personally brought someone else inside. Moreover, this Su Jun was none other than a servant of Chu Yang. "Why are you standing there in a daze? Hurry and greet our esteemed elder," Qin Shufeng rebuked sharply. "Were it not for Elder Su's previous gift of the soul jade essence, it is likely that you two would never have been born." Before encountering Su Jun, Yun Lihui had frequently fallen into a stupor. It was the auxiliary effects of the soul jade essence that allowed her to return to a semblance of normalcy. Otherwise, how could she have given birth to the two of you? However, just as the sisters prepared to pay their respects, Su Jun hurriedly intervened to stop them. The two young ladies might one day become his mistresses. He could not accept such a grand gesture. At that moment, Qin Luoxue exclaimed excitedly, "Father, Chu Yang has given me a bronze-quality soul restoration pill, claiming it can awaken mother." As she spoke, she produced a silver pill. The pill was only the size of a thumb, emitting a faint silver glow, and a soothing essence wafted from it, invigorating the souls of everyone present. Chapter 51. Useless? The Soul Restoration Pill? Qin Shufeng's body quivered, and he exchanged a glance with Su Zhan. He had been on the verge of seeking out the latter for a pill. Yet, his own daughter had brought one back. Su Zhan smiled. Given the relationship between the two young ladies and the Lord, if the Lord possesses it, he would certainly not refuse. Qin Shufeng, not dwelling on the particulars, tremulously accepted the Soul Restoration Pill, cradling it as though it were a priceless treasure. This is the Soul Restoration Pill. He gazed at the round object in his palm. In this world, there was no such thing as pills. Injuries were treated by what attribute spirit beasts. Thus, this was his first encounter with what was termed a pill. Even after living for several centuries, he had only ever seen such miraculous items from the Lord. Su Zhan remarked. Qin Shufeng felt a flicker of doubt. Could such a small object truly have an effect on his wife's injuries? The cumulative quantity of soul elixirs consumed in the past is immeasurable compared to this singular pill. Let us give it a try. Her injuries are exceedingly grave. Perhaps it may prove effective, perhaps not. Su Zhan refrained from elaborating further. When he had consumed the soul-reviving pill, it had taken mere moments for its effects to manifest. However, Yin Lifei's injuries to her soul sea are far more severe than his own. He could not ascertain the extent of its potential efficacy. Ultimately, amidst Qin Shufeng's trepidation, he administered the pill to Yin Lifei. Yet, the instantaneous awakening he had envisioned did not materialize. Ineffective? Qin Shufeng's complexion paled dramatically, feeling as though his sole glimmer of hope had been extinguished. No, it is effective. Su Zhan interjected unexpectedly. After ingesting the pill, the furrowed brows of Yin Lifei began to relax, and a faint ripple of soul energy began to emanate from her. Su Zhan speculated. Her injuries are indeed quite severe. Perhaps time is required for her to gradually recover. The two women stepped forward, scrutinizing their mother closely. Father, it truly is working. It seems Mother's expression is not as pained as before. Qin Luojiao remarked with a smile. Qin Shufeng leaned down, examining his wife intently. Indeed, as Qin Luojiao had said, Yin Lifei's expression had transformed into one of tranquility, no longer reflecting the agony she had previously endured. Furthermore, a hint of color began to return to her once pallid visage. Indeed, Father, perhaps it simply requires time for the medicine to take effect. Qin Luoxiue consoled from the side. Su Zhan stepped back, deeming it best to leave the situation to the three of them. Chu Yang returned to the Chu family estate, having arranged with the two women to explore the ancient secret realm together in 5 days. System, activate the blind box, he casually declared. He felt his luck had been rather dismal lately. Ever since the last 5 consecutive openings had yielded nothing but a heap of rubbish. He had yet to encounter anything that sparked his interest. It had all been a plethora of trivial items, scarves, strollers, bowls and chopsticks, bicycles. What absurdities were these? Gazing at the assortment of practically useless items stored in the blind box space, Chu Yang felt as though his good fortune had been entirely depleted since that last occurrence. Over half a month had passed without him unearthing anything worthwhile. No matter how he pondered the mysteries within, it proved utterly futile. A flash of black light surged, and a pill materialized within Chu Yang's line of sight. Following that, the customary alert sounded. What the hell? Chu Yang leapt from his chair, his previous gloom evaporating instantaneously. This time, he had truly struck gold. No wonder he had not found anything good for so long. It seemed he had been biding his time for a grand revelation. This is solid, this is really solid. He reassured himself. But why must he reach the 6th tier to utilize it? This unexpected shock left Chu Yang in a state of restless excitement, nearly causing him to laugh out loud. The emotional roller coaster of opening a blind box was truly exhilarating. One moment he was at rock bottom, and the next he soared to the pinnacle. Clenching his fists, he murmured, "Now, all that remains is for the spirit beast to break through to the 6th tier." In that moment, he felt that unless his spirit beast reached the 6th tier, he would be disinclined to venture outside. However, the difficulty of comprehending the laws of nature was somewhat beyond his imagination. After some time, Chu Yang calmed his restless heart. He had initially believed that with the aid of the Law Stone, he would enable his spirit beast to swiftly grasp the laws of nature, yet now, it appeared the reality diverged from his expectations. The challenge of comprehending the laws was exceedingly high, especially for a rare attribute like the desolate attribute. The difficulty of understanding it was exponentially greater, and thus the time required would naturally be longer. But now, after uncovering this pill, he was unwilling to wait even a moment longer. He directly sought out Su Zhan, asking, "Old Su, is there any method to accelerate the speed at which a spirit beast comprehends the laws?" Su Zhan replied, "The Law Stone. I possess the Law Stone, yet it has been several days since I acquired it, and I feel as though there has been little progress." Chu Yang expressed his confusion. Previously, Desolate had already begun to grasp a hint of the Desolate laws. Why then was there such minimal advancement now? Oh, Su Zhan gazed at Chu Yang in astonishment. The master is indeed extraordinary. He even managed to obtain a law stone, even when he was a sovereign. It had cost him an extraordinary amount of effort to acquire a law stone the size of a baby's fist. Subsequently, Su Zhan chuckled wryly. Master, you are far too impatient. Even I, when I possessed the law stone, required several years before my spirit beast reached the 6th tier. How could you expect progress in just a few days? That is simply impossible. Several years? Chu Yang was bewildered. Why would it take so long to comprehend the laws? When would that be? He had only just crossed over into this world. However, in an instant, he grasped that his rapid breakthroughs were due to the blind box system. Otherwise, even if he had survived initially, he would undoubtedly still be languishing at the 1st tier of Spirit Master cultivation. It was inconceivable that he could reach the coveted 6th tier pinnacle that many Spirit Masters aspired to. I have been too hasty. The existence of the system has led me to mistakenly believe that cultivation is effortless. In truth, the path of the Spirit Master is long and arduous. Chu Yang instantly regained clarity. The blind box may provide unexpected surprises, but he must not place all his hopes upon it. Otherwise, he would be narrowing his path. With renewed determination in his gaze, he thought, even if it takes years, so what? I have already saved so much time compared to others. What does it matter if I invest a few years more? By the way, after obtaining the Lost Stone, did the master assimilate it? Assimilating the Lost Stone can also enhance your control over the comprehension of the laws, Su Zhan inquired. He noticed that Chu Yang was somewhat unfamiliar with many aspects of being a spirit master, so he posed another question to prevent him from taking a wrong turn. Assimilation of the Lost Stone? What does that mean? Chu Yang replied, clearly having never heard of it before. Su Zhan did not respond, but instead asked, can you currently manipulate the power of the laws from the Lost Stone? Chu Yang furrowed his brow, attempting to channel the power of the spirit domain. Discovering that while he could control everything within the spirit domain, he could not command the power of the Lost Stone. At this moment, Su Zhan explained, the Lost Stone is a foreign object. It is not originally a product of your spirit domain. Thus, you are unable to control the power of the laws from the Lost Stone. Then what should I do? Chu Yang inquired. Chapter 52, The Invitation. To manipulate the laws of the spirit domain to invade the Lost Stone, transforming it into a product of your spirit domain. This is assimilation. Once the assimilation is complete, you will be able to freely wield the power of the Lost Stone to assist your spirit beast in comprehending the laws. In essence, the purpose of assimilation is to shift from passive to active, allowing you to fully command the power of the Lost Stone for your own use. At that point, you can actively manipulate both the laws of the spirit domain and the laws from the Lost Stone, working together to facilitate Desolate's understanding of the laws. Chu Yang nodded and returned to his room. Gazing at the pill suspended within the blind box space, he could not help but swallow hard. Adjust your mindset. The blind box system is remarkably potent. I cannot afford to falter. Soon after, Chu Yang manifested within the spirit domain. In an instant, the forces of law within the domain began to tremble, transforming into chains of law that encircled Chu Yang. Within the spirit domain, spirit masters reign supreme, wielding control over all. However, in the outside world, spirit masters are unable to utilize the forces of law. Under Chu Yang's guidance, these chains of law began to burrow into the Lost Stone. He aimed to assimilate this Lost Stone, transforming it entirely into a product of the spirit domain. Yet, the Lost Stone harbors the forces of law from the external world, defending itself against the encroachment of the spirit domain's laws as if it were warding off an enemy. Moreover, the Lost Stone that Chu Yang acquired is quite substantial, containing potent forces of law, which temporarily hindered the invasion of the spirit domain's laws. You think you can escape once you enter my spirit domain? Chu Yang intensified the power of the laws within the domain, and more chains surged toward the Lost Stone, enveloping it layer upon layer, initiating a slow assimilation process. At the City Lord's mansion, Qin Shufeng and his 2 daughters emerged from their chamber, their faces adorned with a hint of relief. Yin Lifeng's condition had evidently improved, even radiating a faint wave of soul energy, signaling to the trio that her soul sea was gradually being restored, alleviating their worries, though she remained unconscious for the time being. Her injuries were far beyond what Su Zhan could compare. Had it not been for her deep foundation, she would not have been able to endure until now. This revelation allowed the weight that had hung over the hearts of the father and daughters to finally lift. Once your mother awakens, let us pay a visit to Chu Yang, Qin Shufeng declared. At that moment, he found himself surprisingly fond of the young man, rather than harboring any disdain. The 2 daughters exchanged knowing glances and nodded in agreement. The dictates of parental matchmaking loom large. If they cannot even pass their father's scrutiny, their endeavors would be exceedingly challenging. As the trio stepped out of the courtyard, A servant, who had been waiting for some time, reported, "Lord, an invitation has arrived from Linhai City, stating that a grand auction will be held in 3 days, and they hope our city lord's mansion will grace the occasion." He presented Qin Shufeng with an opulent invitation embossed with gilded edges. Qin Shufeng glanced at it and snorted lightly. At this moment, I have no leisure to attend an auction. Yun Lifeng was at a critical juncture in her awakening, given Qin Shufeng's obsessive affection for his wife. It was inconceivable that he would leave at such a time. Just as he prepared to decline, Qin Luoxue interjected. "Father, let us go." Qin Shufeng looked at his 2 daughters, surprised at their unusual eagerness to visit Linhai City, as they were not typically drawn to such gatherings. Qin Luojiao added, "Indeed, father. Let us go. I have heard that Linhai City is home to numerous water attribute spirit beasts. Perhaps we may discover some high-quality specimens. Moreover, Chu Yang previously expressed a desire for us to assist him in locating a few spirit beasts. Now is the perfect opportunity to repay that favor." As both sisters were beastmasters, they could assess the quality of spirit beasts based on their appearances. In a bustling city like Linhai, many spirit beasts could surely be found. If they could procure a few high-quality ones, it would indeed be a tremendous gain. Chu Yang, Qin Shufeng pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. At that moment, he had a favorable impression of Chu Yang, and thus did not refuse. Furthermore, with a 6th-tier spirit master like Chu Yang present, he surmised that his daughters would likely be safe. With their father's approval, the 2 sisters joyfully made their way to the Chu family estate. It was their first visit to Chu Yang's home. "Hello, could you please announce our arrival? We are here to seek Chu Yang." Qin Luojiao addressed the doorkeeper. The one who opened the door was Su Sheng, the only 3rd-tier spirit master among the 7 guards. He was tall, slightly portly, and possessed a darker complexion than most. As if he had spent a lifetime under the sun. "Misses of the Qin family?" Su Sheng exclaimed in surprise, promptly welcoming them inside. He had heard Su Jin speak of the ambiguous relationship between the master and the 2 young ladies, and it was rumored that they might very well become the future mistress of the household. Thus, Su Sheng did not dare to be negligent. He ushered them into the grand hall and offered them the finest tea. "Please wait a moment. The master will be here shortly," Su Sheng said respectfully. He had already dispatched others to inform Chu Yang, anticipating that he would arrive soon. "Ah, no hurry," Qin Luojiao replied, her eyes roaming around the hall, eager to observe the arrangements in Chu Yang's abode for the first time. "It feels quite spacious yet rather monotonous," Qin Luoxue commented. The hall gave the impression of an unfinished, bare room. Su Sheng chuckled awkwardly. Chu Yang indeed had little regard for room decor, and since the Chu family estate seldom hosted outsiders, he had not paid much attention to it. "Oh, what is this?" Qin Luojiao inquired curiously, pointing at an object in the corner of the hall. She had never seen anything like it before. "This, Mrs., is called a bicycle. It is a little toy created by the master." "A bicycle?" The 2 young ladies exchanged puzzled glances, having never heard of such a toy. "And what about this?" Qin Luoxue pointed at another object beside it. "That is a motorcycle, also devised by the master. It is typically used by Miss Su when she goes out to buy groceries," Su Sheng replied enviously. He recalled the excitement that ensued when Su Yuru took him out to buy groceries a few days prior, causing quite a stir among onlookers. Unfortunately, since the motorcycle was gifted to Su Yuru, they could only watch as she rode it, unable to partake themselves. Although this contraption did not possess the utility of spirit beasts, it was undeniably novel. Riding it guaranteed a 100% rate of attention. Many onlookers gathered outside daily just to catch a glimpse of this ordinary object being wielded by a commoner. Some spirit masters even contemplated sneaking into the estate to steal the motorcycle, but upon realizing that it was home to the only 6th-tier spirit master in Luotian City, they dared not pursue such thoughts any longer. The 2 young ladies gazed in astonishment at the bicycle and motorcycle, utterly baffled by the existence of such peculiar inventions in their world. Due to Yun Lifeng's circumstances, their experiences and knowledge far exceeded that of ordinary individuals. Yet they had never encountered anything like this. Yet another soul recovery pill, and now a motorcycle and bicycle. It seems that Chu Yang is shrouded in an endless array of secrets, Qin Luojiao remarked with curiosity. Qin Luoxue responded, "He undoubtedly harbors his own mysteries. Otherwise, how could he become a pinnacle 6th-tier spirit master at the tender age of 16? Moreover, the spirit beasts he contracts are also quite extraordinary." However, while both were intrigued, they had no intentions of probing into Chu Yang's secrets. With Chu Yang still absent, the 2 young ladies continued to explore the Chu family estate. The overall impression was one of spacious emptiness. In such a vast estate, there were only 10 individuals. Chapter 53, Chu Yang's Ambition. Meanwhile, Chu Yang had reached the final stage of assimilating the Law Stone. After all, the external laws carried by the entire Law Stone were limited, and under the influence of the power of the laws in the spiritual domain, it could no longer resist. In the end, he had no choice but to allow its invasion and assimilation. Boom. At the very moment of successful assimilation, the entire spiritual domain trembled as if an earthquake had occurred. Surrounding sounds crackled like something was shattering. Chu Yang was startled, fearing that something had gone awry with the assimilation. However, moments later, he realized that it was not the spiritual domain that was malfunctioning, but rather, the domain was expanding. Could this assimilated lost stone actually expand the spiritual domain? Chu Yang was taken aback. He could distinctly sense the spiritual domain slowly enlarging, extending outward. Though the change was modest, it was indeed a tangible expansion. Why did the spiritual domain increase in size after assimilating the lost stone? Chu Yang pondered, perplexed by this phenomenon. However, the expansion of the spiritual domain could only yield benefits, not detriments. In light of this, he turned his gaze towards the black soil he had obtained from the golden giant tiger's lair. He wished to test whether assimilating this black soil would bring about any changes in the spiritual domain. Since acquiring it, he had placed the black soil atop the main peak of the spiritual domain, planting numerous spiritual and soul herbs within. Although their grades were not high, their quantity was quite substantial. By now, he had begun learning to identify various spiritual and soul herbs. Chu Yang felt fortunate to have plundered Wang Qinyue's secret chamber, where he had discovered a book titled The Compendium of 10,000 Herbs, which greatly aided him. This tome documented a plethora of spiritual and soul herbs, significantly reducing the time required for him to learn herb identification. As for why he undertook this endeavor, it stemmed from a peculiar notion he had once entertained. Since blind boxes could yield evolution pills of spiritual beast quality, it indicated that evolution pills undeniably existed, albeit no one in this world had ever contemplated it. Or perhaps someone had, but lacked the means to pursue it. What Chu Yang aspired to do was to analyze the components of the evolution pills derived from the blind boxes and deduce the essence of evolution pills. He aimed to carve a path of evolution in this era devoid of such advancements. Of course, this was a formidable task, requiring profound accumulation. Otherwise, reverse deduction would be impossible. Yet, should he succeed, it would undoubtedly be a sensational event that could overturn the entire world, granting all spiritual beasts and ferocious creatures a grand avenue towards higher realms. Thus, Chu Yang had commenced his studies of various herbs, laying the groundwork for future endeavors. If only he could unearth a formula for an evolution pill Chu Yang used. At the very least, he would gain insight into the precise process of crafting pills. However, he was uncertain whether such a thing could be found within the blind box, and even if it could, he had no idea when. Therefore, when necessary, he needed to attempt some things himself. Casting a glance at the various herbs planted in the black soil, Chu Yang refocused his thoughts and began the process of assimilating this foreign soil. Boom. At the moment of success, the spiritual domain expanded yet again, albeit slightly. I seem to have grasped the method to expand the spiritual domain. Chu Yang's eyes sparkled with realization. Whether it was the lost stone or the black soil, both were treasures from the outside world, imbued with fragments of the external world's rules. The lost stone allowed spiritual beasts to comprehend the laws, while the black soil fostered better growth of herbs. These rules belonged to them. In the future, he could seek out such treasures to further enlarge the spiritual domain. Just then, the spiritual matter within the domain began to stir, converging towards a certain point underground. Chu Yang's gaze shifted, and a look of surprise crossed his face. Night was actually beginning to break through to the 5th tier. Countless spiritual materials surged into the depths of the earth, like drifting snowflakes returning to the sea, where night resided. The transition from the 4th to the 5th tier required only sufficient accumulation of spiritual materials, unlike the wild that demanded comprehension of the laws. Chu Yang's spiritual domain was exponentially denser than that of Luotian City, thus allowing for rapid cultivation of spiritual beasts. At present, aside from the gluttonous panda and the still unhatched Sangshu Jiao, both the little turtle and Wushuang had already broken through to the 2nd tier, and Night's breakthrough added even more formidable power to his forces. During this time, he had been contemplating the combat applications of dark attribute spiritual beasts in conjunction with Night's skills. He believed that if caught off guard, Night could play an unimaginable role in battle. At this moment, an abundance of spiritual materials converged, enveloping Night in a black cocoon, resembling a cicada pupa, slumbering underground. Once it completely absorbed the gathered spiritual materials, Night would truly become a 5th-tier spiritual beast. Knock, knock, knock. A knocking sound echoed. Young master, the 2 young ladies from the Qin family have arrived. Suyu Rua's voice rang out at the door. Oh, Chu Yang was taken aback, then felt a surge of joy in his heart. Could it be that his esteemed mother-in-law had awakened, and the 2 young ladies were here to fulfill their promise? Just the thought made him feel invigorated. He promptly tidied his attire and stepped outside. In the hall, the 2 sisters each held a chilled bottle of cola. a delightful treat brought by Su Zhen for the young ladies. Initially, when Chu Yang had discovered a whole case of cola, he had handed it to Suyu Ruo, instructing her to store it in the kitchen, not anticipating that she would treat it as a treasure, proclaiming it to be an ancient artifact. This instantly elevated its status to a remarkable level, deterring everyone from indulging casually. Now, with the two sisters from the Qin family visiting, Su Zhen made an exception and presented them with 2 bottles as a gesture of hospitality. It's delicious. Senior, what exactly is this made from? Qin Luoxue inquired, her face filled with astonishment. Despite Su Zhen being an old servant beside Chu Yang, he was regarded as their benefactor. According to Qin Shufeng, had it not been for Su Zhen gifting the soul jade essence, Yun Lihui might not have even contemplated having them. Consequently, they held great respect for Su Zhen. To answer the young ladies, this is also something crafted by the master. The old servant does not know how it was made. Su Zhen replied, exhibiting no arrogance despite his favors. Again, it's Chu Yang? The sisters exchanged glances, both recognizing the surprise in each other's eyes. Chu Yang consistently produced a myriad of inexplicable items, leaving them feeling increasingly mystified by this future husband of theirs. At that moment, Chu Yang emerged. Su Zhen, with Su Sheng, promptly took their leave. Chu Yang, how did you come up with all these things? Despite Qin Luoxue's reluctance to probe into Chu Yang's secrets, she found herself unable to resist the temptation to inquire. The peculiarities surrounding him were so extraordinary that they transcended her comprehension. Although Chu Yang yearned to divulge the truth, that these items were procured from a blind box, he feared that such an explanation would only complicate matters further. These treasures were obtained from an ancient ruin. He contemplated. Are you not curious as to why I have suddenly risen to prominence? It is, in fact, due to the inheritance I acquired from that ruin, including the soul-rejuvenating pills I provided to you. In Chapter 54, titled Decisions, Chu Yang deftly recited the lines he had prepared in advance. By transforming the concept of a blind box into that of an ancient relic, he believed it would be more readily accepted. Indeed, Qin Luoxue nodded in understanding. Ah, I see. The emergence of Earth's spirit masters is attributed to the appearance of ancient ruins and secret realms 500 years ago. From these, humanity discovered the legacy of the spirit masters, which heralded their flourishing. Thus, when Chu Yang mentioned ancient ruins, both women experienced a moment of clarity. From the ruins, people inferred that in ancient times, Earth was home to a civilization of unparalleled brilliance, which, for reasons unknown, was abruptly annihilated. All remnants were buried beneath the earth and enshrined in the void. Consequently, when Chu Yang invoked the notion of ancient ruins, both women nodded in agreement, acknowledging that under such a magnificent civilization, the emergence of bizarre phenomena was indeed plausible. At that moment, Chu Yang chuckled. So, my dear ladies, have you come to visit your husband because your esteemed mother has awakened, and you wish to fulfill your promises? He flashed a mischievous grin. Not at all. My mother is still in slumber. The sisters quickly retreated a few steps, their cheeks flushed with embarrassment as they instinctively shielded their chests with their hands. Each time Chu Yang broached such topics, they couldn't help but recall the moment he had cured them of their poison. That night had been wild indeed, as they had initiated an assault on him. Reflecting on it now filled them with a sense of shame so profound they wished to vanish into the earth. Still not awake? They then recounted their mother's condition in broad strokes. Chu Yang nodded thoughtfully. It seems your esteemed mother sustained severe injuries and has been in a state of delay for too long, thus unable to awaken. However, since her condition has improved, it likely won't be long before she truly awakens. The two women beamed with smiles, imagining the joy of being reunited with their mother daily. Since their birth, Yun Lifi's awakenings had been infrequent, and the moments of family reunion were even rarer. Moreover, each time she did awaken, her first concern was typically to guide their cultivation or venture out to seek spirit beasts for them. Their 2 nine-tailed foxes were gifts from Yun Lifi during one such excursion. That particular instance remained etched in their memories, as Yun Lifi had collapsed at the doorstep upon her return, falling into a deep slumber. The situation had been perilous. Had it occurred in the wild, who could fathom the consequences? Thus, after each awakening, Yun Lifi was often preoccupied with worries about her daughter's future, leaving little time for genuine family togetherness. Chu Yang smirked. So, when your esteemed mother awakens, what of your promises? He was not only fixated on their pledges, but also contemplated when he might seize his own opportunities. Upon witnessing Chu Yang's expression, the sisters exchanged puzzled glances and queried, what promises? Chu Yang was taken aback. How could they so easily feign ignorance? Nevertheless, he was undeterred by their denial. I don't care. Last time, you both took advantage of me, so this time, it's my turn to reclaim my position. How dare you say such a thing? Are you asking for a beating? The two women instantly surrounded Chu Yang, their faces flushed as they playfully tugged at his ears. Spare me. After a considerable time, the two women adjusted their slightly disheveled garments, casting a reproachful glance at Chu Yang. This rascal is incorrigible in broad daylight. Within the hall, he dares to lay hands on us. He even shouted something about dragon claws before reaching for us. Thankfully, no one saw, otherwise we would never be able to face anyone again. Moments later, the trio finally settled into a semblance of calm. The sisters then informed Chu Yang about the auction in Linhai City, eager to hear his thoughts. If he wished not to attend, they would heed his desire. Linhai City seems to be abundant in water attribute spirit beasts, does it not? Chu Yang remarked. However, given that his little turtle possessed both water and ice attributes, he found ordinary water attribute spirit beasts unworthy of his time. Qin Luoxue clarified, while it primarily produces water attribute spirit beasts, its proximity to Kunlun Sea means it actually harbors a multitude of spirit beast varieties. At the end of Kunlun Sea lies Kunlun Mountain, teeming with ferocious beasts, and it is common for spirit masters of the 7th rank and above to venture there in search of perilous terrains. Often, those who return without any gains do not wish to return empty-handed, so they bring back some ferocious beast cubs. Over time, this has led to Linhai City becoming a gathering place for spirit beast cubs, and it has attracted a large number of spirit masters. Since the rise of the spirit master era, Linhai City has undeniably become a first-tier metropolis. Are there other spirit beasts? Chu Yang's eyes lit up. Currently, he had contracts with the chaotic attribute Abyssal Dragon, the dark attribute Nightshade, the ice-water dual attribute Destiny Turtle, the metal attribute Sword King, the blood attribute Azure Blood Flood Dragon, and the yin-yang attribute Supreme Panda. He still had 3 contract slots available. If that were the case, perhaps he could find a spirit beast to his satisfaction in Linhai City. In fact, I believe you should contract a light attribute spirit beast, Qin Luoxue suggested. Why is that? Qin Luoxue shook her head. I am unsure of the specifics, but my mother has told us to always leave 1 or 2 contract slots available for light attribute spirit beasts. Qin Luojiao beside her nodded earnestly. Their mother had admonished them on multiple occasions regarding this, yet they had yet to find a satisfactory light attribute spirit beast. Light attribute spirit beasts, you say? Based on Chu Yang's understanding, light attributes did not seem particularly formidable. Aside from their strong counter against dark attribute spirit beasts, they appeared to lack any remarkable capabilities. However, given that the esteemed mother-in-law has repeatedly cautioned her 2 daughters regarding this matter, there must be a substantial reason behind it. As a mother, Yinlifi would hardly wish to lead her daughters astray. Very well, since that is the case, let us embark on a journey to Linhai City and partake in this auction to see if any intriguing items might appear. Ultimately, Chu Yang resolved to venture to Linhai City. With 2 young ladies possessing such exceptional beast-taming skills accompanying him, the likelihood of discovering high-quality spirit beasts should surpass that of other spirit tamers. Additionally, he would seek out satisfactory light and would attribute spirit beasts. Perhaps he might even stumble upon a hidden gem. As for the exploration of ancient secret realms, that could certainly be postponed for a while. After all, the key is firmly in their possession, and even if Wang Qianyue were to return, he would be powerless to act. Chapter 55, Concealed Depths. Having made their decision, the trio set out immediately. The distance from Luotian City to Linhai City is considerable. Even with the aid of a flying spirit beast, the journey would take 2 days. Thus, time was of the essence. At the city lord's residence, Chu Yang encountered Qin Shufeng, his future father-in-law, once more. However, this time, there was a notable improvement in Qin Shufeng's demeanor towards him. After all, having received Chu Yang's soul recovery pill, he could hardly afford to show any disdain. Greetings, uncle. Chu Yang bowed respectfully. Observing his 2 daughters so closely aligned with the other, Qin Shufeng let out a helpless sigh. He could only wonder how their mother would react upon witnessing this scene. Yinlifi had previously declared her intention to personally select suitors for her daughters. My son-in-law must be a paragon among men, a rarity among thousands. These were her words. Yet now, to see his daughters so intimately associated with Chu Yang, it was evident their relationship was far from ordinary. Even more troubling was the fact that both daughters were displaying such affection towards him. What was to be done? Surely, he could not marry both daughters to the same man. Yinlifi would never consent to that. Yet, with parental affection at play, Qin Shufeng found himself at a loss. Young man, Linhai City is not akin to Luotian City. It is filled with formidable experts, and there are not a few 7th-tier spirit tamers. To be cautious, take my spirit beast with you, Qin Shufeng advised. Although he could not accompany them himself, he saw no harm in dispatching a spirit beast for their protection. Moreover, with Chu Yang possessing a spirit domain, managing the spirit beast would be considerably more convenient. Chu Yang initially contemplated declining. In his view, Qin Shufeng's spirit beast, being at the peak of the 5th tier, could not be of great strength. However, Upon witnessing the colossal creature soaring overhead, obscuring the sun, he realized the depths of this lord's concealment. How foolish he had been to previously claim there were no rivals in Luotian City. An awkward expression crossed his face. With his 6th-tier prowess, he feared he might not even last a single round against such a formidable beast. Qin Luojiao giggled. My father's cultivation is modest, because my mother forbids him from rushing to break through to the 6th tier. But do not gauge his overall strength by his cultivation level, or you may find yourself at a disadvantage. Chu Yang nodded in acknowledgement. Although his father-in-law's cultivation was pitifully low, his spirit beast was astonishingly powerful. This was truly a case of a tiger hiding among sheep. At that moment, he couldn't help but chuckle at Wang Qianyue's earlier naivety. If Qin Shufeng were to summon his spirit beast, it was likely that even Wang Qianyue, possessing a space attribute spirit beast, would find it challenging to escape. Nevertheless, he was somewhat curious. In a place as barren of spiritual essence as Luotian City, how had his father-in-law managed to cultivate such a formidable spirit beast? Not to mention, even 5th-tier spirit beasts were rare, with Wang Qianyue relying on the spiritual essence from the ancient secret realm to nurture his 5th-tier spirit beast. So how had Qin Shufeng achieved this? Furthermore, both of his daughter's spirit beasts exceeded the 5th tier. This was certainly unusual. It also hinted that the city lord's residence held secrets unknown to the others in Luotian City. Because we possess a spiritual vein, Qin Luoxiue revealed. Cough cough. Qin Shufeng quickly cleared his throat and shot a stern glance at his daughters. How could they divulge such significant secrets so readily? At that moment, he fully grasped the meaning of having one's elbow turn outward. Upon hearing Qin Luoxiue's words, Chu Yang's expression shifted to one of realization. If that were the case, it all made sense. Even if Qin Shufeng had not formed a spirit domain and could not assist his spirit beasts through it over such a long period, the spirit beasts could naturally comprehend the power of the laws and break through to higher realms. Moreover, who knew if the city lord's residence possessed any items that could assist with the laws? Ultimately, Chu Yang allowed the spirit beast to enter his spirit domain. Only with his 2 young ladies by his side did he dare to do so. Should it have been another spirit beast or a ferocious beast of equal rank, he would never have dared to take such a risk. If the opponent's strength surpassed his own, allowing them into his spirit domain could result in it being destroyed from within. And once the spirit domain collapsed, a spirit tamer's foundation would be irrevocably shattered. Subsequently, the trio boarded Qin Luoxiue's Tianqing Peng to journey to Linhai City. This was Qin Luoxiue's 3rd spirit beast, the other 2 being the Xianyui's phoenix and the Hanji 9-tailed fox. Remarkably, this Tianqing Peng was of 5th-tier king quality. With its wings spread, it measured approximately 15 meters in length, an imposing sight indeed. When did king-quality spirit beasts become so commonplace? Chu Yang found this hard to believe. Shouldn't king-quality beasts be exceedingly rare? Qin Luojiao chimed in with a laugh. This spirit beast was discovered by my mother during her travels on Earth. She roamed Earth for decades, exploring every corner, and only found a handful of king-quality spirit beasts. How can you say they are becoming commonplace? Chu Yang rested his chin on his hand. It seemed that none of his spirit beasts fell below king quality. The Huang was of holy quality, the giant panda of divine quality, while the little turtle, Yi, Wushuang, and the Tsang blood flood dragon were all of king quality. Among them, Yi had been drawn from a blind box, and Wushuang had evolved from a king-quality evolution pill. Thus, it appeared that only the little turtle and the Tsang blood flood dragon were originally of king quality. Moreover, the Tsang blood flood dragon had been obtained from the spirit beast egg in the ancient secret realm, meaning it could not be considered a spirit beast of the current Earth. In reflection, Chu Yang realized that he had not encountered many king-quality spirit beasts. It was merely that he had encountered a greater number of them recently, leading to a certain illusion. The Tianqing Peng belonged to the wind attribute spirit beasts, known for their incredible speed. As its azure wings unfurled, the only sound that accompanied them was the rushing wind. As Chu Yang gazed down at the landscape receding like the wind, he realized it was time to thoughtfully plan for the spirit beasts he intended to contract. The 2 sisters informed him that a spirit master could only contract spirit beasts of ranks 1 to 10, meaning the positions for contracts were not infinite. Typically, one could contract a maximum of 10 spirit beasts. However, Chu Yang had 3 additional spots available, allowing him to contract a total of 13 spirit beasts. Calculating this, even if he reached the 10th rank in the future, he would still have 7 positions left for contracting. Thus, he needed to make his selections with great care. The wood and light attributes were certainly to be chosen, while the others could wait. On this journey to Linhai City, he focused on securing spirit beasts of wood and light attributes, prioritizing these 2 types whenever possible. The journey was long, and although he was accompanied by beauty, Chu Yang's mind remained immersed in the spirit realm, seizing every moment to assist Huang in comprehending the power of the laws. Only by becoming powerful could he truly rely on himself. Chapter 56. The Spirit Beast Trading Market. The Tianqing Peng soared through the sky. And in the blink of an eye, 2 days passed, bringing Linghai City into sight. This city, truly a first-tier metropolis, sprawled across the land like a colossal beast. To safeguard against ferocious creatures from the wilderness, Linghai City was encircled by formidable walls on all sides, reminiscent of certain ancient capitals Chu Yang had witnessed in his past life. Upon their arrival, many other spirit masters flocked from various directions to participate in the auction. The auction in Linghai City is of such grandeur? Chu Yang exclaimed in surprise. The individuals around him were evidently from distant cities, indicating the extensive reach of this event. Indeed, as a first-tier metropolis, Linghai City hosted numerous auctions, but few could match the scale of this one, as Qin Luoxua pointed out. She promptly stowed away the Tianqing Peng, and the trio stepped into the city, observing the bustling and vibrant streets. Chu Yang understood that this place was on an entirely different level compared to Luotian City. One resembled a quaint county, while the other was a sprawling metropolis. The auction starts tomorrow. Let us first explore the Spirit Beast Trading Market. Perhaps we might uncover something intriguing, suggested Qin Luojiao. Chu Yang smiled faintly. While other women might indulge in shopping, these sisters headed straight to the Spirit Beast Trading Market upon their arrival in Linghai City, truly worthy of their title as Beastmasters. The Spirit Beast Trading Market in Linghai City was immensely vast, teeming with an astonishing variety of spirit beasts that opened Chu Yang's eyes to new wonders. He encountered many spirit beasts he had never seen before. What kind of spirit beast is that? He inquired with curiosity, pointing to a peculiar creature following a spirit master. This beast was entirely composed of bones, devoid of any flesh. Judging by its size, it must have once been a great gorilla. Its skeletal form gleamed like cold black steel, reflecting a chilling light under the sun. Within its hollow eye sockets, 2 flickering green flames danced, creating an eerie spectacle. This is a ghost-type spirit beast, Qin Luoxua explained. It is said to form under certain special conditions after a being's death, and their numbers are rare. Yet they are exceptionally suited for battle. As long as the soul fire in its eye sockets remains lit, even if its bones are reduced to ash, it will regenerate and not perish. Chu Yang listened in awe, marveling at the wonders of the world. Indeed, his knowledge was still insufficient, as he had never before encountered such a peculiar spirit beast. Noticing Chu Yang's intense interest in the ghost-type gorilla, Qin Luojiao smiled and remarked, "Acquiring this kind of spirit beast relies on luck. Due to its unique property of indestructible bones, many spirit masters aspire to possess a ghost-type spirit beast, making them highly sought after." Chu Yang nodded. This spirit beast had indeed piqued his interest, and he would consider contracting one if given the opportunity. Chu Yang, look at that spirit beast. Qin Luoxua suddenly communicated telepathically. This method was employed to prevent others from overhearing, yet for spirit masters, it was merely child's play. Following her gaze, Chu Yang spotted a deep blue whale gliding through the water. Its massive form stretched over 10 meters, yet it was only of the initial first rank, its size comparable to that of a 5th-rank beast. This is a silver-quality deep-sea whale. Qin Luoxua continued, her voice tinged with excitement. It was surprising to discover a silver-quality spirit beast so soon after arriving in Linghai City. The Spirit Beast Trading Market in Linghai City operated under a well-established system, with every spirit beast having been evaluated by Beastmasters and categorized into different quality zones. However, due to the varying skill levels of the Beastmasters, significant discrepancies could arise. Ordinary quality spirit beasts might appear in the silver quality zone, creating ample opportunities for savvy buyers, as some merchants intentionally misplace spirit beasts to confuse spirit masters. At that moment, the silver quality deep-sea whale Qin Luoxua observed was mistakenly placed in the ordinary quality zone, presenting a chance for a fortunate find. Of course, there was no golden quality zone. For once such a spirit beast appeared, it would incite a frenzy, leaving no time for it to be placed on display. Chu Yang promptly purchased the deep-sea whale, recognizing that even if he did not contract it himself, it could be given to Su Sheng and the others. It must be said, the spirit beast trading market in Linghai City was vast. Even after several hours of exploration, the trio had only managed to view a fraction of the area. "Oh, is this a light attribute spirit beast?" Chu Yang suddenly asked, observing a spirit beast in front of him. It was a crocodile spirit beast, its entire body shimmering in silvery white hues, emanating a faint white glow. Indeed, it is a light attribute spirit beast, but regrettably, it is only of bronze quality. Qin Luoxua replied. They would not consider such quality spirit beasts at all, as their growth limit only reached the 2nd rank, failing to meet their requirements. However, Chu Yang held a different perspective. With his blind box, he might one day unveil an evolution elixir. Thus, the quality was not of paramount importance to him. In fact, this was the first light attribute spirit beast he had encountered on his journey, highlighting its rarity. Its low quality was the sole reason it remained unsold. Chu Yang waved his hand to purchase it, reasoning that he could nurture it for now and contract it later when he obtained an evolution elixir. His action left the two women puzzled. Fear not, I shall not contract it. I merely wish to understand its light attribute abilities, which have prompted my mother-in-law to insist that you reserve a spot for it. Chu Yang clarified. He was indeed somewhat curious, eager to delve into whether the light attribute possessed any particular uniqueness. Otherwise, why would that esteemed mother-in-law emphasize the matter so sternly to the two young ladies? Well then, it is imperative to exercise caution in the selection of spirit beasts, as this decision is pivotal to the life of a spirit master. Qin Luoxue stated solemnly. Just as her father, Qin Shufeng, had every one of his spirit beasts personally chosen by Yun Liffey, they too would oversee the selection for Chu Yang. The trio meandered until late into the night, yet the vast trading market yielded no spirit beasts of golden quality or above. It appeared that this place had been frequented by numerous other beast masters. Qin Luojiao muttered under her breath. After several hours, they had only encountered 3 spirit beasts of silver quality. Chu Yang chuckled, remarking that discovering a few silver-quality spirit beasts was already quite commendable. As they had themselves noted, high-quality spirit beasts were inherently rare. Aside from the light attribute crocodile, Chu Yang also procured a wood attribute wood sprite, which was likewise of bronze quality. Although wood attribute spirit beasts were plentiful, they were predominantly of bronze quality. Ultimately, he chose a wood sprite. Chapter 57, The Underbelly. This particular spirit beast stood only a foot tall, possessing a humanoid form, with pointy ears and a head of verdant hair adorned with intertwining green leaves, making it exceedingly endearing. Such sprite-type spirit beasts exhibited minimal aggression but possessed certain healing abilities. Chu Yang purchased it and placed it within the spirit domain, pondering what it might evolve into should he acquire evolution elixirs in the future. As the sky darkened, just as Chu Yang and the two ladies prepared to depart the spirit beast trading market, 2 voices suddenly rang out from the crowd. Senior? At the sound, Chu Yang halted his retreat, turning to see a man and a woman hastening towards him. The man was tall and handsome, exuding a sense of fortitude, while the woman possessed a graceful figure, her face bearing a hint of allure. Junior Su Ming and Su Wei pay their respects to the esteemed senior. The two quickly approached Chu Yang and bowed in greeting. Chu Yang was momentarily taken aback, after having reincarnated into this world for so long. It was the first time someone had referred to him as a senior. He scrutinized the pair, feeling a flicker of recognition, yet unable to recall where he had seen them before. At this moment, the young man identifying himself as Su Ming cupped his fists and spoke. I had the fortune of witnessing your extraordinary prowess when I ventured to investigate the cause of the beast tide. Upon hearing this, Chu Yang suddenly remembered. He recalled the encounter at the golden giant tiger's lair, where he had frightened off 3 spirit masters attempting to seize the opportunity. So it was you. Chu Yang nodded, recalling that the old man had mentioned they hailed from Linhai City. He anticipated running into them here. Chu Yang chuckled. Back then, I injured that old man. What? Now that we are in your territory, are you seeking vengeance? And no, it was our fault for offending the esteemed senior. We hope for your understanding. Su Ming hastily clasped his fists. Upon confirming the other party was a 6th-tier spirit master, he no longer dared to exhibit any disrespect. After all, their family's ancestor was merely of 6th tier as well. Chu Yang displayed a hint of surprise, according to his understanding from his past life. The protagonist was usually besieged by a throng of foolish adversaries, clamoring for the chance to showcase their prowess, even for the most trivial of matters. Why then? Was it that when it came to him, they were so courteous? It left him with no opportunity to flaunt his abilities. Very well, I bear no ill will. Chu Yang waved dismissively, preparing to leave with his 2 young ladies. Senior, please wait. Su Ming quickly interjected. I presume you've come to Linhai City for tomorrow's auction, correct? If so, I would be honored to serve as your guide, offering any insights you may require. He then nudged his sister, Su Wei. His sister, typically carefree, suddenly fell silent. Su Wei snapped back to attention, hastily adding, Indeed, esteemed senior. We possess some insider knowledge regarding tomorrow's auction that I believe would pique your interest. After speaking, she unconsciously cast a glance at the Qin sisters. Her proud demeanor momentarily humbled. Before the 2 ladies, she felt an inexplicable sense of inferiority. It was a palpable pressure stemming from their striking beauty, rendering her acutely aware of her own shortcomings. Insider knowledge? Chu Yang observed the 2 ladies and, seeing no objections, ultimately nodded in agreement. He was indeed quite intrigued by the so-called insider information regarding the auction. At the end, In their private box, Su Ming ordered a delectable array of dishes. He then spoke, "I trust that your visit to Linhai City is to procure spirit beasts from this auction?" Chu Yang nodded. Such a large-scale auction would undoubtedly feature numerous treasures. For spirit masters, spirit beasts were undoubtedly the most alluring items. His purpose in coming here was also to see if there were any satisfactory spirit beasts available. Su Ming continued, "Are you aware that the two headlining spirit beasts at this auction are both of diamond quality?" "I was not." Chu Yang shook his head. They only possessed an invitation and no list of items. They were oblivious as to what would be available at the auction. Diamond quality? The two sisters exchanged glances, both registering their disappointment. Such quality was indeed beneath their standards. Yun Liffey had set a minimum requirement of king quality for them. Anything below king quality was deemed unnecessary for a contract. Correct. Su Ming nodded. One is a water attribute, Songhai Jiao, and the other is a ghost attribute, Xian Gu Python. As he spoke, a trace of envy flickered in his eyes. Although the Qin sisters had high standards and dismissed diamond quality spirit beasts, king quality was exceedingly rare, and even the lower tier diamond quality was exceptionally scarce. For the vast majority of spirit masters, forging a contract with a king quality spirit beast was a dream, while diamond quality was a lifelong aspiration. Su Ming continued, "Many spirit masters have come specifically for these two spirit beasts. Yet, they remain unaware that the water attribute Songhai Jiao has already been reserved." Being a local of Linhai City, Su Ming's family held a position of influence, allowing him access to information that others were unaware of. Reserved? Chu Yang was somewhat taken aback, inquiring, "If it's already reserved, why auction it off?" Su Ming explained, "Naturally, it serves as a promotional gimmick for the auction. The announcement of these two diamond-quality spirit beasts has generated quite a stir. Thus, any capable spirit master with an interest would come to participate, all in the hopes of securing a diamond-quality spirit beast." Chu Yang laughed. "I am quite curious as to who possesses such influence to reserve the headlining spirit beasts of Qinghua Auction House in advance. Could it be the city lord's residence?" Su Ming shook his head. "The Lord's Manor does not possess such formidable capabilities. The mastermind behind this scheme is none other than the contemporary holy son of the myriad spirits' sacred land. Upon learning of the existence of a diamond-quality spirit beast, he immediately informed the foremost family of Linhai City, the Qian family, insisting that they procure this treasure for him at all costs. The Qinghua Auction House also received a message from the Holy Sun, which is why the water attribute Songhai Jiao has already been reserved. No amount of bidding from others can change that. Were it not for the fact that the Songhai Jiao was already listed in the auction catalog, it is likely that the Qinghua Auction House would have dispatched someone to deliver the spirit beast directly to the myriad spirits' sacred land, thus avoiding such complications altogether. So it is indeed the Holy Sun. No wonder direct reservations are possible. Both Luotian City and Linhai City fall under the jurisdiction of the Yuan Xingyue Empire, which in turn is overseen by the myriad spirits' sacred land. Thus, any proclamation from the sacred land must be unconditionally complied with. Moreover, this is a spirit beast desired by the Holy Sun. However, it is quite fortunate that he can spare one for others. Chu Yang chuckled. Given the stature of the Holy Sun, even if he desired to, the Qinghua Auction House would have no choice but to comply. Not so. It is not out of the Holy Sun's benevolence. Rather, he currently possesses only a single contract slot. Su Ming elucidated. Given the Holy Sun's disposition, had he possessed more contract slots, he would not have allowed even one to remain. Chapter 58, The Legend of Ghost Island. Upon hearing that this auction features only diamond-quality spirit beasts, the Qin sisters immediately lost much of their interest. Apart from their accompanying spirit beasts, all others they have contracted are of king-grade quality. Thus, they do not even consider those below that standard. Of course, their spirit beasts did not originate from a small place like Luotian City. They were acquired by their mother, Yun Lihui, long before they were born. Hence, despite possessing king-quality spirit beasts, it is due to someone having traversed mountains and rivers to secure them. Nevertheless, Chu Yang felt he could still contend for the ghost attribute Xiangu Python, as he was not particularly interested in the water attribute Songhai Jiao. At that moment, Su Ming remarked with a smile, "In my view, this so-called auction is merely a playground for the affluent. I place greater value on the subsequent free trading conference." He opined that items featured in the auction would undoubtedly be costly and not overly common. Therefore, ordinary individuals should not harbor hopes of acquiring anything at the auction. This is a domain reserved for the wealthy. Furthermore, with such a grand-scale auction, it is unlikely that trivial items would be presented. "Oh, there is also a free trading conference?" Chu Yang inquired curiously, glancing at the Qin sisters, both of whom shook their heads in ignorance. "Is there not only an auction? How can there also be a free trading conference?" Su Ming did not provide a direct answer, but instead asked, "Are you aware of what will transpire in Linhai City in the coming days?" Chu Yang stroked his chin in contemplation, but had no inkling. His knowledge of Linhai City was rather limited. Conversely, Qin Luoxua spoke, it should be the ebbing of the tide. According to the timing, it is nearly time for the tide to recede. Su Ming nodded. You must have noticed that many spirit masters have come to Linhai City these days. Among them, many have primary objectives that do not involve this auction. They are merely awaiting the low tide. Without withholding any information, Su Ming continued, after the tide recedes, the ferocious beasts of the sea will grow tranquil, marking the optimal moment for high-level spirit masters to venture toward Kunlun Mountain. Simultaneously, Ghost Island will emerge from the depths of the sea. Su Ming revealed information even the Qin sisters were unaware of. It turns out that during ordinary days, the sea's ferocious beasts are exceptionally active. Should a spirit master traverse the skies on a flying spirit beast, they may even fall prey to these sea creatures. Previously, a 7th-level spirit master met his demise in the ocean due to this. Eventually, people discovered that during low tide, these formidable sea beasts would retreat to the depths of the ocean, making this period the safest and most serene time. Thus, high-level spirit masters opt to embark on their journeys to Kunlun Mountain at this juncture to explore various perilous locales and seize opportunities. Moreover, due to the receding tide, an island known as Ghost Island materializes near Kunlun Mountain. This name arises from the multitude of ghost attribute spirit beasts born on this island. The island has become a site of exploration for low-level spirit masters, entirely owing to the blessings bestowed by the ocean. The ocean is rich in resources, leaving behind numerous rare treasures after each low tide, thereby transforming it into a treasure trove for spirit masters. Besides searching for remnants of the ocean's treasures, capturing ghost attribute spirit beast offspring, even of lower quality, can fetch a handsome price. Naturally, with profit comes conflict. Every year, numerous spirit masters meet their end on this island, yet such tragedies do little to dampen people's fervor following their expeditions to the island. Low-level spirit masters typically exchange their acquired goods for the cultivation resources they require, thus giving birth to the free trading conference. Such matters exist? Chu Yang expressed his astonishment. His curiosity piqued. Initially intending to attend merely an auction, he had not anticipated the presence of such intriguing affairs. Even the two sisters were stirred, their initial disinterest in the auction replaced by eagerness for the island exploration. After bidding farewell to the trio, Su Ming exhaled deeply, having initially feared that Chu Yang, a 6th-level spirit master, would impose pressure akin to that of an elder. However, he was pleasantly surprised by their smooth conversation. By the end, he had even begun to refer to Chu Yang as a brother, considering that Chu Yang was a few years his junior. Sister, you are typically quite loquacious. Why have you suddenly turned mute today? Su Ming observed his sister Su Wei, who appeared rather despondent. He felt as though she had transformed into a different person. It's nothing. I just feel a bit of pressure. Su Wei replied, lowering her gaze. Pressure? Su Ming found it peculiar. Initially, he had felt some pressure, but that dissipated once their conversation flowed. For Chu Yang was quite laid back, showing none of the airs of a 6th-level spirit master. You aren't feeling overshadowed by those two young ladies, are you? Su Ming suddenly realized. His sister was feeling inferior? Those two girls were indeed stunningly beautiful, but anyone with discerning eyes could see that the connection between the two sisters and Chu Yang was anything but ordinary. Thus he dared not entertain any inappropriate thoughts. Su Ming glanced at Su Wei and jested. In terms of looks and figure alone, sister, you cannot compare to those two ladies. Su Wei was already feeling rather low-spirited. Although Su Ming spoke the truth, upon hearing her younger brother's words, her phoenix-like eyes narrowed. Are you looking for a beating? Ouch, that hurts. Don't tug my ears. I was wrong. The bustling street echoed with Su Ming's pig-like squeals. After bidding farewell to the Su siblings, Chu Yang remarked, I initially thought this would be a mundane auction, but I never anticipated encountering such intriguing events. He had heard of Kunlun Mountain, rumored to be a den of ferocious beasts, a perilous place that only a 7th-tier spirit master could dare to enter. As for the ghost island nearby, he had never heard of it before. Qin Luoxua nodded in agreement. Indeed, I find myself more intrigued by Ghost Island than the auction. As beastmasters, they might discover some high-quality spirit beasts there. While there are instances where different quality spirit beasts exhibit slight variations in appearance, there are also many exceptions. Sometimes, even the same kind of spirit beast can possess vastly different qualities. Much like humans, though all are human, the heights they can reach can be worlds apart. A beastmaster's role is to uncover the potential within them. By this time, night had fallen, and when the two women suggested seeking an inn, Chu Yang chuckled. Do you truly doubt the authenticity of my status as a 6th-tier spirit master? Oh, I almost forgot you possess a true spirit domain, Qin Luojiao exclaimed. This highlighted the distinction between 5th-tier and 6th-tier spirit masters. Their usual habits led them to momentarily overlook Chu Yang's true spirit domain. We have yet to see what your spirit domain truly looks like, Qin Luoxue remarked. The sisters and their father, Qin Shufeng, had never activated their spirit domains. Thus they had never stepped inside one. As for their mother, Yun Lihui, although she had a spirit domain, she could not activate it due to severe damage to her soul. Therefore, they had never witnessed what a true spirit domain was like. Come, allow me to demonstrate my spirit domain to you. With that, Chu Yang led the two women into his spirit domain. Meanwhile, in the grand estate of the Qian family, the foremost family of Linhai City, the young master Qian Shaoyun reclined lazily in a chair, holding a teacup and awaiting something. He was slightly plump, with a round face that always bore a smiling expression. Dressed in a white robe adorned with golden edges, the prominent characters Wan Ling were embroidered on his chest, signifying his status as a disciple of the sacred land of all spirits. Moments later, a stout elder hurriedly entered, reporting to the young master. The Qin sisters from Luotian City have arrived in Linhai City. The housekeeper, Qian Duong, announced with a bow. Oh, they've finally arrived? Qian Shaoyun sat up slightly, looking at the housekeeper with curiosity. Are they as stunning as others say? He had heard that the Qin sisters were a pair of rare beauties, their looks unparalleled in the world. Upon returning to Linhai City from the sacred land of all spirits, he intended to seize the opportunity presented by the auction to meet these two women. If they were indeed as enchanting as rumored, then, despite the disparity in their social standings, he might just endure some losses to have them both. Thus, he had instructed the housekeeper, Qian Duong, to assess them, for the old man had an exceptionally discerning eye when it came to women. Speaking of beauty, they were truly breathtaking, possessing an ethereal elegance that captivated the heart. Qian Duong, stroking his round belly, remarked. After encountering the Qin sisters, he was utterly awestruck. Despite having seen many women in Linhai City, none could compare to these two. Oh, Qian Shaoyun perked up. I recall when the Holy Maiden of the overseas sacred land visited years ago, you did not offer such praise. It seems these two are indeed extraordinary. The overseas sacred land, like the sacred land of all spirits, was one of the 9 great sacred lands of the present world. The appearance of that Holy Maiden had left a lasting impression on Qian Shaoyun, who had once revered her as a goddess. Now, however, Qian Diwang's commendations of the two sisters surpassed even those for the Holy Maiden. Ha! In that case, let us go and meet them. Qian Shaoyun set down his teacup, his slightly plump figure comically puffing out his belly. Young master, I fear that may not be possible today. They are not staying at an inn. Not staying at an inn? Qian Shaoyun's expression grew serious. The only reason for not lodging at an inn would be that they were residing within someone else's spirit domain. Are there other 6th-tier spirit masters accompanying them? However, in a small place like Luotian City, it was highly improbable for a 6th-tier powerhouse to appear. Who else is with them? Qian Shaoyun inquired. Reporting to the young master, there is a young man, approximately 16 or 17 years old. A 16 or 17-year-old young man. Qian Shaoyun frowned. That means it cannot be him. A youth of that age cannot possibly achieve 6th-tier status. Could they have acquaintances in Linhai City? Since he intended to bring the two women into his fold, he needed to understand their circumstances thoroughly. In that case, we shall wait until tomorrow. I shall also see if they truly are as you describe. Within the spirit domain, the two women were astonished. Such an abundant concentration of spiritual essence. The spiritual essence in this place was even denser than that of the spiritual vein controlled by their city lord's estate. This indicated that the quality of the spiritual vein within Chu Yang's spirit domain was superior. With a thought, Chu Yang instantly transported the two women to a spot near the spirit beast belonging to Qin Shufeng. At that moment, this colossal creature was rooted on the spiritual vein like a small mountain, greedily absorbing the surrounding spiritual essence. Chu Yang, may I let my spirit beast cultivate here? Qin Luoxue inquired. Of course, my spirit beast cannot absorb too much spiritual essence. Ultimately, it would just go to waste. His spirit domain had its limitations, and the concentration of spiritual essence within this vein had reached an exceedingly exaggerated level. Moreover, his spirit beast generally had a lower cultivation level, making it incapable of fully utilizing this bounty, leading to waste. I want as well, Qin Luojiao chimed in. Subsequently, the sounds of dragon roars and phoenix cries resonated as a massive Xiantian fire dragon and an equally sized Xianyui's phoenix appeared near the spiritual vein. Chu Yang once again beheld the two women's companion spirit beasts, which left him in awe. The fire dragon blazed with flames, distorting the nearby air, while the ice phoenix, resplendent in icy blue, froze the surrounding area upon landing. I wonder if I will ever have the chance to contract a phoenix? Observing the slender and noble figure of the ice phoenix, Chu Yang felt a twinge of envy. However, whether such a spirit beast even existed on Earth remained uncertain. The only means at my disposal would be blind boxes, Or perhaps one day I could concoct a spirit beast evolution elixir and evolve one myself. Qin Luojiao chuckled. Well, that's hard to say. My mother, during her travels on Earth, couldn't find a single phoenix spirit beast. Thus, it seems your wish might be quite difficult to fulfill. Just like the true dragon, the phoenix is equally rare. Only those with great fortune and destiny may encounter it. And to forge a contract with such a being is an endeavor fraught with challenges. It all depends on fate. Such matters cannot be forced. Chu Yang spoke with an air of nonchalance. Ah, Chu Yang, is that black soil? Suddenly, Qin Luojiao exclaimed. She had spotted a patch of dark soil not far from the spiritual vein, where various potent spiritual and soul herbs thrived. Indeed, it is black soil. I acquired it during my last expedition amidst the beast tide. Chu Yang nodded in affirmation. The three approached the black soil, and Qin Luojiao scooped a handful into her palm, exclaiming, it indeed differs significantly from ordinary soil. This soil is exceptionally loose and feels soft to the touch, akin to fluffy cotton. Your luck is astonishing. This is a treasure sought after by numerous powerful sects. How fortunate you are to possess it. Black soil is regarded as a foundation among the major powers, as it can significantly enhance the growth rate of spiritual and soul herbs. With such a resource, one could cultivate an unlimited array of high-quality herbs. Chu Yang smiled, recalling that he had obtained the black soil from the lair of the golden giant tiger. Truth be told, had he delayed his visit, Su Ming and his companions might have claimed it before him. As Qin Luojiao observed the various herbs planted in the black soil, she inquired with some perplexity, given your current cultivation and the concentration of spiritual matter in your domain, wouldn't it be more prudent to plant some low-tier spiritual and soul herbs? She noted that the majority of the herbs in the black soil were of the first tier, which held no value for Chu Yang at this point. Utilizing such precious soil for cultivating first and second-tier herbs seemed like a waste of resources. Chu Yang, not wishing to conceal anything from the two women, replied, I am cultivating these herbs to study their specific effects. As I am preparing to research a type of elixir known as the evolution pill, this elixir should be related to various medicinal materials. Evolution pill? The two women exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain of the purpose of this so-called elixir. In this world, the concept of elixirs had never been acknowledged. The last elixir, the soul-healing pill, which Chu Yang had provided them, had awakened their long-dormant mother, leaving them in shock at its efficacy. What, then, can the evolution pill do? Chapter 60, The Attitude of the Two Women. Seeing the confusion in their eyes, Chu Yang elucidated. The evolution pill is an elixir capable of facilitating the evolution of spiritual beasts. Evolution? The two women did not comprehend the significance of this term, as they had never heard it before. To put it simply, it is an elixir that can enhance the quality of spiritual beasts. Upon hearing this, both women exhibited profound astonishment. Is it truly possible to elevate the quality of spiritual beasts? After a moment, they finally regained their composure and murmured to Chu Yang. This is utterly astonishing. They had never encountered such notions in their lives. I firmly believe it is possible, Chu Yang asserted with conviction. He had once opened a king-grade evolution pill from a blind box, which he subsequently administered to Wu Shuang, elevating it from bronze quality to king quality, an event that had genuinely transpired at his hands. Thus, he was convinced that the evolution pill indeed existed. However, the intricacies of its refinement entailed far too much. His current knowledge could scarcely support the entirety of such research. Therefore, his immediate goal was to start with studying these herbs to understand their effects. Since it was an elixir, it must pertain to medicinal properties, which is why he had gathered various herbs and planted them in the black soil for ongoing research. The Wan Yao Atlas, obtained from Wang Qian's secret chamber, had provided him with considerable assistance, detailing various spiritual and soul herbs. The only drawback was that the descriptions of their effects in the atlas were rather vague. Perhaps the spiritual masters of this world did not prioritize this aspect, as their understanding of spiritual herbs was solely that they could enhance the cultivation of spiritual beasts. Meanwhile, soul herbs were merely regarded as means to augment or restore the soul power of spiritual masters. Hence, the specific functions were often overlooked. The most complex and intricate details required Chu Yang to meticulously organize on his own. When will I ever draw a book elucidating the effects of spiritual herbs from a blind box? Chu Yang lamented inwardly, for otherwise, when would his research ever yield results? The two women remained speechless for a long time, finding Chu Yang's ideas somewhat unfathomable. If others were to discover that he was pursuing such research, they would likely scoff without hesitation, labeling him a dreamer, as spiritual beast evolution had never been witnessed. However, the two women had seen the soul-healing pill that Chu Yang had produced and the various peculiar items he had created. Perhaps he would indeed uncover something remarkable. If he could truly make a breakthrough in this area, the future achievements would be unimaginable. Perhaps he would even be recorded in the annals of spiritual masters' history. Moreover, even if he gained nothing, it would not diminish anything. Chu Yang, we believe you will undoubtedly research the evolution pill that will send shockwaves through the entire community of spiritual masters. The two women declared resolutely. Chu Yang was momentarily taken aback, but warmth filled his heart. The path he chose was destined to be long and arduous, perhaps not understood by others. Yet, he had not anticipated such unwavering support from the two women. For them, Chu Yang had already been recognized as their future husband. Should they not support their husband's pursuit of a difficult and noble research endeavor? With such a wife, what more could a husband desire? Chu Yang sighed inwardly, wishing to embrace the two women in his arms. With the atmosphere ripe for something meaningful, a sudden bleating sound, akin to a blend of cat and sheep, abruptly shattered the ambience. What is that little rascal doing here at such a time? Chu Yang thought in frustration as he noticed the two women shift their focus. Ah, what is that? A spiritual beast? Qin Luojiao's eyes sparkled as she gazed at the fluffy black and white creature. Chu Yang sighed, sensing that the evening might be lost. He then led the two women to the mountaintop villa. At that moment, a panda was waddling out of the house with its rotund body. In the spiritual domain, the larger spiritual beasts typically resided in their own lairs, while smaller ones like Wushuang and the panda usually stayed in their villa. The two women were utterly enamored with the panda, particularly due to its adorably silly appearance and the delightful sensation of petting it. As a result, Chu Yang found himself neglected, left to sigh in solitude. By nightfall, the two women had cozied up with the panda on the soft mattress, leaving Chu Yang to lament on his own. On the second day, the auction commenced, and the city of Linhai was bustling with activity. As numerous spiritual practitioners flocked to the Qingwei auction house, Qian Shaoyan had been stationed at the entrance since dawn, eagerly awaiting the arrival of two young ladies. After the butler Qian Diwang's remarks the previous day, he had been exhilarated for quite some time. Although he was not one to indulge in the charms of women, how could he remain indifferent to such exquisite beauties? Passers-by gazed in astonishment at the characters Wan Ling emblazoned across his chest, curious about what sort of individual could compel a disciple of the sacred grounds to wait in such anticipation. At last, through the throng, two young ladies approached, one clad in a flowing red gown and the other in a striking blue dress. Upon beholding their stunning visages, Qian Shaoyan's heart raced, as if electrified, causing him to tremble involuntarily. It was a sensation akin to being struck by lightning. In the next moment, he took the initiative, striding forward with determination, cupping his fists in greeting. I am Qian Shaoyan, the young master of the Qian family in Linhai City, honored to meet you ladies. After introducing himself, he stood tall, puffing out his chest to prominently display the Wan Ling insignia, signaling not only his status as the young master, but also as a disciple of the sacred grounds. Typically, upon witnessing such credentials, women would express admiration and seek to cultivate a closer connection. However, Qin Luoxua frowned and retorted, "You are blocking our path." Taken aback, Qian Shaoyan assumed the ladies had overlooked his insignia and puffed his chest once more. "Are you ill?" Qin Luojiao scolded sharply. At that moment, he noticed the peculiar gazes of those around him and felt a twinge of embarrassment. Yet, upon hearing the gasps of admiration from the crowd, he found it perplexing. Clearly, everyone else acknowledged his esteemed identity, so why were the two ladies oblivious? Perhaps they were simply inexperienced and unaware of the sacred ground's renown? Thus, he boldly proclaimed, "I am Qian Shaoyan, a core disciple of the Wan Ling sacred grounds, delighted to meet you ladies. Surely, you must respond to this." Yet, to his dismay, the two young women simply circumvented him and continued toward the auction house. Qian Shaoyan's countenance darkened, his teeth clenched in frustration. How could a disciple of the sacred grounds be so brazenly disregarded? This was a first. Nevertheless, he refused to despair and hastened to follow them, calling out, "I have heard praises of your unparalleled beauty and extraordinary talent, and now that I see you both in person, I realize that no words can encapsulate your grace. If I were to attempt a description, it would be akin to a divine maiden descending from the heavens to the mortal realm." He poured forth a torrent of flattery, exhausting every compliment he could muster. Yet, the ladies remained unmoved. Meanwhile, Chu Yang observed with a smirk, pleased to see others extolling his wives. However, he was also acutely aware of Qian Shaoyan's intentions. As he sensed the young man's growing discomfort, he could no longer remain silent and stepped forward, interposing himself before Qian Shaoyan. "Ah?" Qian Shaoyan's brows knitted together, incredulous that someone dared interrupt his pursuit of the lady's affections at such a moment. "Are you seeking death?" Since spotting the two women, his gaze had scarcely strayed from them, rendering Chu Yang entirely invisible in his eyes. Chu Yang offered a slight bow, speaking earnestly, "Thank you, young Master Qian, for your lavish praise. On behalf of my two wives, I express our gratitude. However, I advise you to spare your efforts." My wives hold no interest in you, so I kindly ask you to refrain from further disturbances. With that, he took each lady by the hand and led them toward the auction house. Chu Yang, you are truly incorrigible. You could have simply ignored him. Yet you chose to provoke him deliberately. Aren't you afraid he might lose his temper? Qin Luojiao chided. In the past, during their time in Luotian City, they often encountered such individuals and typically ignored them. But Chu Yang, in his characteristic manner, had chosen to challenge Qian Xiaoyan. Humph. This fellow is quite transparent in his intentions. Does he think my women are within his reach? Yet, I must admit, I am curious where he learned such verbose flattery. It seems worth emulating. The extravagant compliments Qian Xiaoyan had just delivered were indeed abundant and flowed freely. Indeed, I think you should learn from him. Qin Luoshua chimed in. Chu Yang gazed at her in astonishment before wrapping his arms around their slender waists. The two ladies offered only token resistance before acquiescing. For women often find themselves drawn to the men they cherish, while those they disregard become mere echoes, regardless of the eloquence of their words. Behind them, onlookers observed the trio's flirtation with envy. Ah, youth is truly a blessing. In my heyday, I too was this carefree. Why am I still single when I am not unhandsome myself? Qian Xiaoyan's furious bellow pierced the air. Wife? The very ladies I endeavored so hard to impress are claimed by another? Such an affront was intolerable. He was no mere saint, after all. Young master, please calm yourself. The butler Qian Duang approached, attempting to soothe him. Perhaps this young man is merely speaking empty words, or perhaps they are merely engaged and not yet wed. Qian Xiaoyan drew a deep breath, clenching his fists. Find someone to observe them closely, determine if they are truly maidens or not, and investigate the background of that man. Understood. If they were not wed, Qian Xiaoyan harbored no qualms about making a move, but if the ladies were already married, his interest would wane entirely. The auction house was vast, resembling a circular arena. The upper levels housed private boxes occupied by the affluent and powerful, while the lower tiers served as common areas. At the center lay the auction stage. Due to their possession of an invitation, Chu Yang and his companions were escorted to a private box, granting them an excellent view of the central auction stage. System, activate the blind box. Chu Yang mentally commanded as they settled into the box. A flash of light heralded the system's voice. Congratulations, host. You have received a pair of black stockings. Black stockings? Chu Yang felt a surge of excitement. He had finally obtained something that thrilled him. He glanced at the two ladies, recalling the previous night's events. It was a dilemma. Whom should he adorn with them? Both possessed long, elegant legs, and either would undoubtedly look alluring. Yet there was only one pair of stockings. Before long, a woman arrived, bringing fruit for the trio. Unbeknownst to them, her gaze flickered over the two ladies before she discreetly withdrew. How goes it? In another private box, Qian Xiaoyan inquired, lifting his teacup. Reporting to you, young master, the two women are no longer maidens. A woman responded, identifying herself as the one who had previously delivered fruit to Chu Yang and his companions. With a loud crash, the teacup was crushed in his grip, prompting Qian Xiaoyan to inquire further, who is that man? Nearby, Qian Duang remarked, according to my investigations. He hails from Luotian City as well, and his name is Chu Yang. After a lengthy pause, Qian Xiaoyan sighed. What a pity. Two exquisite flowers wasted on a pile of dung. What remarkable talents could possibly emerge from such a remote place as Luotian City? It is truly laughable that women of the caliber of the Qin sisters would find favor with such a man. Qian Duang also sighed, ultimately. Their narrow-mindedness blinds them to the vastness of the world beyond. Had they ventured out of Luotian City sooner and encountered our young master, they surely would not have married others. It can only be said that they lack the fortune to do so. Well, let this matter rest then. Let us act as if nothing has transpired. Qian Xiaoyan shook his head, his expression tinged with regret. It was unfortunate that those two women had slipped through his fingers. Yet, since one of them was now wed, he would not pursue her any further. As the distinguished heir of the Qian family, he was above such ignoble conduct. However, he could not help but feel a twinge of jealousy towards Chu Yang for having the fortune of two women by his side. At that moment, a servant rushed in, reporting, Young master, there is a spirit master dressed in the garb of the sacred land outside, who claims his surname is Zhong and wishes to see you. The mention of Zhong caused Qian Xiaoyan's expression to shift slightly, followed by an excited exclamation. Could it be Brother Zhong? Quickly, let us go to greet him. This individual was a favored companion of the Holy Sun, and he could not afford to show any neglect. Meanwhile, the public auction area was filled to capacity with eager bidders, and the event was officially commencing. The auctioneer, an elderly man with white hair and a golden dragon-headed cane, exuded an air of ethereal wisdom. He raised his hands to silence the crowd, stating, I shall not bore you with idle chatter. Let us proceed directly to the subject at hand. The first item up for auction today is a slightly imperfect defensive soul artifact of golden quality. Despite its flaws, Its functionality remains intact. With that, a somewhat damaged soul artifact, a black ancient lamp, emerged from the auctioneer's spirit domain, curiously aflame with green flames. The crowd gasped in astonishment. A golden quality soul artifact had made its debut, setting a high standard for the auction. In a private box, Su Howren, the head of the Su family, felt a surge of excitement. This was the treasure he had coveted. Alas, he knew that the Su family lacked the necessary resources to contend. The auctioneer continued. This golden quality soul artifact, embodying both offensive and defensive capabilities, has a starting price of 5 vials of rule liquid. A collective gasp echoed as many realized the exorbitant nature of the bid. 5 vials of rule liquid? Such a price was staggering. Indeed, this precious item could only be exchanged for rule liquid. Su Howren sighed, realizing that for the Su family, such aspirations were simply beyond their reach. Other treasures might be attainable, but rule liquid, requiring rule stones as its base material, was something the Su family, despite being a top-tier force in Linhai City, could not procure. Beside him, Su Ming also sighed, reflecting on how their ancestor, a 6th-tier spirit master, had achieved his status through decades of painstaking effort. Consequently, the Su family currently boasted only one 6th-tier spirit master, while the rest of their members struggled to reach that level. If only they could obtain a rule stone. Clenching his fists, Su Ming solidified his resolve to journey to Ghost Island. If he could find a rule stone there, his father would surely break through to the 6th tier in no time, significantly enhancing the Su family's strength. At the auction, the exorbitant prices deterred many aspiring bidders. Rule stones were treasures reserved for the powerful. How could ordinary spirit masters hope to possess them? In the private box, Chu Yang gazed at the damaged soul artifact with indifference. His own soul artifact sufficed for his needs. However, he found himself curious about the rule liquid. What exactly is this rule liquid? He asked. Qin Luoxue frowned, explaining. I once heard my mother say that rule liquid is produced by grinding rule stones into powder and then mixing it with spirit liquid. When my father's spirit beast broke through to the 6th tier, Yun Liffey mentioned this process. What purpose does it serve? Chu Yang inquired. Qin Luoxue replied. Spirit beasts can directly consume the rule liquid, yielding effects that are far more immediate than merely comprehending rule stones. Thus, it also aids spirit beasts in grasping the rules more swiftly. Chu Yang was taken aback. How had he been unaware of such a significant matter? He possessed rule stones. Did that mean he could also concoct rule liquid? Yet, Qin Luoxiao frowned, stating, only a fool would attempt such a thing. Why? Chu Yang asked, puzzled, as he had just considered making some rule liquid himself. Each rule stone requires an extensive amount of time, often tens of thousands of years, to form. Generally, they are preserved as heirlooms, enabling the continuous emergence of 6th-tier powerhouses. However, once transformed into rule liquid, it becomes a consumable item, used up entirely. Unless one possesses a vast quantity of rule stones and is unconcerned about consumption, only then would they produce rule liquid. Chu Yang understood. The power within rule stones does not dissipate, yet once it is converted into rule liquid, it diminishes with each use, ultimately disappearing. These individuals could hardly possess an abundance of rule stones, yet some still chose to create rule liquid, truly foolish. At that moment, the bidding commenced. Despite the majority of attendees being unable to produce rule liquid, wealthy individuals were never in short supply in Linhai City. 6 vials of rule liquid. A voice called out from a private box. It belonged to a 6th-tier spirit master who had his sights set on the ancient lamp. 6.5. 7 vials. Voices echoed from the boxes, causing the throats of all those in the public area to constrict. Truly, high-tier spirit masters could easily bid such amounts without hesitation. In the private box, Qian Shaoyan personally poured tea for the man beside him, smiling. Brother Zhong, why did you not inform me of your arrival in Linhai City? I could have prepared a feast to welcome you. His face bore a smile, yet inwardly he scoffed. Clearly, the Holy Sun still did not trust him with the auction of the coiling sea flood dragon, and had specially dispatched Zhongyu to oversee this matter. In contrast to Qian Shaoyan, Zhongyu was the true favored companion of the Holy Sun. Despite his diminutive stature, standing under 5 feet tall, and his unremarkable appearance, somewhat sharp-featured, he was nonetheless a 6th-tier spirit master, not to be underestimated. Zhongyu began, in truth. I was merely executing a sacred land mission and happened to pass by this city, hearing that the tide was about to recede and Ghost Island would soon surface. I hurried here. Prior to my arrival, I was unaware that an auction was taking place. Qian Shaoyan felt a sense of relief. It turned out that the Holy Sun was not lacking in confidence in him after all. However, the presence of a soul weapon of golden quality here made the visit worthwhile. Subsequently, Zhongyu spoke directly. 10 vials of law liquid. Even in the sacred land, a golden quality soul weapon was a treasure of considerable value, and acquiring one required a substantial contribution of sect points. While others envied the disciples of the sacred land, Only they understood the fierce competition that existed within. Soul weapons, spiritual treasures, soul medicines, spiritual elixirs, techniques, and even spirit beasts could only be obtained through relentless rivalry. Not to mention, certain special cultivation locales, such as spiritual veins, soul veins, and places for comprehending laws, all required contribution points amassed through sacred land tasks for entry. Even as a favored disciple of the Holy Sun, he could not receive these items for free. His law liquid was also a reward earned through task completion. 11 vials of law liquid, 12 vials. The auction continued. The elder presiding over the auction wore a smile, as the current price had already surpassed the intrinsic value of the soul weapon. But isn't that the nature of auctions? The more demand there is, the higher the bidding price will rise, leading to greater profits for them. Zhong Yu clenched his fists. The intensity of the competition for this soul weapon had exceeded his expectations. He immediately declared, 40 vials of law liquid. Humph. My Wanling sacred land has the means to secure this item. Sensing the situation was spiraling beyond his control, he promptly revealed his background to the crowd. Senior brother, isn't it somewhat inappropriate to invoke the sect like this? Qian Xiaoyun murmured from the side. There is nothing inappropriate about it. Disciples of the sacred land should exhibit the grandeur befitting their status. Junior brother, your concerns are utterly unwarranted, Zhong Yu admonished. Qian Xiaoyun could only nod in agreement, though he felt a certain distaste for such behavior. When the name Wanling sacred land was uttered, the previously competitive crowd fell silent. Though they were powerful, they paled in comparison to the sacred land. At that moment, the elder presiding over the auction wished to curse aloud, as a disciple of the sacred land. Did he not realize that the supporters behind the Qingwei auction house were the Wanling sacred land? The profits garnered by the auction house would ultimately be funneled to the sacred land. Was he not disrupting the proceedings? In that instant, the elder wished to confront the box and inquire, whose disciple are you, for heaven's sake? Seeing no one competing against him, Zhong Yu nodded in satisfaction. Junior brother, do you see? This is the majesty of my Wanling sacred land. However, the very next moment, another voice chimed in. 41 vials of law liquid. Zhong Yu's expression instantly turned cold. Who dared to disregard the face of the Wanling sacred land? Who was it that dared to belittle them? He snorted in disdain. What of the Wanling sacred land? Is my Fuhai sacred land to be trifled with? A voice emerged from a private box. Hiss, another sacred land? Everyone was astonished. It seemed this auction had attracted numerous participants, first the Wanling sacred land, and now the Fuhai sacred land. Given that the Fuhai sacred land was located on an island in the Kunlun Sea, their attendance at the auction was hardly surprising. Chapter 63, Fuhai Sacred Land. Fuhai Sacred Land. Chu Yang understood that there were currently 9 major sacred lands on Earth. Luotian City lay within the jurisdiction of the Wanling Sacred Land. However, he was not well acquainted with the other sacred lands. Qin Luoxue and her companion also shook their heads. Such matters had never piqued their interest. Zhong Yu's breath hitched. How had the Fuhai Sacred Land appeared within the jurisdiction of the Wanling Sacred Land? He immediately questioned, what business does the Fuhai Sacred Land have here? Away from the sea in our Wanling Sacred Land? The representative from the Fuhai Sacred Land replied, your Wanling Sacred Land is overly domineering. While it may be true that this area falls under your jurisdiction, it has never been stated that individuals from other sacred lands are forbidden from treading here. If this is the case, it seems my Fuhai Sacred Land sovereign may need to have a word with your sovereign. Upon hearing this, Zhong Yu fell abruptly silent, his face turning a shade of iron as he found himself at a loss for words. The sharp features of his face twisted into an expression of rage. While each sacred land had its own jurisdiction, no one had ever claimed that others were barred from entry. On the contrary, due to the need to suppress the demon abyss, the sacred lands often aided one another. At that moment, the voice from the Fuhai Sacred Land continued. As for our purpose, is it not obvious? One is for the auction, and the other is for Ghost Island. Zhong Yu snorted in disdain. Choosing not to dwell on that matter, he declared directly, 50 vials of law liquid. The Fuhai Sacred Land responded, 51 vials. 60 vials of law liquid. Zhong Yu bellowed again. 61 vials. The tension in his expression became palpable. This price had already far exceeded the expected value of a golden quality soul weapon by several folds. If this were within the sacred land, he could potentially exchange it for 2 or 3 soul weapons or spiritual treasures of the same quality. Thus, he contemplated relinquishing the bidding. The other bidders were astonished, incredulous that the two parties had escalated the price to such heights. Meanwhile, a melodious female voice from the Fuhai Sacred Land's private room chimed in, brother, it seems the Wanling Sacred Land is faltering. The airy voice struck Zhong Yu like a bolt from the blue. He had been the first to invoke the name of the sacred land to intimidate others. If he were to tarnish its reputation in front of so many witnesses today, he could guarantee that upon returning to the sacred land, he would face severe repercussions. Zhongyu turned to Qian Xiaoyun, his eyes bloodshot, and hoarsely asked, "Junior brother, how much law liquid do you have?" Qian Xiaoyun was momentarily taken aback, instantly sensing the gravity of the situation. Was he asking to borrow law liquid? But he had prepared his law liquid for his cherished soul medicines. If he lent it out, what would he use to bid? Moreover, he was well aware of Zhongyu's character. It would undoubtedly be a case of a meat bun thrown to a dog, never to return. Yet, seeing the fury in Zhongyu's gaze made it clear to him that refusing was not an option. He promptly replied, "I only have 20 vials of law liquid. However, Brother Zhong, it is evident that they are trying to provoke you. Why continue to engage with them?" Qian Xiaoyun advised, an observer's clarity allowing him to see through the opponent's tactics. A portion of the law liquid had been provided by his family, while the rest was earned through tasks in the sacred land. It was hard-earned, and he did not wish to lose it inexplicably. "Lend me everything. I promise to return it afterward." Zhongyu hissed in a low voice. Qian Xiaoyun sighed in resignation. All right. Ultimately, he reluctantly produced his law liquid, though he cursed Zhongyu's foolishness inwardly. 80 vials of law liquid. Upon acquiring the law liquid, Zhongyu immediately shouted towards the auction venue. The crowd gasped. 80 vials. This was an astronomical price. It could very well nurture a 6th-tier spirit beast. Strong individuals shook their heads, lamenting that the young master was still too inexperienced. The sacred land of all spirits indeed possesses formidable financial resources. I concede defeat. A calm voice resonated within the sacred land of the oversea. Haha. If you have the ability, continue to pursue. What? Is it now your turn to falter, sacred land of the oversea? Zhongyu brazenly remarked. Little did he know. The opposing voice replied once more. I have never claimed to represent the sacred land of the oversea in this auction. Therefore, my concession pertains solely to myself and bears no relation to the sacred land behind me. A woman's voice echoed within the room. Brother, the individuals from the sacred land of all spirits are quite foolish. They are being toyed with by you without their awareness. Uft. Upon hearing this, Zhongyu immediately spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, staggering a few steps back before collapsing into his chair. Brother Zhong, are you all right? Qian Xiaoyun inquired, though disdain flickered in her eyes. Alas, how could the sacred land of all spirits cultivate such worthless individuals? Their temperament is utterly lacking. They are of no practical use. Throughout the auction, a barrage of intolerable remarks reached Zhongyu's ears, almost causing him to faint. Sacred land of the oversea, sacred land of the oversea. Zhongyu let out a low growl. This time, it is truly embarrassing whether I win or lose. Yet, he could do nothing against the opposition. Brother, quell your anger. You shall have your chance for revenge. Isn't Ghost Island set to appear in just a few days? Many will perish there every year. Qian Xiaoyun suggested. After all, a portion of the law liquid belongs to him. If it weren't for their provocation, would his law liquid have been lost? Thus, while secretly cursing Zhongyu, he also attributed this grievance to the people of the sacred land of the oversea. Yes, Ghost Island. I shall ensure that all from the sacred land of the oversea meet their demise there. Zhongyu gasped. The first item thus fell into Zhongyu's hands. Yet he felt an unusual heaviness. The auction continued, and Chu Yang clapped his hands, exclaiming, Haha, the individuals from the sacred land of the oversea are indeed entertaining. Whether it be the internal reservation of the Tsang Hai Jiao by the son of the sacred land of all spirits, or Zhongyu leveraging the prestige of his sacred land to intimidate others, both instances left him with an unfavorable impression of the sacred land of all spirits. He did not expect the sacred land of the oversea to retaliate with such force. It was rather satisfying. The second item was a spirit herb of silver quality. Chu Yang intended to bid, but upon observing that the herb's roots were entirely severed, he relinquished his interest. Although the black soil is renowned for cultivating medicinal materials, it could not revive this herb. His endeavors are long-term and cannot be accomplished in a single leap, unless, perhaps, the blind box yields a manual for the evolution of the all spirits. Yet, he was uncertain if such a thing existed, and even if it did, when it would be revealed remained a question. The chances seemed bleak. Therefore, prior to that, he needed to conduct his own research. At this moment, such a perishable herb was of no use to him. The auction proceeded fervently, with the atmosphere surging continuously, as no items had failed to sell for several hours. It must be said, the Qinghua auction house truly acquired a considerable number of fine items this time. Previously, a manual of gold quality was fiercely contested, fetching an exorbitant price. A gold quality manual, capable of directly enabling one to cultivate to the peak of the 6th tier, would become a permanent foundation for any force. This item was entrusted to the Qinghua auction house by a 7th tier magnate, later claimed by an individual of unknown identity. After being undermined by the sacred land of the oversea yet again, and perhaps due to the absence of law liquid, Zhongyu finally quieted down. However, the sacred land of the oversea continued to procure numerous items, causing incessant murmurs of discontent to emanate from Zhong Yu's chamber. Are you a pig? The sound of grunting echoed from the box of the sacred land of the oversea. Humph. One day, I shall tear your mouth apart. Chapter 64, Shock. The next item presented was a gold-quality soul herb. The elder's voice rang out once more. Chu Yang, lacking interest, cast a cursory glance and instantly shook off his drowsiness. Within the auction, he paid no mind to the soul artifacts or spiritual treasures. He truly held no regard for such quality. As for manuals, he had already reached the peak of the 6th tier. Only diamond and king quality manuals would be of any use to him. What intrigued him now was the law liquid used for transactions by others. If he had sufficient law liquid, once he stepped into the 6th tier, he could consume the elixirs obtained from the blind box, rendering him unafraid of anyone. Another point of interest was living soul herbs and spiritual herbs, which pertained to his long-term objectives. Before him lay an herb with intact roots, its entirety seemingly crafted from jade, glimmering with twinkling starlight, a breathtaking sight. Starry bright jade flower. Recognizing this item from the compendium of 10,000 herbs, Chu Yang realized that it had never been cultivated in his black soil, thus deeming it worthy of collection. Researching the evolution elixir is a path laden with challenges and will undoubtedly require a variety of herbs. Hence, preparation is essential. Qian Xiaoyan also breathed rapidly. This was a soul herb he had set his sights on, one of the few gold-quality soul herbs at this auction. Yet, he currently lacked law liquid, and although his gaze burned with desire, he could only sigh in resignation. Fear not, junior brother, upon our return to the sacred land, I shall certainly procure a gold-quality soul herb for you as compensation. Zhong Yu declared, thumping his chest. There is no need to trouble yourself, brother. It is merely a soul herb, no matter. Qian Xiaoyan replied nonchalantly, though inwardly, he had already cursed Zhong Yu 1,000 times. Given the latter's character, Qian Xiaoyan firmly disbelieved that he would genuinely procure a gold-quality soul herb for him. Originally, he had hoped to rely on this soul herb to break through to the 5th tier. Now, that hope was utterly dashed. This quality of soul herb is effective for spirit masters below the 7th tier, so the number of bidders would certainly be substantial. On the auction stage, the elder announced, the gold-quality soul herb, starry bright jade flower, starts at the price of 3 bottles of law liquid. Chu Yang frowned. Once again, the bidding was conducted in terms of law liquid. Previously, some auction items were traded based on ordinary treasures. Thus, he directly inquired, may I ask if it is possible to bid with ordinary treasures? He possessed no law liquid and would not expend law stones to concoct law liquid. He had many spiritual beasts that would eventually surpass the 6th tier threshold. Moreover, with the perfect spiritual domain constructed from world stones, he could assist the spiritual beasts of those around him in comprehending the law. Therefore, he could not possibly convert law stones into law liquid. Chu Yang's words instantly sparked laughter. It was indeed rare for someone to pose such a question. How much ordinary gold and silver treasure would be required for a single bottle of law liquid? The elder shook his head. This item is strictly traded for law liquid. What a pity. Chu Yang sighed. It was regrettable that he was fated to be without the starry bright jade flower. At that moment, the disgruntled Qian Xiaoyan caught wind of Chu Yang's voice. Consumed by envy towards Chu Yang, he sneered coldly, huh? A country bumpkin is indeed a country bumpkin. Asking such foolish questions. I wager you don't even know what the rule liquid is. It seemed he had found an outlet for his pent-up emotions. As he directly shouted towards Chu Yang's room, kid, if you bring your 2 wives into this private room, I shall reward you with 3 bottles of rule liquid on the spot. What do you say? Ha! His laughter was exceedingly arrogant and unrestrained, uttering such words in a public setting, which immediately drew the attention of those around him. Under normal circumstances, he might not have dared to speak so brazenly. But feelings of jealousy towards Chu Yang, coupled with having borrowed money from his senior brother and the imminent loss of a coveted soul medicine, all culminated in a tempest of emotions that compelled him to voice such a statement in public. Inside Su Haoran's room, Su Ming also recognized Chu Yang's voice and exclaimed in delight, it's that brother Chu. Initially addressing Chu Yang as a senior, their pleasant conversation had led him to refer to him as brother Chu. Su Haoran remarked, isn't he the 6th tier spirit master? Yes, that's him. Since returning to the Su family, Su Ming had informed his father, Su Haoran, about Chu Yang, candidly expressing his desire for Chu Yang's assistance in locating the rule stones on Ghost Island. He was confident that if the Su family could present something of interest to Chu Yang, he would surely not decline. Regrettably, the starlight bright jade flower required an exchange of rule liquid. Otherwise, they could have directly purchased it and presented it to him. Su Haoran lamented. The Su family lacked formidable experts, and their only 6th tier ancestor had to remain in the family, which meant he, as the patriarch, could not leave for extended periods. This resulted in the spirit masters the Su family could send to Ghost Island generally lacking in strength, which raised the question of what treasures they could possibly find. Even if they did, they would merely be seized by others, ultimately becoming cannon fodder. Chu Yang's gaze turned icy. Had this been outside the auction house, merely uttering such words would have warranted his night shadow needle being unleashed. If previously he bore no negative impression of Qian Shaoyan, at this moment, it had undoubtedly plummeted to an all-time low. However, at that instant, Qin Luoxua smiled and said, "Would you like to see what the rule liquid truly is?" Chu Yang was momentarily taken aback, failing to comprehend. Yet, Qin Luoxua leaned closer to whisper something in his ear. "No way. With such a person, even allowing him a glance is an affront to you." Chu Yang shook his head, firmly rejecting Qin Luoxua's suggestion. "I think Sister's suggestion is quite good. Since he dares to call you a country bumpkin, let him use rule liquid to atone for his words." Qin Luoxiao also huffed disdainfully. Without waiting for Chu Yang to respond, Qin Luoxua directly called out towards Qian Shaoyan's private room. "Is this young master's statement true?" Qian Shaoyan was initially taken aback, but then laughed. "Of course, my words carry weight." Despite the fact that the two women were already married, he could indeed accept their company for drinks. Subsequently, the two women pulled Chu Yang along and walked towards him. This left everyone dumbfounded. Did they really approach him simply because of his words? Su Ming was equally astonished. How could this be? From his observations, those two women were certainly not ordinary. So how could they willingly throw themselves at Qian Shaoyan? What use is mere beauty? Such fickle women are unworthy of Brother Chu. Su Wei, beside him, lifted her head proudly. Within the private room of the ocean cover Holy Land, a young man was equally stunned, eventually exclaiming, "What an unexpected sight." His gaze was sharp, and his posture was upright. Even while seated, he appeared as straight as a blade. His face, though not conventionally handsome, was distinctly chiseled. A pair of sword-like brows added a touch of fierceness to his demeanor. Beside him, a girl with two horned braids and a delicate appearance spat disdainfully. "Pa, what a disgrace to us women." Chapter 65. The Temptation of Zhongyu. Ignoring the opinions of others, the two women led Chu Yang directly to the entrance of Qian Shaoyan's private room, leaving onlookers slack-jawed. Moments ago, young Master Qian had said that if they entered the private room, he would reward them with 3 bottles of rule liquid. Now that the sisters had entered, they asked, "We have arrived, but where are the rule liquids, young master?" Qin Luojiao said with a smile. "Ha, my word is my bond," Qian Shaoyan replied, placing the last 3 bottles of rule liquid on the table. "Please pour drinks for my brothers." He indicated to the cups on the table. Beside him, the scrawny Zhongyu was utterly captivated by the two women. "Such beauty exists in this world," he gasped, his small frame rising from his seat, eyes wide with admiration. Qin Luojiao stepped forward, picked up the 3 bottles of rule liquid, and cheerfully remarked, "Thank you very much, young Master Qian." After which, she turned and headed towards the door. As Qian Shaoyan and Zhongyu stared in a daze, she walked out the door. "How outrageous. You take our things and think to leave like this?" Zhongyu slammed the table. Qin Luoxua coldly retorted, "Young Master Qian was clear before. As long as we came to the private room, we would be gifted 3 bottles of rule liquid. Now that we have come and gone, we have not violated your words, have we?" Qian Shaoyan rose, trembling with rage. "I did indeed say that, but my rule liquid is not so easily obtained. If you do not stay to pour drinks, you shall not leave through this door. Is that so?" Chu Yang's voice was chillingly cold as he approached the two women, fixing a penetrating gaze upon Qian Shaoyan and Zhongyu. His sharp eyes made them feel a chill run down their spines. Were it not for the prohibition on violence within the auction house, these two would have already been reduced to corpses. "With your caliber, even if you were to kneel and lick the footprints left by my wives, you would still not be worthy. Do you still have the audacity to bark in front of them? If you do not silence yourselves, I shall ensure you enter standing and exit horizontally." Chu Yang declared icily, his gaze sweeping over the two, and with a cold snort, he turned and led the two women back into the private room. Throughout this ordeal, Qian Shaoyan and his companion felt as though they were being stalked by a predator, rendered speechless. The entire venue fell into silence. What just transpired? The two women entered Qian Shaoyan's private room, took the 3 bottles of rule liquid, and then left? The crowd was utterly bewildered. Ha ha ha. Laughter erupted from within the ocean cover Holy Land's private room. "Oh, I'm laughing so hard it hurts. How could the 10,000 spirits Holy Land have such foolish individuals? They truly allowed themselves to be swindled of 3 bottles of rule liquid. I say, should such an opportunity arise again, do let me know. I too could use some rule liquid." The laughter resonating from within the ocean cover Holy Land only served to further inflame the embarrassment of Qian Shaoyan and his companion. They had been utterly intimidated into silence by the other party's aura. "Ha! I told you those two ladies were definitely not ordinary." Su Ming sighed in relief. He had genuinely worried that Chu Yang might lose his composure and resort to violence right then and there. It is imperative to acknowledge that there are 7th-level spirit masters stationed here, and anyone bold enough to cause a ruckus will undoubtedly face dire consequences. However, in doing so, he has irreparably offended the Qian family, and upon arriving at Ghost Island, he will undoubtedly be thwarted by them. If we were to request his assistance in locating the Lost Stone, it could lead to even greater complications. Su Haoran furrowed his brow as he spoke. He believed that Chu Yang was being excessively impulsive. Despite the formidable strength of a 6th-level spirit master, there are several 7th-level spirit masters in Linghai City today. Such arrogance is hardly advantageous. Not at all. I find him to be rather fearless. Su Wei interjected. The entire auction hall was rendered speechless by this unexpected turn of events, with a cacophony of discussions rising and falling. They secretly mocked Qian Xiaoyan for having squandered 3 vials of law liquid, ultimately gaining nothing in return. Qian Xiaoyan bellowed furiously, shattering the table before him with a single punch. Never before had he endured such humiliation throughout his life. Chu Yang, I swear I will not rest until I have torn you limb from limb. Yet, amidst his fury, Zhong Yu's attention remained fixated on the 2 beautiful women. Breathing heavily, he inquired, Junior brother Qian, who are those 2 enchanting ladies? Taking a deep breath, Qian Xiaoyan recounted their background. The lord of Luotian City's estate, a married woman? Upon discovering that the 2 women were Chu Yang's wives, Zhong Yu was overwhelmed with excitement. Junior brother Qian, you are about to soar, he exclaimed enviously. Senior brother, do not jest with me. Today is truly the most humiliating day of my life. How could I possibly soar? Qian Xiaoyan lamented as he slumped into a chair. Junior brother, have you forgotten the preferences of the Holy Sun? Zhong Yu clapped Qian Xiaoyan on the shoulder. The Holy Sun's preferences? Qian Xiaoyan queried, intrigued. Indeed. Those 2 ladies. Are you not aware that the Holy Sun has a particular penchant for that type? Zhong Yu continued. If you could present these 2 women to the Holy Sun, your future prospects would be limitless. While Qian Xiaoyan was indeed aware of the Holy Sun's peculiar tastes, he shook his head resolutely. No, that would be utterly immoral. Though he longed to exact vengeance on Chu Yang, he could not bring himself to deliver those women to the Holy Sun. He had heard that due to his bond with spirit beasts, the Holy Sun had endured some peculiar experiences in his youth, resulting in significant changes in his character and the development of certain peculiar preferences. This abhorrent and twisted proclivity had caused many disciples of the sacred grounds to harbor deep disdain for him. Were it not for the protection of the Holy Lord and several esteemed elders, it is likely the Holy Sun would have met a violent end long ago. Oh dear. Junior brother, what a situation we find ourselves in, and you still hesitate. Do you not wish to acquire more cultivation resources? Do you not desire for your family's ancestors to attain a higher status within the sacred grounds? If we could capture those 2 women for the Holy Sun, it would merely require a word from him to secure your future. Zhong Yu continued his fervent persuasion. After all, this was the stronghold of the Qian family, and they possessed considerable influence here. If they wished to succeed, they would need to leverage the power of the Qian family. Moreover, having brought disgrace to the Wanling's sacred grounds today, he would undoubtedly face repercussions upon his return. However, if the Holy Sun were to speak a few favorable words on his behalf, perhaps he could evade punishment or at least mitigate it significantly. He saw hope in the 2 women. Although Qian Xiaoyan was initially reluctant to engage in such immoral acts, he could not resist Zhong Yu's allure, especially upon hearing that he would gain vast resources for cultivation and that his ancestors would achieve elevated status. The resolve he had tightly held began to waver. Very well. Let us carefully plot this plan. He was determined to ensure that no one would discover their intentions to forcibly abduct women in broad daylight. Zhong Yu smiled with satisfaction. Upon returning to their private box, Qin Luojiao exclaimed excitedly, Chu Yang, you were so imposing just now. Really? Is there a reward for that? Perhaps tonight? He teased. My mother has yet to awaken. Chapter 66. Diamond Quality Ghost Attribute Xianbone Python. However, despite the allure of such events, they were ultimately mere distractions. Everyone's focus inevitably returned to the auction. Ultimately, the golden quality Starlight Mingyu flower was claimed by another. The auction continued, and the Qingyue auction house had prepared thoroughly for this event, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the attendees. The elderly gentleman on stage beamed with pride, his smile radiant as a chrysanthemum. At last, the diamond quality ghost attribute Xianbone python pushed the atmosphere of the auction to its zenith. It was a massive python entirely composed of bone, its skeletal structure resembling gold, and its eyes glowed with an eerie green soul power flame. It appeared remarkably otherworldly. One would expect a ghost attribute spirit beast to exude a sense of lifelessness, yet the diamond quality Xianbone python radiated an air of opulence. Its skeletal frame seemed as though it were coated in gold, evoking an impression of ostentatious wealth. Qin Luoxue remarked. Any spirit beast formed of bone is classified as a ghost attribute. The hallmark of such beasts is their ability to regenerate bone and the immortality of their soul power flames, making them true embodiments of the undead. This auction attracted only those who were 6th level and above, as the starting bid was 10 vials of law liquid, rendering it inaccessible to the average person. Lacking law liquid, Chu Yang could only watch with envious eyes. Had he possessed the means, he would have certainly bid for this ghost attribute spirit beast. Zhongyu felt similarly, cursing under his breath. Damn it, had I known an auction would be held here, featuring a diamond-quality spirit beast, I would have prepared extensively for the bidding. He lamented as he struck his thigh in frustration. He had merely passed through other cities, having rushed here upon hearing that Ghost Island would soon appear, leaving him completely unprepared. Qian Shaoyun cast a sidelong glance at him, silently cursing. With your pathetic demeanor, you think you could bid for a diamond-quality spirit beast? You likely intend to leverage the sacred grounds to impose on others. Nevertheless, he too felt a burning desire. Who wouldn't he want a diamond-quality spirit beast? Even within the entire Wanling sacred grounds, such high-quality spirit beasts were scarce. Regrettably, this creature was not the property of the Qingwe auction house, but rather a consignment from another party. Otherwise, the Wanling sacred grounds would have undoubtedly been the first to acquire it, and it would never have appeared at the auction. The growth limit for a diamond-quality spirit beast is the peak of 8th level, making it one of the most elite existences within the sacred grounds. Thus, the competition was fierce. At this moment, many hidden titans began to emerge to participate in the bidding, exhibiting extravagant spending that left onlookers astounded. A bunch of fools, Qin Luoxue frowned. These individuals are treating the lost stones as mere disposable commodities. This is a treasure that takes millennia to form, such wanton waste. As the auction progressed, the price for the ghost attribute spirit beast had skyrocketed, with each bidding increment surpassing 100 vials of law liquid. The liquid containing the essence of the 100-bottle rule has already coalesced into a stone the size of an infant's fist. This is equivalent to the complete obliteration of the nurturing that took place over millennia. It is no wonder that Qin Luoxue's fury erupted in expletives. If I were to acquire such an abundance of this liquid, it would undoubtedly propel Huang to the 6th tier in a remarkably brief period. As Chu Yang listened to the fervent bidding from the crowd, his eyes blazed with intensity. Considering the time it took for Su Zhan's spirit beast to advance to the 6th tier, Chu Yang surmised that he would require at least half a year, if not several years. However, with the aid of the essence, this duration could be significantly reduced. The Huang attribute is rare, and grasping the principles of the Huang rule poses considerable challenges. Yet, armed with a complete realm of world principles and a stone the size of a basin, he could substantially shorten this time frame. If supplemented with the essence, he was confident that he could facilitate Huang's breakthrough to the 6th tier within mere months. The Shinbone Python ultimately fetched a staggering price of 200 bottles, acquired by a peak 7th tier practitioner. This prompted a collective sigh of resignation from the members of the sea-covering Sacred Land. They had also participated in the competition, but the Sacred Land would never convert its principal stones into essence, as that would sever their foundational roots. The essence they possessed typically stemmed from tributes made by subordinate factions. However, this 7th-tier spirit master was a rogue cultivator who cared little for heritage. His only concern was enhancing his own strength. The emergence of diamond-quality spirit beasts ignited a fervor in the auction, with voices rising like a tidal wave. Bottles of essence seemed to flow from the hands of these individuals to the Qingwe auction house, as if money were of no consequence. Chu Yang found himself contemplating a brazen act of robbery. By the time dusk settled, dozens of items had been auctioned off, including spiritual herbs, soul medicines, soul artifacts, and martial techniques. Chu Yang also made 2 bids, successfully securing 2 living spiritual herbs, albeit of modest rank. As the auction progressed, the final item finally graced the eyes of the audience. It was a water-blue sea serpent with a singular horn upon its head, 2 claws beneath its belly, and blue scales adorning its entire body. Despite being merely a juvenile, it exuded a unique aura of authority. This was indeed the diamond-quality spirit beast, the Songhai Jiao. Qian Shaoyun's languid form straightened, his gaze fixated on the blue serpent at the center of the auction stage. The target entrusted to him by the Holy Sun had finally materialized. Although he had already established rapport with the auction house, he still needed to maintain a fade to avoid casting a negative shadow over Qingwe auction house. Junior brother Qian, you surely do not intend to bid for this spirit beast? Zhongyu frowned. This was a diamond-quality spirit beast. Even pooling all of the Qian family's resources would not suffice to compete for it. It is the Holy Sun who wishes to secure this spirit beast, Qian Shaoyun replied. His gaze unwaveringly trained on the center of the venue. There could be no room for error in this matter. Any misstep would drastically diminish his standing in the Holy Sun's eyes. At that point, even if he offered up 2 maidens, he might only be able to atone for his mistakes, with no reward in sight. Ah, I see. Zhongyu nodded. Only spirit beasts of diamond quality or higher would be worthy of the Holy Sun status. Meanwhile, the members of the sea-covering sacred land were also breathing rapidly. For this was indeed their ultimate goal at the auction. The sea-covering sacred land was situated on a colossal island, surrounded by boundless oceans, making water attribute spirit beasts nearly ubiquitous. Thus, the Songhai Jiao was perfectly aligned with their desires, and they were determined to obtain it. Similarly, many powerful spirit masters fixed their eager gazes upon the blue serpent, their emotions aflame. They had already missed out on the shinbone python, and they could not afford to let the Songhai Jiao slip through their fingers. In stark contrast to their fervor, Chu Yang and his companions appeared remarkably composed. The 2 sisters from the Qin family possessed various dragon and phoenix spirit beasts and naturally held little regard for such a diamond-quality spirit beast. As for Chu Yang, it went without saying, Huang was a true holy dragon, and he also had a king-class blood-colored serpent yet to hatch. Thus, he found no allure in this diamond-quality spirit beast. Of course, the most crucial point was that he lacked the essence altogether, rendering him ineligible to participate in the auction. Otherwise, it would have been quite advantageous to acquire it for Su Zhan's granddaughter or the 7 guards like Su Shang. At the center of the auction stage, the elderly auctioneer radiated vitality as he announced, "The final item of this auction is the diamond-quality water attribute spirit beast, Songhai Jiao. The starting bid is 20 bottles of essence. Let the bidding commence." As expected, the starting price mirrored that of the previous shinbone python, 25 bottles of essence. The sea-covering sacred land declared boldly, instantly raising the bid by 5 bottles. Their determination to secure the Songhai Jiao was palpable. This auction does not concern itself with your faction," a powerful spirit master remarked, disregarding the influence of the sacred land. He then added, 26 bottles of essence. "Well, I shall also join the fray. 28 bottles of essence. 29 bottles. 30 bottles." Voices surged from the private boxes, rapidly escalating the price of the Songhai Jiao. The spectators in the main hall were left agape. This truly is a clash of titans. Someone marveled. Clash of titans? I see nothing but a gathering of fools. Qin Luojia scoffed. It was evident that she held strong disapproval of the practice of converting principal stones into essence. Perhaps it is due to the prolonged dormancy of Earth that numerous principal stones have been birthed, leading these individuals to underestimate their true value, Qin Luoxua speculated. The 2 sister spirit beasts had yet to breach the 6th tier, largely due to their lack of principal stones for comprehension. The city lord's mansion also possessed a principal stone, yet it had always been in the hands of Qin Shufeng, who used it to help his spirit beast comprehend the power of principles within the spiritual veins he covertly controlled. Though the progress was exceedingly slow, it was a steady stream of advancement. In the short term, the effects of the essence indeed surpassed those of an entire principal stone. However, in the long run, this was akin to killing the hen to take its eggs. Chu Yang nodded in agreement. The birth of principal stones was an arduous endeavor, taking millennia for a single stone to manifest. The extensive use of essence by these individuals undoubtedly consumed a significant quantity of principal stones. "I am quite curious where they obtained their principal stones," Chu Yang mused. "Shouldn't such items be exceedingly rare? Why does it seem as though so many possess them?" The 2 sisters shook their heads, equally perplexed. At that moment, an elderly man interjected, "I have been fortunate. I recently returned from a perilous location and acquired a few principal stones, which I can finally put to use today." With that, he called out, 40 bottles of essence. "A perilous location? Old man, do you truly dare to venture there? Are you not afraid of perishing within?" Someone responded, clearly aware of the perilous place spoken of by the elder. "Haha, as a solitary old man, what is there to fear? At worst, it is merely death. I admire your courage. I, too, lingered around the periphery for quite some time, yet I dared not step inside. Alas, a dear friend of mine ventured in, and since then, he has been utterly silent. I fear he has met with a most unfortunate fate. I have already resolved to erect a tomb for him." Faintly, voices emanated from the private box, where the esteemed 7th-tier spirit masters resided. That treacherous locale? Could it possibly be Kunlun Mountain? Chu Yang mused. It seems that only Kunlun Mountain is a place accessible solely to 7th-tier spirit masters. Meanwhile, the crowd continued to discuss, incessantly driving up the price of the Azure Sea Dragon. These old geezers. In the sacred land of the Oversea, a young man named Yi Qingtian, who sat upright like a blade, could not help but mutter a curse. The price escalation by these old-timers was becoming unbearable. He suspected these elders had exhausted their savings for a coffin. If this continued, he feared he might miss out on the Azure Sea Dragon. Beside him, the adorable girl with horn-like braids, Yi Linger, remarked, Who could have anticipated that this place would have spirit beasts of diamond quality? They had come due to Ghost Island and only learned upon arrival that an auction was taking place. Initially, they had merely intended to observe, but upon inquiry, they discovered there were indeed many treasures. Regrettably, it was now too late to gather funds. Do not compel me to rob you, Yi Qingtian exclaimed vehemently. He truly did not wish to miss this Azure Sea Dragon. Let it go, brother. Do not underestimate these old fellows. Those who have survived to this day must possess some hidden tricks. When the bidding for the Azure Sea Dragon reached 200 vials of law liquid, Yi Qingtian and his companions utterly surrendered. This had far surpassed their expectations. Taking a deep breath, Yi Qingtian declared, I must see who ultimately secures this spirit beast. If possible, I would not mind having a word with him. If all else fails, I can always act as an obstacle. Yi Linger facepalmed. She understood her brother's nature. Once he set his sights on something, he would stop at nothing to obtain it. His life motto was that methods always outnumber difficulties. The auction continued. With a group of 7th-tier Elder Spirit Masters becoming increasingly flushed with fervor, each unwilling to concede. What good does your struggle do? In the end, it will still belong to our esteemed saint. Qian Shaoyun observed the fiercely competitive auction with a smile, unable to suppress his pity for their zeal. Though they were all filled with lofty ambitions and fiery enthusiasm, what good would it do? The saint had long since predetermined the acquisition of this spirit beast. Before long, the elders had determined the victor. The auctioneer called out, Is there anyone willing to bid higher than 250 vials? If not, this Azure Sea Dragon will belong to this esteemed elder. 250, once many shook their heads in regret. In the sacred land of the oversea, Yi Qingtian fixated on the blue dragon, his breath quickening, wishing he could leap down and seize it. Brother, calm down. This is, after all, the jurisdiction of the sacred land of all spirits. Do not stir up any trouble, Yi Linger timely cautioned. She genuinely worried her brother might impulsively charge out of the box. 250 twice. The auctioneer's voice rose again, his gaze inadvertently sweeping over Qian Shaoyun's box. Inside the box, Chu Yang scoffed. Such composure. Must you only reveal yourself at the last moment? At that moment, the auctioneer called out again, 250. 260 vials of law liquid. Qian Shaoyun's voice finally emerged. The auctioneer secretly sighed in relief, nearly breaking into a cold sweat. At that moment, he wished to rush up and slap Qian Shaoyun, thinking, I thought you were asleep. If this were to jeopardize the saint's plans, none of us could bear the consequences. The spirit master who had bid 250 was bewildered. Why had a clown appeared at such a critical moment? With a cold huff, he declared, 270 vials. 280. Qian Shaoyun replied nonchalantly, as if discussing something trivial. You brat, are you intent on opposing me? The elder said coldly. This elder was the very one who had previously claimed to have returned from that perilous place. You misunderstand, esteemed elder. Competition is only natural at an auction. I, too, have my sights set on this spirit beast. I cannot simply yield it. Qian Shaoyun humbly replied. Chapter 68. Cooperation with the Su family. He felt the pressure from the other party. After all, he was facing a 7th-tier spirit master, whose mere soul attack could spell his demise. Thus, he dared not utter any hubristic words. However, he could not evade the saint's task. Qian Shaoyun sensed that he might have brought considerable trouble to the Qian family this time. Nevertheless, with the backing of the sacred land and his ancestor being an elder there, anyone wishing to target the Qian family would need to consider the power of the sacred land. All right, you're quite something. Let me see just how much you can bear, the elder declared before resuming the bidding. Yet, no matter how high the elder raised his bid, Qian Shaoyun always managed to outbid him. Brat, if you win the auction but cannot afford to pay, the consequences will be severe. He began to suspect the other was deliberately causing trouble. Rest assured, I am well aware of the stakes, so you need not concern yourself, esteemed elder, Qian Shaoyun replied, inwardly mocking the situation. The saint had already communicated with the auction house. This so-called bidding was merely a formality. Regardless of how high the elder bid, he would ultimately take the Azure Sea Dragon away for free. Therefore, Qian Shaoyun felt no pressure at all. Very well. The mountain does not move, but the water does. We shall meet again, the elder threatened, directly abandoning the bidding. Everyone was stunned. The final auction price for the Azure Sea Dragon reached over 300 vials of law liquid. Such a sum of law liquid could potentially cultivate several 6th-tier spirit beasts in a short time. Chu Yang shook his head. This elder might indeed be wealthy. Yet he could not compete with certain underhanded tactics. However, this had nothing to do with him, so he could not be bothered with the matter. That brat is in the same box as that previous fool. It seems he is also a disciple of the sacred land of all spirits. Yi Qingtian remarked coldly. He was determined to obtain the Azure Sea Dragon. A high-quality water attribute spirit beast was of utmost importance to the spirit masters of the sacred land of the oversea. He resolved to investigate who this person truly was. The impact of this auction reverberated throughout the city. As many spirit masters who had not attended were astonished to learn of the numerous treasures available at this event. They regretted not having attended. It was only a matter of time before news of this spread to surrounding cities. By then, the reputation of the Qingwei auction house would soar to new heights. This, indeed, is the outcome desired by the auction house. As the auction concluded, Chu Yang and his companions departed, embarking on a quest to procure various living medicinal herbs within the city. The two women wholeheartedly supported Chu Yang's intentions, eagerly following him as they traversed the bustling streets. Suddenly, Chu Yang remarked, Someone is watching us. It must be that young master from the Qin family. Qin Luojiao speculated. Given the substantial loss they had incurred, it was unlikely they would relent easily. However, the trio remained undeterred, continuing their search for herbs. Upon returning to the spirit domain that evening, Chu Yang hesitated to administer the rule liquid to Huang, harboring concerns that he might tamper with it. Ever since his previous encounter with Wang Yuan, he had become exceedingly cautious, aware that this world harbored countless unknowns, and a moment's inattention could lead to dire consequences. Let us wait until we can show it to my mother, Qin Luoxiao suggested. By the time they returned from the underworld isle, Yunli Hui would likely awaken as well. Indeed, Chu Yang nodded. He then began to channel the principles of the spirit domain and the rule stone toward Huang, assisting him in comprehension. The two women were taken aback upon seeing the rule stone, which was the size of a basin. How enormous! They exclaimed, unable to resist the urge to touch it. They had heard from Yunli Hui of rule stones the size of a human head, treasures formed over countless millennia, but had never encountered one of such magnitude. They could hardly fathom how long it must have taken to form, perhaps hundreds of thousands of years? After all, he had discovered this during the beast tide in the wilderness and had never seen any other rule stone of such size, remaining unaware of its true value. We cannot let others know, otherwise, it would certainly spell trouble. Qin Luoxiao cautioned earnestly. I understand. The following day, Su Ming approached Chu Yang. I would like to request your assistance in obtaining a rule stone from the underworld isle, Su Ming stated directly. Oh, after I have offended the Qin family, you still dare to seek my help? Are you not concerned I might hinder you? Chu Yang replied with a smile. He was certain that upon reaching the underworld isle, the Wang family would certainly target him. Yet, at this juncture, the fact that Su Ming sought him out was quite bold. I have indeed considered that. But I have also observed your fearless demeanor. Otherwise, you would not be so brazenly roaming Linhai City under watchful eyes. Hearing this, Chu Yang nodded. He did not regard those petty provocateurs with any seriousness. However, he was curious. Your Su family is a prominent force in Linhai City. Do you really lack even a single rule stone? Su Ming felt awkward as he replied, in Linhai City. The two most powerful factions are the Qian family and the city lord's mansion, with the Qingwei auction house subordinate to the latter. Both factions have backing within the Wanqing sacred land. The Qian family's ancestors hold a position among the elders there, and the old master of the city lord's mansion is similarly esteemed. With these two powers in play, do you believe there is any chance for other factions to rise in Linhai City? To put it plainly, these two factions suppress any potential for others to flourish, exerting relentless pressure whenever the underworld isle emerges. Forget about acquiring anything valuable. Merely surviving the underworld isle is a considerable achievement. Chu Yang nodded in understanding. Such occurrences were all too common. However, I am a person of integrity. I cannot assist you without compensation, he stated without obfuscation. They had known each other for only a few days, and their relationship had not yet reached such familiarity. Su Ming responded, You may propose any condition. As long as it is within our Su family's capabilities, we shall not refuse. Is that so? Chu Yang pondered and replied, Currently, I am in dire need of various living spiritual herbs and soul herbs, quality unimportant, but they must be alive. Secondly, I seek a phantom-type spirit beast. After hearing Chu Yang's requests, Su Ming replied, The first request poses no issue if quality is not a concern. Our Su family has its own herb garden. As for the second, Su Ming frowned. While we do possess phantom-type spirit beasts, they are all under contract. However, we are aware of where the underworld isle harbors a plethora of phantom-type spirit beast cubs, so I can guide you there. As for whether you can capture a high-quality spirit beast, that will depend on your luck. Chu Yang nodded. Very well. We shall agree upon this. I will assist you in obtaining the rule stone, and in return, you will provide me with living medicinal herbs and accompany me to seek out phantom-type cubs. Su Ming cautioned, but let me clarify, that location is perilous. Last year, many of our clan perished there. Therefore, I will only be responsible for guiding you to that place. Beyond that, it will be up to your own abilities. In the following days, an increasing number of spirit masters from various regions flocked to Linhai City, awaiting the tide's retreat. Among them, the most formidable even included 8th-tier spirit masters. Clearly, Their target was Kunlun Mountain. This piqued Chu Yang's curiosity. What could be so enticing within Kunlun Mountain that it drew 8th-tier spirit masters personally? He knew it was a den of fierce beasts, accessible only to 7th-tier spirit masters and above, teeming with formidable creatures. Yet, there must be secrets hidden within that he was unaware of, otherwise it would not attract more than one 8th-tier spirit master. 8th-tier spirit masters represented the pinnacle of strength in this world today. Aside from those founders of sacred lands from 5 centuries past, who undoubtedly embodied the mightiest force. Meanwhile, within the Qian family estate, Qian Xiaoyan presented the plans relayed by Zhong Yu to his father, Qian Xianan, and the other high-ranking members of the Qian family. This matter pertained to their family's reputation, and he dared not act unilaterally. Qian Xianan frowned, recognizing that forcibly taking another's wife was indeed morally questionable, yet the benefits it promised were substantial. Not only would it enable Qian Xiaoyan to gain favor beside the Holy Sun, but it would also elevate the status of their ancestor within the sacred land. Despite the ancestor possessing 7th-tier cultivation, he was merely average in the grand scheme of the sacred land. If greater resources could be directed toward him, perhaps their ancestor could reach new heights. What do you all think? Qian Xianan asked the other elders. Here assembled were the high-ranking members of the Qian family, the most trustworthy individuals. Although the proposal was somewhat unscrupulous, compared to the benefits it would yield, it seemed trivial. Moreover, they were merely seizing opportunities. What ultimately befell the women was no longer their concern. Perhaps they may even express gratitude toward us. After all, how could a mere man from the small town of Luotian possibly be compared to the Holy Sun? If they were to follow the Holy Sun, they would undoubtedly enjoy a life of opulence and splendor. However, there were dissenters who spoke out. I find this notion quite unsatisfactory. If we proceed in this manner, our Qian family would merely be accomplices. Should this become known, how could we ever maintain our standing? Linghai City is not like the trivial Luotian. The actions of the Fu family there have drawn widespread ire, yet they continue unabated. But here, in Linghai City, formidable powers often linger. Our Qian family cannot cover the sky with one hand. They are merely 3 young individuals. Can't we conduct our affairs discreetly to avoid detection? Do you not feel a pang of guilt for such actions? A heated debate ensued, with opinions sharply divided. Ultimately, all eyes turned to the clan leader, Qian Xiannan. He spoke. There remains ample time until the appearance of Ghost Island. We can certainly send someone to consult our revered ancestor. Since we cannot arrive at a decision ourselves, it is prudent to seek his wisdom. The assembly nodded in agreement. The words of their ancestor carried the most weight. Furthermore, as per annual tradition, we must seek rare treasures on Ghost Island to prepare for our ancestor's birthday. This matter cannot be neglected. Yes, the ancestor's birthday coincides closely with the conclusion of events at Ghost Island, and the Qian family will journey to the sacred ground to celebrate. This has been customary for years, and this year must be no exception. The number of spirit practitioners converging in Linghai City is steadily increasing, all drawn from other cities eager to explore Ghost Island. Finally, days later, a resonant tremor reverberated through the entire city and coastal region. Goodness, is it an earthquake? Chu Yang exclaimed, astonished. Could this commotion be due to a tidal retreat? Why would such intense vibrations occur? It defies reason. Chu Yang, along with the 2 women, mounted the spirit beast, the Tianqing Peng, and soared into the sky, gazing into the depths of the ocean. Under the sunlight, the vast sea appeared black. Yet at the horizon, a golden radiance surged heavenward. This golden light emanated from behind the elusive Kunlun Mountains, illuminating the once obscure peaks in a resplendent gold. The tide is receding. A spirit practitioner called out. Clearly, that golden light signified the retreat of the tide. At this moment, Su Ming and others also joined Chu Yang on their flying spirit beasts. Brother Chu, the tide will recede, and Ghost Island is about to emerge. We must be prepared. Chu Yang inquired, what preparations are necessary? Once Ghost Island appears, it will be shrouded in thick fog, compressing soul power within a few yards around the island. We must not become separated, otherwise, reuniting will be exceedingly difficult. Moreover, while the tide recedes, Ghost Island remains submerged, merely shifting from deep waters to shallows. So we must exercise caution in those waters, as aquatic beasts may still lurk. The Su family, being local to Linghai City, was relatively familiar with the island's conditions, providing an explanation to Chu Yang. Oh, the soul power will be compressed? Chu Yang expressed his astonishment, growing ever more curious about the secrets Ghost Island concealed. The earlier violent tremors, the golden light erupting from the ocean's depths, and the effect of soul power confinement, all hinted at the strangeness of this place. What could that golden light from the ocean's depths be? Chu Yang queried, his curiosity piqued. Could it be some treasure? Uncertain. No one dares venture deep into the ocean to investigate. Su Ming shook his head. The dangers of the ocean far exceed those on land. Generally, spirit practitioners possess only a single water element spirit beast. Thus, their combat effectiveness diminishes significantly in water, rendering them even more reluctant to delve into the ocean's depths. A cacophony of crashing waves echoed as the sea visibly receded. In the central region between Kunlun Mountain and the coastline, a small island began to emerge from the waters due to the retreating tide. It was none other than Ghost Island. The crowd began to stir. This was the destination for the majority of them, a place to seize opportunities, yet it could also be the final resting place for many. As the entirety of the island gradually surfaced, cascades of water tumbled from its heights, splashing into the sea below. Chu Yang observed the island rising from the water, his expression curious as he asked, "Will there be spiritual herbs and soul medicines on that island?" He felt that the island, having been submerged for so long, would likely struggle to support the growth of medicinal materials. Brother Chu, do not underestimate this island. It is replete with countless medicinal materials, and it has even produced diamond-grade soul medicines. Su Ming replied. Upon hearing this, Chu Yang's eyes sparkled. In that case, I must trouble Brother Su to help me spread the word. Before long, news circulated that the Su family was acquiring various medicinal materials, regardless of quality. But they must come with intact roots. What is the Su family up to? Acquiring medicinal materials without regard for quality? An elder from the Qian family furrowed his brow. The Su family has long aspired to rise, but has been persistently overshadowed by the Qian family and the city lord's mansion due to a lack of cultivation resources. Now, what scheme are they concocting? Let it be. We shall keep a close watch on them as in years past. If they unearth anything valuable, we shall seize it without hesitation. Chapter 70. The Turtle-Shaped Island. Ghost Island permits no slaughter, and death is as natural as can be. Of course, the returns are substantial. This island is peculiar, as each year, a plethora of treasures congregates upon it. Some have even speculated whether individuals are preemptively placing treasures there. Yet, no one can confirm such theories. At this moment, various factions were stirring. The city lord's mansion, the Qian family, the Su family, along with numerous external forces, were all gearing up. Finally, when the sea receded sufficiently to reveal the entirety of Ghost Island, all spirit practitioners mounted their spirit beasts and soared toward the island. Thanks to Su Ming's prior explanation, Chu Yang and his companions dared not approach the surface of the sea, fearing the attack of aquatic beasts. However, not everyone was aware of this caution. Soon, a scream pierced the air as Chu Yang turned to see a massive water column erupting from the ocean, instantly piercing through a spirit beast's body. This column shimmered a blue hue, emanating a faint blue light, the power of the water laws. A sixth-tier ferocious beast lurks within the water. Chu Yang's gaze sharpened. Quickly, let Qin Luoxue ascend higher. The ocean was terrifying. Chu Yang felt his fear of deep waters resurfacing. "Oh, little turtle, when will you help me conquer the sea?" Chu Yang clenched his fists. Within the spirit domain, the little turtle sensed his emotions and began to stir the lake waters, commencing its training. The spirit domain, enriched by the presence of spiritual veins, allowed low-tier spirit beasts to cultivate rapidly, far superior to the barren Luotian. It would not be long before the little turtle achieved a breakthrough to the peak of the second tier. With each passing moment, they drew closer to conquering the vast sea alongside Chu Yang. Qin Luoxue's Azure Rock, a spirit beast of the wind attribute, exhibited remarkable speed as its enormous azure wings flapped, propelling the trio across the expansive sky. Su Ming and the others closely pursued, their astonishment palpable as they beheld the fifth-tier Azure Rock. They had not anticipated that the delicate young girl was, in fact, a fifth-tier spirit master. Only Su Ming reveled in quiet delight, realizing he had indeed found the right allies. Securing Chu Yang, a sixth-tier master, along with two fifth-tier companions, was an absolute stroke of fortune. Chu Yang, envious of the Azure Rock's swiftness, contemplated acquiring a wind attribute spirit beast for himself. Although his current beast, Huang, could fly, it was not primarily known for its speed. It would be prudent to have a specialized spirit beast at his disposal for potential pursuits or escapes in the future. As they proceeded, anguished cries echoed from below. A spirit beast met its demise at the hands of a water beast lurking beneath the waves, its massive form plummeting into the sea, where it was swiftly devoured by the aquatic predator. After a journey of several minutes, they finally arrived over the enigmatic Ghost Island. "Hey, young master. During my previous visit to Ghost Island, I felt it resembled a colossal turtle. This time, the sensation persists," remarked a spirit master from the Su family. Gazing down at the vast island, Su Ming shot him a sharp glance, retorting, "Silence. What kind of turtle could possibly be this enormous?" The other members of the Su family chimed in jest. "Exactly. If this were a turtle, I would stand on my head to relieve myself." The island was indeed immense, surpassing even the entirety of Linhai City, floating in the sea like a continent. It was inconceivable for even a 10th-tier Imperial Spirit Beast to possess such size. Yet, there was a semblance to a turtle, as Qin Luoxua pointed out. From their aerial vantage point, the island's shape indeed bore a resemblance to a gigantic turtle lurking beneath the water's surface. The 5 smaller islands connected to the largest landmass appeared to mimic the turtle's limbs and head. Miss Qin, do refrain from jesting. While there may be some superficial resemblance, do you truly believe it possible? If this were a turtle, what tier would it be? Beyond Imperial level? Su Ming shook his head. Moreover, this island exudes no signs of life. If it were indeed a turtle, it would have to be a deceased one. Who possesses the power to slay such a creature? It is simply impossible. Chu Yang nodded in agreement, finding the notion of the island as a turtle absurd due to its sheer magnitude. There should be no creature of such size in existence. Guided by Su Ming, the group began their descent toward Ghost Island. Su Ming pointed eastward, stating, "We shall enter from that position, seeking a suitable ghost attribute spirit beast for Brother Chu first. The location of the lost stones sought by the Su family remains uncertain, so it is prudent to prioritize Brother Chu's spirit beast acquisition. Perhaps we shall encounter one en route. Let us gather together and not stray apart." Su Ming called out to the members of the Su family. Last year, many from the Su family had perished upon landing on the island, suffering grievous losses. Such a tragedy must not recur, lest the ranks of spirit masters in their clan dwindle. Understood. All the Su family spirit masters chorused, stowing away their playful expressions and closely following Su Ming. Meanwhile, those spirit masters of 7th tier and above soared toward Kunlun Mountain, their true training ground. Why aren't any masters above the 7th tier entering Ghost Island? Qin Luojiao inquired curiously. Because those masters are all heading to Kunlun Mountain, Su Ming explained. There are some among the crowd, but they remain unnoticed. With so many spirit masters flocking to Ghost Island, the skies were teeming with flying spirit beasts, making it nearly impossible to detect any 7th tier masters. If there are 7th tier masters, does that not render us of lower tiers nearly powerless? Chu Yang frowned. Fear not, Brother Chu. Even those of 7th tier and above will find their powers suppressed to below the 7th tier upon entering this island. Thus, you need not worry. Including the spirit beasts? Chu Yang asked in astonishment. Indeed, both spirit beasts and the soul power of the masters are constrained to below the 7th tier. However, this presents a significant risk, as the island's indigenous ferocious beasts are not subject to such limitations, placing us spirit masters at a disadvantage. As Su Ming elaborated, Chu Yang grew increasingly perplexed. This island was rife with peculiarities, the suppression of those above the 7th tier to below, and the confinement of soul power within mere feet, was truly baffling. This is quite strange, Chu Yang murmured. At that moment, Qin Luoxua observed the 7th tier masters racing toward Kunlun Mountain and inquired, "What temptations lie within Kunlun Mountain that draw so many powerful beings?" Su Ming replied, "Not to mention the various high-tier medicinal herbs. It is said that Kunlun Mountain houses spirit beasts of qualities surpassing that of kings. This alone is enough to incite all spirit masters to strive fervently." "Surpassing king quality?" exclaimed Chu Yang and his companions in unison. "Isn't that divine quality above king level? Could such spirit beasts truly exist within Kunlun Mountain?" Su Ming remarked. "That is merely a legend. Its veracity remains uncertain. Who can say if there are other qualities beyond that of kings?" As their conversation unfolded, they finally descended upon Ghost Island. Chapter 71, The Sudden Onslaught. Just as Su Ming had described, Ghost Island was shrouded in dense fog, the sun's rays failing to penetrate its depths. Visibility was severely limited. The suppression of soul power indeed confined them within mere feet. As Chu Yang extended his soul power, he instantly sensed the stark difference. With his peak 6th tier soul strength, he could envelop the vast Linhai city entirely. Yet here, he felt entirely stifled. Ghost Island had only just emerged from the sea, its surface still damp and pocked with puddles of varying sizes. However, just as they set foot on the island, before they could survey their surroundings, an attack surged toward them from the front. An ambush? Alarm coursed through everyone as they realized they were besieged upon their arrival. Qin Luoxua reacted swiftly, the azure rock's vast wings unfurling to unleash a flurry of wind blades from its azure feathers. Chu Yang and the others summoned their respective spirit beasts, bracing themselves for confrontation. "It is not an ambush. There is a battle ahead," Chu Yang proclaimed, seated amidst Huang's dragon horns. The previous attack was not aimed at them, but rather the aftermath of a skirmish taking place ahead. The Qin sisters summoned their respective 9-tailed foxes, each on par with a fire dragon and an ice phoenix in terms of cultivation. The Su family members also summoned a variety of spirit beasts, marching forward in unison. On the spectral island, the objective of combat was undoubtedly the pursuit of treasure. Given this, how could Chu Yang and his companions possibly relent? A potent surge of energy erupted, detonating upon the ground. Chu Yang and his allies surged forth with great momentum. Through the mist, they soon discerned that two factions were indeed engaged in battle ahead. Altogether, there were over a dozen individuals and several dozen spirit beasts. Their target was a spirit herb radiating an ethereal blue glow, the diamond-grade spirit herb, Xian Yuhua. Chu Yang exclaimed in astonishment. He had encountered this herb in the compendium of myriad medicines obtained from Wang Qianyue's secret chamber. What? A diamond grade? Everyone gasped in disbelief. It was no wonder these two groups were locked in such a fierce struggle at the edge of the spectral island. Who could resist the allure of a diamond-grade spirit herb? The two fighting factions naturally noticed Chu Yang and his entourage. One of them shouted, "Who dares to intrude? Depart at once, or do not blame us for our ruthlessness." Chu Yang scoffed. "We have yet to make a move, yet you already resort to threats?" With that, he summoned his thoughts and, in a fluid motion, soared into the air. Ignoring the two factions, he seized the entire diamond-grade spirit herb along with the surrounding soil before their astonished eyes and transported it into his spiritual domain. Everyone was taken aback. They could hardly comprehend what had just transpired. Amidst their fierce struggle, with many spirit beasts wounded, another individual brazenly plucked the fruit of their labor. How audacious! Both sides were instantly enraged, halting their attacks to charge at Chu Yang. Such flagrant theft, disregarding them entirely. In an instant, a barrage of lightning, flames, wind blades, and ice blades surged toward him, a terrifying display of force. Roar! Without flinching, Huang unleashed a resounding dragon roar, its sound rolling like thunder, infused with soul power, creating a series of sound waves that swept toward the oncoming attacks like a dark tide. Boom! An endless clash of energies erupted, bursting forth in a dazzling display of light that dispersed the surrounding mist. A mere group that hasn't even reached the pinnacle of the fifth tier dares to act so brazenly before me. The explosion of energy sent the massive bodies of dozens of spirit beasts flying several meters into the air, blood raining down from above. Everyone attack! Tear him apart! Someone shouted, eyes ablaze with fury. Despite their spirit beasts not matching Chu Yang's prowess, their sheer numbers were overwhelming. A multitude of ants could indeed bring down an elephant. Immediately, all the spirit beasts launched an assault against Chu Yang. Do they truly believe we are mere decorations? Su Ming sneered, directing his primary spirit beast, the golden armored Song Bear, to charge at those adversaries. Meanwhile, the Qin sisters also joined the fray. The fiery Huojiawei fox and the icy Zhejiawei fox simultaneously launching their attacks. One radiated flames, while the other exuded an aura of chilling cold. Chu Yang curiously pondered where his esteemed mother-in-law had procured such a pair of spirit beasts for the two women. The other disciples of the Su family also engaged in the chaos, igniting a grand melee. As more individuals arrived at the island's edge, the tumult escalated. Especially after word spread of Chu Yang's acquisition of a diamond-grade spirit herb, prompting even more participants to join the fray. "Boy, surrender the spirit herb, and I shall spare your life." Suddenly, a thunderous voice rang out. A bald, burly man charged at Chu Yang from atop a fire-eyed beast, which resembled a lion and a tiger, adorned with scaled wings and eyes ablaze like two burning lanterns. Chu Yang had encountered this spirit beast before at Wang Qianyue's. "Come and take it if you can." Chu Yang commanded Huang to confront the bald man. The fire-eyed beast emanated a faint aura of law, indicating it was certainly a pinnacle fifth-tier spirit beast, having been immersed in its power for quite some time. Among all the spirit beasts present, including Huang and the Qin sisters' companions, none had yet encountered the power of law. On the spectral island, the ability to seize treasures relied on one's own prowess. Thus no one would show mercy to their foes. "Kill!" The bald man bellowed as the fire-eyed beast lunged forward. It was evident that this spirit beast was better suited for close combat. However, what had Huang to fear? The dark power of Huang radiated from its claws, coalescing into a massive dragon claw, akin to a formidable clawed gauntlet, fiercely and irresistibly striking down upon the fire-eyed beast. Huang's dragon claw. Yet, amidst the attack, a black luminescence erupted, signifying the flow of law's power. Opposing this, the fire-eyed beast was undeterred, its eyes aflame like torches. As it summoned the power of the flame law, raising its enormous paw engulfed in roaring fire to clash with Huang's dragon claw. Bang! A tremendous sound erupted. As if the heavens themselves had split apart, the reverberation resonating through the air, causing others to feel the atmosphere tremble, a sensation that weighed heavily upon their hearts. The collision unleashed a dazzling explosion of black and red light. The energies, infused with law, intertwined and eroded one another. The power of law was formidable, its damage far more terrifying than that of ordinary energy. The mere aftermath of their clash forced those engaged in battle below to retreat in unison. Suddenly, the bald man's expression shifted. The enormous, dark dragon claw of Huang broke through the fire law's energy defense, striking the fire-eyed beast. How could this be? His law is stronger than my flame law, he thought, just as the fire-eyed beast let out a wail, its massive form crashing to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. At the level of law, the stronger the law, the harder it is to comprehend. Yet once mastered, its combat prowess becomes exponentially greater. Moreover, Chu Yang sensed that once Huang broke through to the 6th tier, all of its attributes would undergo a monumental transformation. The reasons for this remained unknown to Chu Yang. Chapter 72, The Art of Night Assassination. With a single strike, Huang injured the fire-eyed beast, which had grasped a modicum of law, leaving the onlookers in awe. Many self-aware spirit masters sensed the shift in momentum and hastily retreated deeper into the island, recognizing that this was the outermost periphery and that there was no need for them to risk their lives here. As some began to flee, others quickly lost their will to fight and followed suit. The bald man had long since vanished into the crowd. When faced with defeat, retreat was the only option. Why stay behind to meet death? Chu Yang was disinterested in pursuing him. After all, there was no deep-seated grudge. It would be more prudent to focus on the search for treasures. Let us go. Hurry inside, lest the treasures be snatched away, urged Su Ming. Despite the island's vastness, the overwhelming number of spirit masters rendered resources scarce. Subsequently, the group delved deeper into the island, leaving behind only a few remnants of spirit beasts, their carcasses and severed limbs scattered about. Su Ming unfurled a map, a detailed chart crafted by the Su family during their previous explorations, marked with numerous locations of interest. We are currently situated here, while Brother Chu seeks spirit beasts of the ghostly attribute located at the island's very center, indicating we have quite a distance to traverse. He pointed out on the map. They stood at the forepaw of this tortoise-shaped island, with a considerable journey still ahead. As the group pressed toward the island's core, they soon encountered a disheartening sight. Numerous spirit masters and the remains of spirit beasts littered the ground, a testament to the island's bloody history. The Isle of the Underworld was destined to be a place of carnage, with many resorting to extreme measures in their quest for resources. Despite the grim presence of corpses, the island's scenery remained enchanting. The two women gathered an abundance of coral-like flora and glimmering luminous pearls, treasures once reserved for royalty before the arrival of spirit masters. Now largely overlooked. Qin Luoxue exclaimed in surprise, discovering a fist-sized stone beneath the root of an ice coral plant. What is this? There's an ethereal pulse emanating from it. Chu Yang inquired, intrigued. This is a soul stone, Qin Luoxue exclaimed. The very stone used by spirit masters to construct their spiritual domains? Chu Yang had heard of such stones, essential for spirit masters to form their domains upon reaching the 6th tier, with the fundamental elements being the 5 elements paired with yin and yang. Qin Luoxue shook her head. Constructing a spiritual domain is merely one application of the soul stone. It is also utilized in the crafting of soul artifacts. Chu Yang nodded, recalling that his soul artifacts, such as the Sacred Spirit Tower and the Night Shadow Needle, were forged from soul stones. Similarly, the treasures used by spirit beasts were crafted from spiritual materials. However, to create a finished soul artifact, the addition of other materials was imperative. The crafting of soul artifacts requires supplementary materials? Chu Yang murmured. He suddenly pondered whether the evolution elixirs he aspired to concoct followed a similar principle, merging a primary material with various auxiliary components. As excitement bubbled among the group, a sudden surge of energy burst forth from the dense fog, aimed directly at Qin Luoxue. Clearly, someone had noticed the soul stone in her possession and sought to seize it. Yet, with so many witnesses present, it would be extraordinary for the assailant to succeed. A resounding crash echoed as Huang raised his dragon claw, shattering the energy beam. Chu Yang's gaze sharpened. Someone dared to launch a sneak attack on his beloved? He could not tolerate such an affront. With a swift motion of his arm, a shadow silently advanced toward the direction of the attack. On the Isle of the Underworld, the thick fog cloaked the sunlight, providing an ideal battleground for the dark attributes of the night. Within the mist, a sigh echoed. What a pity, she is not alone. Otherwise, before the thought could be completed, a sharp sound pierced the air. In the next moment, he felt a black blade penetrate his chest from behind, piercing his heart. The blade shattered into a swirling black mist, revealing a shadowy figure within. A searing pain coursed through him, and with a cough, blood erupted from his mouth. He could hardly fathom that a spirit beast had stealthily approached him, delivering a fatal blow. However, the formidable power of a spirit master ensured he did not succumb immediately to death, even with his heart pierced. Yet, in the next instant, as the enigmatic black figure swung its arm, the dense black mist coalesced into a blade that swept across his neck. He witnessed the surreal sight of his head detaching from his body. This would be the final image imprinted in his mind. The knight moved like a cold-hearted predator, striking decisively and mercilessly, offering no chance for retaliation and swiftly extinguishing his life. Following the silent execution, the figure of the knight transformed into a shadow and darted toward Chu Yang. Throughout this ordeal, not a single sound of struggle pierced the air. With Qin Luoshua's discovery of the Soul Stone, the other members of the Su family grew eager, hastily scouring the area for potential treasures. Indeed, Su Wei soon unearthed something peculiar, a handful of substances reminiscent of sand, exuding faint waves of spiritual energy, distinct from the Soul Stones. It must be a material for crafting spiritual treasures, Qin Luoshua conjectured, though their precise nature remained unknown. Su Wei displayed a look of delight throughout their journey. She had maintained a low profile, nearly evading notice, perhaps feeling overshadowed by the two women. Her words had been few, with only occasional glances cast toward Chu Yang. The knight returned silently to Chu Yang's shadow, undetected by the others. This was the terrifying nature of dark attribute spirit beasts. The assassins of the spirit beast realm were indeed fearsome. Seeing their young lady discover a treasure, the other members of the Su family were naturally unwilling to lag behind, meticulously scouring their surroundings, eager to unearth anything of value. Were it not for Su Ming's intervention, they might have continued their search for hours. Meanwhile, the Qian family, the city lord's estate, and other factions were also scouring for treasures. Where were those from the overseas sacred land? Zhong Yu searched for treasures while simultaneously seeking out the disciples of the overseas sacred land who had humiliated him at the auction. After entering the Isle of the Underworld, he had separated from the Qian family and others. Carrying such burdensome company made rapid treasure hunting nearly impossible. Conversely, Qian Xiaoyan found Zhong Yu's departure fortuitous, for otherwise, any treasures discovered would need to be claimed by his senior brother first. Given Zhong Yu's character, it was unlikely that the Qian family would receive even a drop of the spoils. Soon, night fell, and the group found a cave to rest. The spiritual domain was a private sanctuary for spirit masters, and Chu Yang could not allow outsiders to enter at will. Even he remained within the cave alongside the Su family, while his two beloveds had already fallen asleep, cuddling with a giant panda. Ah, how I envy that panda. Chu Yang sighed internally. At the stroke of midnight, the system chimed, commencing today's blind box. As the emotionless voice of the system reverberated, an item materialized within the confines of the blind box space. Goodness, could it truly be? Chapter 73, The Spirit Attribute Beast. Chu Yang was taken aback, for the system had announced, "Congratulations, host. You have obtained a complete set of the Monkey King armor." Item name, Monkey King armor. Item note, a divine grade combination set. Comprising the Phoenix Wing Purple Gold Crown, the Golden Chain Mail, the Lotus Silk Cloud Soaring Boots, and the Rui Golden Cudgel. Gazing at this divine equipment unveiled from the blind box, Chu Yang murmured to himself, "This must belong to the category of spiritual treasures." Yet, he felt a tinge of uncertainty. The question lingered, are there spirit beasts in this world that wear clothing? It seemed unlikely. The thought of adorning a spirit beast with garments felt rather peculiar. However, for Chu Yang, hailing from a technologically advanced Earth, this notion was entirely acceptable. It appeared to compel him to forge a pact with a monkey. After all, the Monkey King armor was tailored for monkeys, was it not? Chu Yang felt a sudden inadequacy regarding his contract slots. His aspirations for spirit beasts were plentiful, yet the available positions were limited. He resolved to judiciously allocate the attributes of the spirit beasts he desired for the future, lest he find himself regretting it later. The following day, the group continued their journey towards the island's center. This island was vast, and even with the aid of flying spirit beasts, traversing it would consume considerable time. Yet, they dared not fly recklessly here. The range of their soul energy could only encompass a few yards, and should they soar too swiftly, unprovoked attacks could easily ensue. Moreover, the island was abundant in precious materials. It would be a pity to miss them while hurrying along. Before ascending the island, Chu Yang had reached an agreement with Su Ming. All encountered spiritual herbs would belong to him, while other discoveries would be claimed by whoever found them first. Should they encounter a rule stone, the first one discovered, regardless of size, would belong to the Su family. As they traversed the terrain, Chu Yang was elated, for the island teemed with herbs, as if some rich, black soil nurtured them. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed from behind him, startling everyone who had been diligently searching for treasures. As their gazes converged, they beheld a colossal skeletal wolf, its eyes ablaze with green soul fire, fixated on Chu Yang. Its bony claws collided with a pitch-black claw emerging from a swirling mass of darkness behind Chu Yang. The earlier sound had emanated from this clash. A cold sweat broke out on Chu Yang's brow. He had failed to detect the presence of this ghostly wolf. Had it not been for the existence of Yi, The outcome might have been dire. Be cautious. Ghost attribute ferocious beasts are elusive and swift, especially in the unique environment of this island, making it exceedingly difficult for spirit masters to track their movements. Su Ming cautioned, his gaze locked on the dark mist behind Chu Yang. A dark attribute spirit beast, perhaps? Su Ming was astonished. He had not realized that a dark attribute spirit beast lurked so close. This was the skill of Yi, like a shadow. In such a state, Yi would entirely merge with the shadows, making it nearly impossible for spirit masters to discern its existence. After the ghost wolf's initial strike failed, it launched another attack. At that moment, Huang had already taken action. His obsidian dragon claw struck the adversary with tremendous force, sending the ghost wolf hurtling backward. Huang had employed only his innate strength, refraining from utilizing any rules. For Chu Yang wished to ascertain whether the ghost attribute exhibited the rumored trait of immortality as long as its soul fire remained alight. Bang! The ghost wolf's body crashed against the hard rock, producing a cacophony of sounds. Its bones began to fracture at the joints, scattering across the ground. Then, to Chu Yang's astonishment, the ghost wolf began to gather its fallen bones, reassembling them onto its form. Goodness! It can reassemble itself? Chu Yang exclaimed in disbelief. This is merely the fundamental capability of a ghost attribute spirit beast, Su Ming remarked. Huang attacked once more, directly shattering one of the ghost wolf's bony claws into fragments. Let us see how you will reassemble now. Chu Yang was eager to witness what other abilities the beast possessed. He then beheld the terrifying nature of the ghost attribute spirit beast. The shattered bones disintegrated into powder, which then floated towards the ghost wolf, swiftly reforming as if the bones were growing anew. What is the principle behind this? Chu Yang pondered. Is it a recycling of energy? Do the fractured bones transform back into energy that returns to the body? This was the formidable aspect of the ghost attribute. Qin Luoxuan noted. Just as she had previously mentioned, as long as the soul fire remained alight, the spirit beast would indeed not perish. The energy lost from its bones would return to its essence. Having confirmed the characteristics of the ghost wolf, Chu Yang's resolve to seek a ghost attribute spirit beast only intensified. He then unleashed his power, the pinnacle of 6th grade soul energy manifesting as 2 long swords aimed at the beast's soul fire. Double sword slash. This golden quality soul technique originated from Wang Qian's secret chamber. The 2 silver swords, forged from soul energy, sliced through the dense fog, targeting the interior of the ghost wolf's skull. A mournful howl pierced the air as the once burning green soul fire within the ghost wolf's eyes was extinguished in an instant. Although the ghost wolf was swift, it was merely a 5th grade ferocious beast. How could it withstand the onslaught of Chu Yang's 6th grade pinnacle soul energy? In but a moment, its soul fire was completely snuffed out. With a clatter, the skeletal structure of the ghost wolf could no longer support itself, collapsing into a heap. Chu Yang sensed that the soul energy of the ghost attribute was rather feeble. He distinctly observed that the soul energy of the ghost attribute was weaker compared to that of other spirit beasts of the same tier. Perhaps this was due to his own attribute abilities being too potent, resulting in a divine balance that diminished its other aspects. Otherwise, how could other spirit beasts survive? It appeared that he would need to equip a defensive soul artifact for any future ghost attribute spirit beasts. After witnessing the peculiar capabilities of the ghost attribute spirit beast, Chu Yang and his companions hastened towards the island's center. The ghost island appeared only once every half-month. Thus, they must strive to accomplish their objective within this limited time frame. Approximately half a day into their journey, the mist ahead suddenly surged and roiled. Abruptly, a jet-black beam of light shot forth from the mist, hurtling towards Chu Yang. What on earth is that? Chu Yang frowned, signaling Huang to intercept it. A rule stone? Upon seeing the approaching object, Su Ming gasped in astonishment. The members of the Su family behind him widened their eyes in disbelief. Just when they were worrying about where to procure information regarding rule stones, one was inexplicably presented to them, and it was the size of an adult's fist. The group's breaths quickened in excitement. At that moment, a blood-soaked spirit beast soared forth from the mist. Ha ha ha, young one. This rule stone shall be bestowed upon you. I hope you can fend off that fellow behind us. The newcomer, perched upon the back of the blood-drenched spirit beast, shouted at Chu Yang before vanishing into the fog. Chu Yang's gaze sharpened. What was transpiring? Before he and the others could comprehend the situation, another figure darted out from the mist, its icy gaze fixated on the direction from which the previous individual had departed. It then turned its attention to the rule stone in Chu Yang's hand. Young man, hand over the rule stone if you know what's good for you. The figure spoke with a frigid tone, then paused in surprise. Chu Yang? Chapter 74. The saint's surname is Chao. HM. Who are you? Chu Yang inquired. The newcomer was diminutive in stature, possessing a sharp, monkey-like visage, quite distinctive indeed. However, Chu Yang had no recollection of him. Ha! The other erupted in a fit of raucous laughter. I, Zhongyu, have indeed turned my fortunes around. Not only will I acquire a rule stone today, but I shall also return with 2 exquisite beauties for the esteemed saint. Truly a fortuitous event. My detour to Linghai City was not in vain. Zhongyu had not anticipated that while searching for individuals to explore the sacred land of the sea, he would encounter someone fortuitously in possession of a rule stone. He chuckled at the thought. All the arduous tasks undertaken in the sacred land were merely to earn a modicum of rule liquid. With this rule stone in hand, how much rule liquid could be created? Thus, without hesitation, he launched an attack to seize it. To his astonishment, the opponent proved to be a formidable character. Refusing to relinquish the rule stone even in the face of his spirit beast's grievous injuries, and swiftly rode away on the beast. Upon spotting Chu Yang and his companions, he cast the stone to them to divert the impending threat. Haha, surrender the rule stone, and you shall not meet your demise, right? As Zhongyu confronted Chu Yang and the others, a figure returned from the mist, observing the unfolding events from the shadows. Such a precious item as the rule stone would undoubtedly compel the owner to eliminate any potential threats to avoid unnecessary complications. This he knew too well. Haha. In that case, let you all struggle. It would be splendid if a spirit beast self-destructed, leading to mutual annihilation. Yet, he felt this was somewhat unlikely, as Chu Yang and his group appeared too youthful to pose a real challenge. He merely hoped they could inflict some damage upon the other party, allowing him to seize the opportunity to reclaim the rule stone and vanish without a trace. Chu Yang's expression darkened. Was the 2 exquisite beauties the individual referred to not the 2 lovely ladies beside him? Suddenly, realization struck Chu Yang. I recognize your voice. You are a disciple of the Wanling's sacred land, toyed with by those from the sacred land of the sea, are you not? Although he did not recall Zhongyu's appearance, he certainly remembered his voice. In the mist, the returning figure was taken aback. Could it be that he is indeed a disciple of the Wanling's sacred land? If that were the case, even if he had the ability to eliminate his opponent, he would definitely refrain from doing so. The Wanling's sacred land was renowned for its protective nature. Should he kill a disciple of the sacred land, it was likely that a horde would descend upon him. With a sigh, he contemplated that reclaiming his rule stone might not be feasible after all. Zhongyu's expression soured, and he bellowed, "Silence! I shall eventually eradicate those scoundrels from the sacred land of the sea." He then fixed his piercing gaze upon Chu Yang. "Young man, since you are aware of my identity as a disciple of the sacred land, hand over the rule stone and willingly present those 2 beauties beside you for me to take back to the esteemed saint, lest you suffer bodily harm." His demeanor radiated arrogance. Being a disciple of the sacred land was a matter of pride. Not to mention, he was among the most formidable of them all. Cold light flickered in Chu Yang's eyes. His tone turned frigid. "I shall not relinquish the rule stone, and as for these 2 beauties, they are already my wives. Go back and inform your so-called saint to cease his unwelcome advances, or I shall break his 3rd leg." Zhongyu laughed maniacally. "That may not be within your power. Moreover, to be frank, my esteemed saint has a penchant for the wives of others. Thus, your 2 lovely companions would certainly satisfy the preferences of the esteemed saint. Fondness for the wives of others? What the hell? Is your saint's surname Chow? Oh, you know my esteemed saint? To hell with you. I know his ancestors." Chu Yang's fury erupted as he charged at Zhongyu. That damned saint not only bore the surname Chow, but also inherited that vile tradition. A phrase like your wives and daughters, I shall nurture, has echoed through the ages. In light of that, there was nothing more to discuss. You dare to lay hands on a disciple of the sacred land? I see you have a death wish. Zhongyu's expression shifted. How could his status as a disciple of the sacred land fail to intimidate the other party? He suddenly felt that the name of the sacred land was losing its potency. Summoning forth his spirit beast, the 8-armed stone man. This was a stone-type spirit beast, towering over 10 meters, humanoid in shape, with 8 arms sprouting from its back. The overwhelming aura of peak 5th tier radiated from it. "Young man, I will have you dead." Zhongyu roared. "Do you think I fear you?" Boom. In an instant, Huang and the 8-armed stone man clashed, both at the pinnacle of the 5th tier, each having comprehended certain laws. As they engaged, the atmosphere crackled with intensity, causing the disciples of the Su family to change countenance. Su Ming sighed. He could not fathom why Chu Yang reacted so explosively upon learning of the saint's surname, launching into action without a moment's hesitation, leaving him no chance to dissuade him. After all, the opponent was a disciple of the Wanling's sacred land, not an ordinary spirit master. Rumbling. The air crackled as spiritual energy collided, laws clashed. The opponent's stone attribute was evidently no trifling matter, possessing the ability to petrify. However, its petrifying power was rendered ineffective against Huang's force, instantly reduced to dust. Huang's dragon claw tightened, Emanating a dark glow as the power of the law spread, a strike of the dragon claw aimed at the opponent's head. The eight-armed stone man did not falter. Even though its petrifying power was suppressed by Huang's strength, it still possessed formidable combat prowess. 8 massive arms swung, creating afterimages as they struck against Huang's descending dragon claw, booming sounds echoing forth. The collisions filled the surrounding mist with a deafening roar, the clash of laws obliterating numerous rocks and stones. One must admit, having more arms was indeed advantageous, with 8 arms in simultaneous motion. Even Huang could gain no upper hand in close combat. Moreover, being a stone attribute, it was inherently incredibly durable, its solidity magnified under the enveloping power of the law. Roaring, Huang ascended into the sky, energy coalescing in its mouth, and then, a column of energy, dark yet speckled with light, erupted forth. The dragon breath of the abyss. The 8-armed stone man, wary of underestimating the situation, let out a low growl as the brown essence of the law surged forth, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Instantly, 3 formidable stone walls emerged from the earth, exuding an overwhelming aura. The walls were further enveloped by the essence of the stone law. With a slight retraction of its dragon head, the creature unleashed a fierce breath of fire. Retreat quickly. Su Ming's expression shifted as he urgently led his family members to the side. Confronting a pinnacle-level 5th-tier spirit beast posed a grave danger for them. Boom. The violent attack caused the earth to quake, and massive stones were propelled into the air like leaves scattered by the wind. However, halfway through their flight, the stones were eroded into dust by the chaotic force, dissipating into the atmosphere. Bang! The 3 earthen walls conjured by the 8-armed stone man crumbled instantly under the relentless assault of the dark dragon breath, which surged toward the 8-armed stone man with unyielding momentum. Zhong Yu's pupils constricted. He had not anticipated the strength of the opponent's spirit beast to be so formidable. Daring not to harbor any contempt, he swiftly formed hand seals, and in an instant, 2 summoning arrays materialized around him. Chapter 75, The Battle of Chaos. One summoned a golden silver wolf, while the other called forth a water attribute blue-scale beast. Both were at the pinnacle of the 5th tier. The leap from the 5th to the 6th tier of law comprehension represented a colossal threshold that often impeded many spirit beasts. Wild beasts in the wilderness typically required decades or even centuries to break through this realm, while ordinary spirit beasts might need several years, often with the aid of law stones to accomplish it. Thus, under the condition of sufficient spirit beast quality, many remained trapped in this phase for an extended period. Zhong Yu was no exception. Now he summoned 2 5th-tier pinnacle spirit beasts, pressing toward Chu Yang. Yet, Chu Yang remained unfazed. As he began to cultivate the laws, the might of the rare attribute spirit beast law began to manifest. Furthermore, for reasons unknown, Chu Yang sensed that the overall strength of the chaos was becoming increasingly formidable. Roar! A deep dragon roar emanated from chaos, its presence growing overwhelming and unstoppable. Attack! Zhong Yu commanded. Instantly, his 3 spirit beasts enveloped chaos. Chu Yang observed Zhong Yu, noting that the latter was merely at the mid-stage of the 6th tier, were it not for the suppression of soul power on this island, which confined it to a radius of mere several zhong. He would certainly have dealt Zhong Yu a decisive dual-sword strike. He must find a way to cultivate my other spirit beasts. At this moment, Chaos faced 3 opponents of equal cultivation. Yet the disparity in the strength of the laws was already beginning to show. The pitch-black chaos energy emanated from chaos, intertwined with the dazzling brilliance of the law power. Confronted by the approaching trio of spirit beasts, Chaos let out a soul-stirring roar. The dragon's roar unleashed a powerful wave of soul energy that surged forth like a tide, penetrating the soul seas of the 3 spirit beasts. Although the 8-armed stone man and the other 2 spirit beasts were at the peak of the 5th tier, their soul power appeared only at the mid-stage of the 5th tier. Thus, in that instant, they were left disoriented and bewildered. Damn it! A soul attack! Zhong Yu's expression darkened. He had not foreseen that the opponent's spirit beast possessed such a formidable soul attack. But he was not Wang Qianhua, and he could not afford to equip every spirit beast with spiritual treasures. On Ghost Island, although soul power was confined to a few zhong, the proximity of the 4 spirit beasts amplified the effectiveness of the dragon's roar. Seizing this moment, Chaos launched an attack on the silver wolf with a move called Dragon Spiral. Its entire body accelerated suddenly, coiling around the silver wolf like a spiraling tube. Utilizing its high-speed motion, its dragon claws left deep, gaping wounds several meters long on the wolf's body, infused with the law power of chaos. The intense pain jolted the silver wolf back to its senses, and it swiftly turned, unleashing its massive claws that radiated sharp energy, forming a golden blade-like phantom aimed at Chaos's tail. However, after executing Dragon Spiral, Chaos's speed was remarkable. With a subtle flick of its tail, it evaded the incoming attack. Clang! The massive golden blade, forged from sharp metal energy, struck against a nearby boulder of several zhang in diameter, instantly cleaving it in two. The razor-sharp energy was exceedingly lethal, capable of severing anything. Failing to land a hit, the silver wolf continued its assault, gathering golden energy in its mouth. A beam of golden energy, infused with sharpness and tinged with the essence of the law of gold, surged toward the now-turned chaos. Without flinching, chaos similarly gathered energy in its mouth and unleashed the dark dragon breath. Boom! The clash of the golden energy, imbued with the law of gold, and the pitch-black energy, infused with the law of chaos, resulted in a tremendous shockwave. It roused the dazed eight-armed stone man and the blue-scale beast from their stupor. The collision of the two law powers intertwined, dispersing the surrounding mist and revealing a clear area. Subsequently, the golden energy dissipated in an instant, and the dark dragon breath crashed into the silver wolf like a raging torrent. Bang! Its colossal form was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing into a small hill several dozen zhang away. How powerful! The spirit master, who had been covertly observing, was dumbfounded, unable to suppress a gulp. From which faction did this individual originate? How could someone so young surpass even the disciples of the sacred grounds? Could he be from a sacred ground himself? In that moment, he felt that his law stone was likely akin to a meat bun tossed to a dog, gone without a trace. Not just him. Even the members of the Su family, aside from Su Ming and his sister, stared wide-eyed. Why was this younger individual so extraordinarily strong? On the other side, witnessing the severely injured silver wolf, Zhong Yu's heart sank. Even if his spirit beast's laws were stronger than mine, it shouldn't have been such a complete rout. He found it perplexing. After all, at this stage, the laws both sides comprehended were not overly extensive, so the gap shouldn't be too vast. Why was the opponent's spirit beast so powerful? Not only he, but even Chu Yang himself was somewhat at a loss. He recalled that when Chaos battled the Ta Dragon Python, it hadn't displayed such overwhelming dominance. Perhaps sensing Chu Yang's confusion, Qin Luoshue's voice of soul power resonated. Do not be astonished, for Chaos belongs to the supreme spirit beast category. Each time it enters a new stage, its capabilities experience substantial growth. And now, Chaos is beginning to transition into an entirely new phase. Thus its combat prowess has significantly surpassed its previous state. Supreme Spirit Beast? He seemed to have heard this term from Wang Qianyue before, but he hadn't delved into it further. Now, with Qin Luoshue bringing it up once more, it piqued Chu Yang's profound interest. At this moment, however, he was not in the mood to ponder such matters. For the eight-armed stone man and the azure-scaled beast were simultaneously assaulting Huang. In an instant, the two sides clashed once more, and the opponent had yet to summon a second spirit beast. Could it be that they had devoted all their resources to a single spirit beast? As Zhong Yu observed Chu Yang, who had only summoned one spirit beast, he speculated silently. Nonetheless, the spirit beast summoned by the opponent was formidable. Had he been in the same position, he might have done the same. If that were the case, then perish. Zhong Yu prepared to summon another spirit beast. Though this one was not his primary spirit beast, and had not yet reached the pinnacle of the 5th tier. Just then, Zhong Yu's expression shifted dramatically as he rushed to the side of the silver Tsang wolf, only to find its body withering. The once powerful form was visibly shriveling, and even its lustrous silver fur had lost its sheen. It was this peculiar force of law. Zhong Yu noticed a black, glowing force of law invading the silver Tsang wolf's body through its wounds, and the wolf itself was powerless to expel it. Ultimately, Zhong Yu recalled the silver Tsang wolf back into his spirit domain. As a mid-tier 6th-level spirit master, his spirit domain had naturally transformed into a genuine spiritual realm, albeit on a small scale with incomplete laws. Even if he were to gift it to the Qin sisters, they would likely find it lacking. Subsequently, he began to mobilize the force of law within his spirit domain to eradicate the law of desolation from the silver Tsang wolf. The spirit domain is the world of the spirit master. With his intervention, the law of desolation on the silver Tsang wolf was swiftly dispelled. Chapter 76, Equipment Explosion. However, in its current state, the wolf would require an extensive period of recuperation. Turning his gaze to the 3 spirit beasts engaged in battle, Zhong Yu narrowed his eyes. Even with 2 spirit beasts attacking together, they were still unable to subdue their opponent. Suddenly, a dragon's roar echoed once more. Zhong Yu's lips twitched. Was it that soul force-infused attack again? Yet he was still a distance away from the 2 spirit beasts, unable to lend assistance. Indeed, the 8-armed stone man and the azure-scaled beast were struck once more. Huang's figure soared into the air, and his dragon horns began to emit a pitch-black light. The surging power of desolation converging above them. Heavenly, silent, desolate dragon jade. Zhong Yu's expression changed. This move was exceedingly terrifying, and his two spirit beasts would likely be unable to withstand it. However, it is an absolute taboo for a spirit master to summon back their spirit beasts during combat. The reason he could recall the silvered song wolf before was that it had disengaged from battle, but now he could not do so. Should the opponent track the location of his spirit domain, his situation would become exceedingly perilous. Then let us directly target the spirit master himself. With this thought, Zhongyu once again summoned a spirit beast. A green light emerged from the summoning array. Chu Yang had barely a moment to glimpse what spirit beast was being summoned before it lunged towards him. This spirit beast was incredibly swift. Nearly impossible to perceive with the naked eye, all he could see were fleeting afterimages in the air. Once the spirit master is dead, what use is a spirit beast, no matter how powerful? Zhongyu sneered coldly. In the next moment, his smile abruptly froze on his face as he looked down to find a claw composed of black mist gripping a pulsating, crimson heart. Is that my heart? Zhongyu struggled to turn his head, only to discover that a figure wreathed in black mist had somehow crept up behind him. A mouthful of fresh blood erupted from his mouth. He had intended to eliminate the opponent's spirit master directly, only to realize that they had already positioned their spirit beast beside him. Any slight movement on his part would provoke an unhesitating attack. Gazing at Chu Yang, whose eyes were icy and piercing, Zhongyu managed to stammer, I am a disciple of the sacred land. Bang! No sooner had he spoken than the hand of mist transformed into a blade and sliced through the nape of his neck, causing Zhongyu's head to tumble to the ground. He could hardly believe that the opponent would execute such a decisive strike upon learning his identity. Did they not fear retribution from the sacred land? Following the death of the spirit master, the three spirit beasts instantly experienced intense backlash, acting as if possessed. Yet Huang showed no mercy, swiftly slaying the 8-armed stone man and the azure-scaled beast. While the green figure that had lunged at Chu Yang was obliterated by Chu Yang's soul force in the moment of backlash. A wind attribute Gale Mantis? Chu Yang gazed at the diminutive figure lying on the ground, barely 2 feet tall. This was a wind attribute spirit beast, known for its astonishing speed. Despite its small stature, its attack power should not be underestimated. Such spirit beasts were often employed by spirit masters as assassins, frequently delivering lethal blows to enemy spirit beasts and spirit masters at critical moments. Utterly foolish. Did they not realize that such a spirit beast was best suited for ambushes from the shadows? Zhongyu had fallen into a trap while attempting to summon a spirit beast in front of Chu Yang. He had failed to harness the potential of this spirit beast. Originally, he had intended to utilize it to sharpen Huang's skills, yet he had not anticipated it would perish so quickly. In truth, Yi had long since infiltrated Zhongyu's side, biding his time. It was only when the opponent sought to summon a spirit beast to eliminate him that he ordered Yi to strike. Upon witnessing this scene, Su Ming was left dumbfounded. Chu Yang had actually killed a disciple of the sacred land? Brother Chu, you should not have acted so impulsively. Su Ming sighed. This had become a serious predicament. In reality, Chu Yang had acted without any prior warning. There had not been even a moment to intervene. Otherwise, he would never have allowed Chu Yang to kill Zhongyu. This would only invite endless retribution from the sacred land. Do not worry. I, Chu Yang, will bear the consequences alone and will not implicate your Su family. Chu Yang said with a smile, tossing the stone of law into Su Ming's hands. The latter received the stone, his previous enthusiasm entirely dissipated as he helplessly remarked, "This is not merely about whether or not we are implicated. Rather, Brother Chu will face endless retribution from the sacred land. The sacred land, when put delicately, is protective of its own. When put bluntly, it is narrow-minded. They permit only their own to kill, never allowing anyone to infringe upon the dignity of the sacred land. To them, Brother Chu's actions are undoubtedly a provocation." Su Ming felt regret for not having conveyed the gravity of the situation to Chu Yang earlier. Otherwise, he would not have let him leap into the fire. Rest assured, it is of no consequence. Ghost Island imposes no restrictions on killing. If I've killed, then so be it. It is nothing to be concerned about. Chu Yang declared, "Dare to covet my woman? Why leave them alive? Not just Zhongyu. Even if that son of the sacred land named Chao were to come, I would show no mercy." Su Wei sighed. "Brother Chu, you underestimate the power of the sacred land. They have risen since the emergence of spirit masters, and their strength is unfathomable. After departing from Linghai City, it would be prudent for Brother Chu to seek refuge in a secluded location for a while. Otherwise, evading the pursuit of the Holy Land may prove exceedingly difficult." Su Wei expressed her concerns. She had even begun to contemplate escape routes for Chu Yang. "Fear not, Sister Su Wei. Should the Holy Land dare to come after me, I shall ensure they have no return." Chu Yang replied with an air of calm. The siblings from the Su family shook their heads, believing Chu Yang underestimated the might of the Holy Land. Observing the worried expressions on the faces of the Su siblings, Chu Yang smiled and inquired, "Will you still assist me in finding the way? Perhaps providing me with a map would suffice?" "Of course, we shall guide you. Since we have made a prior agreement, how could we abandon it midway? I, Su Ming, am not one to break my promises," Su Ming declared decisively. Despite the troubles that had ensnared Chu Yang and the quagmire he found himself in, he remained steadfast in his commitment. "Master, won't this implicate our Su family?" A member of the Su family voiced their apprehension. "Not to worry. I shall explain the situation to the clan leader and the elders." At that moment, Chu Yang was taken aback. "Is that a treasure drop?" Upon the demise of Zhongyu, the spirit domain had spontaneously collapsed, releasing all its contents. It was akin to a scenario from his past life in which he would farm a boss in a game. All the items from Zhongyu's spirit domain, including earth, flora, mountains, and rivers, manifested upon the island as if a hidden microcosm had suddenly unveiled itself. How peculiar, Chu Yang mused. This evoking the thrill of battling bosses. To his astonishment, this soul artifact had ultimately fallen into his hands. He picked up the ancient lamp, the first item to appear at the auction. At that time, Zhongyu had fiercely competed with individuals from the overseas Holy Land for it, and his ascent to the island was spurred by a desire to locate the overseas Holy Land first, seeking to redeem the disgrace of the auction. Ultimately, he encountered Chu Yang due to the Stone of Laws. One cannot help but marvel at the whims of fate. At this juncture, Qin Luoxue scoffed. A disciple of the Holy Land? His spirit domain is woefully inadequate. Not only is the law thin, but it is also severely flawed. The moment Zhongyu's spirit domain emerged, observers could sense the fundamental condition within. Compared to Chu Yang's domain, Zhongyu's was lacking in numerous aspects. The variety of laws present was pitifully scarce. The elemental forces of the 5 elements combined with yin and yang constitute the foundational strength of a spirit domain. However, upon this base of 7 elemental forces, one could continually augment it, leading to a more perfected domain. For instance, incorporating lightning and wind attribute soul stones could fortify the domain's foundation. This also elucidated why Yun Liffey did not permit Qin Shufeng and Qin Luoxue to break through to the 6th tier. Their preparations were still insufficient.